Deuces. He's going to come out of bet 75,000. All the loses interest, folds the hand, so Michael's going to take down that one. Getting the momentum. Michael's married, has a 2-year-old son. Another baby on the way, so big money at stake. He'd like to take care of the family with this win. And we started this event with 339 total entries. And we're down to these two guys.
180.
Ola with king 7 of clubs will make it 180 to go. Michael looks down at a 7-5 of spades.
Going up to 600,000. We got a pot brewing.
He's going to push with a little junk.
Call.
And he's going to get called.
Yeah, Ola not going to go anywhere in position here with the king 7 suited.
First 3 will be a king, queen, 9. There's 2 spades out there too, so
Oh, wow.
kings for Ola. Michael with a 4 flush.
All in.
All in.
Wow.
Wow.
And Michael just shoves 3x pot. Whew, my goodness.
How much?
This is going to make Ola pause for a little bit. I'd be surprised if he folds top pair here, but the fact that his opponent jammed 3 times the size of the pot is definitely going to give him pause.
This is a big moment. Ola would be a nice favorite if he should make this call, and the action clock is ticking down to 5 seconds for Ola. Oh, he's going to take a time chip.
Buys himself another 30 seconds.
I call.
Wow, he's going to do it!
Big call from Ola here.
And he's out in front against Michael. And the whole tournament on the line for Ola Shimian.
I have a good feeling about this.
I feel you. Actually.
We'll see about that one, huh?
It'd be a big chip leader if he should win this. Hit a spade, that's all he has to do right now. Let's take a look at the turn. Will it be a spade? No.
8 of hearts on the turn will give Michael some additional outs to a 6. So now looking for a spade or a 6 to double up. Otherwise, Ola is our champion.
That's right, the man that came in as the chip leader. 1 card away from victory here.
And let's see the river.
Here's the river.
4 of diamonds. Ola Shimian is our champion.
That's right.
The German phenom is a first-time WPT champion. Michael Mercash with a great finish. Finishes in 2nd place.
At the beginning, before the tournament started, I wanted to play aggressive game because I had position on Ola. And I lost lots of chips at the beginning, so I just wanted to play more tight because I wanted the other guys to bust first. So he took care of it, he eliminated all of them, and yeah, I was the one in heads up.
Ola Shimian, you call with kings with the 7 kicker. Great call. How are you feeling right now?
Very happy about it. So proud. In my hometown, I win this tournament. It feels very good.
Well, you are a poker legend here in Germany, and now the whole world will know of your talent. Let's hear it one more time for our champion, Ola Shimian!
Congratulations, Ola Shimian, the newest member of the WPT Champions Club. Thank you so much for joining us from Spielbank, Berlin, and we'll see you next time on the World Poker Tour.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can outplay these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. At one time, breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
We're at the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles for the latest stop on the World Poker Tour. Good evening, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. The LA Poker Classic has been a mainstay of the tour since we began and has featured some of our most enduring moments.
Antonio Esfandieri picking up $1.4 million. He is our champion at the LA Poker Classic.
Chris Warman needs an ace.
We're going down to the river. Yes.
Wow! Unbelievable!
Plus, its champions are a veritable who's who of poker. Earlier this week, players from all over the world gathered here at the Commerce with their sights set on becoming the next LAPC champion. As players began filling the ballroom at the Commerce Casino, there was an easygoing sense of excitement.
You know we're taking it down. Wish me luck and make sure it happens.
Dry looking handsome.
Mixed with some serious business.
Another flush, guys. Quads, 2 straights, 2 flushes, 2 pairs. Level 1.
Everyone knows you'll find lots of stars in Los Angeles.
Now you're looking.
And plenty of others looking for a launching pad. Past LAPC champions were also in the hunt, looking to make history and have lightning strike twice in the same tournament.
The champ. Back to back in like such a massive, like prestigious field would be pretty cool.
Registration closed with nearly 500 players in the field. The prize pool topped $4.6 million. The last 62 players standing get paid, and a cool $1 million sits up top for the champion. This is an old-fashioned freeze-out, and with no re-entry option, being patient was a worthwhile strategy.
Nothing for the king.
Although it's often said, no risk, no reward.
Yes, thank you. My all-in game is very strong.
Nevertheless, not every bet paid off. The Fallen will have to wait until next season to try again for the coveted LAPC title. As the money bubble approached, concentration levels increased.
I hope you have aces. Yep.
Local pro Mesha James knew what she was up against.
There are some amazing players left in the field and they like to gamble. So I need to get a premium hand, double up so I can be able to cash in this thing.
It was not a good time for a bad run. The field kept shrinking. And before long, there were just 9 tables left. That triggered the use of the 30-second action clock, with a few extension chips to help with the toughest decisions. When the bubble hit, hand-for-hand play commenced. Maria Konnikova 4-bet shoved with jacks and was called by reigning Hublot WPT Player of the Year, Benjamin Zamani. Ben's turned straight did Maria in. With a cash secured, the rest of the players just wanted to play. Woo! Leading to a decent amount of activity at the payout desk. On day 4, the remaining 31 players gathered in a more intimate space to continue their ruthless battle. In this marquee tournament, finishing deep is often bittersweet.
I'm up short, it's always disappointing.
Everyone wants to be the rock star who makes it to the end.
Being that close, it hurts a little bit.
Veteran pro Phil Hellmuth was still looking for his first WPT title. which he nearly achieved earlier this season at the Legends of Poker.
I'm having fun. It's a great challenge for me, with that second place still fresh in my mind. I'm trying to not make any mistakes, no missteps.
Meanwhile, Dennis Blyden was playing his very first WPT main event and sitting on a huge chip stack. Chips that Phil really wanted. With a large river bet from the newcomer, Phil used up half of his time chips before finally making the call.
What do you think you're gonna bluff me? Phil, help me. There's no way you're gonna make the final three.
Dennis remained unfazed.
Phil obviously goes off on me even though he calls me 120K with just ace high. That's of course the correct play.
Turns out, what Dennis loves more than his soaring stack is the opportunity to mess with the poker brat.
I do have 14 bracelets.
How many WPTs?
0.
Let's see. I'm an amateur, I don't play very often, so like it's a dream come true just needling someone like Phil Hogan. Whatever, he's the poker brat.
A short time later, Dennis raked in the rest of Phil's depleted stack.
There's nothing I can do. I'm playing at an unbelievable level. The guy that busted me went crazy, and the deck bailed him out. It's actually sad. This is why I get upset. When I play at this level, and I'm not all in for hours, I deserve to still be in there.
As the night came to a close,
Oh wow. God, what a sweat.
the deck continued to favor Dennis. He bagged up the chip lead with plans to keep it.
I'm gonna win. I've been saying since I registered for the tournament I'm gonna win, so why would I change my mind now?
Three-time WPT final tableist Garrett Greer was also staying positive.
Spiraled down pretty hard to 600K, but we're still in it. 13 left, so it's not a bad deal. Come back tomorrow. 30 bigs in a dream.
As they prepared for the last day of play before the final table,
Running late.
the competitors were determined to make every move count.
I'm hoping to pick up the pace today.
WPT Champions Club member Zachary Smiley was riding the short stack.
I feel okay. I just need to double up and then I'll be right there with everyone else.
In the opening minutes, Zachary risked it all with ace-king, keeping him in the race and boosting his spirits. Then Ublo WPT Player of the Year Benjamin Zamani shoved jacks into the pocket rockets of Irish pro Mark McDonnell. With no improvement, Zamani was the day's first casualty. Three-time WPT champ Anthony Zeno was all in against chip leader Dennis Blyden. The champ's flopped pair of queens held, and he took over the top spot. Dennis then 3-bet shoved with a huge pot on the line, giving Anthony something to think about.
Show me? Show what? I'll let you pick it.
After finally folding, Anthony uncovered the ace of diamonds, and Dennis reclaimed his chip leader status. Everyone was waiting for the right spot to throw the hammer down. Zachary Smiley's promising start didn't continue, and he was eliminated in 12th place. Garrett Greer was also on the ropes, holding a lesser pair, but got a reprieve from a lucky split. A few hands later, he was back on the chopping block, this time ahead. But Mark McDonnell landed a straight on the turn, leaving Garrett behind in 11th place. After Dennis Blyden put the final nail in Chicago funeral director Lloyd Mandel's coffin, the remaining players gathered at one table. Toby Lewis, who took 6th place here in season 11, was well aware of the sharp focus required.
There's no time to think about stuff. You just have to be like zeroed in every second.
Disappointment was in the air. As his stack started slipping, season 13 LAPC champ Anthony Zeno was feeling the pressure. He made an unfortunate call in a huge pot. Then he shoved post-flop with 2 pair into Dennis Blyden's trips. And Anthony's dreams of making history here at the LAPC were dashed. Sitting pretty with over $4 million in chips, Dennis had plenty of room to mess around. On a full board with paired kings and sevens, he bet $400,000 with just a 10 kicker. After 2 intense time extensions, Mark McDonald finally made the gutsy call and reaped his rewards.
It wasn't easy for me.
Toby Lewis held a set of 8s and had Greg Pariani and his 2 pair covered. The deck offered no help and Greg went out on the TV bubble. The 6 surviving players represent an eclectic mix of styles and experience, with each one more than ready to take home his first WPT title. Well, it's shaping up to be another astounding LAPC. Now, before the final table begins, let's get some insight on the final 6 from Tony Dunst and Vince Van Patten.
Yes, what a final table we got going here tonight. But let's talk about the chip leader. That is Toby Lewis from England. They call him the tax man because he makes them pay. But besides that, he's a great player. He took down the Aussie Millions. He took down 1.5 million, so he can play. But in second chip position is Dennis Blyden. And he is a poker player, but also a finance expert. He loves crypto coin. He likes to speculate. But he also knows poker chips because he's got 4.1 million, and that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, absolutely, Vince. In third place right now, Mark McDonald, coming in from Ireland, is someone I encountered across the pond at the tables, and I was really impressed with his game and his poise. Now, he has a great resume of results, but he's still looking for his first big win on a major circuit event. Meanwhile, Derek Walters may be familiar to some of your audience members because he's coming off a final table at WPT Montreal, so he's looking for a big score here tonight and just might chase down Art Papazian for our Player of the Year race. Now, you and I have an ongoing bet at these final tables, and because I'm ahead right now, I'm going to set the price, and I'm going to let you make the picks.
Finally!
So here's my offer. You can either have the chip leaders, Toby and Dennis,
right,
or you can have all 4 of the short stacks and get 3 to 1. Which would you prefer?
I'll take the favorites.
You're going to take the favorites?
I'll give you 3 to 1. Yeah, you
okay.
got it.
All right, I got the long odds. I got my 4 guys to your 2 guys, but you got more chips.
All right, good luck.
Good luck, sir.
This is a huge opportunity for every one of these players. The champion will receive a stylish Hublot Big Bang steel watch, the remarkable Remington Trophy, a $5,000 Jet Smarter membership, not to mention $1 million, and of course, the priceless honour of his name being added to the WPT Champions Cup.
Here's a look at our updated Zynga Poker leaderboard. Toby Lewis out in front at 5.4 million, trailed by Dennis Blyden at 4.1, and then 4 players hanging between 1 million and 1.7.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Good luck. Good luck, everybody.
Antes are 5,000, blinds are 15 and 30,000. Here we go. Action goes to Toby Lewis. He is the chip leader, an Englishman, lives in London. He's 28 years old, and he has a bad hand, and he will fold it.
Now over to Derek Walters. He's been doing very well on the World Poker Tour recently. Now he has King Jack suited to start this final table, going to make it 70,000.
Right behind him, Peter Hangsicle, the local non-professional with Ace King.
So Peter going to 3-bet 200,000.
And they're all folding behind him. Manuel Martinez from Spain, professional with ace-5, also going away. So back on the man that originally raised Derek.
I would be surprised if Derek didn't get to a flop here. Suited Broadway hands are very strong, but wow, he folds. He really gives Peter credit for a tight range to re-raise pre-flop because it is extremely unusual to see a professional fold a suited Broadway pre-flop.
Peter came to play. They really gave you the aces first hand, Peter. Wow, it might be your day. Might be, buddy.
Fast play so far with Big Slick. Cards go around the table, back on Derek Walters. Looks down at the old Doyle Brunson hand, 10 deuce, but Doyle's was not suited, and he won World Series back in the day, and he goes out. Peter now.
Ooh, wow, now I'm understanding why Derek folded that previous hand. Open folding King-9 suited on the hijack is a really tight fold.
Dennis Blyden, the local, is popping it up with just a 10-4. Makes it 60,000 to go. Let's see if he gets action from Toby, who's in the big blind. He has 7-5, and he's got chips.
Yeah, these are our two chip leaders. I'm curious to see whether Toby adopts a very aggressive stance towards Dennis or a more passive one. So far, he's just going to make the call here pre-flop with 7-5 suited.
8-3 deuce doesn't help either player. Now, Dennis, this is his first time ever playing a World Poker Tour event, and look at him getting those chips out like he has something. We know better.
Look at this guy making it easy. No hand, no real draw. He'll probably get away with it. I mean, Toby has some backdoor draws, but can't really continue.
No,
and so
he
Dennis
can't.
taking this one down.
Dennis moved to LA 6 years ago. He has a degree in accounting from Ohio State, but now he's playing poker.
So serious, Toby.
It's just, it's it's important.
Toby's all business.
Just getting started. This is going to be good.
We'll have more LAPC action when we return. And Phil Hellmuth is ready to unleash the poker brat in tonight's Raw Deal. Stick around.
Mark McDonald.
Any tournament where you get like $1 million up top, it's going to be important. They don't come around that often, so it's just try to make the most of it when you get a chance.
Pete Hensicle.
I'm not nervous, I'm not overly excited, I'm not anything. There are a lot of tough players. I'm taking it step by step, hand by hand, and hopefully at the end of the day, it'll be me.
Manuel Martinez.
Jugar a póker es fácil, pero saber jugar es muy difícil. Quiero un primero, ¿no? Siempre se quiere ganar.
Derek Walters.
For me to come out on top, I'm gonna have to play well all day, and I'll definitely need a good amount of luck because the chip leaders have a lot of chips, and there's some really great players at the table.
Dennis Blyden.
I bought into my first WPT main, and I'm making the final table, second in chips, and I'm going to win. So, I mean, I'd say it's going pretty well.
Toby Lewis.
I'm very confident, but I've been first in chips with 6 people left in a lot of tournaments and not won, so I understand how the game works. I'll just sort of keep plugging away and trying my best.
Wow, 6 lucky guys going after this huge title here tonight. And Toby Lewis right now is our chip leader.
Manuel Martinez is our short stack, the only player below 1 million in chips. Everyone in the hunt.
Let's go down to the felt. It's on a non-professional player, Peter Hensicle. To act first, he quickly folds the hand. Mark McDonald with an ace-7.
I like to see that fold. Many players open those weak offsuit aces a little too loose on the cutoff and hijack. Mark knows better.
65.
Now Dennis Blyden with the Dolly Parton hand, 9-5. He doesn't care what he has. He makes it 65,000 to go. Manuel and Toby go out, and now Derek with an ace-queen of diamonds.
Surprised to see Derek only calling. Dennis has been raising so many hands. Derek has a monster in the big blind, but he just calls.
Look at this flop. 6-4-3, a 4 flush for Dennis, and a straight draw.
I mean, Dennis has it all. He's not technically in the lead, but Dennis has the best hand here. You can see he's a 57% favorite in this pot.
Derek calls.
Nice call, Derek.
Well, Dennis has bet 7. He's been called by Derek, hoping to hit. But no a jack of hearts on the turn. Neither player with the pair, but Dennis is getting busy again. Bets 130, applying pressure to Walters, and it's going to work.
So Derek loses the minimum there. I'm still surprised he didn't come over the top of Dennis pre-flop. I wonder if much of Derek's conservative play is a result of the stacks around him, whether he wants to see if 1 or 2 guys get knocked out and he moves up that pay ladder.
Dennis, a non-professional player, very aggressive. By the way, he was the one that was harassing Hellmuth a few tables down.
I would say more so returning the harassment.
He was.
You know, it's a two-way street with Hellmuth. It's never like he's minding his own business and somebody goes off on him.
So true, but let's look at this hand. Look at this. Manuel has picked up queens, the ladies. Let's see if he gets action with it. He's made it 60,000 to go. Mark also folding.
Cool.
Dennis is going to slop around with 8-6. Wow, 8-8 deuce, 3 of a kind for Blyden.
This is just silly.
Unbelievable. Dennis with 3 of a kind. He's going to check it.
I think for Manuel it might end this hand because he's in bad shape here, and Dennis gonna raise him, kick it up to 175.
Poor Manuel is a victim in motion here.
Call.
Poker pro out of Spain, and he's gonna make this call. He's in deep.
It's possible he'll get away if the turn is a heart.
No, it's a 6.
It will not end yet, Vince.
Blyden hitting a full house now.
Blyden train is full steam ahead, about to fire out here, and Manuel, I don't know how he can get away, especially against this type of opponent.
I mean, Manuel is on the short stack.
All in.
Call.
The instant call happens.
Instant call.
2 outer possibilities for Manuel, and that's it.
Blyden trying to get this final table down to 5 if he can dodge it.
He needs the miracle. Can Manuel hit it? No, a 6 on the river. It's not going to work out for him.
Dennis, with all the cards, taking that one down.
Come on! The soccer player gets red carded. He's out of here in 6th place.
That's the end of the line from Manuel Martinez. More action from the Los Angeles Poker Classic is on its way right after this.
This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And ClubWPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at ClubWPT.com.
Commerce is a great place to play. I mean, whatever range you play, from very high limit to very low limit, it's here.
I'm having the time of my life. It was great playing against Helmuth, Anthony Zeno, like Matasow. I mean, it's like, this is a dream. This is like what I've been living for.
Commerce is amazing. It is the place to be at and play for poker. There's no place like it. I don't think you can go anywhere and have as many games that Commerce have and the players. It's amazing.
Yes, we are back here on the World Poker Tour at the beautiful Commerce Casino in Los Angeles. Everyone loves the Commerce.
Especially these 5 guys, Dennis Blyden and Toby Lewis at the top of your leaderboard. 3 players essentially tied behind them.
Winner going to take home $1 million here tonight. Quick fold by Derek Walters. And now it's around to Mark McDonald. And he has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
Stay cool, Mark. Stay cool. You've got aces and the button and the 2 big stacks in the blinds.
That's pretty cool. Makes it 65,000 to go. And now Dennis Blyden with a decent ace-10.
Forgot I gave you all those chips at the end of the
night. Dennis's confidence is unwavering.
Oh, Dennis, little do you know what's on your right. You know, he's going to raise it 175.
I like this play from Dennis. We know it's not going to work, but I think it's the right play. I think Mark had a decision between calling and 4-betting, and he's elected to 4-bet, perhaps because he thinks Dennis is willing to get the money in pre-flop more than most players.
Well, Dennis is running so good, too, so don't let him in cheap.
Seconds.
Action clock ticking away here.
You're sick, man, Slug.
Dennis gives Mark a little flash and slides his hand to the mug.
Sick, man. What's that? Ace-10.
Now, Mark McDonald has made $1.4 million in poker earnings, so he could really play.
If you went for it, your balls deserve the fold, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
You got nothing to worry about. Good decision.
Yeah, I played Mark often in Europe and was very impressed with his game, with his poise. Plays really well, picks his spots, and never loses his cool at the table.
Back down to it. Peter, the real estate investor from LA, quickly folds his hand. Mark looks down at his hand. Not impressive. Jack deuce. He'll muck that. Dennis.
65.
With Dolly Parton again, that's 9-5.
Knew he wasn't going to pass this one.
Raises it up. Now Toby with a big ace-queen calling.
And you see Toby just calling here because he and Dennis are far and away the chip leaders over the other three. He really doesn't want to play some huge bloated pot where he could risk getting eliminated or short against
Look
Dennis.
at that flop. Big ace-6-6 on the flop. Toby hitting aces, and he's going to check it.
Great flop for Toby. As you can see, he essentially has Dennis drawing dead.
Oh, Dennis is going to contribute another 70,000. And Toby just slow calls. Okie dokie.
I like that Toby just calls here. If you check raise, it's really hard for your opponent to continue paying you.
King on the turn.
It's not the card that Toby wanted to see, because now if he's against another ace, it's a chop pot.
Yeah, check, check. And 5, and now Dennis with a piece of that.
Toby's gonna bet here. It's really a matter of sizing, and then he goes small.
Begging for a call.
What is that goofy?
It's so small you know it's strong.
I love that Dennis is just gonna spend this final table thinking out loud.
Dennis folds the hand. Toby Lewis from England takes down the pot.
That was the Phil Hellmuth line if you guys didn't catch it.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Slug. Nice hand, Toby.
Thank you.
My 5 got there, too.
I think you should probably be calling with a 5.
Maybe.
5 top players at this table going for $1 million. And we're back here on the World Poker Tour. 5 players competing for this major title here in Los Angeles.
Toby Lewis and Dennis Blyden way out in front. Our next 3 players between 1.8 and 1 million in chips.
Let's go down to the money pit. Mark McDonald with a attractive 6-5 suited. Doesn't even think about it, goes out.
Yeah, I think he would play that if this was a 9-handed table early in the tournament, but at this final table with Dennis playing so many hands behind him, Mark needs to be a little more tight.
Dennis with the ace-10 has raised to 65,000 to go, and everybody folds, but Peter, the real estate guy from LA,
Call.
going to make this call and hope to get lucky.
100% defend rate, Peter.
I know calling with these weak offsuit king hands in the big blind looks pretty loose, but when you're facing a min raise in the big blind, you're supposed to call close to everything.
The flop comes up queen 9-5.
Nobody connects on this flop, but it's a better one for Dennis with the ace of hearts and the backdoor draws to a straight.
No hesitation for the Cincinnati kid. He bets it, and he's going to win it.
Learn that from you, Toby.
Non-professional Dennis Blyden looking good here tonight.
That's the best pose I've seen in a while right there.
Peter getting all the props.
We're going to have fun no matter if you fold or call, buddy.
This is a dream come true for me. I'm pinching myself every single day, and I have no idea how I've made it this far. I used to be a mortgage broker. I transitioned a little bit into real estate investing, which I'm still active in, but I've been playing a lot of poker the last 2 years or so. I can put in some hours working in the morning and then go off to the casino and play whatever tournament is going on the rest of the day. I love playing the game, but a lot of it is the people. I mean, I've met so many interesting people on the felt that I would never, ever in a million years meet in normal life or doing my normal job. Commerce Casino is my home casino. I literally have been playing here since I was a baby. Like, I learned to play poker here, 1-2 limit. So it's not just my final table. I feel like I'm here for the whole Commerce family, and I'm just really excited to represent them, and hopefully I make them proud.
The best rail in the world. Oh my God.
Peter, a clear hometown favorite, getting some love from the crowd.
Let's go, Peter.
Well, he's made $1.4 million in lifetime poker earnings. That's pretty impressive for a non-professional.
It is indeed. Peter, 5th in chips at the moment, but not so short that he is desperate.
Toby Lewis is tied for the chip leader with Dennis Blyden. And action's going to Dennis. Only 28 years old, and he's got a pair of deuces.
65.
And he'll make it 65,000 to go.
Dennis is going to be a legend around the office if he can take this down on attempt number 1. How is that even possible?
That's incredible. Anybody can play this game these days.
Derek Walters. He's got a queen-jack suited on the button. He's going to make the call.
And now Mark, he Can't play that. So two-way action.
Nice call, Derek.
Deuces up against queen jack suited.
Flop of 9-7-4, 2 hearts. Not great for either player, but better for Dennis than Derek. He checks over to Derek.
Derek doesn't get out of line. He checks. Going to the turn. And wow, look at this. Another deuce. 3 of a kind for Dennis.
When it's your day, it's your day. I like that check from Dennis. He does not expect Derek to check back too frequently there. And when he bets, he's going to check raise him.
WPT? Well, Tony, the tournament's running all day, every day, and $100,000 worth of cash and prizes available every month. The answer is yes.
Sign up at ClubWPT.com.
We are back here on the World Poker Tour at the LAPC at the very famous Commerce Casino. And you know, these players are poker savants. They are brilliant. They beat out a huge field to go after $1 million, but they're not all poker pros.
No, it's a good mix at this table. We've got some professionals and we've got some up-and-coming players. And let's take a look at their chip counts.
Dennis Blyden, the non-professional, he's got 5.5 million. Toby with about 5.4.
Next 3 players, all stacked between 1.8 and 1 million even, trying to chase down our 2 chip leaders.
Toby Lewis, he's made 4.4 million in total prize money in his career earnings. And look at this, he's got a little pair of 5s. He likes it, he's gonna make it. Well, he's just gonna call, play it slow.
Little strategy adjustment from Toby there, limping into the big blind of Dennis, expecting there to be a flop, but not wanting to get raised out if one of the short stacks behind him comes over the top.
Derek with king jack gonna call.
Mark with jack 4 suited in the small. Surprised to see him fold there.
And here's the wild card, our chip leader Dennis with queen 9. Oh wow, and he is gonna raise it, makes it 180.
Toby's certainly getting the right price to see a flop here in position. Derek doesn't want anything to do with this, so heads up to the flop.
Cincinnati Kid versus the Taxman. And the flop is an 8-3 deuce, 2 hearts.
It's a good looking flop when you're holding pocket 5s with the 5 of hearts.
But Dennis did raise before the flop, and he's going to continue to bet 260.
Dennis does not down bet, by which I mean reducing the size of his bet on the flop. He goes 260. A little more old school there. Toby makes his call. And we see a 10 of clubs turn. It's going to give Dennis some outs.
Well, he doesn't even think about outs. He just keeps betting, pummeling away. And again, he gets the chips out, and he's betting 360.
Yeah, it's a little bit small here with the second barrel. He's bet about 1/3 pot on a board that contains a lot of draws. So it's hard to imagine that Toby would fold showdown value or a draw to that sizing.
The Taxman from England is going to call this going to the river. That's that look where he's saying, I think I just blew it. River card. Dennis doesn't get there as a king hits.
So the king of diamonds isn't a crazy card for Dennis to bluff, but it's important to note that most draws have missed here. Queen, jack, jack 9, 7-9, all the clubs, all the hearts, the little raggedy aces, everything has missed. And as the action clock ticks away, you can see Dennis contemplating, should I bluff here with my queen high or should I give up?
Well, he's going to take some more time. And he is the VP of Finance, so he knows about money. He's thinking to himself, can I bet some big money in here and try to steal this pot? And that's exactly what he's doing. He's going to bet 785.
Half pot here?
Still a tough call to make with these 5s.
Definitely not an easy call, but Toby reaching for chips.
Queen high.
Oh, no! Whoa!
Nice call.
Bold bet and a great call by the Taxman. 5 players remain here on the World Poker Tour, and we're coming back. Stay with us.
They keep calling me the Taxman.
Nice hand, Taxman.
It's a lot of tax.
It's a decent amount of tax, yeah.
Great tournament, bad decisions. I'll tell you who made one on the raw deal.
Hey WPT fans, are you ready for fun, competitive poker action? We know just the place. With millions of users worldwide, Zynga Poker is the place to play for around-the-clock poker excitement. Zynga Poker is available on the App Store, Google Play and Facebook. So, what are you waiting for? Check out Zynga Poker today. We're back at the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles, where Phil Hellmuth is ready to unleash the poker brat in tonight's Raw Deal.
It's actually sad. When I play at this level, I deserve to still be in there. Although the Raw Deal segments are all about the players who made it to the final 6, and not about me, I must say that I did make it to 14th place in this tourney.
He thinks he's God's gift to Earth.
In fact, Dennis pulled off some real goofball moves to knock me out.
I usually don't think. I just put chips in the middle and then see what happens.
And it still hurts. I'm sure the next time I play with a guy, he'll give me all the money for no reason. And that's why I win so many of these.
Wow.
I do have 14 bracelets.
How many WPTs?
0. Let's see. Damn it! So I can see why Toby, holding pocket 5s and first to act, went against today's common wisdom to raise it up. I love Toby's call. I mean, it gives Toby maximum flexibility, and when you have some unknown guy playing every hand, give that man a chance to lose a lot of chips to you. Plus, these two are basically tied for the chip lead with about $5 million apiece in chips. You have a chance to win the whole tournament if you can hit a huge flop. Don't want to raise that guy out of the pot. Sure enough, Toby does get a great flop for his pocket 5s. So where's the raise to the goofball's flop bet? I would have put in at least $660,000, a 400,000 chip raise. I would have protected my 5s. I like to call on the turn, pretty standard stuff. Then, on the river, Dennis tried to throw Toby off by asking for a time extension.
Time extension.
Clever move, Dennis, but it didn't work. Toby's river call was a classy one. Toby could have easily folded and preserved $4.5 million in chips, but he went with his read.
Oh, no! Whoa.
Great river call, Toby. Don't let this man beat you with his goofy plays.
Toby got balls.
Well, Phil, you're absolutely right, but the goofy man has a lot of chips right now.
Got a lot of chips and a lot of confidence.
Oh, man. And he told you off pretty good, I have to say. No one dishes it back out to Phil.
Whew, he was ready for him, wasn't he? How many WPTs you got? Oh, 0? All right, Peter Hengsicle with a pair of queens here.
Yeah, picks up the ladies in first position. The local needs his hand, and he's going to raise it to 65. Mark goes out, Dennis goes out, Toby also, and now it's around to Derek. He's got king 10.
Derek with a nice hand in the big blind here. He'll be going to a flop, heads up with Peter.
So Peter finally getting a nice hand. He's on a short stack, doesn't want to see a king, but of course a king appears.
Ugly flop for Peter, great one for Derek, also the only one holding a spade in this hand.
They go check, check, 6 on the turn.
Now it's time to bet if you're Derek. So how much? 80,000.
Peter's going to keep him honest, it would seem, and yeah, he's going to make this call. Crying call going to the river. Let's see what happens. Can Peter pick up a queen here? No, it's a 10, which gives 2 pair now to Derek. Not that he needed it.
Yep, Derek, a little extra confidence now. He's going to bet very big, 275 into 330. I think he likely is aware that his opponent has some showdown value, and there's a bunch of missed draws out there, so he's going to bet on the big side and get value. Nice bet.
Peter is going to call it and hate it.
King 10 for 2 pairs.
Not much Peter can do there. I think there's too many missed hands to get away on that river. Just unfortunate.
That's tough to beat.
Derek's from Tempe, Arizona, 28 years old, a tough poker professional who's taken home close to $1 million in earnings.
We saw him make the final table up in WPT Montreal, looking to better that finish tonight and take home his first WPT title.
Mark this time with king 10. Mark's from Ireland, and he will not play king 10.
65.
Dennis, ace 7 of hearts, makes it 65,000. Toby going out, Derek out as well.
It's a really good hand in the world of Dennis Blyden. Peter with 9-8 suited here. He's a little below 20 blinds now.
I'm all in.
Oh.
Can I have a count, please?
Well, These suited connectors do play very well as all-in hands, but my concern here is Dennis Blyden hates folding, and he likes gambling. So he seems like the wrong guy to move in light against pre-flop, but then again, he's also raising like every hand.
Peter taking a stand. Perhaps he's tilted a little bit from the last beat of the queens.
You want to gamble, Peter? That's cool.
Now there's more time being asked for.
Man, please don't do this with aces.
I would never do that to Peter.
Dennis interacting with Peter's rail.
Seconds.
He's going for it.
Yeah, he's going to do it.
Well, there's the problem with moving in light against somebody like Dennis Blyden.
Good luck, buddy.
Peter again,
He just hates to fold.
You don't want hearts.
I'm glad they're rooting for hearts.
All right, Peter the local. First cash for a WPT event for Peter, and now he's in trouble. Let's see if he can get lucky on the flop.
9-8 of hearts. 9-8 of hearts.
The flop is a ace-6-4, so Dennis outflopping Peter, hits the aces.
Awful start for Peter. At this point, he needs either a running straight or two pair. Dennis with the 7 even has one of his outs to the running straight.
And it's a 6, and that pairs the board, and that's going to do it.
That will be it for Peter Hengsicle. Great finish at his home casino, but a little short of the title.
Fine gentleman, Peter Hengsicle, a big effort here at the LAPC. He's our 5th place finisher. He'll take home $244,000. Over to talk to Matt Savage.
I asked him if he wanted to gamble, and he said no, and I actually believed that. That was the problem. I was actually really close to folding.
Peter, great run this week. You started off here at the 1-2 tables at the Commerce, and now you're at the final table of the $10,000 main event. Tell us about your experience.
Commerce Casino has a very special place in my heart. This is where I first learned to play poker. I've been playing here for years, and as you can see, I have a lot of friends that I've made over the years, and I mean, they're just the absolute best rail in the world.
Well, awesome finish, and congratulations.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
Well, on that note, we'll have to say goodnight. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can outplay these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Tonight at the Commerce Casino, coverage of the LA Poker Classic continues. Good evening, I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and this is the World Poker Tour. There's been some intense moments at this final table, and we're sure to see some more before we crown a winner. Here to fill us in on where we stand are Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst.
Hi, Len, what a great final table we have. We're down to 4 players, and we have some talent at this table. Toby Lewis from London, he is the tax man. He wants to make these guys pay him off. Very, very exciting. But in second chip position, Dennis Blyden, the Cincinnati kid, he's also quite good. He does not mind bluffing a hand. He's been caught a couple times, but he's been taking other pots. I mean, these guys have a lot of chips. 4 players remain, though.
Yeah, both those guys really aggressive, but don't pretend that they're just going to run away with this. Both Mark and Derek Walters are very accomplished professional players looking to make a name for themselves by taking down their first major title.
And you can make a name because $1 million to the winner. Very impressive.
Thanks, guys. Along with the prestigious WPT title, the winner will take home the impressive Hublot Big Bang Steel watch, a JetSmarter membership, the official private jet partner of the WPT, and the $1 million in prize money. What a payday. Now, let's check the chip counts and get down to the felt.
Thanks, Lynn. All right, here's a look at our updated Zynga Poker leaderboard. Toby Lewis well out in front at 7 million. Dennis Blyden in second at 4.5. Mark and Derek both hanging around 1.5 million.
Antes are 5,000, blinds are 15 and 30,000. Here we go. Action goes to Derek Walters. Looks down at a big ace jack of diamonds.
Some of our audience might know Derek from his final table at WPT Montreal this season.
Makes it 60,000 to go. Mark McDonald out, and now Dennis Blyden. Oh, wow, he has picked up the weapons of mass destruction. Pair of aces, just like that.
Dennis, with the image you'd want to have when you find aces, pumps it up to 165. Derek has been conservative early in this final table, but Dennis has been playing every hand, and
King high flop.
we might see a big pot develop between these two.
Dennis Blyden, a non-professional out of L.A. Oh, it gets better and better for him as an ace, king, 9 hits.
What a flop.
3 hearts, though.
Top set for Dennis, top pair for Derek. The case ace in the deck comes out on this monotone board.
The Cincinnati Kid is going to bet the continuation, 180 total.
Yeah, certainly Derek can't fold at this stage. Ooh.
Go to the turn. It's another heart.
That might help Derek stop losing money here. I am surprised to see Dennis firing out a bet here. I'm not sure he's aware just how much his hand shrinks up on that turn.
And now Derek with no heart.
Wow.
He's going to make this call.
Derek, top pair, and a gut shot, but he is essentially drawing dead. He's drawing to a chop with a heart.
River card is a king. Ace is full for Dennis Blyden.
That's the gin card for Dennis.
All in.
Wow, he's going to push him all in. Now, of course, Derek only has about half his stack left.
Man, this would be a tough call for Derek. Even some of the hands that are bluffing in Dennis's range just sort of awkwardly end up with a low heart.
Seconds.
Be a complete disaster if he should make this call. Action clock ticking down to 1 second, and Derek finally does the right thing, folds the hand. The Cincinnati Kid taking that pot down.
Cuts one of the legs out from Derek Walters.
I was all in if you check. I'm glad I bet.
You probably are.
Maybe. Mathematically speaking. For what my range is. I had 2 hearts, so I was wondering what. 500 and double button. Got it. I'll figure it out eventually.
Dennis Blyden, this is his first ever WPT main event. He's playing like a champ here tonight. Mark McDonald out of Ireland has a nice ace-jack of diamonds. This is his first WPT final table for Mark, and he has raised to 65. Dennis Blyden behind him.
It's a good problem to have. $165.
There you go. He is confident, everything going his way. He has moved it up to 165. A couple folds behind him.
Oh, Mark's one of our short stacks, but he's probably too deep to rip it in here, so I think he'll just call and get to a flop.
Flop is a queen 9-4.
2 hearts, Mark checks. Dennis checks.
They check. Ace on the turn. Great for Mark McDonald. He has the aces with the bigger kicker, and they go check again.
A little surprised that Dennis checked back on that ace.
6 on the river. I guess they have respect for the tightness of Mark McDonald. Now he's checked again.
I do like that Mark keeps checking to Dennis. He's essentially bluff catching against an opponent who does bluff too much. 395 in the middle. How much does Dennis want to bet? 300. I guess Mark is just feeling the pressure. because Dennis is so active, you have to think that if he had a better hand, you would have heard about it before the river.
300, huh? It's a lot. You got a good hand.
It's like you're trying to get info off me or what?
Yeah.
All right, good luck.
You bet so much.
I would be stunned if Mark folds, but the action clock is ticking down on him as he contemplates this. Okay, Mark's gonna call.
Does the right thing. He's gonna love it. Dennis probably thought he had a winner at that point. Now he realizes he does not.
Listen.
Out-pipped, and Mark McDonald taking that one. He's got a total lifetime earnings of $1.4 million in poker.
All right, guys, he's playing just as aggressive as we thought. He actually had it half the time. He's running good.
I'm delighted with how it's done so far.
And the blinds are going up to 20 and 40,000 with the $5,000 ante.
Continued luck, gentlemen.
Action with Toby now.
Yeah, he and Derek go out, and now Mark with the king deuce. Gonna call Dennis. With queen 10, he's not gonna accept that. He makes it 80,000.
It's a little juicer.
A little juicer, as he calls it. Min raise with the queen 10. Mark will call.
What about sick click back?
It's 160, 120. Yeah, that's sick.
Dennis, very aggressive here tonight. And here's the flop 7-6-4. Helps neither one of them. And they go check, check.
7 on the turn. No help from Mark. King high still in front.
Mark is just yielding the way to Dennis, the Cincinnati kid, and he's gonna bet it 55,000.
This is close for Mark. You don't want to fold king high, blind versus blind, facing one bet against an aggressive opponent, but also you really don't have any way to improve, and he lets it go.
Dennis smiling. It's a beautiful thing when you start winning with queen high.
Got me second guessing myself.
I like it. Oh, terrier. Like the one you want to kick off your ankle?
Yeah, leave me alone. Stop biting me.
I don't want to play in a poker game when everyone's not being talkative and enjoying themselves. That's not me. That's not what I want to be doing out there. Oh, man, come on! I'm not what the pros would call game theory optimal. I have to overcome that I'm playing against some of the best in the world that have studied this game immensely, and I have not. Honestly, the way I play, I'm not thinking about the math as much as I really am the feel. And it's almost more psychology for me. It's almost like playing the player and really trying to get in their head, make them think that my range can be the entire deck at any given time, and try not to give off any tells. And if they can't ever put me on a hand, I'm always going to have them in awkward spots. I got into poker with my father actually playing 5-card stud, which I thought was the most ridiculous game of all time. But he was the easiest man to read, and I was like, well, if I can take money from my dad, why not? I'm tripling my allowance every week. I'm actually good friends with some of the guys that are pros in the game. Chance Kornuth being one of them. He's been infinitely helpful for me, especially over the last 5 days. Yevgeny Timoshenko is another good buddy of mine. Completely opposite style of what I play, so I enjoy him telling me that everything I'm doing is what he would never do. You don't look like a man that wants to get crazy. Not yet. I've told multiple of my friends, especially the ones that are poker professionals, you guys know I'm going to win this tournament, right? I told them after every single day, and I'm going to win.
Wow, that is confidence, and he is looking like a winner tonight, even though he's in second chip position at this point because Toby Lewis is out in front with a little more money, $6.9 million in chips.
Dennis looking down at ace-8 offsuit. Looks like he's going to raise this up to 85.
Toby going out, Derek Walters from Tempe also out, and the Irishman, well, he's got the ace-jack now. Not suited, though, and he will just make the call.
Heads up between these two again, and it is jack, 4 deuce, 2 clubs. Pretty ideal flop for Mark's hand.
Top pair, biggest kicker. And he's got Dennis betting with nothing.
I think against many opponents, Mark would check raise. Against Dennis, he might lean a little more towards calling due to Dennis's tendency to double and triple barrel.
That's what he's going to do this time. He's just going to call it, trying to trap his man, and it only gets better as an ace hits. That gives aces and jacks to Mark, and aces for Dennis.
Perfect turn card for Mark.
All right, Mark's going to check and just lead him out into the trap. And Dennis, he is going to bet again.
Mark. Again, he'll have a decision between calling and raising, as there's now 2 flush draws out there, numerous straight draws. Mark going to go with a call, so the slow play continues.
Slug. He just calls, going to the river, and a beautiful 6 of hearts on the river.
Yeah, great looking card for Mark. It does complete 3-5, but outside of that...
Oh, he's checking again, and Dennis is going to bet again, 200.
It's a pretty small bet. You bet 200 into 700, so I would be surprised if Mark doesn't finally raise in this hand.
Clock is ticking down.
650.
There's the raise. Set up his man beautifully. It's an additional 450. Now will the Cincinnati kid get the memo or not?
That's your seconds.
We've seen Dennis make a lot of bets, but he hasn't been a calling station tonight. Maybe he can get away from this one as the action clock ticks down.
Sick click back.
Would be a beautiful thing if he could, and he's going to make a beautiful laydown at that point. So the Irishman is going to take a big pot off of Dennis, the Cincinnati kid, and we are coming back with 4 players remaining here at the LAPC in just a moment.
Go, Marky Mark!
That's what I'm talking about.
This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And ClubWPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at ClubWPT.com.
ClubWPT rolled out the red carpet for qualifier Cheryl Spencer from Austin, Texas, who got the celebrity treatment here at the LA Poker Classic.
Coming to the LAPC after winning my seat on the ClubWPT has definitely been a VIP experience. When I see poker players, I'm like, oh my God, they're totally my celebrities because I watch them on TV. I got to take a selfie with Mike Sexton. He's one of my idols. I ran into Anthony Zeno and Eddie Spot. I was doing bunny ears over Eddie's head, like that. Voila, there's Lonnie Harwood. Oh my God, Phil Hellmuth. Playing at the LAPC was like a dream come true. I don't know if I would ever have an opportunity to play a $10,000 main event buy-in, and ClubWPT gave me that option. They have huge prizes that are worth anywhere from $6,500 up to over $12,000. You don't have to worry about paying any buy-in fees, and you can still win prizes. There's no other site that does that.
Sign up today at ClubWPT.com for your chance to experience VIP treatment and play in a main tour event. Now let's head back down to the table.
Let's have a look at the chips around the table. Toby Lewis out in front, Dennis Blyden trying to chase him down. Mark McDonald making progress, and Derek Walters your short stack. He's got about 17 blinds.
Action on Toby, and he cannot play that, and Derek has a nice pair of 9s.
Derek's been playing very patient.
80.
He'll make it 80,000 to go. The Irishman Mark will fold it.
I see your stack, Derek.
Dennis with ace-8 of clubs.
That's a pretty strong hand to wake up with in the big blind.
All in.
I like the play.
Yeah, he's going to shove it.
And Derek's going to make this call.
Nice man.
Yeah, Derek in a good place to double up.
Ace ball.
Derek, 28 years old, out of Tempe, Arizona. Professional for 9 years.
How you feeling about D?
It's as good as I could hope for. I feel good.
It actually is as good as you could hope for.
When was the last time you saw somebody with 3 outs act that confident?
No, I could have the 7-8 of clubs.
You could probably have 9-5 off, maybe.
You're right. It's very true. The only 9-5 I played today was suited. I don't know what you're talking about.
True, yeah.
Flop is a queen, jack, deuce, all hearts.
Pretty good flop for you.
Great flop for Derek. As you can see, he's a massive favorite now. Just needs to dodge 2 aces that are not a heart.
And it's a 3 of hearts. That's going to do it. Derek's going to double up. Last card irrelevant.
3 of spades. So Derek is going to double up to about 1.4 million, bring him close to 30 blinds, and get him back in the mix for this title.
This is his 3rd time at a WPT final table. He's yet to win one of these events. He's one tough poker pro, though. And now he's got some chips to play with. As we move on, it's on him. Let's take a look at his hand. He will go out with 5 deuce. Mark also folding. And Dennis wakes up with the ladies, the pair of queens. Beautiful hand for him, and he makes it just a call.
Surprising from Dennis. Toby's been pretty passive against Dennis pre-flop, so seems an odd decision to limp the queens.
Flops an ace-jack 4, so Toby gets a little piece of it. And now Dennis is going to bet 55,000.
Toby gets enough of a piece that he's going to end up paying Dennis some money here.
Going to the turn, and wow, it's just beautiful card for Toby. Hits 10s and 4s.
Wow. And even Dennis doesn't mind that card. Now he's got a gut shot to the Broadway straight. He's still not that worried about the ace, and he's going to bet 175.
Let's see if Toby goes over the top. No, just calling. Walking the dog. River card coming up, and it's, oh, wow, it is a queen hitting 3 of a kind there for Dennis.
He's going to go for a 3rd streak here and make it 575. He basically bet full pot into Toby, who has a difficult decision here. He's up against an opponent who bluffs pretty frequently. The opponent could have a king, but there's also some bluffs he can have.
And he is going to put in the money. He's going to hate it.
Can't fault him for that one. Pretty surprised to see queens.
And he is absolutely stunned.
Dennis Blyden trying to retake that chip lead from Toby Lewis.
Now, I know he doesn't look like it, but he could be called the Cincinnati Kid.
That's right, yeah.
Young, he's from Cincinnati. Who played the Cincinnati Kid?
Steve McQueen. Boom,
wow.
got him.
Very good. All right, 4 players remain here at the LAPC. We're coming back with more action in just a moment. Stay with us. Very good, Cincinnati Kid.
Oh, yeah. Classic.
Steve McQueen. Here we are at the Commerce Casino for the LA Poker Classic. What a tournament we're having. But we've been coming here 16 years for the tournaments. But before that, I used to come here for cash games, big cash games. It's one of my favorite casinos in the world. Let me show you around. This is one of my favorite eateries at this Commerce Casino. And why? Because they make a homemade taco that's amazing. And it used to cost only $1. You know what it's up to today? $2.75. It's not too bad. All right, well, this is what I call my loser's bar, because when I get knocked out of a tournament or I lose a lot of money, I go right there. I sit always right there. I have a double shot of tequila. I've fallen off that chair many times. Well, this is the Commerce Casino old room. This used to be the main room. Now, it's all the small games. But back in the day, in the late 80s and 90s, I played here in big games. In fact, in the middle of the room, they elevated everything up so the high rollers were stared at, and they were envied by everybody. I played in that game and did pretty well. This is the Commerce Casino secret tennis court. No one knows about it, but poker players that played a lot of tennis made a lot of challenges to me on this tennis court for a lot of money. It turned out good. So great memories here at the Commerce Casino, as always. But right now, big tournament going on. I'm going back in.
Was that a wooden racket I saw in your hands?
Oh, wow, you got a good eye. Yes, I had that Max Bly Dunlop. It was a great racket. Anyway, right now, these guys are going after $1 million first place prize, so let's get back to that.
Buy you a lot of rackets.
That is correct. 4 players battling for this championship. Action on Mark McDonald. And he is from Ireland. He's got about 2.6 million. He will fold his hand, and now Dennis Blyden with a Jack 5, the Motown hand, Jacks and 5s.
Dennis never saw a button he didn't want to raise.
It's going to be 80.
Toby gonna correct the bet size there. Says, nah, you got to make it 80 now.
That's on purpose.
Toby's gonna make this call. Derek Walters will come along with ace-9.
Yeah, three-way action. And here is the flop, a king, king 3. Well, a 4 flush there for Toby.
Checks around.
No flush on that turn, 4 spades.
No, not much here. Toby fires out 100, small bet.
Derek going out.
Be pretty surprised if Dennis continues. No pair, no draw, but he's reaching for raising chips. 375 from Dennis. Wow.
He's going to make Toby fold the hand, and Dennis Blyden's on fire here tonight.
Wow, I mean, that was a no pair, no draw bluff, and Dennis just said, I don't think you have it.
Cincinnati kid looking good. Mark, 31 years old, will fold his hand. Dennis with an 8-4 spades. That's a big hand for this guy. He make it 80,000. Toby out, but look, Derek has picked up the aces.
How do you want to play him, Derek? Slow.
Oh yeah, they just got the number on Dennis. Just play him slow, let him do all the betting and raising, and that's what Derek's going to do here. And the flop is a queen, queen, jack. Dennis with 8 high has been checked to, and he is going to just go with it. 40,000.
Real small bet from Dennis. Basically bets 1 big blind. That's a call from Derek.
Not exposing his hand yet. 3 on the turn. Derek's going to check into him again.
Can I see your stack, Derek?
Well, Dennis, no pair, no draw, no way to win. As you can see, 0%. Only a bluff will work for him here.
That's what he's going to attempt, a 155 bet.
My head would explode if Derek folds at some point in this hand. Derek will call.
Down to the river. Ace hits Derek's full house. And he's going to check into it.
He's just praying that Dennis somehow has king 10 or clubs. Nope.
Foiled. Dennis proudly shows his 8-4.
Good check. Walter's getting tricky.
Derek Walters taking down that one.
Nice, D. I like it.
Hey, WPT fans, have you checked out Zynga Poker?
With a variety of options for play and millions of users competing around the clock, Zynga Poker is the world's leading poker game.
That's right, Tony. Zynga Poker is available on the App Store, Google Play, and Facebook. So what are you waiting for? Check out Zynga Poker today. We're back here on the World Poker Tour. 4 players remain. Toby Lewis out in front with $6 million. Dennis, the Cincinnati kid, with $4.6 million.
Mark and Derek, our quote-unquote short stacks, are starting to make up some ground here.
And we go down to the felt. It's on Dennis Blyden. He folds his hand, though.
Toby with queen jack on the button is going to raise.
He will make it 80.
Toby raised to 80,000.
Derek will fold an ace-7, and now Mark with a 10 deuce, the old Doyle Brunson hand. He won twice the World Series main event with that same hand. You knew that.
Seems so impossible.
Something's mysterious, and like this hand, as a jack 10 deuce hits, 2 pair for Mark, and jacks for Toby.
Trouble brewing for Toby Lewis here.
Toby bets.
Now will Mark call this flop or check raise? It's gonna start with...
He's just gonna call. Definitely put in a raise there, find out where he is. But maybe saving it. At ace on the turn. And his 2 pairs gonna check again.
Not the card Mark wanted to see. Even though Toby's gonna bet here again, that ace makes it much less likely he fires a 3rd barrel on the river.
Well, he's just going to call 175, go into the river. It's a 7 of diamonds.
And that's not the card that Mark wants either. It completes 8, 9, and the backdoor diamonds. Toby is just going to check and take this showdown and lose.
Yeah, Mark McDonald will win that.
Let's go, Slug.
Oh, they call him Slug. Let's find out more.
My Twitter handle is SlugLife87. It was just my screen name on the first site I played on. Me and my buddy, we dropped out of college to play poker. And then his little brother used to call us a pair of slugs for sitting on the couch all day playing a game. Probably played way too much at that time. Everyone has a little bit of a sick phase where they just eat, sleep, poker all day, every day. It's easy to fall into the slug life when it's not going so well, but I've tried to be a bit better in the last few years in terms of what I'm doing. My patience has definitely improved a lot, especially when things start to go wrong. I can get back focused more on like not worrying about like, oh, I would have had this many chips, that many chips. It took me a long time to get that into my head. If you're constantly thinking, I should have done this, should have done that, it doesn't really help what you're going to do in the future.
Good philosophy in poker and life. And right now, he's got close to 3 million in chips. The winner's going to take home $1 million here tonight. As we go back down to the felt, Derek with a king-7 quickly folds his hand into Mark. And he's got a beautiful pair of kings.
Well, Mark's played very patient at this final table. Let's see if that's going to pay off here with the kings.
Makes it 90 to go. Dennis taking a breather, and Toby with an ace-7.
Yeah, he's coming along from the big blind for sure.
Kings versus ace-7. Flop is a queen, deuce 3. That's great for Mark. Nice overpair. He's been checked too. ABC Poker here. Make the continuation 80,000.
Well, Toby has a little too much to fold here. The ace of clubs gives him the nut backdoor flush draw. His ace high might actually be good. So he'll call, and we get an 8 of hearts on the turn. Now that's a nice looking card for Mark, as it puts a number of draws on the board that can pay him another bet. He's gonna fire out here for 260,000. And now it will be difficult for Toby to continue.
Well, Mark's also had the perception of the tightest player at the table tonight, and he has been, and that's gonna chase away Toby. Mark taking that one. He's getting on a little bit of a rush now.
You having fun?
If you play tournaments, this is all you want, so.
I know. I don't know what I'm gonna do now.
Think you'll get the tournament bug?
No.
No?
It takes too long, man. It's hard to bluff for 6 days, you know?
It's fun, though.
Yeah, it is fun.
Well, Mark seems mellow, but he's telling the truth. If you play tournaments for a living, these moments are what you wait for, are what you hope for. So he's doing his best to capitalize tonight.
And now Dennis with a jack, 8 of spades, is going to move it up to 80,000 to go. Toby with ace-5 of hearts. Will call. Derek out, and Mark with 4 deuce of diamonds will see a flop.
So 3 ways between 3 suited hands. And it is the spades that find a flush draw. Dennis Blyden here with the jack-high flush draw. Toby Lewis has the lead with top pair. Looks like Dennis wants to bet big here. He's going to bet 205 into 280.
And Toby delighted with the aces to make this call.
Mark says no thanks.
Going to the turn, can Dennis hit his card? Oh,
Did
yeah.
he ever? He hit the dream card.
Hits the flush, and an aces in 5 for Toby Lewis. Unbelievable. Dennis now has bet 410.
Disaster for Toby, who keeps making these second best hands that have to call down against Dennis.
And we are going to the river. It's a 10 of hearts, very safe card for Dennis's flush.
Yeah, Dennis with the second nuts here has nothing to worry about. How much can he get from Toby? He's going to shoot for 1.2 million.
Huge bet.
1,215,000.
Yeah, you see Toby wincing because he knows he should call.
Cool. It's hard to get away from. I can't blame him. And he is going to lose a massive pot to the Cincinnati Kid.
Dennis gets the guns out.
Cincinnati Kid taking down a huge one, and he is out in front with the chip lead.
I have it sometimes, Toby. It's weird, I know.
And we're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour in just a moment. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour with the LAPC at the Commerce Casino. Dennis Blythe, the Cincinnati Kid, out in front with $7 million, Tony.
Yeah, he's running away with this thing after putting a big hurt on Toby Lewis, who's down to 3-7. Mark is at 3, and Derek Walters, our short stack, trying to make some magic happen.
Down to the money pit we go. Derek with 5 deuce releases that. And the Irishman, Mark McDonald, with a 9-6 of spades. Seems to like it, makes it 90,000. Dennis going out. Toby stays interested. Calls with a king 8. Flops an ace jack 10.
Check over to Mark.
Mark's gonna bet 90,000.
Toby has just enough hand on this board that I think he will continue.
Toby is gonna make the call. With his king, hoping to hit a queen. No, a 10 pairs the board.
Well, that should slow things down.
Mark checks.
Check, check, they go, and a king. So now Toby hitting kings there.
Well, Toby has a pair now. Mark hasn't bluffed very much at this final table, but he's got no showdown value here. And he's pretty confident his opponent doesn't have a queen or a 10, so he's going to take a little stab at this and see if he can take this down.
With 9 high, he bets 150.
And he sized it in a way that looks like he's going for value, and it's going to work.
Toby making the laydown. Nicely done by Mark, who does have the perception of being very tight here tonight. He steals that, and look at this, no smile.
Nothing.
Usually when you steal a pot, you got that little grin, you're just so excited. Inside, he's jumping up and down, of course.
Back to Mark.
Wow. Okay, now he's got the big hand. Ace King. Makes it 90,000, and Dennis, Ace 4 behind him.
He's reaching for raising chips, which I'm not a fan of. This is problematic, Vince, because he's gone so small, his opponent is getting the correct price to call with anything in position, and you have a hand that doesn't really play very well post-flop.
A lot of players would come back over the top with the ace-king, but no, Mark content just to call it, hoping to get lucky on the flop. Queen 8-3 on the flop.
Not a great flop for either player.
Dennis gonna put out a bet, 235.
Mark has too much hand here. Plus his hand is underrepresented by just calling the 3-bet pre-flop on the button, so he's gonna continue.
Turn card is another queen. Dennis still with nothing, just a little ace high with a bad kicker.
This might work, but this bet seems crazy to me. Your opponent can have all of the queens, he's not folding an 8, he's not folding any pairs to you. If he's got like 9-10 or Jack-10, he still might call you and try and bluff the river. I'm really just not a fan of this one, Vince.
Well, he's bet 560. Action clock ticking down, putting the pressure on the Irishman, and he's going to get the chips out and make this call.
And it just goes to show if you're bluffing with ace high and your opponent won't fold ace high, you've picked the wrong spot to bluff.
River card. Dennis sickened about this, hoping to get something. No, 10 on the river. So neither player with a pair. Does Dennis give up the betting?
That's not a good card for Dennis. A lot of the hands that we'll call twice with might have like 9-10, Jack-10, maybe with the backdoor flush draw. Of course, 10 of hearts makes that impossible.
Dennis is checked. And wow, it's a 650 bet into Dennis.
Mark seems concerned that, well, maybe my opponent has some kind of weird pair that he got to the river with. I don't want to let him show that down. I'm not sure this is exactly the hand I turn into a bluff, but I don't hate what he's doing here. What if Dennis check raises? That would be so nasty.
I'm all in.
Oh, wow.
Oh, quick fold by Mark.
Oh, Mark getting so punished for betting that river. And Dennis tables it. Crowd goes wild, and how could they not?
Ace high.
Play of the season so far. Incredible. Dennis Blyden looking good right here. 4 plays remaining. We're coming back with more action here on the LAPC.
The fact that he just like snap tabled it and everything in the 4 of clubs. Oh my God. Like, okay. First of all, 3-betting pre-flop, pretty crazy. Betting the flop, whatever. Betting the turn, pretty legit crazy. And then check raising the river is so awesome. Just so awesome. Oh my God.
To date, over $1 million worth of VIP packages have been awarded to Club WPT members. You too can win your travel and entry into an upcoming WPT main event by playing on ClubWPT.com. When we're in Los Angeles, it is great to catch up with old and new friends. And tonight, we're joined by Tom Wheaton of Faded Spade. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Lynn. How are you?
Great, thanks. I'm so excited to have you here. Tell us about Faded Spade and what the brand is about.
Sure. So think about it. Poker has evolved, right? Over the last couple decades, games have evolved, players have evolved, production has evolved. One thing that really hasn't evolved and has remained unchanged over decades is playing cards. We consider Faded Spade the evolution of the playing card. And we consider ourselves the new face of cards, playing cards for today's poker players in the modern poker era.
Faded Spade is the preferred playing card of the WPT. What makes Faded Spade playing cards unique?
3 differentiation factors is what we talk about. 1, our face card design. It's fresh and modern, indicative of today's poker era. 2, it's a custom poker index. So no matter how poker players look at their cards in the hole or on the board, they're going to see them with great clarity. And 3, quality. 100% plastic with an intentional balance of thickness and flexibility. They're going to feel great. They're going to last long.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much for joining us, Tom.
You got it.
Let's get back down to the table.
Yeah, I remember when cards, I could rip them up when I had a bad beat. Now you can't do that anymore.
You don't strike me as the rip-up cards type.
I wasn't.
Okay.
Anyway, Dennis Blyden is the chip leader with close to $9 million. I thought I'd make a good story. Toby's second chip position with 3.6. Blinds are going up to 25 and 50. Here we go. It's on Blyden.
Raise.
He's got Queen 3. He's going to raise to 100,000.
Toby here. Get a little tricky, just calls behind, and this may work very well. Derek Walters, our short stack, has ace-jack in the small blind. And really only one play here. That's the one.
Yeah.
All in. Wow, Mark had a big hand in the big blind, but he has to fold. Dennis is out, and so Toby is going to be very happy with the result of just calling pre-flop with ace-queen. He makes this call, has Derek all in and at risk.
Oh boy, he sure does. He's got Derek wrapped up here. Pretty good. Derek Walters, 28 years old, professional out of Tempe, Arizona, having big problems.
It was such a good spot before you flatted.
Plays itself, that one.
It's even worse for Derek. Mark folded a jack in the big blind, so he actually only has 2 outs here.
Well, he needs a lot of luck. Let's see the flop. Oh, jack comes on the flop. Derek is out flop Toby.
Poor Toby just cannot win a hand right now. He does have the backdoor club draw, so maybe he'll get lucky there. Otherwise, he needs a queen or a running straight.
3 on the turn. Boy, Toby trying to shake it off.
He needs a queen or only a queen to eliminate Derek.
Not going to happen. 7 pairs the board. Derek Walters with the worst hand, making it work. Doubles up.
Well, can't fault Derek Walters for his play there. He just happened to get a little lucky against Toby Lewis. He moves up to 1.8 million. Toby down to 2.7.
All right, action right back on Toby. You could boil a pot of coffee on his head right now. He is steaming. He's got ace-8 this time, and he will just call it. And Derek with a pair of 6s behind him.
Earlier in this final table, Toby open limped pocket 5s in a spot I really liked. I'm surprised to see him open limp this ace-8.
Derek just calling it, and Mark behind them has a pair of 9s.
All in.
And there you go. He's short stacked, he's gone all in. Dennis goes out.
Dennis had a big hand. Toby's gonna fold, and now a tough spot for Derek. He's pretty close to the top of his limping range. I can't imagine he would limp 8s there. Maybe he would limp 7s. So this is going to be close. Mark has shoved for 26 blinds, which he would likely do with quite a few hands. Wow.
Oh, it makes a solid laydown.
Good stuff.
Well, I think Mark has that perception of the tightest player at the table, and so that time it backfires for him. He'd have been a big favorite. Derek gets away from that. Very nicely done. And now it's right back on Derek. Let's take a peek at his card. Wow, very attractive. Ace-queen.
Well, it didn't work for Toby. Maybe it will work for Derek.
Yeah, he'll raise it. Min raise up to 100,000. Mark goes out. Blyden out. And Toby will speculate with the 10-4 diamonds. Here we go with the flop. Queen, Jack, 8.
And Mark says, can I have the King 9 of clubs back?
Jeez, Derek hitting top pair. He's going to play it coy. Checks at 7 on the turn.
Yeah, I like that check from Derek. And it's going to work for him right here, as Toby is going to fire out with nothing more than a gut shot. And I do like this bet from Toby. He can't win by going to showdown. His opponent might fold a weak pair or ace high to this bet. Instead, top pair, top kicker not going anywhere.
He ain't going anywhere. 5 on the river.
Perfect card for Derek. Toby is going to try and bluff his way out of this, and the check behind on the flop from Derek is going to work so perfect.
700,000, and this is an insta call. He's going to love it.
Toby just cannot win a hand right now. He came into this final table as the chip leader, but we've been watching him lose every pot for a spell.
With that, we have to say goodnight, but join us next time when we crown the winner of the Season 16 LA Poker Classic. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can outplay these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Coming to you from Los Angeles, this is the World Poker Tour. Good evening, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. 493 players came to the Commerce Casino for the LA Poker Classic crown. And tonight, we'll find out which one will achieve their goal. The road certainly hasn't been easy. And here to fill us in on the survivors are Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst.
Well, Lynn, what a tournament we have. Dennis Blyden from Cincinnati, Ohio, is the chip leader. I like his style. He bluffs a lot. He gets caught sometimes, but then he gets paid off on big hands like we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. Dennis has been amazing action at this final table so far. Meanwhile, Toby Lewis came into this final table with the chip lead, but has suffered some setbacks. Derek Walters moving up the leaderboard, and our short stack, Mark McDonald, still in the mix.
Yeah, and Lynn, 4 players going after a big title, big money, but also to make a name for themselves at the LAPC.
Thanks, guys. Tonight's winner will be handsomely rewarded with a $1 million payout, a Jet Smarter membership, the Remington Trophy, and the Hublot Big Bang Steel watch. Plus, his name will forever grace the WPT Champions Cup. There's no time to waste, so let's check the standings and get down to the table.
All right, let's have a look at our Zynga Poker leaderboard. Dennis Blyden racing out front with 8.8 million. Derek Walters in second now at 2.8, and Toby Lewis and Mark McDonald essentially tied for third place at 1.5.
Antes of 5,000, blinds 25, 50 Tony, and this is Mark McDonald from Ireland quickly folding his hand. And there's the Cincinnati kid, non-professional, Dennis Blyden, our chip leader.
Raise.
4-5, and he doesn't care. He's going to raise to 105.
Dennis has easily been the most aggressive and active player at this final table. Toby's had position on him and done his best to adjust, but cannot seem to win a showdown.
Toby Lewis, his nickname is the Tax Man.
Taxman versus the Cincinnati Kid.
The flop is a 10-6-6.
Toby checks.
They both check.
Dennis checks.
Going to the turn, it's a jack. So Toby, the taxman, hitting his jacks.
We go for a little value here, bet 100,000, but Dennis quickly folds.
Toby's from England. That says it all right there. Yeah, his mates wearing the shirt of Toby and drinking like Englishmen. Love it.
Battling against great players is really enjoyable. Like, I love the competition, but I hate losing. Which comes across at the table a lot because I'm fairly cold. I can't help that. I think that's just what makes me a good player as well. I've been playing for like 10 years, so I feel like a veteran compared to a lot of people. I mean, I'm only 28, but I got very lucky at the start that I won, you know, one of the biggest tournaments that I played, and then sort of just went from there. And basically, I just lived and breathed the game for the first 5 years that I played. Winning a poker tournament isn't ever going to be easy, no matter who's playing in the field. The first time I made a final table like this, I maybe didn't think that I could win or wasn't sure that my skill level was high enough, but now I believe that it is. I have made this final table before, and you know, I just won a tournament, so I know that I can do it and it is possible.
Toby Lewis, one of the best young players out of the UK. As you heard there, has been putting up results for a decade now, looking for his second major title this year here at the LAPC.
Dennis raising it up with King 5. Toby goes out. Derek also going out. And Mark McDonald is going to splash around with his 5-3 of hearts. Let's see what happens.
Get what I even raise with sometimes.
Well, the flop is a 6-5-4.
Nice flop for both players, but better for Dennis.
Both hitting 5s, but open-ended for Mark. Dennis will continue with a 100,000 bet.
Mark, obviously not going to go anywhere with middle pair and an open-ender.
Makes the call, a 4 on the turn, pairs the board.
It's actually quite a nice card for Dennis. Check from Mark. And Dennis will go for more value here. He bets 205.
Dennis is a wild man, as we know. And he's going to get called. We're going to the river. Can Mark catch the straight here? No, not to be. 8 of hearts on the river.
That will probably shut down the action. Yes, Dennis quickly checks, and he'll be happy to see that his hand is good.
Yeah, Dennis with a nice kicker.
Dennis shows 5s and
We'll take that pot down.
Well, Mark, pretty stuck there. Not much you can do with the pair and the open-ender.
But still, I mean, if you haven't free bet a long time, so I feel like you get a bit of credit now. So then he's opening like just stupid hands, like he's opening like Jack 5 off, whatever, you know. I'm saying like I feel like 10-8 clubs maybe should free bet that, but it's fine.
Yeah, maybe.
There's Chris Moorman, the winner of LAPC in season 12, providing counsel to his countryman Toby Lewis.
Dennis Blyden, a non-professional, raising with anything and everything, 4-5, 7-5, you name it, and he makes it work.
Derek Walters with the King 6 of diamonds first to act.
Derek from Arizona likes to back a lot of players as well as play. And he has raised this to 100,000.
Well, Dennis has said that he is a feel player, tends to target the person and not use the math as much. He's going to re-raise here to 325,000 with a garbage hand. Seems to have felt some weakness from Derek.
Oh, man. This is Derek's third WPT final table. He's made big money in poker as well, and he's going to lay this hand down. Great pressure by Dennis. Unbelievable. The non-professional player from LA, VP of Finance somewhere here in town, is playing impeccable poker tonight.
Well, he's about to get uninvited from the office poker game.
He's a daring player. Quick fold, and now Dennis with the 7-5. It just doesn't matter what he has. He makes it 105. Toby goes out. Now Derek, King 7 of diamonds this time. Last time it was King 6. he'll make this call.
All right, heads up between these two again. And it is Queen 9-3, so not much for either player here. And Dennis started to work in more flop checks recently. 8 of hearts. Derek does not improve on this turn. Dennis picks up a gut shot to the 6, and he's done checking.
He is going to bet 125.
Derek forced to fold the best hand here.
This Dennis Blyden just taken over, and he has been since the start of the final table. You know, it's his first WPT main event ever. His biggest cash before this was $22,000, that's it. And now he's going after $1 million here tonight.
Has the other players thinking about how to move up the leaderboard while he continues to smash all 3 of them. Derek now can't play that 7 deuce. Over to Mark.
Solid ace 4.
All in.
And he goes all in with it.
Yeah, he's got 20 blinds. Decides it plays better as an all-in than a raise and decide.
And they're going to go out.
Mark will take that one down when both blinds fold.
He's 31 years old, out of Dublin.
Well, the Dr. Pepper bar looking good tonight.
Oh yeah, they're drinking, having a good time. Only fun can happen at the Dr. Pepper bar.
Best view of the table. Toby now. Gonna let go of a jack deuce. Over to Derek, letting go of 7 deuce. Now Mark.
All in.
Gonna move all in for about 21 blinds with ace 5.
Count, please.
Dennis has king queen in the big blind and a real decision to make.
What's your shove range right there, Slug? Any ace, probably.
So
King, queen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1,000,000.
2s to 9s.
40,000.
Well, Dennis trying to figure this out. Tough to lay this king queen down, though. You know, Mark is kind of desperate at this point.
Thing is, I kind of want to keep you around because I'm enjoying this 4-handed game.
He's not going to do it. He makes a good laydown.
Check, please.
Toby wants to see it. Says, I want to know how he plays. So Mark going to take down another one.
I like 4-handed.
I think he should call.
You do?
Yeah, I just think he's doing really well against Mark's range there, and he's getting a pretty good price. When you're the chip leader, it's in your best interest to do anything that is plus chip EV. Like anything that expects to earn chips is in your best interest, unless you can do something weird like keep someone alive really, really short so you can put pressure on the medium stacks because they're forced to wait until something is decided about the short stack. But for the most part, when you have the lead, you just want to take as many opportunities to get chips.
You want to tell me now, or am I going to have to wait 30 minutes?
I showed you.
What would you show?
I showed an ace.
Ace?
This is first.
What was the other one?
It wasn't that great, you know.
No, of course. That's what I was trying to figure out.
All right, the pressure's on these guys. $1 million to the winner. Derek with a quick fold. Mark
All in.
gonna shove it.
He's playing the same song here. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Toby's got 9. That's an insta-call.
Yeah, Toby has an easy decision here.
Must do that. And Toby's a nice solid favorite to knock out Mark McDonald.
Be nice to hit one of them pointy guys. I mean, it's way more likely an ace comes than a 9 comes.
Mark McDonald's taking home $1.4 million in poker. Well-regarded professional player, and now he's in a bit of trouble. The flop is a queen 9-7, 3 of a kind there for Toby.
And at this stage, Toby is a near lock to win the hand. Mark would need running aces or 7s.
It's a 5 of diamonds, not gonna work out.
A set for Toby Lewis is going to be good to eliminate Mark McDonald in 4th place. Great run here today for his first WPT final table.
The Irishman has to skip his way out of here, taking home $319,000. He's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Mark, you said you were most worried about yourself tonight. How would you rate your performance?
Yeah, I don't know. I could have checked the ace-king hand against Dennis. Would have won a big pot.
I'm all in.
I don't know whether it was a big mistake or a little mistake, whatever. Talk to the guys afterwards and see what they say.
All right, thanks a lot for that.
No worries.
With Mark McDonald's elimination, we are down to 3 players at the LA Poker Classic. They'll resume the battle for first when we return.
About how much do you have, Derek?
2.2.
It's a cute little stack.
It'll be cute if you double me up.
I don't think that'd be cute. It'd be a little sexy, actually.
How many reasons are there to sign up for a Club WPT membership?
Well, Tony, I'll tell you. I'll give you $100,000 to be exact. Play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
Poker tournaments all day, every day on ClubWPT.com.
This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at ClubWPT.com.
As the World Poker Tour edges closer to the end of season 16, it's time to check the status of the WPT Hublot Player of the Year race. While two-time WPT champion Art Papazian still has the lead, Derek Walters is now sitting in second thanks to his performance here tonight. Eric Afriat has jumped up on the leaderboard after his victory at the Borgata Winter Poker Open. And Phil Hellmuth has made a jump in the standings thanks to his deep run here at the Commerce. Plus, tonight's champion will earn 1,400 points and put themselves in contention as well. So this race is still far from over. We'll keep the standings updated and inform you of any changes. But now, let's get back to the game with Vince and Tony.
All right, thanks, Lynn. There you can see Dennis Blyden still running away with this at $9.5 million.
Oh, yes, down to $3 million for the first place winner. Here's the non-professional, Dennis Blyden, this time with ace-3. He's the chip leader. He's coming in for 105.
Toby's going to call here in the small blind with Jack-10. And I expect Derek will come along from the big blind.
So we got three-way action. Ace-8, Jack-10, ace-3. Here is the first three. It is a king 9-4. No one hitting.
Yeah, just a gut shot for Toby. And the ace-high backdoor flush draw for Dennis, but really not much for anybody.
Dennis Blyden, he just doesn't stop. He is going to bet 175. He's getting called there by Toby.
Toby wants to continue here with his gut shot, and also knows that Dennis can be betting an awful lot of stuff on this flop texture.
6 on the turn, helps neither player. They go check, check. Go down to the river. It's a 5. Toby's going to take a stab with Jack high. There he goes. Comes out of the woodwork.
Yeah, it's a very good bluff by Toby. He can have the hearts here. He can have a king. He doesn't have that many missed draws, really just like Jack-10 and Queen-Jack, so Dennis certainly won't call. I'm not really sure what he's thinking about. Time bank chip.
He's going to take time, try to figure this out.
I'm all in.
Now, wow!
Yep.
Ho, ho.
Dennis, my man.
Toby's got to lay it down. Oh, and Dennis is going to show it.
Just an instant show.
Oh, no.
Toby doesn't look thrilled with his table mate.
Why are you not going to announce that action? I got to keep my rail tight.
Bluff on bluff violence there.
How to put an Englishman on tilt.
I know you like in bluff with that ace-3, Toby, so.
It wasn't a bluff.
Gotta get one in. Hey.
But nice, nearly bluff.
Pretty sure it's still a bluff, buddy. Pretty sure it's still a bluff.
I don't think it is.
Sure. If that's what your definition is, sure.
Define a bluff.
Define you putting chips in the middle and losing. I mean.
No, that's not what I asked.
So technical, Toby.
Things are getting a little ugly here at the Commerce. Club WPT VIP member Bob Herber hit the road and headed to Los Angeles chasing a dream at the LAPC.
I used to be in the aerospace business. I retired about 7 years ago. I just walked away from work and I needed something to do, and I love playing poker. I enjoy playing on Club WPT because there's unlimited play for a flat fee. You got to win some things once in a while, and it gave you a chance to win something big like this. And this has been a great opportunity for me, winning this big package. When I won the event, I went ballistic. I couldn't believe I took first place. I actually did laps around my house. Oh my God, I just won! Oh my God, we gotta be in LA in February.
Oh my God!
Holy I think I might have said a couple of curse words in there of my happiness, but I was just ecstatic. This has been a dream for me. My parents got me into poker. The Commerce Casino was one of their favorite places to play. This is something I've always wanted to do and never knew I would get a chance. Without Club WPT, I wouldn't have this opportunity. I'll be playing much more from the future this point on.
Play on Club WPT for your chance at a free VIP package to a WPT main event. Register to become a Club WPT VIP member at ClubWPT.com for your shot at $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes.
All right, we are back at the final table. 3 players left. Dennis Blyden out in front with $10.6 million. Well, the winner tonight's going to take home $1 million. Second place is $600,000. Third place is $430,000.
Let's have some real fun.
Dennis is going to raise in the dark.
No way. Come on, dude. Please don't do it. A little cocky. Stop that.
That's just disrespectful, Dennis.
Is it really? No, I seriously don't know if it is. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just trying to have some fun, man. We've been so serious and quiet. I'm trying to loosen it up a little bit.
Got you.
Haha, love his style.
Oh, man.
So now he's going to look at his hand after raising in the dark. Toby goes out. Will he get action with this?
How do you not raise there, Derek?
I remember this iconic picture from the online poker days of one of my friends just lighting a $100 bill on fire, and that's pretty much what raising blind is three-handed.
Bluffs a 6, 6, 9, 2 spades. Neither player catching. Derek's going to check. Let's see what Dennis does. Of course he's going to bet it.
And this actually isn't a terrible flop for his hand.
Nice call.
And Derek says, well, I figure queen high is better than a random hand.
All right, going to the turn. It's a 10. Okay, maybe Dennis is going to slow down. They both check, and the river card is a 7. That gets Dennis 7s. But Derek, he's betting this 175 and a quick fold by Dennis.
Nice hand, Derek.
Thank you.
I hit my pair on the river, too.
Dennis lets him get away with it. Oh, man.
At this point in my poker career, the title is actually really important to me. It's like I've had a lot of good scores for a lot of money, but no titles yet. The last hand in Montreal was pretty crazy just because it was a complete flip for really all the chips in play.
Derek's going to make the call with the flip.
You didn't want this either.
Yeah.
I'm folding on.
Derek Walters from Arizona out in third place.
There's just nothing you can do at that point. You just gotta hope that you can be on the good side of the flip. This time, I have a good advantage because of my spot at the table. I've been playing with everyone that's left a lot, and I think I have a good hold on their games.
That's a great analogy. You have to be on the good side of the flip. I so agree, Derek.
Yeah, very true. All the study and focus and preparation. Can't do anything if you won't win flips at the final table.
It's on Derek with the button. He's going to fold that, and now Dennis with a 9, 8 of clubs. Big hand for Dennis. Of course, he just calls.
Huh.
Toby with the 6-5 says, let's see the flop. The flop is a 10, deuce, 5, 2 clubs. And that's a 4 flush for Dennis.
I'm a little surprised Dennis didn't raise pre-flop, but he's betting now. Toby with second pair, gonna make this call.
This could get very interesting. Let's see if a club appears. No, 10 hits the board for a pair.
That's a nice card for Toby. I expect him to bet following this check. No, surprising check behind.
Will a club get that? No, 4 spades.
Also a good card from Toby.
And Dennis has basically given up. He has checked this.
Wow. Jeez.
Check, check. Oh, man.
I don't know why you wouldn't bet either the turn or river against a guy who can have every single hand. Maybe if you're worried about getting check raised.
Yeah, I think they are, because he's done that a couple times with nothing and then showed the hand.
Yeah. Well, you could always bet and then call the check raise.
Makes it very painful, though, to play. And look at this. Once again, Dennis is going to raise without looking at his hand, playing in the dark.
Glad to see you smile, Derek.
I know we're not supposed to bias the audience and root for anyone, but man, I love anybody who raises blind when they're playing for $1 million. This is so ballin'.
It is. It is pretty exciting. Everything going right for Dennis, raising before the flop, but now Derek has ace-deuce here.
I'm Derek. I'm tempted to just jam over a blind raise. He's not that deep.
Just calls. And the flop is a king 10-8. Just Dennis with an inside straight draw. That's about it.
It's actually a pretty good flop for his hand.
Dennis bets.
And Derek is not going to continue.
Oh, boy.
All right.
Dennis Blyden, the non-professional, running over this table. Can he close it? We'll see.
The poker brat himself, Phil Hellmuth, has been taking notes on the action here and is ready to do some schooling in tonight's Raw Deal.
Hey, WPT fans, have you checked out Zynga Poker?
With a variety of options for play and millions of users competing around the clock, Zynga Poker is the world's leading poker game.
That's right, Tony. Zynga Poker is available on the App Store, Google Play, and Facebook. So what are you waiting for? Check out Zynga Poker today.
We're back at the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles, where Phil Hellmuth is ready to unleash the poker brat in tonight's Raw Deal.
I didn't think he could do it, but I'll give Dennis some credit. He made it to three-handed play against some real sharks. And I like the fact that he's still in full chat mode, both entertaining us.
I know you like him bluff with that ace-3, Toby.
It wasn't a bluff.
Pretty sure it's still a bluff, buddy.
But he's also trying to get Toby and Derek to open up. Why? Dennis wants to get them off of their A game by getting them to talk and have some fun. He wants Derek and Toby outside of their natural, normal, introverted element. But these guys are quiet killers. They're going to use all of their energy to play great poker and not waste any energy engaging in conversation.
Let's have some real fun.
Oh my God. No way. Dude. Please don't do it.
I hate to admit it,
Stop that.
but I actually like Dennis's blind raise on the button. Toby and Derek are handcuffed because they are both trying to outlast each other for a significant pay bump. By handcuffed, I mean this. Neither Toby nor Derek can afford to make a bad bluff, especially knowing that Dennis is likely to call them light with a much weaker hand. Thus, they both have to sit there on their hands, waiting for strong hands and waiting for the other to go broke. Dennis understands that he is the worst player and he wants to throw them off of their games. Dennis wants to try to get lucky. Dennis is going to try to bait them into raising his blind raise and then hoping he has a good enough hand to move all in. Like, say, king, queen, ace high, or a pocket pair. Personally, I wouldn't blind raise and I wouldn't suggest it for any of you out there. But for unorthodox, goofy Dennis, it makes sense. Just remember, if you're going to blind raise, see it through. I'm not in love with Dennis's fold on the river. He folds way too fast.
Nice hand, Derek.
I'm guessing if he waits 25 seconds, he would have probably called.
I hit my pair on the river, too.
Class dismissed.
Oh, wow. Interesting stuff. But he's so right. Dennis has these guys rattled. They're off their game. Dennis is controlling everyone at the table. Really well done.
And he's raising in the dark again.
This does not stop. He's pushing these guys around. And like Phil said, he's got them handcuffed. He's got them off their game. Everything going right for the aggressive player, Dennis Blyden, the non-professional.
Into the big blind of Derek Walters, who has a junky Jack-2 offsuit. He'll make the call. And it turns out Dennis has a real hand here. He's got 10-8 suited. He takes a peek before we go to the flop of Queen, Queen 3. Well, not much for either player.
And they go check, check. 10, that hits Dennis. Oh, wow.
A lot of checks going around.
So 3 on the river, now 2 pair on the board.
Does Derek want to try bluffing this? No. So now time for Dennis to make a value bet. And Derek actually has a decision here. You can't really put Dennis on a queen. That would be quite a slow play. He could have a 3. He does have 2 random cards here. Could definitely have the 10. Hard to think he would bet a king for value, but Derek, he lets it go. Gets away without paying any more money. And Dennis continues to stack chips.
The happy-go-lucky guy gets lucky again. This has got to be the greatest time of his entire life. Here we go again. Blinds are up to 30 and 60,000. And now Toby with a decent queen, jack.
Raise.
He will raise to 120. Derek going away. Dennis now with a real hand. Pair of 10s. He doesn't know what to do with a real hand. Oh, I guess he does. He's raised. 375 total.
Toby here with a couple Broadway cards in position. He's going to take this flop against his nemesis, Dennis.
Dennis the Menace.
Yeah. And it is ace 9-8. So the 10's still in the lead. Toby with a gut shot to the 10. And overcards to the queen and jack. Although he can't say for sure that those are good. Dennis, of course, could have an ace here.
375 is bet, and Toby getting very much involved, sticking around, hoping to get lucky here. And he doesn't. Ace hits the board to pair it.
It's a nice card for Dennis. Almost certainly makes him feel more confident in his hand.
Well, he's going to bet 475. And the taxman doesn't know what to do. He's got him spinning. I mean, he's got really nothing of a hand. He's getting involved with queen high here to hopefully hit something. That's what the mix-up play of Dennis is doing to these pros. Down to 6 seconds on the action clock. And he finally gets it and goes out. Dennis just clobbering these guys right now.
No show, Dennis.
Never been showing all day.
No bluff.
Have I showed a bluff to you yet? On the river, maybe.
I thought you said you did show me a bluff.
On the river.
Confusing yourself now.
Maybe I am, bud.
It's getting a little prickly.
I love when somebody calls another guy bud and they're clearly not buds.
Oh, so well put. Hey, look at this. Derek has picked up kings at the right time. Well, this could be payback time. What to do? You got 1.9 million, blinds at 30 and 60. Derek has raised this to 120.
Call.
Just a call with a suited connector by Dennis.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Call him.
Toby pushing. Yeah, that's what you do when you hit ace-king. And of course, Derek takes his time and then...
Well, if you insist.
All over the top, and Dennis folds, of course, so they show the hands.
Toby Lewis drawing to 3 outs. He will either be eliminated or he will nearly cripple Derek Walters. Toby has run pretty bad at this final table. Last time he had Derek Walters all in. Derek 3-outed him. Toby gonna attempt to return the favor.
Derek, a nice size favorite. Oh, yes, the taxman has outflopped Derek.
Toby Lewis has blocked his opponent. the deck would give Toby the higher full house. This hand is over.
What a flop.
Insane.
Deuce on the turn, just doesn't matter.
Well, a total cooler between our two pros there. Unfortunate for Derek Walters.
Wow, the taxman makes her pay. 3 players remain. Very exciting action at the LAPC. And we're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Unlucky, D.
This game is sick. Daniel has won it. Amazing.
Commerce is insane. It's massive. There's like been 100 tables going at once. There's like a million different poker games to play. Always good tournaments, so it's like massive.
Anthony Zeno has done it again, man.
I love coming to Commerce for the LAPC because the event is so prestigious. You have a good amount of recreational players because they want to answer the prestigious title, but you also have like the biggest names in poker, and you're going to see the best of the best. The tournament's really well run. Lots of tables, good dealers. It's an awesome, awesome tournament. It's fun.
All right, we're back here on the World Poker Tour at the LA Poker Classic, and Dennis is just making it happen. Dennis Blyden lives in LA, his first ever WPT main event.
That's the incredible part. Your first ever WPT main event, and not only do you make the final table, but you've got a big stack and you're steamrolling the pros. Is this real, Vince? Toby has moved all in for Derek's last 6 blinds.
Yeah, Toby's got a pair of 6s there. And Derek with Jack 6.
Oh, nice. But that's okay.
Ugh, right on the border. Well, you see him counting down his stack, trying to figure out if he's supposed to call here. Nope. Lets it go.
You gotta give it to him for having some patience. He is nurturing his last dollars very wisely, it appears. Can he possibly come back in some way? Here goes Toby.
Toby, folding 7-5 suited. Now Derek in the small. He's gonna go all in with Queen 7 suited, and Dennis is gonna snap without even looking at his cards. He's like, hey, I got the best hand. Well, Dennis, a small favorite here to eliminate Derek in 3rd place. That was his finishing place up in Montreal earlier this season. Needs to win this hand if he wants to do any better.
Derek Walters needs some luck, and it's a King 8-4 on the flop, so Dennis hitting kings. Out-flopping Derek. Dennis staying very cool.
Yeah.
And the turn card is a deuce. That gives 2 pair to Dennis.
Well, a great run from Derek Walters, but another 3rd place finish.
Derek Walters out in 3rd place, going to take home $420,000. He's talking to Matt Savage.
Derek, another 3rd place finish. Is that bittersweet for you?
Definitely bittersweet, but I think I'm a little bit lucky to get 3rd, so I'm kind of happy.
Well, you're 2nd in the Player of the Year race to Art Papazian. Are you going to chase it down?
That's kind of exciting. I have to see how many points it is. It's probably going to be pretty hard since he won 2 events.
All right. Good luck in the race.
Thank you.
Derek Walters comes up short, and we are down to the final 2 players here at Commerce Casino. When we return, Dennis Blyden and Toby Lewis go heads up for the LAPC title.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour and the LAPC. We are about to start the heads-up action. But first, Lynn Gilmartin spoke to both the players.
Dennis, you've been declaring since day one that you were going to win this tournament. What gave you that confidence?
You just got to believe. And if you believe, you go out, you play your best game, good things can happen.
I love it. It certainly seems to have been helping you.
Keep my foot on the gas pedal. Have a lot of respect for Toby, but we'll see what happens.
All right, good luck. Toby, you came in as the chip leader. You faced some adversity tonight, but now you're heads up. What's it going to take to make a comeback?
Just keep being patient like I have been and try to develop counter strategies to his heads-up style.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Well, thanks, Lynn. These 2 excellent players now heads up for $1 million. Dennis way out in front, but by no means count Toby Lewis out.
Good luck, Toby.
Good luck.
Okay, they make those insincere good luck statements. Obligatory, of course. Nah, just kidding. But right now, Dennis Blyden out in front with $11.8 million.
He does have Toby at a 4-1 disadvantage, but Toby has 50 big blinds, which is a lot of room for a player of his caliber.
Yeah, Toby with about 3 million. Here we go. Blinds at 30 and 60.
Not quite.
Toby says, nope, you're gonna need to put a little more out there.
That's 90, yeah? So,
Apologies.
That's, yeah, still not enough though.
Toby's like, yeah, try again.
50. That might be too much now. Oh no, that's good. Okay.
Oh, man. Toby knows the rules of the game.
All right, Dennis has raised to 120. Toby with King 5 will make this call. So there you go. 10-8 versus King 5. The flop is a 4-3 deuce.
Great flop for Toby here. Open-ender, overcards, backdoor flush draw to the king.
Dennis will continue to bet the 150 with a smooth call by Toby. Go into the turn. Will Toby hit his straight? Nope. 3 pairs the board. They go check, check. River card, another 4.
Well, Toby does not hit it straight, but he does have the best hand on the river. Dennis has 10 high and can only win by bluffing.
Well, that's not unusual for this guy.
Yeah, he did bluff, but I don't think that's enough to get Toby to fold.
Keep you honest.
10-9.
You see him very quickly make this call.
Little mistake there, I think.
That was an instant call.
He's 28 years old, been playing poker professionally for 10 years. He's made over $4.4 million in poker. The crowd loving it, Toby, maybe on a little bit of a comeback.
Keep me honest, eh?
Yeah, I can remember battling against Toby Lewis online a decade ago. He was one of the regulars in the tournaments and did very well.
The taxman finished 6th here at the LAPC back in the day. Now look at this, Toby's got a real hand here, a pair of 10s. And he's gonna move it to the min raise of 120. But Dennis with ace-queen.
Raise.
We could see the money go in pre-flop here. Both these guys have such huge hands.
Yeah, Dennis has gone to 300. And now back on Toby. It's a big hand in heads-up action, boy.
I think Toby's gonna 4-bet. It's just a matter of small 4-bet or all-in 4-bet. He's gone small. He's making it 750. Dennis reaching for calling chips.
Wow, he's making this call. 2 quality hands going at it. Very dramatic. Here we go. The flop is a 6-6-3, 2 spades. And Toby now with the 10s. That's 400. That's been called.
And Dennis with way too much of a hand here to fold.
Monster pot going, and a queen hits on the turn.
Oh no. Oh, that's disaster for Toby, not only because he's been sucked out, but by a card that's much harder to put Dennis on than the ace.
Dennis is gonna check and try to trap him.
All in.
He has gone all in.
I don't think I'm getting away from this one, buddy, but let me get a count.
Now they're back to being buds.
Yeah, nice. I call.
Oh, yes, you do. And you're gonna love it.
Come on, no 10. No 10. No 10. No 10.
Well, Dennis with just 2 outs to dodge going to the river, and he will be your champion. Toby Lewis has run out of luck if he cannot find a 10.
Dennis, 1 card away from $1 million. It's a 6.
That is it. Dennis Blyden, the amateur, takes down one of the most prestigious titles in poker. Dennis Blyden is your champion. Beats out a top pro in Toby Lewis.
second place. He's taking home $600,000, and he's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Toby, a bit short of the title. How do you feel about the result?
Bittersweet, I guess, but, you know, second is great still. Disappointed for now, but it'll be good in a couple of weeks.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right.
Our champion of the LAPC, Dennis Blyden! Dennis! How does it all feel? How did it happen like that?
I came in on day one saying that I'm going to win this tournament. I feel if you have the positive energy, you really believe you're going to win, you come out, you play like a maniac, it might work out. And I was expecting a much longer heads-up match, but happy it worked out the way it did.
You get your name inscribed on the Champions Cup on the World Poker Tour. You get $1 million, and you get the beautiful Hublot watch. You can't beat that. Let's hear it one more time for Dennis Blyden, our champion!
Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can outplay these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
The Seminole Hard Rock in South Florida. Poker insiders know this is one of the hottest spots on the tour, and tonight we are gonna see why. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the WPT. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. For years, the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown has put a spotlight on some of the greatest unsung poker talent. Earlier this week, players showed up in droves, ready to show off their card-playing skills.
Try to make a run today, fellas. One time.
Let's do what we always do. Have some fun, and let's shuffle up a deal.
WPT Champions Club member Jonathan Little had a simple explanation on why this is such a fun event.
People in Florida, they have some money. They like to gamble, and they like to put chips in the pot.
With cards in the air, it was easy to find plenty of players hoping to score their first WPT title. Just like past champions Kevin Eister, Eric Afriat, and Griffin Paul. But just getting to that final table is no easy feat.
Because there's so many recreational players, sure, in the long run it does make it more juicier, but it also makes it more unpredictable and higher variance. It's a bunch of landmines you got to get through just to make it to the final table.
Poker pro Joseph Chong is one of those players in the hunt for his first WPT title. And things were looking good for him as the chip leader going into day 3.
Going great, a lot of chips, feeling good.
Other players holding their own, but respecting the challenge, included poker pro Jeff Gross, local grinder Pedro Palacio, and two-time WPT final tableist Matt Stout.
Not only do we have every chip in play at my table, but we have the best players left in my table. It's just a bunch of beasts.
And it's pretty tough to play these guys, but I can somehow get my game on too, so.
I got a feeling I'm gonna find my way to the final 6.
Unfortunately, Jeff's feeling was wrong, and he soon busted. Thanks to poker phenom Brian Hastings, who had taken over the chip lead. Then it was Ohio native Joey Cowden's turn to take the wheel, eliminating 2 more players. One by one, players continued to hit the rail and make their way to the payout desk. And the field was getting closer to that all-important final 6. Joseph Chung shoved with ace-10 suited. British online pro Scott Majerison called the million-chip bet, holding pocket nines. The board ran out and Scott's nines held up, sending our former chip leader home once again without a title.
They were just straight downhill, sadly.
And Scott kept busting players, scoring 2 out of the next 3 bust-outs. Local Pedro Palacio was the next to fall, and they reached the WPT final table bubble. Confident recreational player Jeff Fielder got in the action when Matt Stout called his pre-flop raise. On a flop of 10-8-7, Matt checked. Jeff bet $200,000. Matt shoved all in, putting Jeff's tournament life on the line. Jeff called and showed pocket aces. Matt tabled his top pair. The board ran out. Improved Jeff's hand to a set, and he doubled up. Then it was poker nomad Tanner Millen's turn, raising pre-flop with ace-king. Scott Majerison called with pocket tens. A disastrous flop for Tanner. And before you knew it, all the chips were in the middle. Tanner hit top pair with his king, but Scott made a set. The turn gave Tanner some hope with a gut shot straight draw, but it wasn't meant to be. And Tanner gracefully left for greener pastures.
Good game, man.
Leaving a group of strong, talented players with one thing in common. Everyone's chasing their first WPT title.
With the final 6 players settling into their seats, let's check in with our own esteemed poker experts, WPT commentators Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst.
Lynn, let me tell you, the Seminole Hard Rock is fast becoming one of the great poker pockets in the world, bar none. All the greats live down here, play down here, they love their poker. And let's go right to the chip leader who lives down here. That is Brian Hastings, one of the big names in the game. He's well out in front. You know what? He used to be a dishwasher, and then he started playing poker, and now he is a superstar.
Started from the bottom, now we're here. And speaking of the bottom, our 2 short stacks are actually pretty familiar to our audience at home. We've got Faraz Jaka in 6th place, who was once upon a time our player of the year and is at his 6th WPT final table, but still searching for an elusive breakthrough win. And right ahead of him, Matt Stout, the man with the most distinctive laugh in all of poker, is at his 3rd WPT final table, but also chasing a breakthrough victory.
Now, we have a bet that goes on week after week. You're a little bit in front, so it's time to pick a group of players. Who do you want? The chip leader and the 2 short stacks, Brian Hastings, alongside Matt Stout and Faraz Jaka? Or do you want the wild cards in the middle, Jeff Fielder, Joey Cowden, and Scott Majerison?
Okay, well, that first group all has my phone number, and I don't really want to get any angry texts later, so that's who I'm taking.
All right, kissing your friend's hiney a little bit, that's okay. I'll go the other way. Lynn, this will be fun.
Smart choice, Tony. Now, just a few moments ago, we caught up with chip leader Brian Hastings.
I'm really excited about this. I mean, I've been playing WPTs for many years. I was a one to watch a long time ago, and this is my first WPT final table, so it feels good to finally make a final table, and this is really exciting, and I can't wait.
Tonight's champion will win close to $700,000, along with the handsome Hublot Big Bang Steel watch, and of course a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. Play is getting ready to start, so let's head down to the felt.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Let's have a look at our Zynga poker leaderboard. Brian Hastings well out in front, followed by Joey Cowden and Scott Majerison. Jeff, Matt, and Faraz are technically our short stacks, but they definitely have enough chips to make a run.
Andy's at 10,000, Bly's at 40 and 80, Tony. Here we go, the very talented Matt Stout. First to play, but he won't play 7 deuce. Now Brian Hastings, who's a local and a great player, also goes out. Now Faraz Jaka walks into a pair of queens just like that, and he will raise to 175.
Behind him, Joey Cowden has a very playable King 10 on the button. And it looks like he agrees, so he'll make this call.
Scott Majerison, who lives in Playa del Carmen, Mexico, to play online poker, goes away. And Jeff Fielder, who's a former construction man, also goes out. So we're gonna see the flop. Queens up against King 10, and the flop is a King Jack 8. Cowden out-flopping Faraz.
Faraz checking here out of position. Joey checks behind.
Oh, ho, ho. 3 of a kind for Faraz Jaka on the turn.
And notice that gives Joey an open-ended straight draw as well, and adds a second flush draw to the board, so there's an awful lot that Faraz could be betting with. Joey here is going to have to start paying off on the turn.
280 bet by Faraz. He was a WPT Player of the Year. What a talented player. In good shape right now going to the river. Oh, nothing 5.
Great card for Faraz, bad card for Joey because it's missed all the draws and his top pair is likely stuck calling down, even if he senses that Faraz likely has a pretty good hand.
Faraz going to stick out another bet. Hefty 650.
Joey, sensing that this isn't a great situation to be in, but is also sharp enough to know that Faraz is an aggressive player who would likely bet with many of his draws that missed on this river.
Joey's got a lot of chips. He can afford to make the call. He does make the call.
Faraz tables his set to take down the first hand of our final table.
Well, it could have gotten even uglier, perhaps, if Joey would have bet after the flop in front with the kings. Would have made the pot even bigger, so maybe he got off a little cheaper. On to the next hand. Faraz, quick fold. Joey, a local in Fort Lauderdale, goes out. Scott Majerison, who's in second chip position at this point, he can't play that mess. And here is the non-professional Jeff Fielder.
$1.75. I feel like it's worth more than that.
With a 9-7 of diamonds, he will make it 175 to go.
Well, I'm the least familiar with Jeff, and I'm curious to see how he adjusts and approaches this table full of professionals.
Brian Hastings, a tough professional, and he is going to speculate and make this call with a 6-5. We will see the flop. Flop is a queen 10-5, 2 diamonds.
Well, both players connect. Jeff in position with the flush draw, Brian out of position with bottom pair. 150 from Jeff.
Brian Hastings now. Oh yeah, he's gonna make that call. Going to the turn.
Ooh, Brian turns 2 pair, a flush draw, and a gut shot to the 8 for Jeff. He's gonna double barrel here for $425,000.
Hastings playing with junk has managed to make this hand a whopper. Wow, he's getting the plaques out.
Yeah, this looks good to me. You got a strong hand, charge your opponent on a board with lots of draws. Brian making it 1.4 million.
That was an early cheer.
I like Jeff, but he's kind of being a tell box here. I doubt he really acts like that when he has a strong hand.
Echo.
He's got a flush draw and a straight draw. He's gonna make the call and hope to get lucky.
Yeah, you got to make this call with all those outs, and there it is.
Yeah. Ace of diamonds.
Well, that is a great card for Jeff, but it's also one that Brian knows is really bad for him. It completes King Jack, it completes the flop flush draw. If his opponent had Ace Queen or Ace 10 and called him on the turn, he's hit the river.
Oh yeah, he's gonna put it all in. Close to 2.5 more for Hastings. The other construction man takes off the hard hat and puts in the chips.
Brian gonna have to put on his thinking cap. Brian, of course, aware that the Ace of Diamonds is the actual worst card in the deck for him.
The action clock is ticking away. We're down to 4 seconds right now, and Brian wants more time.
Jeff doing a good job staying stoic here.
Brian is the chip leader. He can afford to make this call, but will he do the right thing? Yes, he gets away from the hand without the huge loss. So the construction man, Jeff Fielder, looking good.
It's a good bluff to show, Jeff.
Is it a good time to show?
I have a third of the chips in place, so it is my tournament to lose. I just want to try to close it out.
It didn't look like I was going to make the final 6 for a while. Then I had a big double up. There's no telling that I can't, make it back up there and take this thing down.
I've heard of several conversations where someone goes, oh, he's so crazy aggressive. Other one's like, what? No, he's not. He's so tight. It's exactly what I want. I try to be the chameleon.
I think I play pretty well. I think most people would think that I play pretty well too, but that means to sound arrogant or anything.
I feel pretty good. I've been preparing for this for a long time. I'm ready.
The competition is by far the toughest that I've ever played in one table. I'm excited. I mean, you can't be the best without beating the best, so bring it on.
Well, this incredibly stacked final table is somehow without a WPT title. Brian Hastings out in front with 11 million. Jeff Fielder has moved up after taking that nice hand from our chip leader.
And winner's going to take home close to 700,000 here tonight, so big money at stake. Quick fold by Joey Cowden. Scott Majerison, online wizard, goes out as well. Now the construction man, Jeff, non-professional, with a decent king-jack.
Got a couple of Broadway cards here, and he's on the cutoff, so he's going to raise it up here to 175.
Matt Stout going to fold, and now Hastings now with an attractive ace-10.
This is one of those situations where some players choose to call, others choose to 3-bet. Brian here as the chip leader seems to prefer to 3-bet.
Yeah, well, he's the chip leader, has a lot of chips, and he is going to put the pressure on. Faraz Xhaka has to go away.
You just want your plaques back, don't you?
Yeah,
it's true.
I like this, Vince. These guys aren't total statues in the middle of the hand, but still not giving anything away. Jeff makes this call in position, so we'll go to a flop.
It's a big king, 10-7. They both get pieces of that, of course. Jeff with kings, Brian with 10s, and Brian's going to check.
So Jeff fires out 500,000, and Brian with second pair ace kicker will make this call.
He keeps fighting for those pots, and now he's in a bad place. Let's see if it turns around. No, 7 pairs the board.
Kind of an interesting card on the turn. Either player could have a 7 here, but I would say Jeff is more likely to. He checks this back.
Deuce and nothing card.
Pretty safe card for Jeff there. Got to be feeling pretty good about his hand.
Cool.
Brian's going to fire out 600,000. That's sort of a blocking bet for value that also prevents him from having to face a tough decision if he checks and his opponent bets bigger. Jeff there makes a quick call.
Yeah, well, when the 7 pairs, you know, you want to protect your king. At that point, you never know, Hastings could have had a 7, so Jeff taking the pot. Brian taking the worst of it so far here tonight.
Yeah, Brian suffering a couple early setbacks against Jeff.
All right, going to Scott Majerison, 25 years old.
Scott is one of the top multi-table tournament players online in the modern era, and it is very competitive online these days, which means he is a real tough player. I will not be surprised if he continues to have success in the live arena.
All right, well, Brian Hastings never slowing down, has made a raise, makes it 200 to go. And now Joey Cowden with a solid king 10 of clubs. What will he do with that? Just calls. Hastings, as the chip leader, is just opening up his game.
Oh, that's a pretty interesting flop. So an open-ender with a backdoor flush draw for Joey. Bottom pair with a backdoor flush draw for Brian.
And Brian will bet. Continuation bet of 175.
Everyone's connected here. Joey, open-ender, overcard, backdoor flush draw. Brian, bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. So a bet from Brian and a call from Joey.
4 on the turn.
Check.
Not the card either of these players were hoping for, and Brian checks this back.
7 on the river. So Joey not getting there, and sometimes when you don't get there, you have to do what you have to do, and that is try to steal it. 425 he's betting.
Yep, Joey has missed, but he's in a situation where he can plausibly represent a queen or a jack that would value bet this river. Brian in a tough spot here with his 4th pair, deuce kicker.
And Brian taking a little time, but no, he's got to lay the winner down. Just hats off to Joey. 6 players battling for close to 700,000 here tonight. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour. How many daily tournaments are there to win on ClubWPT.com?
Well, there's Hold'em, Omaha, Pot Limit, No Limit, Free Roll, Qualifier, Tournament, Headphone Putter, and even WPT main event packages. That's a lot.
Poker tournaments all day, every day. ClubWPT.com. Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown in Hollywood, Florida. We've been having a great time all week here.
Yeah, it's the perfect kind of property for poker players. Everything you need here. Huge tournaments, great restaurants. Personally, I'm addicted to Kuro, the sushi restaurant.
Also, there's a fantastic pool. You have wonderful slides. I like to just enjoy the balmy winds out there.
I spent all day there yesterday, went down the slide. It was great.
Come on down to the Seminole Hard Rock. You won't regret it. And right now, we'll go back down to the table.
All right, let's take a look at our leaderboard here. Brian Hastings is still your chip leader, but losing some ground to Joey Cowden, Scott Majerson, and Jeff Fielder, who are all tied for second. Faraz and Matt Stout, your short stacks. But don't count them out.
All right, Scott Majerson.
Fold.
Solid online guy, quickly gets out of the way. Jeff Fielder, our construction guy. Non-professional player, looks down at ace-8. Seems to like it.
Yeah, I used to raise in this situation almost always, but after some coaching, I found you're supposed to fold a lot of these medium offsuit aces on the hijack. Jeff, you're going to raise it up to 175 over into the blinds of Faraz and Joey Cowden, who finds 9-8 suited in the big.
Yeah, well, what's your coach say to do about that hand?
He says never fold 9-8 suited.
That's right. Especially when you hit top pair with the nines.
Great flop for Joey here. I've played a lot of tournament poker with Joey lately, and I found him very tough to handle. I think he's got a great grasp on the game, even if he's not a household name yet.
Jeff Fields is betting 150 with nothing but this ace high, and of course Joey with his top pair will make this call. And we will go to the turn. It only gets better there for Joey. Hits a 4 flush now as well.
When players call out of the big blind and the turn pairs the middle or bottom card, they often lead out small as what they call a range charge. And that just means that the big blind's range is expected to do better on those kind of cards than the razor's range, and you expect the razor to be checking back often, so you lead small to charge him.
Get some more value out of it. That's exactly what's happened here. 240, and it's going to be called by Jeff. And we are going to the river. He wants to hit an ace here, of course, but no, he hits the other, the 8, which is going to get him into trouble, it appears.
Yeah, he hit the wrong card here. Joey now with 2 pair, feeling very good about his hand.
580.
Oh.
Jeff snap calls him.
Insta call by the construction man.
Nice hand.
Who gets his pocket donut crushed there. And a very stoic Joey going to work here tonight.
Nice hand.
Showing no emotion as he beats up on these guys. And Scott Majerson.
160.
Now he's got a pair of 4s, and he will raise to 160.
Jeff is right behind him and is going to make the call with pocket 10s.
Just calls. What action Jeff is getting tonight. All kinds of hands to have to play.
Disciplined fold from Matt Stout there with the suited ace, and Joey Cowden with ace-jack in the big blind is going to come along.
All right, so 10s versus 4s versus ace-jack. And the flop is it. Oh, ace, check. Queen, 8. So aces for Joey Cowden.
Scott knows that his hand is pretty sunk here. Jeff checks back with his 3rd pair.
And a 7 on the turn. Joey just trying to trap away, disguise the strength of his hand. Checks again. He wants a bet by Jeff, and he's going to get it. Look at this. Jeff's going to take a stab at this for 225.
I know Jeff is behind here, but I like his bet. There are some worse pairs and some draws your opponents can call with. You don't really want to call a bet yourself on the river, and you charge them a little bit the times they're drawing.
All right, Scott leaves the table, but now a 7 pairs the board on the river. Joey looking good.
Check.
Checks again.
Check.
Mistake possibly there. Didn't get the absolute value, but it's pretty good. Taking down the pot from the construction man. And boy, he is looking like he wants this title here tonight. And there's his parents. And it's his dad's birthday here tonight.
Well, perhaps some of that birthday luck will rub off on his son, Joey, at his first WPT final table and poised for a big score.
Now the antes have gone up to 15,000, blinds of 50 and 100. Faraz Jaka with a very seductive 8-9 of spades. He likes it. He'll raise to 210. Scott Majerison hesitating, then folding, and now Jeff Fielder with an ace-4 diamonds. I mean, he plays everything he has to with the cards he's been getting tonight. Makes his call. Matt Stout out, and now Brian Hastings even coming along for the ride with just a jack-8.
Yeah, Brian has just enough hand to come along here and make this a three-way pot. So we see a flop of 10-8-4, all hearts. So Brian, the only one with a heart, actually has the best hand with second pair as well. Faraz with second pair, Jeff with bottom. We all check. And there's two pair for Faraz, and an open-ender now for Brian.
And Brian is going to come out and bet 450. Faraz with the two pair, no heart, puts in the chips for a call. And Jeff with a little 4 has to go away. So can Brian get lucky here and hit a heart or a straight? No, it's a 3 of clubs. Faraz looking good with his two pair. Brian's going to check into him.
It's a nice card for Faraz. All of the hands he potentially had that were drawing have missed on that. Instead, he's got the two pair and he's going to bet 900,000.
Yes, for value. Faraz figuring it out, saying, I think I'm in front. I want more money. Give me more.
In Brian's shoes, you could consider all three options: folding, calling, and raising. Raising, of course, would be a bluff. But instead, Brian will fold, gets away for the minimum.
That's right, Faraz Jaka, his 5th time at a WPT final table, showing you stuff here tonight, looking good. This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And ClubWPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at ClubWPT.com. Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown in Hollywood, Florida. 6 players battling for the championship, and Joey Cowden is the chip leader with 12.6 million in chips.
Brian Hastings came into this final table with the chip lead, slipping a little bit here, but still in second. Matt Stout, our short stack, a little under 20 blinds.
Brian Hastings with a pretty solid ace-7 of hearts. He likes to play anything and everything, and this time he'll raise to 240. Faraz and Joey go out. Scott also folding. Around to our non-professional, Jeff Fielder. Tough former construction man. Now playing poker. He goes out, and now Matt Stout in the big blind.
Getting a good price to peel and see the flop. Matt has the kind of stack where you're going to call from the big blind with a lot of your holdings, try and catch a piece, and get the money in.
And here is the flop, and more than a piece, 3 of a kind for Matt Stout. As the short stack, he needed that. He's going to check and try to trap.
There's not much here for Brian, but it's also a board texture that you can typically win with one bet. So 175 from Brian to Matt.
Finally, something happened for Matt Stout. How to play it, just call it. Okie dokie call. Going to the turn. Turn a queen. So Brian getting none of that. Matt's going to check into him again. Will Brian take another stab? Yes.
Queen is not an unreasonable card for Brian to bet. He's hoping that Matt folds something like a 4 or a 5-6, 7-6 straight draw, although technically Brian's ahead of those hands. Matt here, of course, with trips, is about to say those magic words.
Yeah, Brian bets 400. And Matt on the short stack. Action clock ticking down.
All in.
And there's the all-in by Matt. And a quick fold by Brian, who gets the memo. Matt Stout, what a player.
This is my third televised WPT final table. At least 2 people are gonna punch me in the face. They're some of the most incredible experiences of my poker career. When you make one of these final tables, it doesn't just represent how hard you've worked in that tournament. It represents months and sometimes years of hard work that you've put in trying to make it back to one of these. I do this because I enjoy it. I've always enjoyed poker. It's really something that I feel passionately about. A lot of people do seem to forget that we're playing a game. I remember why I got into this game. I had a blast doing it every single time I played, and that's what got me hooked. That's what gets everyone hooked on this game.
Now, Matt Stout, a longtime professional poker player who recently has started the charity series of poker, does a few of those events a year and is very proud to be giving back to the community.
Yeah, great radio voice too. That poker went bad. Let's go to the table. Faraz Jaka now with a 9-4 of hearts. Quickly folds. Joey also out. And now Scott with a pair of queens.
Scott going up to 225 with a pair of queens. Now with Matt, nope. Doyle Brunson, no good. And Brian in the big blind. That smile says, I got something real junky, but I'm going to call anyway.
All right, the ladies versus 5-3. What's going to happen? Ace, 8, deuce on the flop. And when you have the queens, you hate to see that ace appear.
Scott will check back here.
It's a 10 of hearts.
Brian doesn't have much, but he does have a gut shot, and obviously he cannot win at showdown, so he's going to fire out as a bluff for 400,000.
Yeah, he doesn't have much, but he has heart. This guy just likes to battle for every pot.
I like the sizing he chose. He bet quite big in relation to the pot, and that's to get his opponent to fold weak pairs and high cards like king, queen, king, jack.
Well, he's going to fight, but he gets the call they didn't want to see. River card comes up, another queen, not that he needed it.
And that is not the card Brian wanted to see, and he quickly checks over to Scott.
He's going to give up on this one. It seems like it's Scott wanting to put in some more money for value. Brian quickly folds the hand. Scott Majerison, the online guy, will take down a nice one. 6 tough players battling for the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. Hey, WPT fans, have you checked out Zynga Poker?
With a variety of options for play and millions of users competing around the clock, Zynga Poker is the world's leading poker game.
That's right, Tony. Zynga Poker is available on the App Store, Google Play, and Facebook. So what are you waiting for? Check out Zynga Poker today.
Does the name Moshe Nitzan ring a bell? Well, it should. Moshe was a featured player on ClubWPT's King of the Club, and he's back again.
The first advice that I will give anyone on ClubWPT is understand that your skill is good enough to win. Since the taping of King of the Club, I mainly concentrating on playing more since I realized someone can win on ClubWPT. There were 1,773 players in my qualification tournament. 1,309 players playing this tournament, and I finished 143rd, and I earned $6,000. I'm ecstatic. You're always disappointed not going further, but I'm very, very proud of the way I played. Read about the game, look at the game, watch WPT. You'll be surprised how much information you can gather and then use it at the table. I'm looking forward to play ClubWPT and qualified for the 3rd time.
Moshe cashed for over $6,000 and did it for free thanks to ClubWPT.com. So sign up today for your chance to win your way into a live event at ClubWPT.com.
All right, here is a look at our updated leaderboard. Joey Cowden out in front, Brian Hastings now in second, Scott Majerison solidly in third, and 3 players between 3 and 4.5 million.
Yeah, Matt Stout still the short stack. Oh, and Matt has picked up a pair of 9s. First position Gotta like that. He's gonna make it 225 to go. Brian and Faraz go away. Joey goes out. Scott also folding. And wow, Jeff now with ace-queen of clubs.
Jeff with a decision between calling and re-raising here. Both options very reasonable.
And he is just going to call it with his ace-queen of clubs. So Matt hoping to get lucky here with his nines, and so does Jeff. But Jeff gets lucky, outflops Matt with his queens as a king, queen, 8 hits the board.
Good flop for Jeff, but it is a board that's going to be hard to get value from Matt on.
They go check, check, and it only gets better there. For Jeff, he hits aces and queens.
Yeah, and if Matt wasn't scared on the flop, he's terrified now. So Jeff fires out 300,000. Matt will have difficulty continuing.
I had a good one. Did you? Yeah. A good draw? No, I just
see it. I don't believe you. It's a good one.
Brian inducing that showdown by Jeff. Yeah.
Seems like a good spot to be like 20 bucks a nice show. Get a little value.
Yeah, Brian's such a nice guy. He always feels, oh, I'll make you happy. Shows the 2 pair.
I feel like Brian Hastings probably has $20 in his bank account. I don't want to assume anything, but you know.
And we move on. Faraz Jaka now with a very strong ace-9 of diamonds. Likes that. He will make it 210 to go. Around to Scott, who has picked up a pair of 4s.
Scott here going to make this call in position. He's on the cutoff. Now with Jeff on the button, he's got 5-4 suited, so he's going to come along.
Enjoy your flop, boys.
Well, I will.
And Hastings with queen 8 of clubs also involved. So 4-way action. Nice pot potentially brewing. And here is the flop. It's a 10-10-4. So Scott flopping a full house just like that.
Wow. Faraz here with the lead. Knows this is a difficult board for his opponents to connect with, is going to fire out. I don't mind this bet, but I would prefer it if he had a diamond on the flop to draw to.
And Scott with his 4s full just calling, and now the construction man, Jeff, with a piece of it, and he's going to stick around with the call.
This is tricky here, Vince.
Hastings gets out of the way. Here comes the turn card. It's a 7 of clubs, so now there's 4 clubs out there for the construction man, Jeff, as well.
That is bad news for Jeff. He's got too much hand to get away now, but as we know, he is essentially drawing dead. A 10 would deliver a chop any other card, and he loses.
There's the bet by Scott with his 4s full. He's betting a hefty 1.35.
Scott hoping that one of his opponents has a 10 and will put a lot of money in. Instead, Jeff with a pair and a flush draw has a decision to make.
Action clock, Tony, is ticking down to 4 seconds, and yep, Jeff wants more time. He's got a 4 flush and a little piece of it with a bad kicker. Oh boy, Faraz realizing the jig is up.
Faraz is just a spectator now. I know he still has cards, but he's not putting more money in this pot.
Well, this is a big moment for the non-pro. The clock is ticking down again. Can he get away from this at this point? Wait, what's more time again?
Another concern I have about using 2 time bank chips here as Jeff is that you now eliminate the possibility of holding a 10.
Okay.
Because your opponents know you're going to make your decision faster than this if you have a 10.
Oh boy, he's making this call. Heavily invested. Jeff Fielder. Now, the thing you don't want to do is hit the flush to keep you around.
The irony is both these guys are rooting for a club, and there it is.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Jeff has hit his flush now. 4s filled for Scott.
If we could peek behind Scott's sweater there, you'd see an ear-to-ear smile.
Oh, yeah.
Scott, also using a time bank chip.
Throw him off the tracks.
Yeah.
All in.
And there's the all-in. And the construction man has fallen off the scaffold. Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah.
So Jeff Fielder out in 6th place, the first person to get thrown into the swamp here at the Seminole Hard Rock. He will take home $144,000.
Great run from Jeff Fielder tonight, making his first final table, but he's going to have to come back once more if he wants to get a WPT title.
We'll be right back with the final 5 players as the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown continues.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. With the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, 5 players remain. And out front, we basically have a tie for first place. Scott Majerison with 12.35 and Joey Cowden with 12.3.
Brian Hastings solidly in 3rd, Faraz 4th, Matt Stout still our short stack with about 25 blinds.
And the action going on. Joey folding. Scott Majerison, the other co-leader, also going away. And now Matt Stout on eventful Queen 6. He won't do it. And Brian Hastings finally getting a real hand, pair of jacks.
Brian gonna raise here into Faraz's big blind. Faraz with a pair of 7s. Is gonna get involved.
Doesn't re-raise, just calls it. So jacks versus 7s, 2 great talents battling. And the flop's an 8-4 deuce.
Good flop for both players' hands. Better, of course, for Brian, as he now has Faraz in bad shape, but likely to continue putting money in.
Yes, betting 325. And he quickly gets the call and the action from Faraz. See if things change for Faraz here. No, it goes the other way. Another jack for Hastings. Not that he needed it.
And that jack does add some draws to the board, such as Queen 10, 9, 10. Brian just gonna bet out here for 800,000. This is tough for Faraz. I really don't know what he's gonna do here. Very nice, wow. Nice fold from Faraz. Gets away, losing the minimum there. There's Brian's fiancée Sonia in the audience, cheering him on. We see her all the time on the tournament circuit.
Yeah, sometimes a player gets stubborn with a hand like 7s and just doesn't believe a guy like Hastings who could be playing anything.
Sure, there's a lot of draws he could have had there. Many players call that turn bet, but Faraz, sensing something was wrong, gets away.
Yep. Scott with ace-9 has raised, but Matt Stout with ace-king behind him. He's on the short stack, of course.
Rolling.
And he's going to shove it all. Hastings goes out. Faraz as well, and Scott doesn't even think about it. Gives it up to Matt.
Yeah, Scott's heard that song before. He knows ace-9 is not a hand you call the 25 big blind shove with. And as we take a look at the WPT Champions Cup, action with Matt Stout.
Yep, oh well, and he's starting to get some hands going here. A little rush, he's got a pair of 10s this time. And he'll put in the raise. 225 to go, Brian out, and Faraz Jaka. Oh wow, he even gets the better pair of queens.
Oh no, this is a disaster for Matt. His opponent's gonna re-raise him on the button. Matt and Faraz started this hand with the same amount of chips, so I would be stunned if he does not move in pre-flop over this 3-bet.
Oh wow, Joey and Scott go away. Back on Matt Stout.
Even worse for Matt, one of his 10s was folded pre-flop, and Faraz has both his suits covered.
He's got about 2.3 roughly left.
All in.
Oh, he's gonna push it. And obviously Faraz has to call this, insta-call. They turn him up, and Matt just getting the wrong hand at the wrong time.
Exactly. The right play from Matt, but the wrong time, unfortunately. Faraz here in great shape to knock out Matt Stout.
Matt Stout, 33 years old, living in Vegas. 3rd WPT final table, never won one. The man with the great laugh and voice needs to get lucky, and not there as a queen hits on the flop. Given 3 of a kind for Faraz.
Now, Matt doesn't know it, but this tournament is over. He is drawing dead.
And it's just another queen, that's all.
That's just a little bit of overkill. Matt says, these are yours now, Faraz. Thanks for having me.
Yep.
Now, always happy to see Matt Stout do well on the World Poker Tour, but he's going to have to wait a little longer for his first WPT title.
The man with the great laugh is not laughing now. He'll take home $189,000. Another one goes into the Everglades. Let's talk to Matt Stout.
I try to focus on playing my best and letting the cards fall as they may. It's the only real thing you can do to not let luck and coolers really dictate your emotion too much in this game.
Fifth place finisher Matt Stout heads for the rail. And our final four are one step closer to that WPT title. That marks the end of tonight's coverage from the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time on the WPT.
Is that answer good enough? Can I go?
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can outplay these guys at my shop. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. At one time, breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Welcome to the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown in Hollywood, Florida. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and this is the WPT. This final table is proving once again why poker in South Florida is so competitive. Joining me with their insight on this competition are Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst.
Well, Lynn, it's always fun here at the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida. I love this place. And you know what? This is the mecca of poker. People love to play poker. The best names in the game are playing at the final table right now.
Yeah, that's right. 4 players remain. A really up and down final table where no one has been able to exert true control, but a lot of great poker going on by all 4 players.
We'll see what happens.
Thanks, guys. Tonight's winner will walk away with a first-place cash prize of almost $700,000. The stylish Hublot Big Bang steel watch, and of course, their name forever etched onto the WPT Champions Cup. Now, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to the felt.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Here's a look at our Zynga Poker leaderboard. Joey Cowden out at front at $12.5 million, followed by Scott Majerison just under 12, Brian Hastings at 8.7, and Faraz Jaka in 4th place, but sitting comfortable on 50 big blinds.
Yeah, Tony, the antes are 20,000, blinds are 6120. Let's go to the felt. The chip leader, Joey Cowden. They call him Joe Poker down here. That's his nickname. And he's got a pair of 7s. Gotta like it. Makes it 280 to go.
Joey, a very tough player from the Fort Lauderdale area, raising up 7-0 into the big blind of Faraz Jaka.
Faraz Jaka, 5-time World Poker Tour final tableist. Hasn't taken down a title. What a great player he is making this call with 10-8. And we will see the flop. It is a 6-6-9, so pretty good for the 7s.
Yeah, 2 pair for Joey, a gut shot with an overcard for Faraz, and I will say that this is the kind of texture and hand that a lot of professionals like to check raise with out of the big blind. You do have a draw to a really strong hand. Your hand isn't quite good enough to call a bet, and you could plausibly represent a 6 for trips here. Faraz, you see, is cutting out raising chips.
Yeah, he's going to make it 725 into Joe Poker.
And this is tough for Joey because a lot of the hands that Faraz is going to be bluffing with contain a 7. So when you've got 2 of them, it makes it much less likely your opponent's bluffing. Joey there goes away.
Little muscle there by Faraz Jaka. Oh, so tough.
Yep. Good to mix in some check raises as bluffs, since most of the time you'll be check raising with strong hands.
And this time Faraz wakes up with ace-6. He'll make it 260 total. Joe goes out, and now Scott with a king-jack.
So you have like 7 million on it? because it confused him with the plex because he can't really see.
Now, Scott lives down in Mexico to play online poker, and this is his first ever WPT cash.
Yeah, Scott, just 25 years old, one of the best players in the online tournament scene in the modern era.
950.
Scott making it $950,000 to go over the raise of Faraz. Faraz Jaka and Brian Hastings were some of the best players in the previous era of online poker. I'd be surprised if Faraz continued. Yeah, he lets that go. Of the offsuit aces, ace 6 is actually the worst because it cannot make a wheel. So Faraz goes away.
Back down to it. Scott this time with the queen 4, quickly mucks. Brian Hastings with the best hand you can get before the flop, pair of aces, and he will make it $300,000 quickly. Will he get action? Yes, Joe Poker with the pair of 7s.
Yeah, a little surprised Faraz folded king 10 in the small, but Joey, of course, not going anywhere with 7s in the big blind, so heads up to this flop.
The flop is ace 9 7.
You gotta be kidding me.
Both flop sets. Brian, of course, with top set of aces.
It is going to take some kind of run out to prevent Joey from losing a ton of chips here. He's going to start by just calling this bet from Brian. I do really like Joey's decision to call here.
Absolutely. You want to just trap your man. Little do you know that you're being trapped. A deuce on the turn.
Check.
And Joe, wow, he's going to check it. Brian will make a nice bet of $750.
Well, I'd like to be more articulate here, Vince, but really Joey is just screwed. I mean, there's just no way you prevent losing all of your chips here.
He's just calling, trying to trap. 3 on the river, not going to change anything. Set over set. Joey thinks he's trapping.
And I love the way that Joey has played this hand. 99% of the time, he's getting maximum value out of his opponent with his set via this slow play. Instead, he's about to lose it all.
Yeah, bet at 2.2. Now Joey, of course, Joe Poker, I should say, he has him covered.
Showing a little uncertainty in his face. Oh no, I'm facing a third barrel. I'm not really sure what to do here. I'm gonna have to think this one over. Oh, maybe I'll even use one of my time bank chips on the action clock as it ticks down.
Yes, we know that move. That's a shrewd move made by a lot of pros.
Oh, I'm gonna need way more time on this one. I'm not sure I want to put a bunch of money in with a set on a dry board.
That's why you gotta love poker.
All in.
There you go.
Call.
Insta call, and look at this. Joe's gonna turn him up like he has the winner. That hurts.
And you see him put his hands up like, well, what can I do? Nothing, really. You're going to run out like that with set under set. You're going to double up your opponent. So, unfortunately for Joey, he built himself up to the chip leader at this final table, but suffers a huge setback there.
Well, there's Brian Hastings' fiancée Sonia enjoying the moment.
Brian Hastings taking over the chip lead.
I live and breathe poker a lot. I wouldn't say 24 hours a day, but this is work and fun. It's fun work. I really enjoy poker, and whenever I've had a thought of branching out to do something else, I always come back to it. Titles are exciting to me. I take a lot of pride in the fact that I have 3 World Series of Poker bracelets. Adding a WPT title to that would be really cool. I think there's a lot of prestige to it, and I'm really looking forward to giving it my best shot.
Thank you. Very skillful.
Brian Hastings, an incredibly successful player during the course of his career, got his start online, has 3 World Series bracelets, now looking to add a WPT title to his collection.
Yeah, he came into the final table as the chip leader, took his hits. The stack went way down, but now it's turning around for him. He's going to raise this time with an ace deuce to $300,000.
Perhaps a chance for Joey to get some chips back.
They call him Joe Poker. And right now they're calling him Joe Pissed Off.
Yeah. Looks like he has enough chips left to make a 3-bet here without going all in.
Well, he's got a big hand, so he gets some of that anger out by re-raising with the quality hand. Yep, he makes it $785 total.
$785.
He could boil a pot of coffee on his head right now. Scott's going out.
Joey going with the small re-raise, hoping that will induce Brian to move in over the top. But he started this hand with about 20 blinds. Brian elects to get away instead.
There's Joe's parents in the audience. Mom, Lisa, Dad, Joe. It's his dad's birthday, by the way. And we move on. Quick fold by Faraz, and now Joey with Queen 9. We'll make it 280 to go. Scott goes out. And the local Brian Hastings with Ace 7.
He's going to make this call from the big blind against our short stack Joey.
All right, Queen 9 versus Ace 7. Aces and 7s for Hastings. He's on fire.
If Joey were deeper, I'd expect Brian to play this cautiously. However, Joey only started this hand with a little over 20 blinds, so I think Brian will either move in over this bet or check raise him big.
Well, Joey's bet 250 on the continuation. Looks like Brian's getting out the raising chips. Yeah, total of 850. Gonna chase Joey away.
Not much Joey can do there. Takes one stab at winning the pot. Brian comes over the top and a quick fold.
And now Brian is gonna put Joe Poker through the torture chamber. You've been there, right, Tony?
It just, you feel so hopeless. You feel like there's nothing you can do. You can't just, play your way out. You can't just get a good hand when you decide on it. You just have to wait.
Yep.
What do you get as a Club WPT VIP member? You can save money on shopping with Saver's Guide. Save money on events with Score Big. Save big, win big at ClubWPT.com.
This is definitely one of the best events on tour. It's a great location, huge room.
It's a really fun place to play poker. It's got a great vibe. People here are generally a lot more friendly and having a lot more fun than you find in a lot of tournaments.
I always come out here to the Hard Rock. They have a lot of great tournaments. The fields are always amazingly fun. People love to gamble, and I'll be here every time.
Well, I love playing here at Seminole Hard Rock, Vince. The tournament director, Tony Burns, does an amazing job. Meanwhile, Brian Hastings at the top of our leaderboard, followed by Scott Majerison, Faraz Jaka in third, and Joey Cowden trying to build back up after that brutal setup hand.
Winner's going to take home close to $700,000. We go back down to the felt. A quick fold by Joe Poker. Scott with King 7 of hearts. He's getting out raising chips. Makes it 240 to go. Into Brian, who has a 9-6 of clubs. Oh, wow. The 18 million is going to change things. He's going to make a big raise with that junk hand.
Sure, Brian's hand is a little too weak to call here out of the small blind, but it can connect on a flop pretty well. So he decides to come over the top of Scott, especially while Joey is very short and Scott does not want to risk elimination.
2.6.
Scott, of course, says, yeah, I know what you're thinking, and now it's 2.6 million to go, Brian. He's chose a great hand to do it with. King 7 suited has a blocker to strong hands, but isn't good enough to call.
Yeah, just a great read by Scott. Right back over the top.
Scott, one of the best players in modern online poker, showing that he's got what it takes to win in the live arena as well. He's made 2 final tables at the World Series before, but this is his first WPT final table.
All right, four-handed poker. Blinds of 61-20. Action on Scott. He's in second chip position. He's going to fold, and now Brian with an ace-queen. It's a lot better than the 9-6. And he will raise it to 280.
Joey here has an 8-7 suited in the big blind. Some players like to move all in when they're around 20 blinds with these suited connectors, as they do fare well when they see 5 cards. Calling, of course, also a very strong choice. Joey wants to see a flop.
Oh, and the flop is beautiful for Joey. Jack 8-7, 2-pair.
Great flop for Joey, but also so coordinated that Brian likely to check back here and not put a lot of money in without improving. Oh, that's a way to improve.
Ace for Brian. Probably thinks he's in front now, and Joe's going to check into him.
You see, Joey knows that that is a card that he should be checking a very high percentage of the time, so he does it with his strong hands and his weak hands.
Hastings going to bite 375. Joey would like to get some revenge off of Brian.
All in.
He's going to push it right now, all in.
Joey is too short for any other option here, so he rips it in, tries to get value and protect his 2-pair at the same time, and he's pleased that Brian did not instant call him. He knows that he has the best hand now. Brian with a very tough decision holding top pair and the queen kicker.
The clock is ticking down, and he wants more time.
Brian considering whether he can have the best hand here often enough to make this call, getting about 2-1 on his money.
It's $2 million total.
He knows that he's in the lead some of the time, but that other times he can be drawing dead against a flush, and he does call.
Yeah, he's going to make the call. He's behind, but has a lot of outs.
Spades for 2-pair. Brian has ace-queen with the ace of clubs, queen of spades.
One bad card for Joe, he'll be gone.
Brian looking for an ace, jack, or queen, otherwise Joey Cowden will double up and get back in the mix.
Can Joe stick around? Yes, a deuce of diamonds on the river, so Joey will double up.
Okay, so Joey Cowden gaining a little momentum here. Takes some of those chips back from his nemesis, Brian Hastings.
Thank you.
I think confidence is one of the biggest weapons for anybody. Whether you're a great player or not, confidence is really underrated.
Joey Cowden, he's a South Florida regular, so we played together quite a bit. Very tough player. I mean, he plays all the games, plays well. Also has some fun at the table.
I really like beating people, I think, yeah. What puts me on tilt is making mistakes. I'm really hard on myself. A couple years ago, I was grinding harder than most other players around here. And I would like to see my poker career end up like Doyle. Hopefully I'll be wheeling around like Doyle when he's 80.
Oh, that is the good life. But I think when he's 80, instead of a scooter, he'll have a rocket pack.
We have a quick pause in the action. When we come back, Phil Hellmuth will break down his thoughts on tonight's play. It's the raw deal, Poker Brat style. I hope you're enjoying tonight's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. It's time to find out if Phil Hellmuth is also enjoying it in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Bluffing is an important tool in any poker player's arsenal. And tonight, we are seeing a masterclass on how great players use a bluff to their advantage. I've been playing against Faraz Jaka for over a decade, and he has unlimited potential. One reason why is that he has no fear. His range is wide, and putting him on a specific hand is quite challenging. Holding 10-8 on a 9-6-6 flop, from Faraz's point of view, he has a belly buster straight draw, needs a 7, and needs a 10 or an 8 for a pair. Great time to fire. And Faraz does, and takes the initiative, and raises it up post-flop. This check raise works quite often, with opponents most times folding ace-high, king-high, and small pairs. But why does Joey fold 7-7 when Faraz is known to bluff a lot and has such a wide range? Because Joey knows he's gonna have to not just call the flop bet, but a turn bet as well. And he wasn't ready to invest that much money in this spot. Good job, Faraz. Another great poker player, multiple World Series of Poker bracelet winner, Brian Hastings, finds himself in a hand pre-flop with online pro Scott Majerison. Brian Hastings smells weakness and makes a nice 3-bet. I love Hastings, good guy, and I love his well-timed 3-bet. And Hastings was right. His opponent, Scott, was weak. But Scott mans up and says, I know you know I'm weak, but since I think you're also weak, I'm going to re-raise you.
2.6.
4-bet. Great move, Scott. Way to man up.
Oh, boy.
Now, If I could just run good, when I smell a bluff, I'd finally get my first WPT title.
Well, Phil's right there, Vince. Scott picked the perfect time to execute that bluff pre-flop with the King 7 suited.
Well said by Phil. And we move on four-handed poker here at the Seminole Hard Rock. And right now, Faraz Jaka. Let's take a look at his cards. He's got a decent king-queen. He's getting out raising chips, it appears. Yes, he will make it 260 to go with that hand. Joe Poker goes out. Scott as well. And now Brian Hastings with an ace-4.
Well, he's going to make this call from the big blind against Faraz.
So these two old buddies, great poker savants, going at it once again here tonight. And the flop is a queen 6-5. So beautiful flop for Faraz Jaka, hitting the queens.
Great flop for Faraz, but also enough there that Brian may continue putting money in this pot as he has 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush with the backdoor nut flush draw, and an overcard to the ace.
Well, Faraz makes the continuation bet of 300. And that's exactly what Hastings is going to do. He is going to move it up to 950. Saying, I don't necessarily believe you have a queen. And I'm going to try to take the pot right now with my silly ace high.
And as we know, Faraz has a very strong hand on this flop and will not be going away.
No, he doesn't. To the absolute discomfort of that man right there. And a king only gets better for Faraz. 2 pair.
That's not a card that Brian is likely to fire. He was looking for a 3, a 7, a heart, maybe an ace. So he does check over to Faraz and stops the bleeding. Faraz not interested in any more checks.
Yeah, just in case this guy has a 4 flush, drawing 2. You got to put some money out there. Make him pay for it if he wants to stick around. And no, Brian does the wise thing and gets away from the hand. Faraz going to take this one down. You know, his nickname years ago was the Toilet.
That's right. That was his online screen name, the Toilet 00.
I'm so glad that went away. But right now at the Dr. Pepper bar, the girls are really enjoying the moment. What a great event. And the blinds are going up to 75, 150, a $25,000 ante. And Joe Poker goes out, and now Scott, our chip leader, takes a rest. Oh, and Brian's got the perfect hand. Pair of kings.
Brian going to start by just calling from the small blind. And Faraz surprisingly checks a queen 8 suited in position. So both players slow playing a little bit as we get an ace queen 9 2 club flop.
Oh boy. So Faraz hits his queens, and Hastings can't be too happy. An ace appears, but he's going to bet, find out where he is. 150. Faraz with the queen's going to call. So neither one comfortable. And a 3 on the turn changes nothing. So Brian Hastings with the kings. Now he's going to slow down, saying, okay, this guy could have an ace on me. Who knows? And because he checked, now Faraz is saying, maybe I'm in front.
Yeah, I think it's quite reasonable for Faraz to believe he has the best hand
That's
here.
right.
But as we know, the kings of Brian, slow playing pre-flop, have now led to this turn where Faraz is doing the betting for him.
Yeah, 425, and Brian going to call.
And we see a 4 of spades on the river.
It's like neither player knows where they are. They're both fearful of the other guy, so they both check. And they turn it up. And the slow-played kings are going to win it. Brian Hastings will take the pot to the absolute delight of his friends.
Scott Baumstein here to support Brian, looking thrilled to be in the audience tonight. He is a recent WPT Deep Stacks winner and currently on top of the leaderboard for Player of the Year in the WPT Deep Stacks Tour.
Yeah, impressive poker player. And now Faraz going out, and Joey here with a queen jack will make it 400,000 to go. Scott doesn't compete. Brian with a 5 deuce in the big blind. Of course he'll call. Hope to get lucky. flop is a Jack 10-7, so top pair for Joey.
Joey checks back here with his top pair.
Wow, 10 pairs the board, but it gives 4 hearts out there for Brian Hastings now.
Well, Brian seems to believe that Joey was likely to check back with showdown value on the flop, doesn't try and bluff him, and he rivers a flush while Joey rivers a full house.
Unbelievable.
This could get a little expensive.
Yeah, Brian probably thinks he has a winner now with his little flush. Oh yeah, and Hastings is going to come out with a bet. He thinks he's in front.
Now, he bet full pot there, so he's trying to get Joey to call with ace high or... well, really, ace high.
Oh, but back over the top by Joe Poker. Wants to punish Brian, and Brian is completely confused now. He's saying, is this guy really have a jack or a 10? What's going on here?
This is awkward for Brian. He's thinking, well, if you had a jack or a 10, why didn't you bet the flop or turn? Did you really check all the way down here? So the action clock ticking away as Brian contemplates whether to call or not.
He's going to take more time here. It is a big moment. Be a nice laydown if he could do it. But he just might have to pay this off the way it was played. But no, Brian, too good for that. Does the right thing.
So Joey Cowden still trying to build back up after suffering set under set, gaining some momentum.
As we near the tail end of season 16, the race to become the Ublo WPT Player of the Year is close to the finish line. Two-time WPT champion Art Papazian is still on the top of the leaderboard, but players like Derek Walters and Eric Afriat are starting to close in. And will Art hold them off, or will someone be able to snatch the lead? We will keep you apprised of the results, but now let's get back to the final table.
All right, thanks, Lynn. Here's a look at our updated Zynga Poker leaderboard. Scott Majerison at 13.6 million, followed by Brian Hastings at 11.6. Faraz Jaka in third with 7.4, followed closely by Joey Cowden.
Faraz Jaka, very talented pro. This time with Queen 7 of clubs. And he will move it to 350 to go. Joe Poker goes out, and now Scott with a decent ace-jack.
Scott has mixed up his approach in these situations between calling and 3-betting, but so long as he's the chip leader, it looks like he's going to lean towards the more aggressive option as he makes it 1.2 million.
Brian Hastings has to go out, and Faraz believes him as well. So the chip leader going to take that one.
Scott, one of the best players in the modern online tournament scene, which has become incredibly competitive over the years. Now showing that his abilities translate to the live felt.
Onward we go, and Brian with King 10 of hearts has raised to 350. A couple folds around to Scott with a 9-6 of hearts. He will play. And we will look at a flop. Wow, and the flop is a 9-6 deuce, just absolutely perfect for Scott, hitting top 2 pair. Oh, that's a beautiful thing to have happen.
Well, Brian does have a little piece here with 2 overcards, a backdoor straight, a backdoor flush draw, but Scott's got a hand that is likely to check raise on a texture where he's probably going to be check raising more draws than strong hands, as he's not getting to this flop with a lot of 9 deuce and 6 deuce combinations.
Scott hitting the top 2 pair with a junk hand, and he is going to re-raise right now. Not going to play slow.
And I like that Scott has gone with the check raise here. That will help balance with the times he check raises as a bluff. Here, he's got the top 2 pair, and Brian goes away.
And the rich get richer. And Scott is originally from England, and he says he's played more hands than the final table, all of them put together. How about that?
A bold claim that I don't quite believe, considering Faraz and Brian were both very active in the heyday of online poker.
A lot of hands, though. He's only 25 years old. And now he looks down at an ace-7 of diamonds with the button. And he has raised it to 300. Brian out. And Faraz Jaka with a real hand this time, pair of jacks. And he's going to re-raise to $1 million.
Well, Scott with a suited ace in position and plenty of chips is going to make this call.
This could be a big pot. Pair of jacks. Let's see what happens. Another jack on the flop. Jack 7-3. 3 of a kind for Faraz.
And a dangerous flop for Scott, as he has second pair and the backdoor nut flush draw on a texture where he knows his opponent is going to follow through with a continuation bet at a very high frequency.
That is so true. And Faraz will do that. He bets 850, but with a huge hand, as we know. And Scott with second pair will make this call. We go in deeper. Turn card is a king of diamonds. Wow, now it gives a 4 flush to Scott on top of his 7s, but he's well behind with the 3 of a kind by Faraz.
And Faraz not slowing down. Gonna cut out a bet of...
Oh, it's all going in. The plaques, the chips, it's 1.6.
Scott's getting about 3.5 to 1 to make this call. I expect Scott to see a river. Not only does he have a draw to the nuts, but every now and then he has the best hand against something like ace-queen or ace-10 that's double-barreling.
Tough to get away from this. You want to see if a diamond appears. So he is making this call. We are going to the river. Can the chip leader hit his diamond and crush Faraz? No, it's another king, so just jacks full for Faraz.
All in.
And he's going to go all in.
Faraz has announced all in.
Scott is just saying, I didn't get there. I got my measly 7s, but is it possible this guy could be bluffing all the way like this? Should I put the extra money in?
Yeah, and there's not that many hands that Faraz is going to run this triple barrel bluff with, and some of the combinations he's likely to do it with are stuff like ace-10, ace-queen of diamonds, ace-5 of diamonds. So with Scott holding the ace of diamonds, he actually blocks a lot of the potential bluffs that Faraz could have.
But he's going to take extra time. He might just want to make the hero call here. We've seen that before.
So Scott goes away.
Finally does the right thing, and Faraz Jaka picking up a big one against the chip leader.
Can't say I was rooting for you. Seem nicer than these guys, but I like myself a lot.
This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And ClubWPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at ClubWPT.com. You know, we get to travel to many wonderful places. And you know, Nancy Smith traveled to Hollywood, Florida with her husband, Alex, after winning a main tour seat at ClubWPT.
My name's Nancy Smith, and I'm from a little town in Tennessee called Selmer. I was fortunate enough to win a seat to play in the WPT tournament. It was nice having my husband here. He sat there and watched me and cheered me on and made me feel good. Is that good enough? I can't lie any more than that. He drives me crazy. Oh, I'm enjoying the VIP experience. My favorite part was meeting some of the players that I did. At first, I was a little bit intimidated by them, but then I beat a couple of them with my hands, and I felt really good. Playing on ClubWPT has improved my poker game. I win now more than I used to. It's helped me with my patience, and that's what makes a successful poker player.
Nancy got to experience the VIP life and show off her poker skills on TV. Sign up at ClubWPT.com for your chance to experience the VIP treatment and play in a main tour event.
All right, four-handed poker. Right now, Scott Majerison is the chip leader, but they all have chips. Scott's got 11.2. Brian Hastings in second chip position with 11. Faraz with about 10.6. And Joe Poker, Joey Cowden, with 6.2 million. Here we go. Blinds are still 75, 150. Couple folds, and it's around to Scott, who's got a king 3 of spades.
Scott in the small blind here. Facing off against Brian in the big, starts by calling. Brian looks down at 10-8 suited and says, let's pump this up to 500,000. Scott will not be folding a suited king blind versus blind.
No, he has got to call that. He wants to see the flop. And here we go, 10-8 versus King 3, and the flop will be Jack 4 deuce. Helps neither player.
Yeah, you're right. Not much for either player here, so you give the advantage to the player in position, who is the pre-flop aggressor. So the bet of 400,000 from Brian takes that down. Scott folds what's technically the best hand, but not good enough to continue.
You know, we went back a few years ago. Brian Hastings, who's never made a final table on the World Poker Tour, but he was one of the players to watch.
Yes.
He's really well liked on the circuit and considered a great player.
Scott will go away. Brian finds himself with pocket sevens facing a raise from Joey Cowden.
You start with like 5, 6?
Like 6.2, I think.
Okay.
Does Brian want to call or 3-bet here?
Yeah, two great starting hands. And he is going to raise it with the sevens. Makes it 1.3 total. Back on Joe Poker.
All in.
And Joe Poker is going to push it all in with the ace-king.
The call.
And that's got to be called.
Okay, Vince, it is a classic coin flip to see who becomes our chip leader. Joey Cowden was down to 2 million in chips after that set under set cooler versus Brian Hastings. Now with an opportunity to make himself the chip leader of this final table.
Family and friends in the audience. Now he has to get lucky to stick around.
Oh, you can see he wants it. It's coming out in his body language. The typically stoic Joey Cowden really wants to see an ace or king. Or how about both?
Oh, man. Ace, king, jack on the flop. He gets aces and kings. Hastings, hugely disappointed.
Kind of close.
Oh, man. Well, it's Joey Cowden's dad's birthday, and there's a present on the turn for him. Lock this one up for Cowden.
Yeah, wow, a 7 on the river. Irrelevant.
Rub some salt in Brian's wound.
Hey WPT fans, are you ready for fun, competitive poker action? We know just the place. With millions of users worldwide, Zynga Poker is the place to play for around-the-clock poker excitement. Zynga Poker is available on the App Store, Google Play, and Facebook. So, what are you waiting for? Check out Zynga Poker today.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. 4 players battling for the championship. Joe Poker. Joey Cowden out in front with 12.7 million.
Followed by Scott Majerson and Faraz Jaka. Brian Hastings sitting on the short stack. He was recently our chip leader, but he lost a very big flip to Joey Cowden.
That is right, Brian Hastings, very famous young professional player with Queen Jack, has raised it to 350. Faraz goes out, and now Joey with a Queen 10.
4.5, yeah.
Started with like 5, a little over 5.
Well, there's a sign of a table full of professionals. Everyone knows exactly how much they're playing all of the time. So Joey makes this call. Go into the flop, dominated by Brian's Queen Jack, and unfortunately for Joey, he hits a hand that is going to cost him some money if he can't find a 10.
Wow, Queen 6-3. They both have queens, but Hastings, of course, with the better kicker, and he'll bet 300. Joe Poker makes the quick call, perhaps thinking he's in front. And we are going to the turn. It's an 8 of hearts, doesn't change anything.
Not a very impactful card on the turn, though it does add a few draws in the form of 9-7, 9-10, Jack 10, but Joey, with a 10, has a blocker to some of those draw combinations.
Brian's bet 850. He would love to take a chunk out of Joey's chip stack at this point, and yes, he's going to get the action he wants. Let's see if anything crazy hits on the river. No, it's a 3, which is just terrific for Brian Hastings. He's got queens up with a better kicker.
2.3 million.
Wow. Oversized bet of 2.3.
Yeah, big bet from Brian here, firing 2.3 into 3 million. Joey seems to sense that something is wrong here, despite a fairly safe run out for his hand.
Nice 1.5, 1.6. Probably we call pretty quickly, but now the action clock is ticking down.
Joey has requested time.
I think Hastings wanted the oversized bet to make it look like a potential bluff. You can't think that this man can lay this hand down. But he's going to do it. It's just a beautiful laydown.
Wow, tremendous fold from Joey. He has played such a disciplined game at this final table. Now the deck keeps trying to cooler him, and he keeps sneaking his way out.
Yeah, he is playing quite well here tonight. That took a few chips out of him, though. And now action's on Scott. He won't play. Hastings this time with a king 10. He'll go to 350. Faraz out, and once again, Joey with ace 3, decent hand, will make this call.
Brian in position here. As we see a flop of 9-6 deuce 2 clubs, so Joey in the lead. But more for Brian to like on that flop. And he checks back here. And with the 8 of clubs on the turn, Brian now has outs to any club, a 7, and of course a king or a 10. Another check. That's a little surprising.
And now a 7 comes up, actually giving Brian a straight to the 10. But there's 3 clubs out there. Joey has nothing.
Joey seems to believe that Brian has a weak pair that's just trying to get to showdown, so he's going to turn ace-high into a bluff, and Brian immediately calls, and if you're wondering why he didn't raise, it's because with 4 to a straight and 3 to a flush out there, he thinks that if he raises, the only hands that Joey puts more money in with are better hands.
Tough moment. Brian coming back, so everybody has chips right now. Blinds are at 1 and 200, 25,000 ante. Winner's going to take home close to 700,000 tonight. And now Joey looks down at a wonderful pair of queens.
Well, Joey has been so patient tonight. He was down to 2 million at one stage after losing set under set against Brian Hastings, but built it all the way back up to the chip lead. And now with queens, raises into the big blind of Faraz Jaka, who, oh no, has pocket kings.
Unbelievable. What a time to get him. Faraz peek it down at the kings. The Cowboys at the right moment.
Impending disaster for Joey Cowden. The deck has coolered him yet again. Faraz Jaka making it 1.5 million.
That's incredible. Joe Poker is going to be sick if it doesn't work out here, and he's far behind. And he's thinking about those words, I guess.
All in?
That's what they are. All in.
Ugh. And Jaka with the very nonchalant instant call as he tables his kings. Joey slams over his queens in frustration.
Yeah, he's just shaking his head, getting up. Can't believe this is happening to him. Very tough to have in a four-handed poker game, those 2 quality hands. And to be on the wrong side of it really hurts. Wow.
Now, we're about to ruin his dad's birthday here if he can't find a queen.
Let's see what happens on the flop. No, it's at 7-6-4. Does not help Joe Poker.
Couple of spades there will give Joey a glimmer of hope.
That's true. To the turn, not a queen. It's an ace.
Where's she at?
She's down to 2 queens for outs. That's it. Otherwise, he'll be our 4th place finisher here tonight.
Yeah, that's right. Where are all them royal girls at?
Going to the river. Can he get lucky? No, it's a 3 of diamonds.
Well, we are going to lose Joey Cowden in 4th place. Played an excellent final table, and at one stage held the chip lead. But this cooler set him back.
So Joe Poker out in 4th place. We'll take home 251,000, and we are down to 3 players.
Well, that marks the end of tonight's coverage from the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. Be sure to join us next time when we will crown a champion. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can outplay these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Tonight in South Florida, a World Poker Tour title is on the line. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and this is the WPT. We are in the final stretch of our coverage of the seminal Hard Rock Poker Showdown here in Hollywood, Florida. Here to get us up to speed on the standings are Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst.
Well, it's a great event we're seeing here tonight. 3 players remain. Faraz Jaka, who was on the short stack, and now he's the chip leader with 50% of the chips. You know, he's made the final table here on the World Poker Tour 5 times.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for Faraz tonight. Brian Hastings is one of the best live tournament players. He's won several bracelets and players in the game and is proving to be a very formidable live competitor as well.
So Faraz out in front right now, but don't count it yet.
Thanks, guys. Tonight's first place prize is close to $700,000. Our champion will also take home the impressive Hublot Big Bang Steel watch, plus have their name added to the WPT Champions Cup. Now, it looks like the final table is back in play, so let's get down to the felt.
Thank you, Lynn. Let's have a look at our Zynga Poker leaderboard. Faraz Jaka, now your chip leader, above 20 million. Scott Majerison in second at 10.5, and Brian Hastings in third at 8.4 million.
In the antes are 25,000, the blinds are 100, 200. Here we go. 3 tough pros going at it here. Action on Brian Hastings, the local here in Fort Lauderdale. He's got ace-7. He'll make it 450 to go. Our chip leader Faraz Jaka going out. And now Scott, online wizard in the poker world, is going to make this call. He's never cashed in a World Poker Tour event. Look at this flop, 10-7-3. Brian Hastings hitting 7s.
Well, we discussed earlier that when players flop a gut shot out of the big blind, it's often the kind of hand they like to use as a check-raise bluff to balance with the times they have a really strong hand. Scott here seems to buy into that philosophy. Check raises to 1.25 million.
With the Jack-8.
Brian here with second pair and the ace kicker makes the call.
Let's see if something crazy happens for Scott. No, it's a 4 of spades, so Brian's still in front with the 7s. So Scott now is going to take a stab at this. He is betting 1.9 with nothing. Jack-8 inside straight draw. He's just going for it.
Well, some of the hands that Scott would check raise bluff with here are 5-6, 8-9.
Action clock. Brian has to make a move or buy more time, and that's what he's going to do.
So does Brian believe that Scott has one of his strong holdings here, or that he's drawing?
All in.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Brian puts it together, moves in, and Scott instantly slides his cards to the muck.
Like he could see through the cards. Brian Hastings looking like a hero there.
Scott thinking out loud.
Something like that. And we move on. What poker we're seeing? It's on Faraz. He's got over 20 million in chips at this point. He's never taken a WPT title, but like we said before, he's made the final table 5 times. He was a WPT Player of the Year. And now he has raised, but Scott's coming over the top with a Jack-10.
Scott not backing down despite the setback against Brian there.
Yeah, it's gonna work.
Knows that in a 3-handed poker game, he needs to maintain his aggression.
All 3 of these guys very easily could be bluffing hands all the time. They don't wait for cards, they wait for situations. And here we go. Brian Hastings this time with a queen deuce. He's just going to call it. Faraz with a little pair of 3s says, okay, I'm fine. Let's see the flop. And the flop comes up. Oh man, ace jack 3. 3 of a kind for Faraz.
What a flop. And Brian here is going to stab for the minimum bet.
200,000. Faraz Chaka hitting a beautiful hand. He's going to walk the dog, disguise the strength, just calling. As we go to the turn 4 of clubs.
And that's a card that may lead Brian to double barrel, as he now has a gut shot to a 5, whereas most turn cards won't be able to help him.
Well, he's coming out with a bet, 600. Little does he know what he's up against. Faraz Chaka. They used to call him the Toilet. That was his nickname.
That's right, the Toilet 00 online for many years.
And the Toilet right now is going to flush out Brian if he raises.
Brian headed for the drain, to continue the analogy.
He's getting the plaques out, and it's pushing in. 1.9 total, and now Brian finally kind of gets it, don't you think?
Yeah, I can't imagine Brian would continue here. There they go.
But you gotta love about Brian, he always quickly acts. He
Right.
knows when the jig is up. But let's talk about this guy, Faraz Chaka. What a player, but he's also an entrepreneur and quite a fine businessman.
Learning all these fundamentals of business has definitely come in handy in poker because I treat my poker as a business. You're managing money, you have to figure out your schedule, you're making decisions. It really is a business. And that business is yourself. You got to figure out how to invest in it, how to excel at it. The reason why you study and play those thousands of tournaments is so that when you're in this moment, you know what to do. There's nothing that I need to figure out now. It's the same old thing that I've prepared for this whole time.
Faraz Chaka.
Winning this event would really feel like I sealed the deal. I've won the World Poker Tour Player of the Year. I've taken that title down. There's only one thing left, and that's winning a championship event.
You know, Tony, I also treat my poker like a business.
Do you?
Unfortunately, I went Chapter 11 about 10 years ago. So.
Oh, well, sorry to hear that.
Okay, just moving on. Okay, as you can see, Faraz Chaka out in front, the businessman with close to 22 million.
Yeah, Faraz, a natural risk taker, recent entrepreneur, and WPT champion hopeful.
And we are seeing it all tonight. We're seeing great moves, great plays, really intelligent poker.
Faraz now with Queen Jack in the small blind. $650 from Faraz over to Scott. He's got a King 8 of diamonds. And we'll make the call in position.
And the flop is a King 6 deuce, so kings for Scott. Nothing hitting for Faraz.
And that is a texture that Faraz will be betting as the pre-flop raiser. But unless he turns a 9, 10, or ace, I would expect him to slow down.
Well, Scott is just going to call with the top pair. And we are going to the turn. It is a 10 of clubs.
Well, that is pretty much the best possible card for Faraz to double barrel, but instead he elects to check, which I gotta say I'm pretty surprised by. 850,000 from Scott over to Faraz.
All in?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say Faraz might just check raise bluff all in here, and Scott, yeah, he's like, yeah, I got top pair and I'm the short stack, I call.
Wow.
I was wondering why Faraz checked that turn, and now it makes much more sense. I like the play. It didn't work out here, But if your opponent has a 6 or deuce and bets the turn, they're almost certainly going to fold to your shove.
Here we go, river card. No, that's another king.
Scott gonna get a big double up here against Faraz Jaka. Trip kings on the river holds up against the straight draw.
This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Ublo, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And ClubWPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at ClubWPT.com.
An incredible turnout here at the Seminole Hard Rock is now down to 3 players with Faraz Jaka out in front, Scott and Brian tied for second place.
Yeah, first place going to take home close to $700,000. Third place, $336. Not chump change. Let's go to the felt. Scott now with Jack 7, makes it $400,000 to go. Brian goes out, and Faraz is going to squeeze Jack 7. And he will make this call.
Both playing the same hand. We see a flop of ace-5-3. Nothing for either player, and so you give the advantage to the pre-flop aggressor, Scott.
And he will chuck in a bet of 300. It's gonna work. So Scott Majerison, originally out of England, now plays online poker in Mexico. Looking good here tonight.
This is the biggest live final table I've made. I mainly play high stakes online tournaments. I guess lacking a bit of live experience could cause me some problems. Really, when you sign up to play a tournament, you basically know you're signing up for failure every single time. And you just do it because you know in the long run you're supposed to make money at some point, but who knows when. It's kind of annoyed me a little bit up to date that I've had such poor live results, but I've always known that it's just just keep turning up to play. And in time, I expected it to turn around. To win this tournament, it would be nice to get the monkey off my back. My friends would stop giving me banter about only being able to play online. I try not to get too excited about it all. Obviously, it's a lot of money, but it's just, another day.
Tony, doesn't he do that show where he sings in a cab with a celebrity?
Oh, I love him when he does that.
I know. And he plays great poker here, too.
Scott knows that in the end, poker, and especially poker tournaments, are a long-term game. You really have to be patient, not just today, not just tomorrow, but for months or years at a time. All his patience paying off tonight, maybe in the form of a WPT title.
That's a good way of looking at it. All right, back to this hand. Brian just calling with his Jack Deuce. And Faraz checks, so we're going to see a flop. He's got King 4. And the flop is a Jack 9-5.
Brian checks top pair over to Faraz, who checks behind and turns a top pair of his own. So now Faraz with the lead. Brian done checking, bets $250,000 with what's now second pair. Faraz, happy to continue with his king, makes this call.
And the river card is a 10.
Okay, 4 to a straight, 3 to a flush out. Brian checks. Does Faraz want to go for thin value? Does he believe he can get called by worse? He seems to think so. And he's going to bet big here. It's a pot of $1 million and he bets $850,000. What a tremendous bet from Faraz. Let's see if he can get paid.
Faraz with top pair, but any queen beats you.
And there it is.
Brian's going to pay him off.
I think he'd do that.
Neither did I, Brian, so credit to Faraz for making a very thin value bet and getting the most out of his pair kings.
Yeah, that's the sign of a great player. You really feel good when you make that kind of move. Get that extra value, extra money. But it's awful when the guy comes back over the top and makes you fold. And then shows the bluff against you.
Yeah, and then you're like, why did I even bet?
Yeah. And we move on. And right now, Faraz has raised it up to 450. Scott out Brian with ace-5 is making this call. Ace-5 versus queen-7. Flop is an ace-jack-6, so aces for Hastings. And he's checked.
And he's got the backdoor nut flush draw to go along with top pair.
Yeah, Faraz bets 475. Brian with the top pair. Smooth calls. Going to the turn. It is a 10.
Well, that is a card that may lead to Faraz firing a double barrel here, as he now has a gut shot to the king. Most turns would not give him more equity in this hand. That's a pretty good one for him.
Wow. The chip leader is going to bet close to 1.4 million in chips.
Brian, undeterred, makes the call.
Yeah, with his aces. And the river card coming up. Oh, it's a nice 5 that gives aces and 5s to Brian, and he's going to check and try to trap more, but no, Faraz doesn't go for it. So Brian Hastings outsmarting Faraz right there. 3 players remain at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. Who will become our champ here tonight? We will see when we come back. Hey, WPT fans, have you checked out Zynga Poker?
With a variety of options for play and millions of users competing around the clock, Zynga Poker is the world's leading poker game.
That's right, Tony. Zynga Poker is available on the App Store, Google Play, and Facebook. So what are you waiting for? Check out Zynga Poker today. Well, so many great players out here this week, and ClubWPT VIP member and tournament fisherman Larry Terry proved he's no fish at the table.
I'm Larry Terry from Nashville, Tennessee. I enjoy playing poker because it's fun, it's competitive, and I've been playing poker probably for 20, 25 years. But I've been fishing all my life. Both fishing and poker they're alike because it's competition to me. The fishing is a lot more intense because you have to catch fish. Playing poker, you can sort of lay back. Fishing is helping me at the poker table because you have to be patient. You have to fish slowly and you have to reel in the fish. And that's like trying to get another poker player. ClubWPT has improved my poker game because I get to see a lot more hands. And you can try different techniques. If you get knocked out, you just sign right on to another one.
Larry won his way into the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown by playing on ClubWPT, and you can too. Sign up to become a VIP member at ClubWPT.com for a chance to win real cash and prizes.
Well, we are back here on the World Poker Tour. As you can see, 3 players remain. And out in front, Faraz Jaka with 15.5 million. Scott Majirison, 12.2. And Brian Hastings with about 11.4.
Yeah, quite an even match, though. Every time it seems like one of these players is going to separate himself from the pack, they drag him right on back.
Very interesting poker here tonight. Winner's going to take home close to 700,000. And right now, Faraz Jaka going to move it up to 450 to go. Brian's going to call with a 10-6. So 2 awful hands. Trying to be something. And a Jack-5-4 flops. So Faraz getting a piece of that. He gets the 5s. They go check, check. 8 on the turn.
Both players pick up a gut shot here, needing each other's outs.
Brian taking a stab here, $500,000. Faraz makes the call. Nothing happening on that river.
Yeah, Brian has missed. Does he want to try and bluff his way out here?
If you can't hit the hand, sometimes you got to do what you don't want to do. And he's going to do what he doesn't want to do, but he has to do. He's going to bet it and try to take a stab at a bluff. 1.7 million.
Yeah, Brian bets very big there. That chases away Faraz.
Oh, there's Sonia and the gang on the rail, rooting Brian on. And the blinds are up now to 125, 250 with a 25,000 ante. Getting very expensive here. And a quick fold by Brian this time. Faraz now with a pretty solid king 10. Just calls. And Scott behind him with a king 9. Yeah, but he's going to raise it.
Scott in position here with a pretty strong hand for the big blind. He's going to charge Faraz to see this flop with what it turns out is a dominating hand.
Total of 750. Here's the flop. It's a nothing flop. 6-4 deuce. There's 2 clubs.
And that is better for Faraz's limp calling range than Scott's raising range. So he checks back there, bringing a 4 on the turn.
Pairing the board. Faraz checks, and now Scott. He's saying, look, if you're yielding, I'm betting.
And Faraz gonna give up. I'm a little surprised by that fold, but I guess if he anticipates facing another bet on the river, he's trying to save himself a difficult decision.
These guys are playing with just air. They're not hitting necessarily many times. They are just betting situations. You gotta love it.
Goes to show that most of the time in a short-handed poker game, you're not gonna have it, and so you'd better be capable of bluffing your way out.
Yep, have the imagination and the guts to do those kind of moves. But right now, Faraz, with a big hand, ace-queen, has raised, and behind him, wow, Scott with king 10 over the top for 2 million total.
Scott has been very aggressive out of the small blind in these kind of situations, so I would like to see Faraz rip it in pre-flop. They're just over 40 blinds deep, and he has quite a strong holding. And it looks like Faraz is going to just call instead, so we'll go to a flop with Faraz in position.
Yeah. Faraz out in front slightly. Let's see the flop. Oh, it's a king, deuce, deuce. So Scott outflops Faraz. And he re-raised heavily before the flop, but now he's going to slow down.
What a nice check from Scott on this flop. He knows it's very hard for his opponent to draw out on this texture. And he has what is probably one of the weakest kings in his 3-betting range here. So he opts to mix that in with his checking range.
And Faraz is going to bet 1.4 million. Scott okey-doking a big call. Going to the turn. It just gets better and better as a king hits. He has kings full, and he's going to check again. He's digging the hole. Put the branches of the twigs over it, waiting for the sucker to fall in, but not Faraz this time. Going to the river.
Faraz, a little too crafty to step on all those suspicious-looking twigs.
But Scott's going to try it again.
Yeah, at this point he said, I have a hand with medium showdown value, so he continues that story and checks to Faraz on the river, hoping he'll bluff. Faraz likely realizes that Scott has too much showdown value to fold, and so he checks it back.
Yes, he's slowed down, doesn't lose any more, but that is a huge hand for Scott. It's going to put him well out in front as the chip leader now, trying to separate himself from the pack.
The poker brat Phil Hellmuth is in the house. That means it's almost time to get his unfiltered look at tonight's play. The Raw Deal is coming up. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. It's time for Phil Hellmuth to let loose in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Folks, let me tell you, tells are a thing, and I'm a master at spotting them. I have won all of the titles I have primarily because of my reading ability. All tournament long, we have seen online master Scott Majerison cover his face with his sweatshirt the second he is involved in a hand. This is a smart move for someone who is not used to playing live, especially against an experienced player like Faraz Jaka, who has made some great reads in the past. So yes, it's a good strategy for Scott to duck and cover. But is it a bad look for poker, and is it fair? is using sweatshirts, scarves, hats, and sunglasses to cover your face legal? Yes. But should it remain legal? No. I think that Scott should be forced to disguise his tells in another way. I think it looks awful when players use articles of clothing to cover their faces. What's next? Ski masks? Wetsuits? Of course, many of us use our hands to cover our face when we're in a big pot. So outlawing any type of hiding may be more complicated than it looks.
I'm just gonna put a box over my head the next time I play. I've had it.
Oh, well, we're still three-handed here at the Seminole Hard Rock. Brian Hastings now on the button has a 10-5 of hearts.
Okay, blinds a 125, 250, and a raise by Hastings. Faraz has folded, and now Scott with the pair of fives.
What do you have now? I think like 12-5.
Scott out in front with about 17 million. Just gonna call this. 10-5 versus 5-5, and the flop is an ace, queen, 9.
Well, that is not the flop that either player was looking for. Brian might continuation bet in position here. He really just has no hand. Not much of a way to turn outs besides maybe like a jack or a king to give him a straight draw. And this may work, as Scott's fives are not loving this flop, so he'll go away, and the bet from Brian works out.
Just goes to show you, you take a chance, close your eyes, and then win the pot with 10 high. Just nicely done. Back on Brian. He's got an 8-7. He's got the button. And he's got the chips out. Makes it 600 total.
Faraz with a queen jack here in one of those situations that you can mix up your calling with your 3-betting. He wants to make it 2 million.
Yep, there's no safe haven here, and everyone has to lay down the hand. Faraz Jaka picking that one up with his queen high. Faraz Jaka 5 times at a WPT final table, but yet to take a title down. Although he's been a WPT Player of the Year without winning one. That's how good he is. And now Scott with a king 8 of clubs is going to make it 500,000 to go. Brian this time with an attractive ace jack.
Brian gonna 3-bet here, makes it 1.8 million. And Scott has one of those hands on the button.
Is that 2 stacks of blues at the back, or just one?
Yeah, two stacks. Yeah.
That could go any of the 3 ways. He could fold, he could call, he could 4-bet. And this time he elects to call.
Okay, here we go. It's a big jack, 9, 3, 2 clubs. Everything gets there. Brian Hastings with top pair, big kicker, but Scott with the 4 flush.
And Brian checking over to Scott. Makes me think that he intends to check raise him here on this flop.
Well, Scott's going to come out with the bet
2 million from Scott.
with his potential monster.
And I wonder, is Brian going to check raise small, check raise big, move all in? What's the play?
Brian, you have 10 seconds.
3.8.
Brian announces a raise.
He's going with a big check raise that is not quite all in. Makes it 3.8 million.
Yeah, he's going to put the pressure back on Scott. And that's what you have to do at this point. The cards play themselves on this one, and they turn them up. And Brian Hastings, a slight favorite against Scott, but if it doesn't work out for Brian, he'd be gone.
Brian was once a commanding chip leader of this final table, entered the final table with the chip lead, now at risk of going out third if Scott finds a club or a king.
Here we go. It's not a club, it's a 3. So Brian Hastings dodging 1 card. He'll become a big chip leader if he should dodge a king or a club on the river.
Let's see if he can get it, Vince.
Here we go.
Oh, no! The 7 of clubs! And just like that, we lose Brian Hastings in 3rd place. Great run here at the Seminole Hard Rock. It does come to a close, a little short of the title.
Stunning last card. Brian Hastings out of here. He'll take home $336,000. The local has to say goodnight. Let's see what he has to say.
The whole time it was kind of anybody's game, so no regrets. Definitely stings missing out, but I'll be back.
Well, with 3rd place going to Brian Hastings, we are now heads up. It's almost time to crown a champion. When we return, Scott Majerison and Faraz Jaka compete for the WPT title. Now, Scott, you've had quite a roller coaster throughout this tournament, but now you've got a nice bit of momentum. What's it going to take to keep that through to the end?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. Faraz is a tough opponent, so just play hand by hand.
Now, you're sitting here at a televised final table, all your whole cards are being shown, you've got cameras in your face. Does that distract you from your regular game at all?
Maybe I was a little bit nervous in the beginning, just a little bit, but it went away quite fast. I don't really feel that much pressure, to be honest. No, it's just another tournament. It's a lot of money, but just try and forget about that.
Like a true pro, getting into the zone.
Do my best.
All right, well, good luck.
Thanks.
Now, you've played heads up for a WPT title before. How bad do you want it?
I mean, who doesn't want to win a WPT main event? I think the last time I was here heads up was about 8 years ago now, when I was new to the live scene. So it's pretty awesome to have a chance to a shot at the title again.
Yes, it's good to have you back. And let's see if you can do it.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Faraz entering the heads-up match with a little under 11 million in chips. Scott with a nice lead above 28 million.
All right, this is what we've been waiting for, the heads-up battle for the championship. Here we go, action on Faraz Jaka. Ooh, seductive 9-8 of spades, gotta love that. And he's gonna make it 600,000 to go. But Scott, with a queen jack of spades.
I'm a little surprised Scott didn't move in pre-flop. They're just over 30 blinds deep. Queen jack suited is a very good all-in hand. Instead, he elects to call, and both players flop big on king jack 7-2 spades.
4 flush for Scott and the jacks, and a 6 on the turn. Now, that gives open-ended for Faraz as well, but this could get very expensive. Here's a bet. 800,000 by Scott, who's out in front with the jacks and the 4 flush.
Surprising check behind from Faraz on the flop. Of course, he will continue now on the turn, and he will drill a straight on the river.
Unbelievable, no spade, but just the perfect card for Faraz Jaka, hitting it straight. And he's got Scott betting. Wow, 1,650,000.
I do like this bet from Scott. In many cases, your jack is going to be good, and this is a nice way to get thin value, but we are staring Faraz and his straight in the face, so let's see how much he wants to play for.
10 seconds for Faraz.
All in.
He wants it all. He wants it all. Now the question is, will he get called?
8.5.
Scott lets it go.
Yeah.
Second pair, no good facing that all in. Faraz finds the card he needs on the river. Takes down a nice pot to start off this heads-up match.
Certainly does. Just too much heat, but the perfect card on the river for Faraz Jaka. The blinds are now up to 200 and 400 with a 50,000 ante. Winner's going to take home close to 700,000 here tonight. Scott is just calling with his 5-4. And Faraz has a pretty solid king 10. And he is going to move it up, makes it a total of 1.3 million. And Scott has to say goodbye.
Yep, Scott folding his junky 5-4 on the button. So Faraz wins the first 2 hands of heads up.
It's getting on a little bit of a roll. That's what you need to do. Get hot at the right time. Will it be the night for Faraz Jaka to be a WPT champion? This time, he's going to look down at a 7-5.
And now Faraz will complete on the button. Scott checks 10-5 in the big.
Flop is a king 7-8, so 7's for Faraz. Nothing for Scott.
Yeah, just some backdoor draws for Scott here. But Faraz in the lead with bottom pair, checks this back. Turn is a 9. So Scott open-ended to the 10. Faraz with bottom pair and a gut shot to the 6. Though were he to hit it, Scott would have the higher straight. Scott betting 650,000 into Faraz, who will make this call.
Down to the river we go. It's an ace. Doesn't change anything.
Well, Scott can only win by betting now. And so if he chooses to bet, the real decision is about sizing.
3 million.
And he's going way over pot. He's betting 3 million. Now, I will say, Vince, that when you go that big over pot, it tends to polarize your range towards very strong and very weak hands. So Faraz here with bottom pair is actually considering this. He's saying, well, if you have a really strong hand, how many combinations can you really have here? There's flushes and maybe a jack 10 or a 5-6 or something. But I don't think you're just betting 1.5x pot with a bare ace.
Faraz would be a hero if he should do it.
Oh, wow.
He's going for the hero here, and he's going to love himself.
My goodness.
Just makes a tremendous call.
Scott's eyes just hit the ceiling.
That's just beautiful. That is a great, great call.
It's going to work. I don't know if I even like it, Vince. I mean, if you're going to call bottom pair, it seems like you got to call a lot of hands other than that, and it seems you're calling too frequently, but that's me.
Faraz looking good. The heads-up battle will continue when we come back on the World Poker Tour. Stay with us. You know, Club WPT VIP members not only enjoy unlimited poker,
all right,
they also get access to hundreds of hours of great content, including past episodes of the World Poker Tour.
Take your game to the next level. Watch and play at ClubWPT.com.
Well, you know, the Seminole Hard Rock is the center of poker in South Florida. No doubt about it. They have great cash games, fantastic tournaments. And you, Tony, you love it here, don't you?
Yeah, I absolutely love it here at Seminole Hard Rock. They always put on big tournaments with huge fields, and now I just got to get my win.
Yes, you do. Okay, we have a good one going on here right now, so let's go back down to the table.
All right, let's take a look at our updated leaderboard. Scott Majerison just barely out in front of Faraz Jaka. Faraz entered the heads-up match at a 3-1 disadvantage and has really narrowed the difference.
Yeah, Scott Majerison plays mostly online, only played this tournament the last minute because his buddy said, you gotta play it, give it a shot, and here he is with an opportunity to take home the title.
Well, same thing happened to Art Papazian earlier this season, and he ended up winning the Legends of Poker. Tell you what, Vince, next time I'm thinking about playing a poker tournament, I'm gonna refuse until my friends convince me.
That's nice. The flop's at ace-7-6. Now, they both have sixes here on this flop.
Both of them with a backdoor straight draw. Scott's comes with a backdoor flush draw.
Deuce of hearts on the turn. So Scott with the better kicker here. And they once again go check, check. Down to the river we go. It's an 8.
Well, both players with fourth pair now, but seeing as there's been no betting, I expect a little money to go in on the river. That's right, it's going to be $900,000 from Faraz over to Scott, who, if he makes this call, will win the pot.
Man, Faraz seemingly betting for value, and he's not going to like it. He is outkicked. And Majerison will take that pot down. Okay, now the antes are 100,000, and the blinds are 3 and 600,000.
They're really getting up there now, Vince. Faraz has 18 million, but that's only good for 30 blinds at these stakes.
All right, it's on Faraz. He is going to just call with an 8-6. And Scott has a queen-6, says, let's go. And here's the flop. It's a 6-4-4. So they both catch sixes again.
Scott with the superior kicker. Faraz with the backdoor straight draw.
But Faraz is going to bet at 600.
$1.8.
Well, Scott's going to make it 1.8 now.
And Faraz is aware that many of Scott's check raises here are draws, and so he calls in position with the 6 and the vector draws.
Let's see what happens on 4th Street. 7 of clubs.
Well, that card actually pairs a number of the draws that Scott could potentially be check raising with. And so he checks over to Faraz, who checks behind. And we see a Queen of Clubs on the river that's going to make Scott feel pretty good about where he is in this hand.
Yep.
So now the question is, how much do you want to bet and try and get out of Faraz? What will convince Faraz that you have a diamond draw that is missed and is trying to take the pot away from him?
3.2.
Scott decides it's 3.2 million.
He'd love to get this call and absolutely crush Faraz.
Now, Faraz got sticky with bottom pair earlier in this heads-up match on the river. Is he going to get sticky again and end up paying off Scott? No, he makes a good fold.
Yeah, he does. He gets away with that. He figures it out. Scott Majerison taking down the pot. Not quite as much as he wanted, but it'll do.
Blinds and antes are so big now that you have to include a plaque in your big blind.
That is pretty big. Okay, Scott this time with a Queen Jack.
All in.
And he is just going to say all in.
Yeah, he just rips it in for Faraz's 25 blinds. Faraz says, I got ace-8 suited. That's a clear call.
It's about time we're getting all in. It's about time we're getting all in. Good luck.
Yeah, Faraz Jaka out in front with his ace-8 of clubs to turn this thing around.
Do you pot this a little bit? Hope you lose.
Come on. Yeah. Gotta be something wrong with me.
No, obviously.
Scott 5 cards away from this championship. Faraz wants to double up. What's going to happen?
Now, one of these guys is going to be a first-time WPT champion, and 2 pair on the flop for Scott.
Unbelievable.
Faraz now drawing to a 10, running clubs or running 2 pair. Otherwise, Scott is your champion in his first ever WPT cash.
2 cards away from the championship, and it's going to work out there. 7 of hearts.
Okay, now only a 10 would rob Scott of this pot and his first live title.
That's right, the 4 outer.
It's an ace! And that's not going to do it for Faraz. He'll make top pair, but Scott's 2 pair are going to hold up, and he is your champion at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown.
Yeah, great effort by Scott Majerison. Taking down Faraz Jaka. Wow.
You know, obviously disappointed not get the win, but at the same time, you know, I came in 6th. I was super short on day 4 as well, so, you know, super happy with the score. Obviously still want the title, so mixed emotions, I guess.
Well, we got a champion, Scott Majerison. He has done it. Now, Scott, congratulations. You almost didn't play this tournament, and tell us why you did play the tournament.
They made me come.
You did it with queens and jacks. You're going to take home nearly $700,000. Your name on the Champions Cup. You get the Hublot watch, the Big Bang Steel watch. This is very exciting. Let's hear for our WPT champion. Let's hear for Scott.
What a night for Scott Majerison, the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown champion. We're so glad that you can join us for this winning moment, and we'll see you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can outplay these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? Tour.
In Las Vegas, being a champion definitely has its privileges. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. This is the WPT Tournament of Champions, the season-ending pinnacle event where poker's elite put it all on the line in hopes of being crowned the champion of champions. This season, the luxurious Aria Resort and Casino played host to a very prestigious field. Eligibility for this 15K freeze-out was reserved exclusively for any title holder from all 16 seasons of the World Poker Tour, which assured that the tables would be stacked with worthy competitors.
I don't think there's any better title than a WPT title, so really excited to be here.
You don't just win WPTs by being lucky. You can, but not likely.
Every season 16 main event champion had already earned their seat here, and were eager to keep their run good going. Art Papazian has had a red-hot debut on the tour, taking 2 titles, plus the Hublot WPT Player of the Year honours.
It's just cool to play with people that I get to see on television. When I was a young kid, just learning the game, it was really fun.
For Macau-based Pete Chen, winning the first ever WPT Beijing was extra special.
I still remember I was shaking when I win the tournaments. When the last river card dealt, it's oh, I really finally won the tournament. So it's really exciting, I guess.
And with Pete's continued success, he was awarded the first ever WPT Asia Pacific Player of the Year trophy. Darren Elias also had an honour to celebrate. By taking down the inaugural Bobby Baldwin Classic, Darren scored a remarkable 4th title, the most in WPT history. While many WPT winners have remained active on the circuit, this unique event drew out players we don't see too often, including Paul Phillips, who won in Season 2, and Mike Vella, who took his title in Season 6. Season 9 Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown champ Taylor von Kriegenberg has been teaching rambunctious 3rd graders. So how does it compare to the poker life?
Teaching's way harder, and you get paid way less.
Nick Schulman has seen a lot of changes to the poker scene since he took his WPT title back in Season 4.
It's been such a big evolution just as far as the amount of shared knowledge amongst the community, poker-wise, and also just such an influx of young talent, a much wider player pool, and there's just been a deep evolution in that sense.
By the time registration ended, 80 WPT champions had joined the field, going after a prize pool of $1.3 million. Only 10 contenders would make the money, with nearly $500,000 cash reserved for the champion of champions. Between the tough field, the 30-second action clock, and the freeze-out structure, getting to the end proved to be a daunting task.
The event has not been going great. I've lost every hand I've played, but that's poker.
Started with 50, I got 85, so good start. Let's see if we can keep going.
That gives you an extra year to train.
Season 11 WPT Player of the Year Matt Salzberg sent his last 30 blinds into the pot with a flopped set versus David Benjamin's top pair. But with runner-runner hearts, David landed the nut flush and raked in his rewards. There were more trips to the rail in the last level of the night. When action ended, 29 had endured to bag up a good day's work. Poker legend Eric Seidel and top pro JC Tran found themselves among the big stacks. But at the top of the leaderboard, with a huge chip lead, was Dennis Blyden, a recreational player who recently took down the LAPC. And his confidence remained robust.
We gotta win. I know that. I just don't know how it's gonna happen.
As day 2 commenced, the remaining champions knew they were in the home stretch and that fortunes could change quickly.
Feeling good. Finished strong yesterday, so I'll try to keep it going today.
When I'm short and I have a bunch of bigger stacks next to me, I'm just going to look for the light opens and
hopefully get my money in good or a fold.
A lot of good players, right? So you adjust on the fly, and hopefully they give me aces every few hands. The only way I can beat them all.
Out of the blocks, action was fast and furious, boosting some contenders up and moving those less fortunate out. Maneuvering and massive swings are all part of this game. Having already sent home 3 challengers in the first level of the day, British pro Scott Majerison was carving a sweet wave. But the water was choppy for recreational player Dennis Blyden, who dinged his top of the day chip lead after dumping half his stack. The tides turned after Scott dove his open-ended draw right into Dennis's flopped straight, scoring Dennis a gnarly double up. In short order, Scott was done for, along with a few other choice pros. Even with pocket kings, Tyler Patterson was uneasy with all his chips in the middle against Matthew Waxman's lucky sevens. Turns out, Tyler had reason to worry. Meanwhile, Darren Elias was at odds with the Erics. First, he doubled up through Eric Afriat, and then through Eric Seidel, before sending them both home, just before the money bubble.
I can bust the bubble.
Lithuanian pro Martas Simbolas got his wish as he landed a jack on the turn and shut down Dennis Blyden's roller coaster of a day.
Good luck, guys. Later, man.
Minutes later, Justin Young shipped in his last 10 big blinds with King 10 off against Darren Elias's suited connector.
Got it in good, guys.
The flop left Darren ahead with a pair of 8s. And it was a swing and a miss for Justin.
After I was a short stack for the last hour and a half, I'm quite pleased to min cash.
As the remaining 9 sat down at one super stacked table, Sam Panzica had his eye on just one player.
I'd say I'm worried about Darren. He hasn't really lost an all-in yet today.
True to form, Darren quickly eliminated Season 4 WPT champ Nam Lee, leaving the field just 2 away from the TV final table. Holding ace-king, Sam Panzica hit the gas, and Marta Simbolas made an easy call with pocket kings. The flop gave Sam some backdoor outs, but nothing hit. And Sam had to settle for a $45K payday.
One of the coolest guys at this table was.
There was 3-way action on the very next hand. Ryan Reese moved all in with ace-jack. JC Tran went over the top holding ace-king, but Darren Elias picked up pocket kings in the big blind and had them both covered. The flop didn't change much, and by the turn, Ryan was drawing dead. Once again, the kings held. The shorter stack, Ryan took home 7th place money, while JC earned nearly $70,000 for 6th place.
Is this the first 5-handed WPT final table in history?
While not the first time, a WPT 5-handed final table is quite rare, which seems only fitting for a tournament and field this special.
Guys, here we are with our last final table of season 16, and it's quite an interesting lineup. Break it down for me.
Well, Lynn, this is the best of the best. The champs are going at it tonight, only 5 of them. And who is leading the field? Of course, the great Darren Elias. The man is the modern-day version of Stewie Unger. He has dominated fields for the last 3 or 4 years, 4 WPT titles to his name, but in second chip position, right behind him, who has a lot of chips, is Mattis Simbolas, who's very tough, and you played a final table with him.
Yeah, Mattis, a really excellent player, giving us some European representation tonight, along with David Benjamin, who was once from Paris and now lives in Las Vegas. Haven't seen him too much on the WPT over the last few years, but we're very happy to have him back tonight. Meanwhile, another man with great memories from Paris is Matt Waxman, who won our Grand Prix de Paris in Season 10. Has also stepped away from poker a little bit, but still clearly has the talent to make a major final table. And last but not least is Nick, the Takeover Schulman, excellent commentator and poker player, proving tonight that he can get it done off the felt and on.
You're so right, Tony. Old school players making the final table. Very interesting. It's going to be great. Can't wait for it to start.
And there is so much at stake tonight. Our winner is going to receive a $50,000 JetSmarter membership, a BBO poker table, a beautiful set of Baccarat crystal flutes, the impressive Hublot Big Bang Unico titanium ceramic watch, plus close to $500,000. Wow, what an impressive list of prizes. The final table is ready to start, so let's head over to the felt.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Let's have a look at our Zynga Poker leaderboard. Darren Elias out front at 1.4 million, followed by Modest Cymbalus at 1.1 million, and then 3 players are essentially tied in 3rd place. And at our Tournament of Champions final table, we'll be playing with a big blind ante, which means instead of all 5 players separately sending in an ante, the big blind will pay a full ante for the entire table.
And the big blind ante right now is 10,000. Nick Schulman folds his hand, and Modest will not play. And David Benjamin also chooses to go away.
They say the first pot's unlucky.
Darren Elias with King, Queen of Hearts, though. He is the chip leader, 4-time champion, and he will move it up to 35,000 to go.
And I would not expect Darren to return very much of Matt's table talk.
And Matt Waxman, poker pro out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Tough player, has a miserable-looking 10-6, but will make this call.
Just enough hand to take a flop in position when you're in the big blind, and flop an open-ended straight draw.
But Darren hits top pair, and he's going to check it.
Yeah, I like this check from Darren. That's a board where you don't really want to see a lot of money go in when you have 1 pair.
Matt Waxman, open-ended, will bet 35,000. Elias, will he get tricky and re-raise here? Top pair, straight draw possibility, and he will just call it. Here we go. Good pot. Turn is an 8 there. Waxman hits his straight.
Darren now needs a 10 in order to seize this hand from Matt. Otherwise, his straight to the queen is going to be good and take down some chips here.
Well, Waxman could check it and play it tricky, but no, he's going to put the chips out, 85,000.
And I don't expect Darren to fold yet. He still has top pair with the gut shot, and your opponent can have a lot of hands in the big blind that see a flop here. Whoa.
Gotta make this fold.
That was surprising. I guess Darren wins WPTs by seeing through people's cards. Jeez.
Guess I got the unlucky one. I guess I got the unlucky one.
Wow, Matt Waxman taking the first hand. He's 33 years old. He enjoys yoga, he loves golf, movies, loves to travel. An adventurous guy. And we move on. Modest now, Cymbalus from Lithuania.
Modest was at the last World Series final table that I made. We actually played a pretty big pot together. And he had quite a reaction afterwards.
A lot of bonding to be done there at those final tables.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, we got a raise here from David Benjamin. 25,000. Nick Schulman wants to see a little bit of that. He has a 9-7. Here we go. Queen Jack versus 9-7. The flop is a King, a deuce.
A better board for David, the aggressor in position.
He will make the continuation bet 25,000.
Nick, with really just a backdoor to the straight, makes the call on the flop.
Queen hits David Benjamin.
And Benjamin is not going to slow down here. He recognizes that their turn puts multiple draws out there.
Nick Schulman with zip and pip here. He will do the right thing and get out of this one. So David Benjamin from France, take it down. Hand number 2 at the final table here at the WPT Tournament of Champions.
Experience the thrill of the WPT on your phone. Play the new WPT Tournament Center in Zynga Poker. Available on the App Store, Google Play and Facebook.
To be a champion, you need to spend 100% of your time and put all efforts, all hard work, and expect for the best.
To be a champion, you have to be mentally strong, and you have to be fluid. You have to be flexible and able to adjust to what the table gives you.
There's a combination of things: dedication, lots of work, talent, timing, and luck.
The number one element is luck. But I definitely say hard work has a lot to do with it as well. And maybe even aggression is a big deal to win these tournaments.
Obsession is a start. You know, champions are usually obsessed with what they do, so I wouldn't recommend it.
Well, you heard from 5 great players what it takes to become a WPT champion. One of these great players will become our 3rd champion of champions.
Maybe some others.
And Darren Elias is going to fold his hand into Matt Waxman. They call him Waxy.
No, they don't, but I wish they did.
No, that's his nickname, I heard.
Really?
Yes, Waxy.
I've never heard that on the tour. I learned something new today.
Get with it now.
Okay.
And Waxy has raised it to $25,000 with a 9-10 of clubs. And everybody falls but David Benjamin, the Frenchman. He'll stick around with King Jack. Let's see the flop. Ace Queen 4.
A better flop for Matt as the aggressor, and he does have backdoor draws to the clubs or to the straight.
Waxy has bet 15,000.
David has enough here that against a small bet of 15,000, I would not expect him to fold king high.
And he's going to make this call. Ace hits, pairs the board.
That should slow things down.
Matt, with zip and pip now, nothing. He's going to just continue to bet 45,000, and it's going to work.
Nice bet by Matt there. A lot of players slow down when the board pairs, but Matt recognizes that he really has no way to win were he to check, and so he takes one more shot at Benjamin and gets the fold.
Very daring, bold play by Waxy, and we move on. Waxy says he loves to explore the world. Just an adventurous guy, interesting guy. And he's going to fold his hand, as does Nick Schulman. And now Modest Cymbalis from Lithuania with the 7s.
Modest, a tough European player who heavily travels the circuit. He won a WPT in the UK in season 13.
He raised it up here to 25,000, and now Darren Elias with an ace-3 of spades. Contemplating this decision. These are the 2 chip leaders, and we will see a flop. 7s versus ace-3, and the flop is an ace-5 4th, but there's 3 hearts.
Darren does take the lead here, but you see Mata still has 37% equity. He can catch a heart, a 7, or a running straight.
Well, he is going to bet at 20,000. Darren going to call this. So the 2 chip leaders in a nice little pot. Jack on the turn. Darren's going to check again. Check, check, they go. 9 of spades on the river. So Elias looking good here.
Well, Darren will definitely have some missed heart draws here that want to bluff, and so you see him betting for thin value with top pair.
65,000. And Modest does the right thing. He's going to lay that down. So Darren Elias extends his chip lead here today.
We'll be right back with more from Esports Arena Las Vegas and the WPT Tournament of Champions. Welcome back to the WPT Tournament of Champions, hosted by Aria Resort and Casino. We've got a good one going.
But before we get back to the action, let's get a glimpse of the VIP experience at the Zynga Poker WPT 500.
We welcome you to the Zynga Poker WPT 500 Las Vegas. We're at the beautiful Aria. This is going to be one of the great events of all time. Good luck today.
Zynga is awesome, it really is. You know, and I love it. I love the action.
The adrenaline rush, the excitement of betting it all in.
The thing about Zynga is you're going to see so much action there. It lets you see so many different combinations of hands.
If you're age, I'm going to put you in trouble.
It's an easy way to learn. The more games you play, you advance pretty rapidly. So I keep playing.
The thing I love most about Zynga Poker is accessible. You can play it anywhere and everywhere.
It's competitive, and you get a chance to sharpen your skills.
I bet too much, huh?
This is a lesson learned. This has been a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I've gotten to meet some very nice people.
Hi.
All right, this will be fun.
Zynga has been very sweet and kind to us, and it's like being a child in the candy store. It's been a blast.
You got all the fans in the audience.
Well, once my husband.
Having a chance to compete and to see if I could play with the real players that play for the WPT and are part of Zynga, I'm ecstatic. It's an amazing feeling. I'm just happy for the opportunity. I'm happy that Zynga has this platform and allows us to play. I hoped I could do it. I thought I could do it. To actually do it is amazing. I will never forget this for the rest of my life. This is a phenomenal experience. Thank you, Zynga.
Congratulations, Hugh Grant. He took home $26,000 at the WPT 500. Well done.
Yeah, you can elevate your game on the WPT Tournament Center on Zynga Poker, where you can play all different kinds of games against players around the world and perhaps realize the dream of becoming a WPT champion.
All right, now we're back at the esports arena. Winner getting close to $500,000 here. Let's go to the table. Nick Schulman. First to act, he's got a big ace, queen of clubs. He'll make it $25,000 to go. Modest, the second one to act. He's got a king, queen. Oh, look at this, Tony. He's going to re-raise to 80.
I like this 3-bet from Modest. He's turning his hand into a bluff pre-flop, and I think that's wise when the 3 players behind you are likely to squeeze if they have something strong. Instead, Modest has run into a very real hand here from Nick, who is not going to be folding. Now, is it a call or an all-in?
All in?
It's an all-in.
He's going to push it all in with the ace, queen of clubs.
So Modest didn't get the result he wanted, but I still think he played this hand well.
And Modest right now is swearing under his breath in Lithuanian as he folds his hand, saying, what the heck did I do that for? Gets his wrist slapped right there. Nick Schulman taking down that pot. Action on the Frenchman, David Benjamin, 46 years old, out of Paris, France. He's not going to play that now. Darren Elias behind him with an ace-9. He's getting out the raising chips. Yeah, he'll make it $22,000 to go. Waxy goes out.
Now over to Nick Schulman. Had an ace-queen suited last hand, now ace-queen offsuit. He's in the small blind and will re-raise to $80,000.
Worked from last time. Modest goes out, and now Darren Elias
500.
with the ace-9 is thinking this through.
About 500 back, a little more.
And Darren quickly uses a time bank chip before the action clock had really ticked away too far on him. And he does get away.
Nice fold by Darren Elias. Nick Schulman, 2 nice ace-queens back-to-back. Very well done.
Nick Schulman, congratulations.
That was, it was a good moment when I won Foxwoods. It was a long time ago. It was almost 13 years.
That's gonna do it. Nick Schulman has done it, man.
It feels good to win when it's what you do with your life. You're overwhelmed with just a release of adrenaline. And at that time, I won a little over $2 million, which was really kind of obscene. It was a great feeling. And I was very thankful for that one.
21 years old, he has taken this title.
I'm not sure what attracts me the most to poker at this point. I'm kind of just thankful that I still enjoy playing. I like preparing, I like playing, I like competing, and I'm always down to try my best, so what else is there?
And that's Nick Schulman. What a player he is. And now he has moved up into 3rd chip position, as you can see, close to 650 here tonight.
And Nick Schulman, great player, great commentator, and very humble about his success.
He's got a pair of deuces. He likes it. He'll make it $25,000 to go. And now, Darren Elias won't play his 8-6, but Waxy, Matt Waxman with ace-5 of spades will play. Here we go with the flop. It's a king 10-8. No help to Waxy. He's going to check.
I'm not sure if Nick will bet here. His pair is vulnerable, but that's a pretty coordinated board. I don't think he expects Matt to fold that flop too often. You do see him check.
Yeah, they go check, check, going to the turn. It is another 8, so that pairs the board.
And the 8 is a good card for Nick.
Matt Waxman first to act. He's going to check again. Now Shulman's saying, wait a second. Maybe he's got nothing, and I can bet this and just take it with my silly deuces. Yes, that's what I want to do. 25,000. Oh, but when you have a pro on your right that's been around the block a few times, this is what happens to you. He's going to come over the top with a raise, 65.
So ace high is not the hand I would choose to bluff with here. I think diamonds or a straight draw makes more sense, but this tells me that Matt is willing to make a play based on his live reads, perhaps picked up some weakness in Nick's demeanor and decided to pounce on it.
Can Shulman make this call? No, he's got to fold it. Waxy going to pick it up with ace high. Solid poker we're seeing here tonight. All right, welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We are at the WPT Tournament of Champions, having a great time all week long. And Tony, I know you played the tournament. You were a champion. Didn't work out for you, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, I got busted out pretty early in the TOC. Such an awesome event, and I'd really love to make a run one year.
But still, we had a great time this week. You're enjoying the Aria?
Oh, the Aria is my favorite property in Las Vegas. It's an amazing hotel. It has the best hotel gym I've ever been to, incredible dining options, and easily my favorite poker room in Las Vegas.
That's great poker room. I played the cash game, did pretty well, won some money, even me.
No way.
So anybody can do it.
Don't make stuff up.
But right now, we got the Tournament of Champions going on the final table, so let's check the chip count and get back down to it.
Okay, well, let's see those chip counts. Darren Elias still out in front, being chased by Modest Cymbalus. Matthew Waxman moving up that leaderboard to 640. Nick Shulman and David Benjamin rounding out the field.
Modest Cymbalus, 10-8 of spades. He will raise to 25,000. And the Frenchman folds. Darren Elias also folds. Waxy out, and now Nick Shulman with a 9-10. He'll make the call.
And as it turns out, he is dominating Modest in this hand.
King 9 deuce on the flop. That's great for Shulman. He's going to check it. But Modest will make the continuation bet of 20,000. Call by Nick with the 9s. Here we go to the turn. It's a 6. So that gives a straight draw now to Modest. Nick's going to check the 9s.
And Modest has picked up a gut shot, but elects to check here.
Yeah, hoping to get lucky, and he does so with the 7. What a card! Modest hitting this straight. Nick's gonna check, try to get in cheap here.
And now the question for Modest is bet sizing. There's 105,000 in the pot. If you think your opponent has a king, how much will he call? If you think your opponent has a 9, how much will he call? Well, what is it you think he has?
Oh, wow, look at this. A little trickery here. Modest is going to take some more time like he doesn't know what to do.
I wonder if it'll work. I'm not sure if Nick will really buy that as him needing more time to consider this, or think it's sort of a play at him.
95,000? That's a pretty big bet.
I'm not sure what I think of a bet that size. I don't know if that makes Nick more or less likely to call with second pair. It's going to depend on his read here. He's bet close to full pot. I'm not sure how Nick will interpret this. He is going to authentically use a tombing chip.
He's saying, is this guy stealing? No, he believes him, and it's a nice fold by Nick Shulman. Modest Cymbalus hitting lucky on the river, taking this one down.
I'm joined by Jim Tornabene, Senior Membership Executive with JetSmarter. Now, Jim, how does JetSmarter work?
So JetSmarter is a global community of flyers. We created an innovative alternative to flying private, much different than the old traditional private jet solutions where you can download our app, book a single seat or an entire plane depending on where you need to be.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So it's making private jet flying much more accessible to any budget.
That's right. A lot of people think you have to be part of the uber wealthy to fly private. With JetSmarter now, you can fly on a private jet for a cost of a first-class commercial seat.
That is so cool.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, yeah.
And tonight's champion is going to receive a $50,000 JetSmarter membership.
Yeah,
What does that entitle them
So
to?
it's the highest level of our program. It's $50,000 per year, and it gives you complimentary seats, discounts on flights, even white glove service, 24/7 concierge team to help book your arrangements and get you into some pretty exclusive events, just like ones that we have here today. So.
Very cool.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Of course, thank you.
Well, thank you, Lynn. Now back to the action here. Five-handed poker, and the blinds are going up to 6 and 12.
$1 million?
Yeah, like over a bit.
Guys, I'm even.
Even?
David Benjamin with a quick fold.
Not for long, though, I predict.
Darren Elias won't play. Matt Waxman taking a breather. Now Nick Schulman with a king-queen. And he just calls.
A lot of professionals like to just call strong hands in the small blind to protect all those times they will just call weaker hands.
But Modest behind him with a king-jack will make the raise.
So Nick limps and then calls a raise from Modest with king-queen. He is dominating going to the flop, but gets out-flopped on 9-9 jack.
Modest Symbolis hitting his jacks. Schulman's going to check. Modest has had 2 cashes on the World Poker Tour. 1 final table. He took the title down. He has put in a bet of $30,000 with top pair.
Nick still has 2 overcards and a gut shot to the 10.
Nick Schulman makes this call. And gets his 10.
Man, make a wish.
Gets the straight, and now he's going to trap. He makes the check. Let's see if Symbolis falls into the ditch here.
And Modest still has quite a strong hand here with top pair and a gut shot to the straight Nick already has. So he's going to bet for $65,000 and try and get more value.
Nick Schulman going to look back down. He's got the straight. Is he going to buy more time and pretend like he needs more time? Yes, he is.
Now, we've seen more fake use of the time bank chip than real use.
That's the beauty of it. And he is going to put in the raise. Boy, that's a nice solid lay down by Modest Symbolis. Doesn't give Nick any more chips. Real tough event we're seeing.
We asked fans of the World Poker Tour to send in questions, and now we've got your answers in the WPT Tournament of Champions Ask Me Anything, sponsored by ClubWPT. Now, Vince, our first question is for you. Dave from Laramie, Wyoming writes, how much does the WPT Champions Cup weigh, and how many winners' name plaques are on it?
Well, Dave, great question, and I know the answer. All right, first of all, it's 26.5 pounds. I've lifted it.
There it is, right there.
It's heavy. And there's exactly 162 players' names on that cup. That's it.
Precise.
I just guessed.
That's unbelievable. And it's heavy.
This one is for Tony from Ken Edgecombe of Houston, Texas. Tony, what is your most memorable Raw Deal segment?
My most memorable Raw Deal segment was when Chino Ream got heads up against Eric Lindgren, and I needed to come up with a way to complement their play while criticizing their conduct.
Some would say Eric stole that pot from Chino. Others would say he Chino'd him.
How'd that work out?
I love the way it turned out, but I'm not sure those two did.
And finally, Bob from Memphis, Tennessee has a question for me. Do you play, and have you cashed in any tournaments? Hope you're having some fun too. Well, thanks, Bob. I am having a lot of fun, and yes, I do indeed play. I love cash games and tournaments.
Even won a tournament before, so that trophy sits proudly above my television. Thanks to everyone for the great questions. We look forward to seeing you all at the tables on ClubWPT.com, where you can win a share of $100,000 monthly in cash and prizes.
All right, we're back to the table here. Darren Elias, 4-time WPT champion, is our chip leader with close to 1.3 million in chips.
Matas Cymbalas and Matt Waxman trying to chase him down. David Benjamin and Nick Schulman rounding out the field. Nobody really short at this stage.
Great poker we are seeing here tonight by these champions. Quick fold by Matt Waxman, Nick Schulman as well. Matas Cymbalas with an ace deuce, likes his hand, makes it 30,000. Benjamin goes out.
Darren Elias with King Jack suited has a decision. Some players like to call these spots, others 3-bet them. How will Darren play it?
Darren thinking this through, and he's going to put in the raise. Makes it a total of 100 back on Matas, who's had enough. Darren Elias will take this one down. Now, Darren is 31 years old, lives in Medford, New Jersey. His nickname is the End Boss.
I will say that the nickname, the End Boss, seems to sort of transfer over every couple of years. You know, it used to be Tony Gregg was the End Boss, and then, you know, some guy online was the End Boss, and now Darren Elias is the End Boss. So I feel like you have to hold the title of End Boss.
All I know is he won 4 WPT championships.
He's our End Boss.
Yes. All right, into this hand, Darren, this time with a 10-8 of diamonds. Appears he likes it. Will make a raise to 25,000. Waxy here with a Queen Jack of clubs just calling. Schulman priced in with a 9-7 of spades. He'll stick around. 3-way action.
Everybody sort of sharing outs here, but they've got their own suits.
Flop King 8-9, 2 spades.
So Nick connects best with this flop, holding second pair and a spade flush draw. Bottom pair for Darren. Gut shot with the backdoor flush draw for Matt.
They all check. And the turn card is a spade for Schulman, hitting the flush. Look at the cat that swallowed the canary.
Nick's got it locked up now. It's a matter of how do you get the money. At this point, Darren is checked behind. The 5 of spades is unlikely to be a card that will elicit him to bet. And so Nick fires out 65,000.
Darren just with 8s at this point. Can't think he's going to call. He goes out. Waxman, not with much either, but he's such a tricky player, you never know, but he does the right thing. Nick Schulman taking that pot down.
We'll be back with more from the Esports Arena in a moment.
How many daily tournaments are there to win on ClubWPT.com?
Well, there's Hold'em, Omaha, Pot Limit, No Limit, Free Roll, Qualifier, Tournament, Headphone Putters, and even WPT main event packages. That's a lot.
Poker tournaments all day, every day. ClubWPT.com.
This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And ClubWPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at ClubWPT.com.
We are back on the World Poker Tour. This tournament started at Aria a few days ago with 80 WPT champions, now down to 5. Darren Elias, the man to beat.
He's got close to 1.4 million in chips. Out in front, 5-handed poker. Here we go. Action on Nick Schulman, the New Yorker. And he gets a very seductive 6-7 of diamonds. And he will raise to 25. Lithuanian goes out. The Frenchman also can't play. He's been pretty cool lately, not picking up any hands, but Darren Elias does pick up a hand, King, Queen of clubs.
Darren with one of those hands that some players call pre-flop, others 3-bet. How does the End Boss want to play this one?
Well, you gotta love his poker face. You just don't know what he has. He doesn't have to put the sunglasses on or the hoodie, nothing like that. He just is very stoic, does his thing. He's gonna raise this.
You're absolutely right, Vince. Darren's such a stoic guy. I've known him for 10 years, and I don't have a clue if he likes me or not.
His father's a football coach, and Darren was an excellent athlete. He was a polo player, water polo.
And a creative writing major, which is, you know, surprising to me for a guy who doesn't use words.
I'm not sure he'll like you saying that, but okay, Nick Schulman's going to go out.
I mean that he's quiet. Not that he doesn't have words, he just doesn't use them.
I've seen him at the bar. He's not that quiet.
You got me there.
Darren Elias, he has over $3 million in WPT earnings, 29 cashes. I mean, that's pretty incredible.
4 titles and 29 cashes. That's just mind-blowing.
Lives in Medford, New Jersey. He's a family man with 1 little daughter. This hand, Benjamin going out, and now Darren with just a 9-7. He also elects to fold. Matt Waxman picking up the real hand. Pair of queens. Yeah, he'll make it 35,000. Waxman has not picked up too many exciting hands, this time the real hand, but Nick Schulman behind him with ace-10 makes the call. Modest goes out.
I find it interesting that Matt made it an almost 3x raise pre-flop, kind of old school, but ooh, troubling flop for Nick Schulman. Top pair, top kicker, well behind the queens of Matt.
Absolutely. Schulman thinking he flopped a great flop. Little does he know. And there goes the bet, the continuation bet of 40,000. And there comes the call. This could get very interesting, and the turn is another diamond. 3 of diamonds. So Schulman doesn't have a diamond. He's got 10s with the big kicker. Waxman with queens with a diamond.
That 3rd diamond should prevent Nick from getting too hurt in this hand, but it also means there are more hands that Matt could be potentially semi-bluffing with, so Nick cannot get away at this stage.
Nick perhaps looks back to see if he had a diamond. He doesn't, just top pair, big kicker. He's going to make this call, and he wants to hit a 10 or an ace without a diamond. That would be some suck out. Can he do it? No, it's a 5.
Check.
Nice card from Matt here. Misses all the draws he could have potentially had. Isn't very concerned that Nick has trips.
140.
And he wants more. Value bet, 140.
And Nick is getting over 3-1 here. Seems like a really tough fold when there are some hands your opponent can be bluffing with.
Queens.
He's gonna cover his eyes and call. Don't show it to me. No!
Oh man, that is a big hit against Nick Schulman. Waxy taking it down with the queens.
Well, that's all for tonight. Join us next time for more of the WPT Tournament of Champions.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can help play these guys. About my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Here at BPT Sports Arena Las Vegas, the game continues and we will see who can rack up the highest score. Good evening everyone and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin and tonight we are bringing you coverage of the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions. On hand to call the action are Tony Dunst and Vince Van Patten.
Lynn, it's always great. The Tournament of Champions, really exciting. Who can take down the great Darren Elias the way he's been running lately? Maybe Matt Waxman, who has a lot of chips as well.
Yeah, Matt Waxman, a very tough player. Been out of poker for a little while. Meanwhile,
Matas Simbolis, the young Lithuanian in third place, looking for his second WPT title. He's being chased by David Benjamin and Nick Schulman, a couple of old school names in the poker world who have had a lot of success in the live circuit over the years, trying to make a big splash here tonight.
Great players going at it. This is a lot of fun.
Well, it's not game over yet for these remaining players. There is so much on the line, including close to $500,000 first place prize, a handsome Hublot Big Bang Unico titanium ceramic watch, a BBO poker table, a $50,000 JetSmarter membership, and a beautiful set of Baccarat crystal flutes, because everything tastes better in Baccarat. Cards are back in the air, so let's head over to the final table.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Let's have a look at our Zynga poker leaderboard. Darren Elias still well out in front, being chased by Matt Waxman and Matas Simbolis. Nick Schulman and David Benjamin are shorter stacks, hanging around 35 blinds.
The antes now are 12,000. Blinds are 6 and 12.
We are playing with the big blind ante format at this final table, which means one player in the big blind pays the ante for everyone around the table, instead of everybody committing a small amount of chips.
Matas Simbolis from Lithuania is going to raise with a Jack 5. Darren Elias, four-time WPT champion, has called. And the flop is a beautiful ace, 4, 3, 2 spades. Good for Darren Elias.
Massive flop for Darren. Matas here really just has a gut shot to the deuce and is betting his position.
It's a continuation bet of 20,000. Darren, poker pro they call end boss, is going to re-raise with his huge drawing hand. Makes it 70 to go.
Darren has all the outs in the world here. A deuce, 6, or spade would give him the best hand. And so that raise is going to take it down for him.
Darren Elias is taking home over $3 million in WPT earnings. Quite a player. 29 cashes on the World Poker Tour.
29 cashes and 4 wins. He is winning over 10% of the tournaments he cashes.
That's pretty amazing. All right, he is folded. And now Matt Waxman, they call him Waxy, has an ace-8, and he'll make it 35,000 to go. Nick goes out, and Matas now with an attractive ace-queen.
Well, Matas is in the small blind here. Some players 3-bet this hand, others call. Matas this time wants to go with a call.
David Benjamin from France goes out, so two-way action, ace-queen versus ace-8. And the flop is a 5-3 deuce. Matas will check it. They both check, go into the turn. It's a queen. Beautiful card there for Matas. And he is going to check it. Try to trap here a little bit, perhaps.
Now, Matas checking over to Matt, looking for the check raise, but instead, Matt checks behind, and we see a 6 on the river.
And Matas will bet the queens.
So 4 to a straight out there, but a very unlikely hand for Matas to be holding. So I wonder if Matt intends to fold his ace high to 1-bet.
Matt Waxman loves to steal pots, and he's been very successful at this final table doing so tonight. Doesn't always have to have the hand to win it.
Yeah, Matt is a sticky player. He fights for pots, and the action clock is ticking down on him here as he contemplates this call, which he's going to make. So Matas does get a little value with top pair.
Matt Waxman going to pay him off. Matas going to take that one down.
This week has been filled with intense poker action, but we managed to squeeze in some fun by attending an exclusive party at the Hublot Boutique.
Hublot
is the art of fusion. The art of fusion in its capacity to combine exotic material with Swiss traditional watchmaking. This is really the DNA of Hublot. Hublot is also the art of fusion in its capacity to combine different worlds. And we are here tonight for a perfect illustration of that with the fusion of the watchmaking and the art of poker. Hublot has been a partner of the World Poker Tour for 4 years now. And we see a lot of natural crossover between the Hublot watch collector and the world of poker. The latest addition to the family was launched in Asia at the end of last year, was a full ceramic piece limited to 188 pieces for the world. So very, very exclusive timepiece. We're not the traditional watch brand. Hublot is very cool, edgy, original, and I think we tend to see a lot of that in the younger generation.
Well, I had such a good time at the Hublot party. Much thanks to them for hosting us and for giving our winner a beautiful timepiece.
And now we go back down to the table, five-handed. Action on Nick Schulman, who lives in Las Vegas now. And he folds his hand. Modest. He goes out. The Frenchman also not going to play. It's around to Darren Elias, and he has a King 8.
Benjamin a little tight on his button with the fold of Jack 7. Darren limps in the small blind. We talked about how many professional players like to limp most of their range in the small blind. Limping their stronger hands allows them to protect the times they limp a weaker hand. Here, Darren has a medium strength hand and calls this raise from Matt.
Flop comes up, it's a Queen 8-6, so Darren getting lucky on that flop.
He has outflopped Matt here. Check, check on the flop. And a deuce on the turn, no help for either player. Darren now gonna make a value bet with second pair.
Matt with just a King Jack.
Well, Matt really likes fighting for pots. He doesn't have a draw. He has 3 clean outs to the Jack. But it's gonna work. Darren folds second pair, and so the aggression from Matt really paying off at this final table.
I'm joined by Kevin Quintanilla with Protection Poker. Now, Kevin, what is Protection Poker?
Protection Poker is a poker variant. It'll give players protection in the pot. So if you get in with the best of it, you're protected, and you get a portion of the pot back if you actually end up losing the hand. For example, I go all in with aces, you call with queens, then I end up losing because you get a queen on the river. I wouldn't lose my entire investment. I would actually get a portion of the pot back to me.
It's a great idea. Thank you so much.
Well, big thanks to Protection Poker for providing the action clock, which has made all of our lives faster and easier.
Darren Elias, 4-time WPT champion, well out in front with 1.4 million as we go down to the felt. And right now it's on Matt Waxman. Quick fold by him. Nick Schulman folding ace-5. Modest out, and now finally the Frenchman picking up the big hand, pair of kings.
Well, we talked about limping in the small blind with your strong hands to protect your weak ones, and David shares that philosophy.
Well, he wants the chip leader to come over the top, but that's not going to happen. Darren with just a jack deuce, not going to fall into any traps. Wants to see a flop. Here we go. And the flop is a massive jack deuce 5 here. Darren Elias flopping 2 pair.
Disaster for David Benjamin, who was hoping to be able to play a big pot post-flop with his kings. If that were to happen now, he would lose a big pot.
Oh boy. So Darren has bet just a measly 15, getting called. And now it only gets better for Darren Elias.
That jack should prevent David from getting stacked. Before, I think if the turn was a brick, he would have looked to get a lot of money in. Now, he's just going to be calling down.
35,000 has been bet. Elias with his full house already. Benjamin's got to make that call. Going to the river. Has to hit a king here. Not to be. 4 clubs on the river.
That 4 is an interesting card because if Darren was semi-bluffing with a hand like 4-3 or 6-4, he's now made a pair that he can check and just try and show down with. The fact that he's betting again and betting so big means his range has become polarized between strong hands like straights and trip jacks and weak hands like spades that are just bluffing. David here with a really tough decision.
Yeah, the bet is 125 by Darren Elias. Very tough to get away from this hand. Clock is ticking down to 5 seconds, and he's taking more time.
Well, if you're in Benjamin's shoes, and you get to the river like this, what hands are you calling with that are better than pocket kings? Like, if you're gonna fold kings, what's a better hand than kings that you get there like this, and you call with? I'm having trouble finding one.
It's going to take more time, but it's very tough to lay down this hand. I think 90% of the players would make this call at this point, but he's going to make the good laydown.
Wow.
Look at that. He laid down the kings. Darren Elias picking that one up. What action we're seeing here tonight?
We'll be right back with more from Esports Arena Las Vegas and the WPT Tournament of Champions.
What are you doing?
I'm playing on ClubWPT.com.
Oh, really? I'm playing on ClubWPT.com.
Oh, I'm not playing on ClubWPT.com. I'm crushing it. Play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month at ClubWPT.com. Phil Hellmuth, the poker brat himself, and self-proclaimed greatest, is standing by to put in his 2 cents in the raw deal.
Sweet! That feeling when you look down at pocket kings deep in a tournament. But what is the best way to play it? David Benjamin, who is known throughout the world as a great poker player, gets pocket kings and opts to just call in the small blind. Like it. With the chip leader and most aggressive player at the table, Darren Elias, right behind him. Of course, David is ready to play a huge pot before the flop. But remember, one of the tenements of successfully slow playing a big pair is you don't lose too much after you let your opponent get there. Benjamin has to be disappointed when Elias did not raise before the flop. But like the consummate professional poker player that he is, he immediately went into a defensive stance. Check calling on the Jack 5 deuce flop, and check calling on the turn. And then Benjamin managed to invoke my aforementioned tenement of slow playing by making a really good fold on the river. Many amateurs and many lesser pros would have called the bet on the river and completely botched the hand. But not Benjamin. Good fold, my friend.
And a tough spot for David Benjamin. Has not been able to get things going at this final table. And when he finally did get a big hand, it didn't even hold up.
Andy's and the blinds are going up, my friend. 8 and 16 and the big blind. Andy right now is 16. Nick Schulman. He is going to look down at the best hand in poker, pair of aces. Jack deuce is awfully good if you're Darren Elias. And he is going to raise it. 32 total. Goes around to Darren.
What you got now?
Roughly 320 to start.
He won't do it. Last victim, Matt Waxman, will stick around with Jack 7. He will splash around. Let's see if Matt gets lucky. Not really.
Check.
King 8-6 on the flop, 2 hearts. Waxy has checked. Shulman with the aces. Gonna bet 35 and hope he gets a call. Now, Waxman is very tricky. Sometimes he just plays strong with a bluff, but he won't do it there. Shulman gonna take that one. Better than losing.
It is better than losing. And especially at this table where a lot of big hands have been cracked so far. Nick, I'm sure, a little frustrated that he didn't win a big pot, but happy that he won in general.
The Frenchman David can't get a hand, goes out. Darren with ace-9 of spades. And he will move it up to 35,000 to go into Waxman, who has a pair of 9s here.
And Matt could call, he could 3-bet, either option quite reasonable. This time he's gonna call.
Shulman, let's see what he's got. Wow, he's got a pair of ducks here.
He's got about 21, 22 blinds. Some players move in pre-flop. Nick Shulman does not take the bait.
Modest also going away, so ace-9 versus a pair of 9s. First 3 cards is at 9, 6, 4, 2 hearts, 3 of a kind for Waxman.
What a flop for Matt Waxman. I mean, Darren not only has top pair, top kicker, but he's got the backdoor nut flush draw to go with it. As you can see, he has 4% to win this hand. Otherwise, Matt is going to take a chunk out of our chip leader.
What a flop for Matt Waxman. He's going to make the bet of 40. Flops a set. He's got Elias flopping top pair, ace kicker. And he gets the call he wants, going to the turn. It's a queen. Darren checks again, Waxman. We've seen him bluff numerous times tonight. This time he's got the goods, and he's betting 130.
We have, and we've seen Matt be particularly aggressive with his double barrel bluffs. And so if Darren is aware of Matt's aggression, it makes it even harder to fold in a spot like this.
Gets the call. The river pairs the board with the 6. So just a mere full house for Waxman.
Yep, great card for Matt, bad one for Darren. If the river had been a heart or something like a king or an 8 or a 5, maybe he can get away without paying off, but now that will be tough.
What will be the amount? That's what Waxman's trying to figure out. How can I get paid off?
$260.
Oh boy.
This is about to be a 1,000,000 chip pot if Darren makes this call.
Nine's full.
And he does. Matt Waxman takes down the biggest pot of this final table thus far.
No detection of any anger by Elias, but you know it's there.
Yeah.
Matt Waxman looking good. Takes it from the chip leader. 5 players remain here on the World Poker Tour.
That's a good hand.
Modest with the little needle after the hand.
Tony, who has more WPT action? Zynga Poker does.
Play the new WPT Tournament Center in the Zynga Poker app. Play today on Facebook or download the app on the App Store and Google Play.
Aria is a great casino, very fancy, with a great card room. Good service, good food, good dealers, everything all right.
It's a beautiful place, it's comfortable, the ambiance is nice. The way they run the tournaments is just top notch. I really do enjoy playing there.
Aria's great. They've been really coming up in the poker scene lately. Their casino is very nice, very modern, clean, and they do a lot of good things for poker. They have a high roller series and are getting some big tournaments, and now they're on the WPT.
Well, a lot of smart poker players, and they all love the Aria, as we do.
For sure, Vince. When I'm in Vegas, Aria is my home. Meanwhile, Matt Waxman out in top, trying to chase down the nearly $500,000 top prize for our eventual winner here at the WPT Tournament of Champions.
Yeah, Waxman now our chip leader. He has taken it over from Darren Elias on Modest. He's going to fold. The Frenchman, David Benjamin, picking up a beautiful hand. Pair of queens. And he will raise to 40,000.
Benjamin has been very patient. The one big pair he had earlier got cracked. Now making a second attempt with queens against Matt Waxman.
You started the hand with 330. A little under.
You're good, you're good.
278 more.
Yeah, Waxman in the big blind has a 10-8 of clubs, and he's liable to do anything. This time, just calling. Here we go, queens versus 10-8, and the flop is a king 9-4, but there's two clubs. Well, the Frenchman can't be excited about that king hitting, but still, he's making the bet, 28.
Yeah, and I wonder whether Matt is just going to check shove on David or whether he'll check call and try and play this out a little less risky.
Waxman just calling, hoping to hit a club. Not there, though, 5 of diamonds.
So there's 160 in this pot, and I'm curious whether Benjamin will bet this turn or check, and it looks like he's going to go for the bet, which I like very much. There's a lot of hands that he's still ahead of that Waxman can call once, and he bets small. Just over quarter pot.
Well, he's on the short stack, too. He's plunging away.
Well, he's getting the right price to see a river and draw to his 9 outs. We know it's actually 8 outs because David has the queen of clubs.
Calling, hoping to hit the flush and to break Benjamin. Let's take a peek. No, it doesn't happen. A 9 hits, pairs the board.
That should slow things down. A 9 is one of the most likely hands that Matt would check call twice with. So Benjamin checks behind, afraid that Matt either has a 9 or a king, but he will be relieved to see he's going to win this time.
David Benjamin from Paris, France, now living in Vegas and LA, takes down a good one.
Back in season 2, when I won the WPT in Paris, it was my first win in a tournament. And not easy to remember, it was a long time ago. But I remember George the Greek. He was a whole character, you know.
Ego! Great forever.
He would just walk on the table. Like he would literally like get up and walk on the table.
The island of Frit.
I remember there was a specific hand where I lost all my money, where I should have actually won it.
He's done it, look at 7.
I can't believe this.
George the Greek has come back and defeated 2 aces here. I killed the aces. Yes, you did.
So I will not forget him.
I don't forget the Isle of Crete guy either. I tell you, he was one of the reasons why the World Poker Tour was so interesting.
For sure, Vince. I remember watching that episode and being so drawn into this weird, strange, gamble-filled world.
Benjamin won that event, and here he is again. And right now, Darren Elias, with the pair of 7s, has made it 35,000 to go. And it's around to Schulman.
All in.
He's going to shove with a pair of 4s. Modest goes out.
And count, please.
So Darren wanting a count, he'll be in great shape.
438.
Nick shoving about 25 blinds here with the 4s. That's going to be close for Darren. Can tell he senses it's kind of borderline, but he does make the call, and he's going to be way in front.
Wow. Nick Schulman in a lot of trouble right now. His little pair of 4s up against the bigger 7s. 5 cards to come. Anything can happen. Here come the first 3. It's a 4.
Oh, wow.
Ace by 4. 3 of a kind there.
Wow.
But Nick Schulman.
This final table is taking a very bad turn for Darren Elias.
Here comes the turn.
Oh, but a 7 on the turn.
Oh my God.
Good luck, guys. I take it all back.
And it is over.
Yeah, Nick.
Thank you. Good luck.
Darren Elias finds the 7 he needs on the turn and scores the knockout of Nick Schulman.
Tony, how do you run so good? Nick Schulman out in 5th place. He's gone from champ to Chumpsville. Let's see what he has to say.
I thought you got unlucky one time. For like 1 second.
Nick, a tough beat there in the last hand. Was this just another day at the office for you?
I wanted to win, you know, but yeah, I'm disappointed, but I'm still, you know, thankful to have made it, and I'll be back.
That's it for Nick Schulman, our 5th place finisher. We'll be right back with more from the WPT Tournament of Champions.
Nice shirt, Vince.
Yeah, I like this. It's the butter cloth shirt, and we both have them. And
I'm excited about it because they're very comfortable. They look good, and the price was right.
Yeah,
Great.
they're really well tailored, very comfortable for playing poker.
You know, all the champions of the tournament champions got one of the buttercloth shirts, and they're loving them. They're walking around proud as a peacock.
Got some free shirts, got some incredible gifts in their gift bags. Awesome stuff.
I managed to get my hands on one of the player bags that all of the TOC players receive, and it's awesome. So first of all, the bag comes in this Biaggi backpack, which is great. It's a really, really nice size. It's a backpack, and it is loaded with tons of good stuff. Check out this Tournament of Champions sweater. I love that. A bag of On It goodies. I love this brand. I've actually used a lot of their supplements. Yes, Alpha Brain, I've used that before. It works really well for memory and for focus. New Mood, this is for relaxation. Helps you de-stress a little. We all know how that feels. Faded Spade cards, these are the official cards of the World Poker Tour. Really nice, good quality cards. And they've got really nice prints on them. I love the face cards on these, and they feel good. Manscaped. Now this is a fun one. I'll have to bring this home to the boyfriend. It's a whole kit to help you stay tidy down under, if you know what I mean. I'll give that to the fella. I love these sneakers. Athletic Propulsion Labs. These are high-performance sneakers, but they're also super stylish. Thanks, APL. This is a beard oil by Jawline, and not only can you sort of add the oils to your beard to help moisturize and get that beard growing, but you can also be breathing in the essential oils to help your game. Brilliant idea. It's the WPT specialized formula. Not that I'm growing my beard, but apparently I can use it in my hair. The bag flattens down. It basically disappears. Thanks, World Poker Tour. These are awesome goodies.
Such great gifts. And of course, let's not forget the spectacular Gunner computer eyewear. I've had mine for years. They are great at preventing eye strain when at the computer. Now, it looks like action is about to start back up, so let's get down to the table.
Oh, I love that goodie bag. I actually love the memory oil. That's my favorite. I just keep forgetting where I put it. Back to the table we go. Darren Elias back out in front with 1.5 million, and he quickly folds this hand. And Matt Waxman behind him with an ace-10.
Matt's gonna raise this up into the big blind of David Benjamin, and he's got a king-jack, so he'll make the call. Then we'll go to a flop.
It is a 9-7 deuce, no help to either player.
David with the backdoor flush draw, Matt a backdoor straight draw, but both of them are high enough up that they're able to just sort of check here and try and get to showdown.
Deuce on the turn, pairs the board. Let's see if Waxman takes a shot. No, he checks as well, going to the river. It's a king, that is good for Benjamin.
Okay. Now, Benjamin hasn't had much luck at this final table, but he finally finds a favorable river and fires out 40,000 into Matt. We've said that Matt can be pretty sticky. He does have ace high here. Does he want to try and look up Benjamin?
Look at that look. He wears all his emotions on his sleeve. He's going to make this call, and he's not going to like it. It was worth the investment, perhaps. He mucks his hand, and yeah, you can see all of his emotions. He throws off certain looks that can distract the player. I mean, like that. I don't know what it means, but he's doing something to throw off his opponent. He's a tricky guy, Matt Waxman. This time, Benjamin with a queen, 9 of hearts. He's still a short stack, but he has raised it up. Darren with 4s behind him.
And Darren knows that these don't play very well as a call against someone that's pretty short. So he essentially turns it into a bluff pre-flop and 3-bets David, who quickly goes out. Takes that one down from David Benjamin.
The WPT Foundation continues to strive for excellence when giving back. And for the last 7 seasons, we have been honoured to work with an outstanding organisation that goes above and beyond. The TGR Foundation and Tigers Poker Night.
Poker is the greatest game in the world because it's a very social thing, and it's a great way to give away a lot of money. And that's what they're doing here tonight. The biggest people in the world are here. Tigers here, all for an amazing cause.
mission of TGR Foundation?
Well, the TGR Foundation is to help underserved kids that traditionally have never had the opportunity to do something with themselves. A lot of times they're first gens ever go to college, and they're so talented. We're here to give them that opportunity.
How has the foundation grown?
Oh my God, this is our 21st year now. All our over scholars that are now going off to college, and some are now in the workforce. So we've come a long way. We've gone from serving hundreds to now millions of kids, and eventually it'll be billions all around the world.
Tiger Woods has a goal for our foundation. We're doing great work here in the United States. We've expanded it dramatically, but our goal is to be global. Whether it's our teacher professional development programs, our digital programs, our learning labs, we're going to improve the lives of kids wherever they are.
I'm actually super proud to have been here every single year that Tiger Woods is putting on an event. Just go all in, have some fun.
Twice? Really? This event has been a tremendous fundraiser for us. We've generated well north of $20 million that's going into our programs. I know it's a fun event. People are having a great time. But at the end of the day, they're helping us serve kids. And so that's the most important thing.
TGR Foundation is the best, baby. So next year, I want all you guys right here for them. Au revoir.
I always love this night. Please take the time to learn more about the TGR Foundation and other WPT charitable events at WPTfoundation.org.
We get to see a lot of winners on the WPT, and Club WPT VIP member Ed Stolte cleaned up during his appearance on the King of the Club. He won a poker table, sunglasses,
awesome,
a WPT cruise.
Oh my God! Are you guys messing with me?
Plus the opportunity to play with the pros in a WPT main event.
When I got home from King of the Club, it was a lot of yelling, screaming out loud, because it was awesome. I ended up coming in first place to win the prize package to come out here.
I'll take it.
Playing against some of the top pros in poker, I'm not gonna lie, it's intimidating because I've never played against the best players on the planet. It won't end here. I'm gonna keep playing on Club WPT, trying to win every seat that they offer. I tell everybody I know to play on Club WPT. It's the greatest thing for me because I have a family. I can just sit down whenever I want and play a couple hours and have a potential to win some great prizes. I'm here because of Club WPT. This experience has just been amazing. Once in a lifetime. I wouldn't trade it for anything.
If you want the opportunity to win a World Poker Tour VIP package, just sign up at ClubWPT.com and get the game.
All right, we are back. 4 players remain at our Tournament of Champions final table with Darren Elias out in front. Matt Waxman and Modest Symbolist essentially tied for second. David Benjamin chasing down the pack.
Actions on the Lithuanian Modest Symbolist. Great name, by the way. Just rolls off the tongue. He's going to fold. Benjamin out. Darren Elias with a 9-4 of hearts. He almost looks like a scientist when he's going to make a decision. Really deep thought.
Very stoic.
Yeah.
Darren has done a lot of limping in his small blind, and he's going to continue that with the 9-4 suited. Matt's going to check with 7-deuce offsuit.
Sorry, I'll push that forward.
All right, we'll see what happens. Here come the first 3.
Interesting flop for junkie hands.
6-4-3. They go check, check, a 5.
Man, and it stays interesting. Matt picks up a straight. Darren now with 3rd pair and a flush draw, checking once more over to Matt. 25,000.
Why not? Darren's gonna play. Hoping to hit a flush.
There it is.
Wow. 4-time champion. That's what happens. And he's gonna check it.
Yep, nice check.
Oh boy.
And Matt, of course, has to bet his straight. He even has a blocker to a flush here.
That's a 60,000 bet.
Darren now unloading the check raise, going up to 210,000. This is a tough spot for Matt. Not only do you have a 7, but you do have a blocker to hearts. Although it's not a particularly relevant one.
It's 150 more. The clock is ticking down.
Matt has made some very disciplined folds, but he's also made some very sticky calls. He's going to use a time bank chip to buy himself another 30 seconds with the action clock.
I almost checked back. And I thought...
I'm happy that Matt did not check back, because that would have been absurd. He would have been right, but it would have been absurd.
Call.
Flush.
And he's going to make this call.
Gross feeling.
Would have been a sick check.
It's hard to beat the guy that makes straights and flushes on his blind.
I wish Modest would add something just to get the full table worth of needles.
The blind's gone up to 10 and 20. And it's around to Darren. And he has a king 5. And he is going to pop it up there. Makes it 70 to go. And Waxman wants revenge, has an ace-deuce. And he will make this call.
Now, Darren taking a more aggressive stance out of the small blind now, raising a king 5 offsuit, gets a queen, queen 3, 2-diamond flop.
And either one hitting, and Darren not going to make a continuation bet. He checks. Waxman steaming like a cheap economy car after that last hand. Will make a bet. 40,000.
Darren with just enough hand to peel this flop. Blind versus blind.
6 on the turn. Nothing changes. Darren checks. Check, check.
9 of hearts on the river. Darren, sensing he cannot win by checking, he's going to turn his hand into a bluff and bets 150,000. Matt has been very sticky on the river with ace-high. You see him do it with the ace-8 against Modest. You see him do it with ace-10 against David Benjamin. Last time he called down Darren Elias, it didn't work out so well, but if he puts the pieces together here and makes this call, he's going to be very happy with the result. And he does call. Tell you what, Vince, Matt is not the man you want to bluff.
All right, a little revenge on Darren Elias. He's thinking it through. Matt looking good. We're coming back with more action in just a moment here on the World Poker Tour. This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And ClubWPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at ClubWPT.com. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at the Esports Arena in Las Vegas. There you see Darren Elias out in front with 1.7 in chips.
Being chased down by Matt Waxman and Mata Similis, David Benjamin a little separated from the pack.
Action on the chip leader, Darren Elias. A 4-time WPT champion. He's going to fold that mess. Matt Waxman also going out.
Modest Symbolis in the small blind, facing off against the short stack David Benjamin. He's got about 24, 25 blinds, and a lot of players would move in with King Jack there. David takes the more cautious approach and just calls pre-flop.
Flop is a queen, queen 5, helps neither player. Modest doesn't care. He's going to put in a continuation bet, it appears. Yep, 40,000 into the Frenchman.
Call.
David Benjamin going to call this. Wee. Turn is a 3 of hearts. Neither player has a heart.
Not really the card that Midas was looking for. He'd probably fire a second barrel on a 9, king, or 8.
They go check, check.
But now with a 4th heart, Modest realizing that his opponent is unlikely to have anything that good if he checked back the turn, and he can only win by betting. So, 80,000 leads to a quick fold from Benjamin, so Modest pulls that one out in the river.
That feels good. When you don't have the heart, there's 4 of them out there, there's a pair, and you bet with nothing but guts, and you win.
Benjamin having a tough time at this final table.
Back to the action. It's going to be on Waxman, who's been up and down here tonight. He's going to fold this hand. Modest also going out.
All in.
David Benjamin with a pair of 7 says all in.
He's in the small blind here.
Darren Elias looks down at 5s.
Call. Please don't get lucky.
If anybody could make an upset happen, it's Elias. He has been running so good lately.
Yes.
Playing good and running good.
One time the bigger pair has to hold. I mean, I'm saying that, but what is the difference if I lose the next one?
I like that Benjamin is so blasé about how this all turns out.
Okay, if you gotta beat me, I want you to beat me when I flop the 7 first and find a way, and then I'll have a nice story.
So you'll take 6, 7, 8 right now?
Yeah, I have a nice story. I don't take 6, 7, 8 now, but if he has to beat me, I want to beat me after flopping a 7.
To this day, I've always enjoyed David Benjamin's demeanor.
Queen Jack 10.
Always gonna have a chance to chop.
Chop it up.
Don't pair the board. Next card, deuce. I should call 7. That's silly.
Darren looking for a miracle.
Oh no! It's a 5 on the turn for Darren Elias. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's so crazy. I mean, this is too spooky.
You wanted a story, you're gonna get it. Wow, going to the river. 4 on the river, it's over.
And Darren hits a miraculous 5 on the turn to catch up against David Benjamin, scores the elimination. Benjamin out in 4th.
Very nice to play.
Enjoy it.
Pleasure, Mr. Benjamin.
Good luck. You don't need much, but good luck.
Absolutely stunning. David Benjamin out in 4th will take home $123,000. The Frenchman has been fried. Let's go talk to him.
He said he wanted it after the flop.
Oh no.
David, you've been primarily a cash game player. How does it feel to be back in the tournament circuit?
It just feels like I never left. You know, I play tournaments sometimes, not too often, but it feels like home.
With that hand, we have to say goodbye for now from the WPT Tournament of Champions. See you next time when we will name the final World Poker Tour winner of the season.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can help play these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Season 16 is nearing the end as we are ready to crown the champion of champions. Hi everyone, welcome to the WPT. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. This has been a groundbreaking event spanning the Las Vegas Strip. Play began a few days ago at Aria Resort and Casino, and now the WPT Tournament of Champions will conclude at the Esports Arena at Luxor Hotel and Casino. Joining us are my dearest colleagues, Tony Dunst and Vince Van Patten, who will bring us all the action.
Lynn, this is the Tournament of Champions, but it should be called the Tournament of Suckouts, because that's what we're seeing now. 3 players remain. We are seeing ridiculous drawouts on the turn, on the river. It just doesn't happen like this normally.
Yeah, some miraculous turn cards in this final table so far. We lost Nick Schulman in 5th place, David Benjamin in 4th, and now our 3-handed final table will play down to a champion.
Look, Darren Elias still the chip leader. Can he put it together and take down another title? We will see.
Thanks, guys. The winner tonight will not only take home the lion's share of the over $1.3 million prize pool, they'll also receive a $50,000 JetSmarter membership, a BBO poker table, a beautiful set of Baccarat crystal flutes, and the timeless Hublot Big Bang Unico titanium ceramic watch. It looks like play is ready to start back up, so let's take a look at the chip counts and head over to the table.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Let's have a look at our Zynga Poker leaderboard. Darren Elias, just above 2 million in chips, your chip leader. Matt Waxman and Modest Cymbalis essentially tied for second place, both a little below 1 million.
So the blinds are 10 and 20 now, and the big blind ante is 20,000.
That means instead of each player paying a small ante, the big blind pays a full ante for the entire table.
Quick full by Modest, and Darren Elias has raised it up to 70,000. Matt Waxman from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 8 cashes on the World Poker Tour, has an ace-6 and will make this call. And the flop is a queen. Deuce. Deuce helps neither player.
Darren here has a couple of backdoor draws to either the straight or flush, and an overcard. Matt with ace high, certainly not going to fold to one bet.
9 on the turn, hitting Darren Elias, the chip leader. He's going to check it. Going to try to get a bet out of Matt, but he's too smart for that. He checks down to the river. 3. So Darren Elias putting in the last bet with the 9s, feeling confident. Now Matt has made a lot of calls with just ace high. Likes to make those hero calls. Well, he's going to get away from this. Darren Elias has 29 WPT cashes, 4 titles to his name.
Deuce. Quads. Ace is full.
Yeah, Mr. Sticky makes the right fold there. And I wonder if that's sort of a metagame adjustment from Matt, sensing that he has called down in those spots so much that Darren is going to decrease how much bluffing he does, and therefore Matt should be willing to fold a little more.
Darren this time with queen 10, he'll bump it up to 45,000 to go. Matt goes away. Now Modest with a jack 9 will call. Modest has 2 cashes on the World Poker Tour, 1 title. Flop is a 5-4-3.
Not much for either player here.
Modest checks.
And it goes check, check, leading to a queen on the turn.
Oh, wow. Darren hitting queens.
Modest will check. I expect Darren to bet. No, he checks. Interesting.
Yep, he's going to check and hope a nothing card comes. A 5 pairs the board. Modest with no hand is going to try to bluff it now.
And this check from Darren is going to work out nicely. This is the only way he gets more money from Modest in this hand.
Pretty routine call here. Modest has to show the bluff. So you say, why did Darren check on the turn? That's why. He knew a 5 was coming. He knew he'd get a bet.
Nice anticipation from Darren Elias, the end loss.
Every time I play, I think I bring my best. I'm not the type of player who people can say, oh, he didn't have it today, he didn't play his best. I don't show up late. I play from the beginning. I bring my A game every time I play. Focus is everything. Any one hand and you can be done. So you make one mistake and then it compounds and then you're out of the tournament, and then for the next couple of weeks you're thinking what went wrong. You just lost focus for 1 second and you're done. The wins mean a lot, just mentally for me, to be able to achieve your goal and close it out. The finality of it is important to me. I never thought I'd be here playing with all the success, so it's a dream. I don't like to try to rate myself as a player. I mean, I've always thought my actions will speak. I'm not gonna talk about how great I think I am, but I'm confident going to this final table. I'm ready to play. I've been playing with these players for a couple days now, and ready to finish it.
Oh man, you gotta love his humility.
Yeah, and his focus is very clear. Whenever I play with Darren Elias, I can tell that he is watching the hands that he does not participate in. He's there from day one, moment one.
And we go back down to it. He's our chip leader.
You check back turn?
What's up?
You check back turn?
I don't know, did I?
All right. That's cool.
All right, Waxman now
I would have told you.
is going to raise it with a queen nine, modest out.
I wanted to compliment your turn check back. That's all.
Elias looking down at his hand. And it's a simple little 5-3 of spades. And Darren will speculate and make this call. Flop is a 9-8-8. So good flop for Waxman. Check, check. Oh, and it just keeps getting better and better. Matthew now with a full house. Darren has checked. So now Waxman, he's just trying to figure out how he's going to get some money out of this.
Yeah, you've got a massive hand, but you know it's tough to get value here. Darren with just a 5 high.
So he's going to put in a simple little 40,000 and pray for a little action, but can't get it. Waxman wins the pot, but a little disappointed.
Really, though? Really. I was on the draw. Full house draw? For quads.
It was a hard-fought battle this season amongst several players for the honourable distinction of Hublot WPT Player of the Year. However, one player remained triumphant, Art Papazian. Congratulations, Art. You came out of the gate so strong this season. What do you attribute to your success?
A lot of hard work, and I got really fortunate in both my first tournaments that I played, and I'm really happy that I came out on top.
Now, when we first met, you actually didn't play too many tournaments, so how much does it mean to you to now have this amazing title of Player of the Year?
Yeah, it means a great deal, primarily because I probably won't ever have this chance again in my lifetime. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll get lucky again. Who knows? But it means a lot, you know, and I worked really hard on my game, and I'm really proud of myself, for sure.
You should be.
Yeah.
And you won a Hublot watch at Legends of Poker this year.
Right.
Now you're building a collection, and you have another one, and you're wearing it right now. Let's have a look.
Yep.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Yeah, it's really, really nice.
You got a couple of choices to wear throughout the year, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. They're both really special to me.
They're both very special. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Another great guy.
Yeah, we're very happy for Art. Great player, really humble champion. Belongs in the winner's circle.
Darren Elias continues his onslaught here.
He's got over 60% of the chips in play.
Raise here by Modest with an 8-6 of spades. Darren's gone out. Waxman with a 9 deuce of spades will make this call.
And that brings us to a flop of 9-4 deuce. So Matt Waxman with 2 pair. Not a bad flop for Modest here, as he's got some backdoor draws and likely thinks that a c-bet will take down this hand. We know that's not the case.
Oh boy, he can't help himself. You got to do it. Continuation bet of 40,000 is just a great flop here for Waxman. Now how to play it? Just sit on the horse, sit tight, or do you push a little bit here? Well, he's going to push it. 110. So Modest has to fold it, and Matthew Waxman now in second chip position, mops up the floor, doing quite well.
There are perks to being a WPT champion, including wonderful gifts from our partners like Athletic Propulsion Labs, also known as APL Shoes.
APL stands for Athletic Propulsion Labs. We started APL in our dorm room with a mission to build the world's first luxury athletic company. We try to make the product as comfortable and as functional as possible. APL is our passion. You definitely feel the adrenaline as an entrepreneur. And I feel like when you're sitting down at a poker table, it's the same type of thing. We gifted all of the players with pairs of APLs.
Built for competition.
Esports are great, you know, ever since I was a kid, I would always play like a lot of video games, and The first thing I did when I got to Vegas 2 weeks ago was came to the Luxor to check out the esports arena because I'm very passionate about it. It's a very nice facility. They just make the whole atmosphere really, really fun. The growth that esports is experiencing, like it's becoming more popular than professional sports, and it's just really fun to be a part of. Esports is like a great way to combine your intellectual abilities with your physical abilities, where you play a game that requires problem solving and creating a strategy, but at the same time you also have to be good at like hand-eye coordination and timing. It also has a lot of similarities to poker. In poker, if you can maintain your composure just like in esports, stay focused on your goal, you're going to give yourself a much better chance to win.
Yeah, we are at the esports arena at the Luxor in Las Vegas. Three-handed poker. Darren Elias still the chip leader with close to 2.4 million in chips, and the winner will win $460,000 for first place. Down to the felt we go. It's going to be on the chip leader, Darren Elias.
If Darren wins this tournament, we're going to have to create an entire separate Champions Cup that's just full of the name Darren Elias everywhere.
He's on his way to do it. He's got ace-deuce this time, makes it 45,000 to go. Waxman out, Modest Cymbalis with a nothing 9-3.
I play a lot of hands in the big blind, but 9-3 offsuit is not one of them. I wonder what Modest is considering. He's gonna 3-bet this.
There you go.
Huh. I guess this is just a timing thing. I don't quite know why he chose 9-3 offsuit as his bluffing hand from the big blind, but here we go.
Will Darren make this call? Now the time is ticking down. Whoa.
Pass.
Darren is going to lay this down. Very interesting. He figured a short stack. Modest can't be making this move unless he's in front.
I feel like Darren sensed a disturbance in the force, but didn't quite pull the trigger.
Nice play by Modest. And now it's on him, and he looks down at an even worse 3-deuce. He folds.
Darren wakes up with pocket queens in the small blind.
Married with a 1-year-old daughter.
He's got all the ladies.
He's going to make it 70,000. Let's see what Matt has. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
He's got jacks.
Don't do it, Waxy.
Yeah, he's going to raise it.
Of course, Matt has to 3-bet here with his jacks.
185, he makes it now. He had the choice of pushing it or to just call.
Darren is going to pretend he has a decision to make here and use a time bank chip. To promise you that Darren knows what he's going to do. He's just trying to create the sense of uncertainty in Matt's mind.
All in.
And there goes the hammer. All in.
Call.
Insta call. Oh. Waxman devastated.
Well, I'm sure Darren is happy to see jacks, but not as much as Modest Cymbalis. He's doing a little dance in his chair.
Well played.
Okay, going to the flop. Darren, of course, well out in front of Matt. Matt looking for a jack or perhaps 4 to a straight. Otherwise, he's going to be our third place finisher. Okay.
Yeah, the flop is a 10-9-8.
So Matt would most like to see a 7 here. He will take a queen, but of course that would give Darren a redraw to a full house. Oh my goodness.
Thanks, Vince.
Matt, a huge favorite right here.
Darren has been Mr. Lucky for most of this final table, but finally has a reversal of fortune.
One card to come. Matt, a huge favorite right here. And it's over for this hand. Matt Waxman gonna double up.
It's like the 7s and the 5s, just like spots that are going in. You know, who knows which hand's which.
Unbelievable. Matt Waxman right back in there.
You were ready for a giant suck out. You knew.
Was it worthy of it? I think it was, right?
Yeah, that was a good one. Timing was perfect.
It was worth it. I haven't done it in a couple of years.
That's actually where I was aiming. My man.
Now, good times at Top Golf the other night, one of the best parties we've had on the World Poker Tour over the years. Meanwhile, Matt Waxman, now our chip leader after his jack sucked out on Darren Elias's queens. Darren in second chip position, Modest Sabalas still wishing that somehow Darren had won that hand.
Jack would have been sick.
Yeah.
That can't happen.
I was already congratulating you for the jack, you know.
Let's go to the cards. Pair of 4s here for Elias. And he's going to make it 45. Waxman is going to look down at a lovely pair of queens.
It didn't work out for Darren. Will they work out for Matt?
Jack's the hand before, and now queens. Here, out in front, over 4s. What a beautiful place to be. 160, he makes it. Modest goes away. And Darren makes this call, hoping to get lucky with this little pair of 4s.
He's in position, he's got a pair, so we go to a flop, and it's 9-7 deuce, which is actually a pretty bad flop for Darren, because it's likely to make him continue putting money in this pot.
Waxman with the continuation bet, 180. And Darren, is he going to get stubborn here? Yeah, it looks like he's going to put in the chips. Doesn't believe his man yet. A 10. So Waxman's queen's looking really solid.
Check.
Wow, nice check here. Try to make Darren think he's in front, which he does now, and he is going to bet 200,000.
Matt, of course, he's not going anywhere.
Darren realizes he might have made a bad bet there. And a jack on the river.
4 to a straight now. I wonder if Darren will turn his hand into a bluff.
Check.
No, he quickly checks.
He's had enough. He's gonna not like seeing this. He just lost half his chips again to Matt Waxman. Things are turning around here.
Yeah, and unraveling for Darren. It's been smooth sailing for so much of this final table, but now major setbacks in 2 hands against Matt.
Had about 2 point something, and now he's down to about 600. Modest Sabalas with about 600 as well, and Modest is going to look down at the 4s this time. And he will make a raise of 40,000. Darren's going to take a breather. He needs it. And now Waxman, massive chip leader all of a sudden. He's got just a 7-4 clubs, and he'll stay involved. So Modest with 4s, Waxman with 7-4. Here's the flop. It's at ace-10-7.
And Matt has outflopped Modest with his 3 outer. Modest gonna take a little stab and hope that Matt goes away.
40,000 continuation. Waxman has too many chips out there to fold this, so of course he's gonna make this call. We are going to the turn. A queen. 4 is even looking worse. Waxman's gonna yield to him with a check. Now, do you want to blow more money? Nope. Slowing down. And a 9 on the river.
It's quite a coordinated board now on this river. Matt will not be betting. Modest might turn his pair into a bluff. And there you go. And Matt has a really tough call to make here. He's got 5th pair. Even if he were to call and be right, I don't think I would like the call. That just seems ambitious.
Modest With the little measly fours, it's going to work out for him.
Got one through, huh?
It's a good fold at the wrong time, but I don't think when Matt sees that hand after the fact, he'll feel bad about his fold at all.
Matt Waxman kind of knows he was robbed there, but sometimes you got to just give credit and give him the chips. Well done, Modest. Action going on Darren, and he is just going to fold some hands here.
Well, Modest takes a walk. Did he have anything good? Yeah, oh, he had it all.
What?
Finally?
How good? Oh, no. Sorry, man.
Really?
Really? Sorry, man. I just had Jack 10, you know? I couldn't call.
Even though Phil Hellmuth may not be a WPT champion, he might have a few words of wisdom for these players in the raw deal.
Tilt is a thing, both in poker and in life. Can you say road rage? But does four-time World Poker Tour champion Darren Elias ever go on tilt? Darren took a bad beat a few hands earlier when he had Matthew Waxman all in with queens versus Waxman's jacks. And Waxman hit a straight.
7 on the turn. Oh my goodness.
Would this affect the way that he played this hand? Darren raises with pocket fours and Waxman makes a big re-raise with pocket queens. On the turn, Waxman checks and Darren bets 200,000. Waxman calls. Many of the new school players like Waxman's call here. I like the raise. Put it all in. Don't let your opponent hit a card to beat you. The new school argument is that your opponent may be bluffing and may bluff again. Meh, it's close. There's arguments for a call and arguments for a raise. Did Darren tilt here? Nope. I like his turn bet. Waxman may fold sixes or fives, or ace-king or ace-queen, thus giving Darren a chance to win the pot right here and right now.
As you can see, Matt Waxman now way out in front of the competition, 2.6 million against the 600,000 of Modest Cymbalis and Darren Elias.
The blinds now are going up to 15 and 25. Big blind Annie is 25. Now Modest Cymbalis with a huge hand, big slick, ace-king. And there he goes with the raise, makes it a min raise to 50.
All in.
Elias gonna go all in with a 10-8.
Call.
I think that's a good shove. It does look a little wide, but a computer would agree with it. Unfortunately for Darren, Modest has got ace-king.
I'm underdog, right?
So it happens very quickly. Darren, big chip leader, and just in a few hands, he is down to his last chips.
How much you have? You have more than me, right? Something like that. 650 probably.
He's on the short stack. He's in with the worst of it. 5 cards to come, and the flop is a big ace-5-4, so Modest out in front with the aces. Oh, Darren, sickened by that, gets up to leave. Because now he's a huge dog, and the turn is a 5. So Darren Elias playing great poker tonight, but it's not going to be happening for him this evening.
645, 685.
Well, an incredible run and week for Darren Elias finally comes to an end in third place as his luck runs out.
And he'll take home $177,000. He's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Looks like your WPT heater has ended. How disappointed are you?
I mean, as disappointed as I can be. I ran really well yesterday, so lucky to get here.
4-time WPT champion, what does it mean to you?
It's amazing. I mean, I've had a lot of success in the WPT. I enjoy it, and it's a great accomplishment.
All right, well, congratulations on your run.
Thank you.
With Darren Elias out in third place, we are down to heads-up action here at the WPT Tournament of Champions. See who has what it takes to come out on top when we return on the WPT.
Tony, who has more WPT action? Zynga Poker does.
Play the new WPT Tournament Center in the Zynga Poker app. Play today on Facebook or download the app on the App Store and Google Play.
Earlier this season, Club WPT gave 8 lucky qualifiers the chance to play on TV for cash and prizes, including a WPT main event package. It was a hard-fought battle, and Brian Whitman proved he was king of the club.
King of the Club's really changed my life. The expectations have definitely been higher since I won King of the Club. So I've been studying and learning and practicing as much as I can, going through several hundreds of hands every day. Club is a really good place to practice for me because I live in Texas, where there isn't a lot of opportunity to play live. When I came here, I knew I was going to be playing against professional players. I did not expect that I would have 3 WPT champions playing at my table. Coming here to LAPC was a great experience and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Clearly, without Club WPT, I would not be here at LAPC, and I would not be considering myself a lifetime poker player now.
For a chance to experience a trip of a lifetime and to play in a WPT event, sign up for a VIP membership at ClubWPT.com.
All right, we're back at the Luxor. Heads-up battle about to begin. Matt Waxman, Waxy they call him, is 2.5. Up against Matas Simbalas from Lithuania with 1.4. Here we go.
Matas here with a king-queen on the button. He's gonna raise this up, 60,000. Matt, queen 10 in the big blind. He'll make the call.
And the first 3 are Jack, 9, 7, all hearts.
Interesting flop. Open-ender for Matt. Overcards with the gut shot for Matas. Nobody has a heart, and Matt starts by leading out. Matas does make the call. And we see a 5 of hearts on the turn.
Waxman's gonna check it.
Yeah, that's not a good card for Matt. Matas now knows he needs to bet if he wants to win this hand. He's technically in front, but he's turning king high into a bluff here. Matt will give this up.
I must show if I have a straight flush. No. You're gonna see it on TV anyway.
It's very good acting.
It's good actor. He's a funny guy.
He's making me laugh.
Please give me a walk.
Waxman now has raised. It's been called. And here we go. Look at this. 3 of a kind for Matt Waxman. And Waxman will bet 50,000. Matas just gonna stick around, splash around, hoping to get lucky. He's way behind. 4 of hearts on the turn. 3 hearts out there.
Now Matt gonna bet once more, and Matas not going to be able to continue here. No pair, no draw, no heart, no hand.
Don't get personal.
I play poker for moments like this. Final tables when the blood pressure and adrenaline rises. My strategy is go for it, play my best game, and win it. I'm very excited and I'm very proud of being here. That's a great chance to show where I'm from, Lithuania. Yeah, and I'm on TV, so it's great.
Yeah, he started playing in home games, he said, back in Lithuania. He's only 25 years old. Good attitude, loves to talk at the table.
And a sharp sense of humor. Eastern Europeans have kind of a stoic, robotic reputation, but Matas, not in that mold at all.
We've got a raise by Matas, and Waxman with a queen, 3 of clubs will make this call. And the flop comes up ace, 8, 4, 2 clubs, but 8s for Matas, 4 flush for Waxman.
Matas gonna fire out 50,000 with second pair. Matt will make the call with his flush draw. Queen would be helpful as well, but it's a jack to give Matas 2 pair.
Things are getting good for Matas and Simbalas. And he is gonna stick out more chips. 205.
Big bet.
Waxman has a lot of chips. He'd love to hit this flush on him. Wow, he's not gonna call it.
Good poker right there. A lot of players just automatically make those calls on the turn with the flush draw. Matt knows to be aware of the odds.
Nevertheless, Modest taking that one down.
Vince, people ask me, can you really win on Club WPT?
Well, Tony, the tournament's running all day, every day, and $100,000 worth of cash and prizes available every month. The answer is yes.
Sign up at ClubWPT.com.
My name's Joshua Michael Smith. I'm the executive chef at Bardo Brasserie. Bardo Brasserie is a traditional Parisian brasserie. We take French classic dishes and we try not to modernize them. We just round out the edges and make them a little more approachable and introduce people to French cuisine. The dishes are very simple in their essence because they're classic dishes. It's really sort of comfort food, but French. I think our dining room is one of the most stunning in Vegas. It transports people to Paris circa 1960. It's got a really classic, timeless feel to it. We're open almost all day long, and there's always somebody at the bar to greet you and take care of you. That level of hospitality and that offering that we have helps us kind of blend in with the surroundings at Aria. I love what I do. I love every day. I never want to be anywhere else. I'm always super happy when people come back.
Oh, yeah, that's a great restaurant.
The Aria is just full of great food. I had one of the best meals all summer over at Bardo.
It is fantastic, but right now we have a heads-up battle. Matt Waxman out in front with 2.8 million. Modest Ceballos with 1.2. Blinds and antes are going up to 15 and 30 with the big blind ante of 30. And we have a raise by Waxman to 75. Matas, he's got 10-4. Battle of wits. All right, flop is a 5-4 deuce.
So second pair for Modest. Matt with a couple of overcards and a backdoor flush draw.
He'll bet 60,000.
Modest with his second pair is going to continue.
Going to the turn. It's a 6. Modest is going to check again. Waxman with nothing here.
Nothing. No pair, no equity, no draw.
Oh, yeah, nothing but heart. He's going to bet it 300,000. Put the pressure on Modest.
He bets full pot here, making it very tough on Modest to continue without a strong hand. I will say that Matt has double-barreled a couple times today with no equity, and he has always timed it right.
Saying if you don't have a 3, you've got to fold. I figured right. I'm taking down this pot, and he does so.
Now Waxman continues to stack chips. Meanwhile, the Dr. Pepper Bar has a great view of this final table here at the Esports Arena.
That is right. Nothing like having a Dr. Pepper at the bar. And we move on. Waxman now extending his chip lead to close to 3 million in chips. Matthew this time with a seductive little 4-5 of spades. Makes it 75. Modest with a king 3. Let's see what happens. A jack 10-6. Helps neither player. Well, this is how you play heads up, though. Don't catch, just bet.
Now, Modest not really able to counteract the continued aggression of Matt. Forced to fold again.
Matt Waxman, things have turned around since his jacks destroyed Darren Elias's queens. He's our chip leader. This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at ClubWPT.com. All right, we're back in Las Vegas at the Esports Arena. The heads-up battle continues. Matt Waxman, close to 3.2 million. Modest Ceballos with 815.
Modest running out of room. Matt has a 4-1 chip advantage. Matt Waxman doesn't play as much poker as he used to, showing tonight that he hasn't lost his step.
This time, he is just calling with his king 4. And Modest, he's content to C3. Flop is an A7-3. Nothing materializing for either player. They go check, check. And a 6 of clubs on the turn. So now open-ended for Modest. And he likes it. He is going to bet it. 40,000. Matt Waxman out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. 33 years old. He's just got king high inside straight draw, and he's going to raise this.
Matt is so tough to play against. He's got a gut shot here with king high and decides that Modest is unlikely to have an ace or a strong enough hand that can handle the pressure, and so he raises his bet on the turn. Modest actually has an 8-outer to what would be the nuts, but unfortunately, he barely has enough chips to get to that river, and now he has to wonder if it's worth it.
He's going to take more time.
He's getting about 3-1 on this call, but hitting his straight is more like a 5 or 6-1 proposition.
He's going to lay this down.
Modest aware of the odds, but still frustrated that he can't win a pot here.
Matt Waxman running him over right now. And the blinds are going up to 20 and 40. The big blind ante is 40 as well.
Modest completes with a 10-3 offsuit here. Now with Matt, he will check queen 7 in the big blind. And it's a flop of king, queen, deuce. So Matt was already in the lead, but now is so far out in front of Modest that it's almost impossible to catch up.
Well, Modest is going to take a stab at it. 40,000. Matt, of course, flopping queens. Makes an okie dokie call. And the turn is a 4.
No help to either player. Modest now officially drawing dead. He can only win by betting. I wonder if Matt will pick up on some of the uncertainty.
And he'll take more time. He's going to bet 125. Now, Matt has disguised his strength pretty well here.
I think that Matt has a pretty comfortable call at this stage, and the real decision will be on the river if Modest were to go for it. And that's a big if.
Matt's made the call, and nothing happening for Modest on the river.
Well, that 8 does miss all the draws. If you were worried that Modest had spades or, Jack 10, 9, 10 kind of stuff, it all whiffed.
So now Modest is saying, maybe I could take it right now.
All in.
Oh yeah, that's what he's going to try to do. He's going all in with nothing, 10 high.
This is the only way for Modest to win this hand, but 8 of hearts is actually a very safe card on the river for Matt's hand. Is he going to put the pieces together and end this tournament with a call, or is he going to let Modest get away with this?
Matt Waxman, one call away from this title. Needs more time. What will Waxman do? Oh, look at this. He looks like he's going to throw it away, maybe.
Oh, but he's got the chips cut out. False alarm, Vince. He's going to call and win.
Good call.
Modest turns up the bluff. Matt Waxman is your champion on a great call.
You played great, man. Congrats on second.
Yeah, absolutely. A world-class call by Matt Waxman. He's our champ. Let's go talk to him.
God, that's over.
Modest, a very hard-fought battle. Are you happy with your play?
Yeah. I played my strategy and I lost. Sometimes happens. variance, carded. I was underdog. Matthew played very well.
All right. Well, well done. Congratulations on your finish.
Thank you so much.
All right, we have a champion. He's the champion of champions, Matt Waxman. Incredible play tonight. Now, you got to go back to Darren Elias. He had queens, you had the jacks. You hit it on the turn. How did that feel?
It felt really nice, Vince. It felt really nice. It's just one of those hands that the money's going in no matter who has which one. So I'm glad I was on the winning side.
Well, you did it again. You are the champ. You're going to take home the beautiful Hublot watch. You'll also have your name inscribed on the Champions Cup once again. So let's hear it for our champion, Matthew Waxman.
On behalf of our friends at Baccarat, congratulations to Matthew Waxman, winner of the season 16 WPT Tournament of Champions. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush crew, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next season on the WPT.
That's beautiful watch. Wow.
Amazing.
That's so great.
Can I take a sip now? Poker's most exclusive table has landed in one of the world's most expensive cities. A seat here will cost you at least £100,000, but it could earn you millions. This is WPT Alpha 8. Of London's ever so posh Mayfair district here at the Palm Beach Casino, where the world's high rollers have gathered for Alpha 8 London. The buy-in for our Texas Hold'em poker tournament is a staggering £100,000, which is more than 160,000 US dollars. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, ready to bring you VIP access to the world of super high-stakes poker. I'm joined by our top-notch commentators, Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, stationed over in the ClubWPT.com skybox. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day to you, Lynn. Olivier and I are, of course, excited to be here across the pond alongside yourself and a room full of very illustrious poker players, each of whom have bought in £100,000 to take a seat in our event, and that translates to over $160,000.
This is a re-entry tournament, which means that if any of our current players busts, they can put up another £100,000 and give it another go.
Yeah, it takes a lot of nerve to pull the trigger and buy a second bullet when the stakes are this high. The room does have 2 tables in action currently and several familiar faces who have played in our last event out in Florida, and some faces that we have yet to see.
Our feature table is really the epitome of an Alpha 8 table. We have a few superstars, Scott, Toby, and Steven. Obviously, a legend of poker in Eric Seidel. A couple successful businessmen and poker enthusiasts with Richard Young and Tony G, and even an unknown player in Drew Patel. I've never seen him before. It'll be really interesting to see what his approach to poker is.
Well, so far, it's to open the pot with a raise sitting on Queen-Jack offsuit to 2,300. Scott Seaver out of the way. Eric Seidel with pocket 6s in the small blind defends. And now on to Steven Silverman with Ace-Jack suited.
Silverman, of course, the champion of our inaugural Alpha 8 event in Florida.
He's had to put 160,000 roughly back into this event as he defends his big blind, and we'll take our first flop of the evening, 3-way. And they do things a little bit differently here at the Palm Beach. One by one, they peel him off the stub. Eric Seidel has flopped bottom set. Nothing much happening for Silverman. Drew Patel, 2 overs and a gut shot straight draw, and the action is checked all the way around. Turn card pairs the board. Seidel has a full house. His opponent's drawing dead. He checks a second time, and Silverman seems like he might be tempted, but instead checks it over to Patel. And it looks like Drew's gonna say, if you don't want it, I do.
Yeah, exactly. After 2 checks from 2 players, Drew Patel taking a shot at this pot. We know it's not gonna work with Eric sitting back there with a full house. We'll see how he plays it.
10,500.
Raise to 10,500. And Seidel is gonna check raise to 10,500. That makes quick work of Silverman's hand. Back over to Patel, and he knows better than to continue laying it down. What have we learned about him?
Well, just by looking at him and his age at just 21 years old, I'm not surprised if he's a relatively active player, getting involved a bunch and taking shots at pots.
Now, while Seidel took that pot, there has been much action here in London leading up to this point in the event. A8 London kicked off with 10 players drawing their seats, stacking their chips, and assessing the competition. London newcomer 21-year-old Drew Patel found himself at a daunting table with two high-powered American players, WPT Season 9 World Championship winner Scott Seaver and Alpha 8 Florida champion Steven Silverman. Meanwhile, UK resident high roller Sam Trickett was sharing the felt with the formidable likes of Russia's 2012 EPT high roller winner Igor Kurganov and A8 Florida's third-place finisher Jeff Gross. With the competition in full gear, the German contingent arrived with Monte Carlo super high roller champ Max Altergott and his compatriots, young pros Philip Grusom
Hello, everybody.
and Tobias Rankenmeyer. Tobias immediately contributed to Seaver's growing stack.
First hand, big suck out.
And Canadian Sorel Mizzi arrived next, raising a flag for the Great White North, while Swedish provocateur Victor Blom came in and showed no mercy when he river tripped jacks to take the tournament's first victim, Max Altergott.
Yeah, I'm the first passer, right?
This after just a couple of hours of play. Sorel and WPT champion Antonio Esfandiari also busted early.
You can't win at poker unless you lose. So I just look at losing as if I was paying my taxes. So I paid my taxes today.
I like it.
Heavily.
Heavily is right. $160,000 worth. I don't know, maybe you should get a better accountant, maybe get some write-offs going?
Yeah, I've never thought about losing in those terms, but it's important for poker players to be able to have a good attitude about it, because otherwise it can really get you down.
One thing you learn pretty early on when you're playing is you can't win every session. But you'll try.
If there wasn't luck in poker, it wouldn't be a profitable game.
Back to our featured table, we pick up the action, where Drew Patel limped in under the gun. Scott Seaver then raised it with Jack 10 offsuit. It was folded all the way back around to Drew, who then called with his 10-9 offsuit. And the flop. 2 6s and a tray. Drew checks to Scott.
Not a premium hand for Scott, but trying to take advantage of what he perceives as weakness from Drew, the unknown player, limping under the gun.
6-6-3 on the board, and Scott has fired 7,000 into the pot.
Pretty standard for Scott to take a shot after raising pre-flop.
Oh, but this is not standard. Patel saying hi there.
Yeah, this is a very odd raise. This seems kind of like a kamikaze play, but I wouldn't be surprised if it works in this particular case since Scott has just jack high.
Is Drew showing any youth or inexperience?
You know, it's hard to tell, but the problem with this play is that he's just really not representing very many hands. I mean, could he have, pocket threes or a 6 or something like that? Sure, it's possible, but it's very tough to make such strong hands, and it's not obvious that he would necessarily play them exactly like this, but works in this case because Scott just doesn't have enough of a hand to play back.
And Seaver's gonna mine that into his catalog for sure as they continue to build an understanding of the relatively unknown player.
Yeah, I think not just Scott, but all of the players at the table will be very cognizant of that hand and how Drew played it. Definitely an unorthodox line.
Let's get a look at the current chip counts. Tobias Rankenmeyer is at the top of the board with 370,000 in chips. On the short stacks are Steven Silverman and Richard Young with just about 66,000. Button on Tony G, Drew and Seaver in the blinds. Tobias Rankenmeyer will be first to act. And what do you know about Rankenmeyer?
Well, Toby is generally considered one of the very best tournament players.
23.
He says 2,300.
He and I actually played heads up in Monte Carlo a few years ago. Really nice guy, well-respected player. He's part of this contingent of high roller players, a bunch of German players who have been kind of taking this scene by storm.
And you see Max Altergott has actually joined the action. Max was busted at one of our other tables earlier, has had a chance to regroup and raise, what, a little over $160,000 so that he can buy a second bullet. Tobias has actually been a part of big buy-in events in the past, including a $250,000 buy-in in Australia, where he finished second for $1.3 million. Here, he finds himself raising with ace-queen offsuit, and Richard Young is just calling with ace-king offsuit. That could be trouble.
Yeah, it's a little bit dangerous from Richard to not take the lead in this hand, but at the same time, there are a couple hands that he's dominating, so if it comes ace-high or king-high, he might be able to win a big pot from a dominated hand.
Well, without a 3-bet, both blinds come along for the ride, and we'll take this flop 4-way.
To help you out. Appreciate it, bro, but would have been enough even without you calling. Give me my chips back, but nothing's changed, yeah?
A lot of overlapping cards out there.
Yeah, king high, queen high, or ace high flop could be a lot of trouble for at least one of these players.
Burn down. It's 6, 9, 6 on the board. 2 spades. Both Drew and Scott have checked. Toby bet 5,000. And Yang calls the 5,000.
Yeah, I don't mind this call by Yang. Obviously, he doesn't have a pair, but since the board is so dry, it's reasonable to take another card off.
And the board stays dry. Yang also has the advantage of being down to heads up with 2 players mucking, and he's in position against Tobias. Will Tobias fire a second bullet at this pot? The first one always easier than the second. He does indeed, and Yang gets away from his ace-king after he doesn't improve.
Strong second barrel from Toby there. Gets Richard to fold the better hand.
Richard not interested in spending another 15,000 on the turn, especially when he has no idea what may happen on the river. You get a look at Max Altergott. If he looks familiar, that's because he actually was felted earlier in the event. He has since rebought for 100,000 pounds. Do you think that players feel more pressure when they're on a second bullet because now you're just so deeply invested into the event?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it also depends on, what kind of plan players had going into the tournament. If they were planning on willing to be putting up 2 or 3 bullets, then as you get deeper towards the end of your slacks, as they say, I think it could put a lot of pressure on players to make sure they play their best, maybe play a little bit more conservatively than they would their first or second bullet.
And I would imagine other players at the table are cognizant of the fact that he's on his second bullet and maybe a little bit tighter than he was on his first bullet. As we get caught up to speed on the action, it's pocket 8s for Toby. Back-to-back raises, this time to 2,400. And he has picked up 1 caller in the form of Richard Yang, who has 5-6 suited.
We're going to see another pot here between Toby and Richard Yang.
Flop is ace-jack 3.
Not a great flop for either hand here.
Round 2, and this time Tobias checks the flop. Richard checks behind him. And the turn card is a 7. Good-looking card for Yang.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Richard picks up a gut shot straight draw and a flush draw.
And Tobias has just shut it down, checks again with the pocket 8s.
450.
Yang bets 4,500. And Tobias simply mucks the pocket 8s. Seems like he was done with his hand by the time the flop showed up.
Yeah, I like the way Richard played the hand, picking up equity and betting it. Toby played his hand a little bit weak, but at the same time, he had played the hand previously very strong. Maybe he has a good read on Richard.
Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Well, I'm in a London cab with Eric Seidel. We're going a few miles south to play lawn bowls. You've definitely got the title of King of High Roller events.
I had a very good year in 2011 in the High Rollers.
What's your favorite place?
Well, this is my favorite place. I like playing in London. I'm a New Yorker, so London is very much like New York for me. I really, when I'm away from the poker table, I lead a pretty ordinary life. I don't really have a bowler lifestyle.
We're gonna play some bowls. After our 4 balls are gone, it's the one that's closest that determines the winner. What are you gambling on it, Eric?
£5 total for the whole thing, right?
Per game?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's such a gambler.
I'm trying to protect you. I don't want to.
Yeah.
Oops, that's bad.
Oh, yes!
No!
That was so kind.
Does that count? Does that help her?
It sure did.
It counts. It counts. That's very good. That's excellent.
That's unbelievable how close you are. Wow.
See that? Got a ball. Can we make it 10 pounds, Eric?
You're
Are you getting
natural.
this?
That's very, very good.
You're gonna get
That's
that.
excellent.
That's amazing. I'm buried.
Oh, it just tucked right in front of your eyes.
It's like the last insult was just boom. Don't you dare push my hand away. No! This is a disaster. I think we spent more time here until broke.
Okay, I think I spoke too soon with the trash talk. You might be
I got a sweat.
sneaky last minute.
No! Disaster!
Yes!
That's terrible.
15 sweet pounds. Well, Eric,
Oh, you got me
you're good
again.
at poker, but I guess I'm great at lawn bowls.
I think so. I've learned my lesson.
Don't gamble with women.
I can't believe Eric didn't know that Lynn comes from a long line of illustrious lawn bowlers. Yeah, that's her lineage. And those 15 pounds, that'll get her, what, like 4 blocks in a black cab in London? Probably the most expensive cabs on earth. As we get back to our feature table, Steven Silverman with 9-4 suited lays it down to Richard Young, who's been rather active in the early going. He picks up King-Queen offsuit, and he's going to raise it up to 2,500 with the blinds at 500 and 1,000. Ante's at 100. Folded around to Scott Seaver now. He doesn't like 8-4 off, and you can't blame him. Pocket eights, though, for Max Altergott. We should see some action out of him. Max, of course, was felted earlier. He's on his second bullet now, and we've talked about how that may impact a player's approach to the game moving forward.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you're on your second bullet, you might tend to be a little bit more conservative, maybe a little bit less willing to take risks because you really don't want to end up losing 2 bullets.
Now, Max just called, as did Erik Seidel with ace-10 offsuit, and the flop was 4 tray deuce with a couple of clubs.
Pretty good flop for pocket eights.
And Max bets 4,300 after both Seidel and Young checked to him.
Yeah, it was check to Max.
12-5.
And Erik raises on the flop here.
Check raising.
Yeah, it's this very interesting play. Erik has, you know, a gut shot straight draw, 2 overcards, and a backdoor flush draw. I actually like this play by Erik. It's a very aggressive, very strong play, especially against someone like Max, who, you know, theoretically could be taking a shot in position here without much of a hand. We know that Max has an overpair himself, but even with this overpair out, Erik does have a number of outs to catch up and take the lead in the pot.
A 3 of diamonds, of course, not one of those outs, and Erik is staring at a pot of 33,800, but rather than shut it down, he fires 20,000. Now, how do you feel when you have pocket eights?
It's a good-sized bet there by Erik. I mean, I think you could make an argument for folding or for calling. Max not going anywhere with his 2 eights.
Yeah, he makes the call and brings the pot to 73,800.
It'd be interesting to see if Erik bets another club on the river.
Well, it's a spade, so he doesn't have that option. And Seidel shuts it down. Max quickly checks behind him and will be very relieved to see Erik turn over ace-10 offsuit. Max happily rolling over his pocket eights.
Holding on for dear life there with 2 eights. Very happy that Erik did not fire the river.
Let's get over to our outer table, where Sam Trickett finds himself all in with King-9 suited against Victor Blom, better known as Isildur in the online world. Victor has pocket queens, and Sam is hunting for a king. The flop of Jack 8-7 means he's also got a straight draw. 5 on the turn doesn't get him there, and the river is a deuce. And that is the end of the road for high-stakes player Sam Trickett.
Yeah, Victor is such an aggressive player. Sometimes his opponents will make crazy plays against him, and when he picks up big hands like pocket queens, he can turn into big pots.
Well, we'll find out whether or not Trickett is going to rebuy shortly. Meanwhile, Steven Silverman is being relocated from our feature table to the outer table. That, of course, because we need to keep those tables balanced. Can't have a full game on one side and a short game on the other.
And unfortunately for Steven, there just really aren't any soft spots in this tournament, so it's not like you're moving to an easier table.
Nobody has 100?
I'm just trying to figure out why Tony's...
Well, perhaps Antonio thinks there are some soft spots in the tournament because it appears that he is lobbying for funds, looking for that second bullet. No dice over at the outer table, so he's come over to a different bank. Oh, and it looks like the Bank of Young has approved Esfandiari's application.
And again, this type of situation happens from time to time. Poker players will lend each other what seems like huge, just immense sums of money with no contract, nothing, just just your word and your reputation to stand on.
23.
Antonio certainly has no shortage of credit in the poker community. King-7 suited for Tobias Rankenmeyer. Meanwhile, at the feature table, he has put in a raise to 2,300. A call from the pocket nines of Erik Seidel. And now pocket jacks for Tony G.
Tony been pretty quiet thus far.
Well, he's going to make some noise, though. 7,700 decibels worth.
Good size 3-bet here.
And Tobias out of the way. Back over to Erik now.
Erik sitting on close to 50 big blinds.
He's deep enough to make a call here and take the flop, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so, but looks like he is playing it a little bit more aggressively and moving all of his chips in the middle. Wow, that is an aggressive play by Erik Seidel with just 2 nines.
Hard not to call.
Oh, and Tony doesn't like it much.
Yeah, I mean, Tony's in a kind of a tough spot. I mean, Erik could easily have an overpair or a hand like ace-king, but if he does decide to call, he'll be very pleased.
Yeah, Tony does make that call, and there's the good news.
A little bit ambitious by Erik. I don't think Tony is such an aggressive player that this will work all that often.
Well, here comes the flop. Jack 8-10. Tony has top set, but of course Eric has flopped an open ender. He's looking for a 7 or a queen to crack Tony's jacks.
One of the best flops Eric could hope for that had a jack on it.
Oh, and that's one of the worst turns. It leaves Seidel drawing dead.
Good luck, guys. I got a rebuy for us.
You think Eric's the kind of guy that's looking for a second bullet? I heard Richard Young is lending.
You know, you never know with Eric. Obviously, you know, he's had an incredible amount of success. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see what Eric decides.
Well, when we come back, the magician rejoins the action.
What do I do?
When you catch this?
Find out how a sports injury sidelined one player's dreams of glory, but led him to victory on the felt. Log on to ClubWPT.com and join Lynn as she has tea with Sam Trickett. ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Welcome back to the elite world of super high stakes poker, WPT Alpha 8. Tonight's event is coming from the Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair, one of London's most exclusive districts, where the high price of this tournament fits right into this Tony neighborhood.
Is Lynn out and about in London?
You know, every time I see Lynn, it looks like she's having the time of her life.
Well, you know who else is having the time of their lives? These guys, because they get to play high stakes poker against some of the best in the world. And let's face it, they love the competition. Blinds have gone up to 6 and 1,200, antes have doubled to 200, and you'll notice the magician has taken a seat at the table.
I'm gonna be very nitty now.
He has 100,000. That's what you get when you re-enter. Meanwhile, Richard Young is having a good time with King Jack offsuit. He opens for a raise to 3,000, and Tony G looks down at Ace Jack of hearts. He's just gonna call, no need to isolate.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tony could consider 3-betting with Ace Jack of hearts, but I think the more standard play would be just call and see a flop.
Max Altergott gets involved with Ace 5 offsuit.
Getting a pretty good price from the big blind with 2 people already in.
We take the flop 3-way, and it's 10-5 queen, all diamonds. Max has the nut flush draw and bottom pair. Richard has an open-ended straight draw, and Tony with the Broadway draw. Turn card, the 9 of hearts, and Richard has made the nut straight.
Now, from Max's point of view, after both Richard and Tony check the flop, it's not unreasonable to try to bet here, even not necessarily for value with just a pair of 5s, but he also has the ace of diamonds and is just taking control of the pot.
Well, Richard chose to smooth call with the nut straight, considering 3 diamonds are out there. It's not the nuts. Tony G's out of the way. We're down to heads up, and look at the river. A third 5 from Max. He may not have thought 5s were good once Richard called, but now he's got to believe his hand is good.
Yeah, this is the perfect card for Richard Young, because now Max is definitely going to bet for value, and he does make a big bet here.
16,800.
So big that I don't think Richard can even raise here. With 3 diamonds and a paired board, looks like Richard just calls with the straight, and Max a little bit disappointed to have value bet the worst hand.
Yeah, he was ready to show his hand, and then he wasn't.
In poker, we call that value cutting, when you bet for value, expecting to have the best hand, but then run into an even stronger hand.
Trips. Huh? Trips. Lunkin, I feel like this table is a lot more quiet, but it's the same table. And Tony G's here, and it's more quiet.
First of all,
how is that possible?
Tony G's scared. He has a reputation to protect these days. You know, he's a government man. He has to be careful what he says.
That's right.
I
have all the people
on
watching.
camera. He has all the people watching, all his, you know, representatives.
Is this true, Tony?
Represented.
It is true.
He's running the Lithuanian government.
Talk at the table has turned to Tony G's political aspirations.
I'm not going to play poker there.
One-time Australia resident.
I'll play poker during the tournament.
Now calls Lithuania home and is running for the European Parliament.
I can't gamble. With the future, right?
Pocket kings for Richard Young. He makes it 3,000 to go.
A vote for Tony G is a sure bet. That's what you need. You need me to do your campaign managing.
That would be good.
And ace-king suited for Tobias Rankenmeyer.
Pretty big cooler pre-flop here for ace-king suited, an extremely strong hand.
He's the big stack at the table right now, and he is going to 3-bet it to 9,000 total, back over to Richard's kings. And he says, all right, how about 20 more on top of that, 29,000 total. You getting anything from Young's body language here?
I mean, he does look comfortable, but I don't think it matters for Toby. His hand is just too strong
All in.
against Richard's stack to consider folding ace-king suited.
Yeah, Toby moved all in. Richard made the call, and he's all smiles, isn't he?
It's actually not that bad.
Yeah.
Of a shape.
Yeah, not bad.
Young needs to avoid an ace on the board. So far, so good, as it reads 6, 9, and I promise the third one's on the way.
Now I better.
The deuce of spades.
I feel more comfortable.
An 8 would be great.
That's a good board for 2 kings.
I want to buy some insurance. Insurance.
Yeah, you can buy.
Insurance. Yep. 12 to 1 now.
12 to 1.
You want to take some insurance? 12 to 1.
8 on the turn changes nothing, and all Richard Young's got to do is dodge an ace on the end to double through the chip leader at this table. And he's going to do just that.
Richard very excited to double up. And, you know, it's great to see such enthusiasm.
Nice hand.
He'll collect his pot. Meanwhile, at the outer table, another pocket king situation. This time it's Igor Kurganov up against Jeff Gross, our third place finisher in Florida. Gross with pocket 5s. Can't hit on the flop, can't hit on the turn, can't hit on the river.
See you later, man. Might be back, I don't know. Good luck.
And Jeff Gross, who looks like he might be sharing closets with Antonio, is going either in search of another bullet or a black cab. Back at the feature table now, ace-queen offsuit for Drew Patel. He has opened the action with a raise to 2,700, and he has been called by the Jack-9 offsuit of Richard Young in the big blind. Their heads up to a flop of 10-4 king rainbow. Gut shot straight draw for Young. Broadway draw for Drew, whose ace high is best. Young checks it over to him. And Drew's going to bet 3,500.
Drew looking for Richard's jack, and Richard looking for Drew's queen here.
Young makes the call. 7,000 more slide into the middle, bringing the pot to 14-4. Turn card pairs the board. Young checks. Now, what are you thinking if you're Drew? Fire again with the ace high and the backdoor draw there?
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to fire the turn, but I think checking is also perfectly acceptable.
Pot control, of course, that's what Patel opts to do. And on the river, Young senses an opportunity. As the 7 peels off, he just has jack high.
Yeah, I don't mind the flop call if you're Richard, as long as you're going to bet in a situation like this. So I actually don't mind the way Richard's played the hand. Drew with just ace high looks like he's considering a call.
Well, the bet's only 5,400. That's kind of on the small side.
That's true. I think the bet size is definitely a clue for Drew and gives him a pretty good price. With just ace high, I think a lot of times he's going to be running into a value bet from Richard, but in this particular case, he wins the pot.
And you better believe that there is a table full of seasoned professionals paying attention to each and every one of young Drew Patel's moves.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of Drew, but my sense early on is that he's the type of player who likes to get involved. We just saw he's not afraid to make a big call with ace high, and we'll have to see throughout the rest of the tournament how he fares.
Our WPT Alpha 8 London event rolls on. Each of the folks sitting at our tables have invested £100,000 and some even more.
That's right. This is a re-entry tournament, and 2 of the players at our feature table, Max Altergott and Antonio Sfondiari, have already busted and re-entered, which means they're in for £200,000.
And let's take a look at the chip counts. Top of the board is the German, Tobias Rankenmeyer, and at the bottom of the board, you'll notice another German, Max Altergott. And there is one of the newcomers that we talked about, Drew Patel, just 21 years of age from Portsmouth. He's got ace-queen offsuit and makes it 3,000 to go.
I think it's really good.
And why do some players opt for the min raise of 2,400 and others decide to put 3,000 in there? Is there really even a difference?
You know, there is a small difference. You know, first of all, you give the big blind a worse price to call when you make it a little bit bigger. You also make it more expensive for someone to 3-bet you. But a lot of it is a function of how deep the stacks are. When the stacks start to get a little bit more shallow towards the end of the tournament, you'll start to see more min raises.
Patel has picked up both Esfandiari and Tony G. They'll take the flop 3 ways, and that flop, ace, queen, jack. Patel with aces and queens. He's got the best hand. Tony G's got the Broadway draw. Antonio with just a pair of jacks. Patel bets 4,000. And Antonio quickly lays it down. And now Tony G has raised it to 10,000, making it 6K more to go.
Tony does have some equity. I mean, he has a gut shot straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. I don't like this raise, though, because it just represents so little. I don't think Tony would even raise if he had Queen Jack or Ace Jack. Drew Patel is now re-raised to 17,000, putting Tony in a very awkward spot.
And Tony G invests an additional 7,000 with just the naked king high here.
Not to mention he's out of position. He is getting a great price. The raise is very small, but still, Tony out of position without much of a hand.
4 on the turn. Tony G quickly checking over to Drew.
And that 4, not a scare card for Drew Patel. His ace-queen still looking very strong here.
And he's going to check it.
Yeah, I don't understand this check at all.
Oh, and disaster rolls off on the river. Tony G now with the best hand.
40,000.
This is a huge bet by Tony, and Drew immediately, takes the earphones out and pays attention. He doesn't like this play at all. Now, it's very tempting to now blame Drew Patel for checking the turn and letting Tony G get there.
Call.
I would have had to bet any river, so it was a good call. We're just unlucky.
Drew very disappointingly pays off Tony and sees his king deuce of hearts.
Kind of floating when you check the turn. It put me under pressure. At least the 10 arrived.
When you really needed it.
I called the 7. He was trying to play around with me a bit. If you pump it harder, then you get the, honest. I mean, what's 7? That's like, what is this? It's not online here. Against me, you got to make it like 30 or something, right? For me to think I'm going to call 7. I was proud of you that it was a good call. You made a really good call.
Yeah, I lost my chips. Good call.
Oh, well, you're unlucky. I mean, now you have to call me every time. Like a loose slot machine. And hope for the best. That's all you can do. Now you don't know where I am, right? That's the best policy, right? When you don't know, you just call.
Tony G alluding to the small raise that Drew made on the flop. Not just winning the pot, but then giving him a verbal needle after that.
Yeah, it's always nice to get lucky and then teach the other guy something. Tony has a reputation of being an active player.
And a very talkative one at that.
Yeah, and that talk is not always the most courteous in nature. Meanwhile, in the cutoff, Scott Seaver picks up ace-king suited and makes it 2,800 to go.
And for those who don't know, Scott Seaver is really one of the absolute very best tournament players in the world. In my mind, he might actually be the favorite in this field and any field that he enters.
Former student at Brown University, our season 9 $25,000 buy-in champion. He took home $1.6 million and change for that effort. And he is heads up to the flop. Board is Jack 8-7 with a couple of hearts. Antonio defended from the big blind with King 10 off and has flopped a gut shot straight draw.
44.
7,600 in the middle, and Antonio is going to bet 4,400.
Now, I think Antonio leads out of position here for a couple of reasons. One, he has some equity, but not enough in his mind to check call. And two, because a flop like Jack 8-7 is much more likely to hit Antonio's defending range than it is Scott Seaver's opening range.
Well, the board is paired on the turn, and Antonio hasn't gotten rid of Seaver just yet, so he's going to try to get rid of him again, this time with a bet of 8,600. Twice the size of his flop bet of 4,400.
Can't imagine Scott going anywhere with 2 overcards and the nut flush draw.
He makes the call.
On top of everything we've said, it's also just very unorthodox for the out-of-position player to lead into the original raiser.
And look at this river card. Antonio thinks that he's hit something with King 10. Finally, he's got kings and 7s with a jack kicker. But little does he know he's up against the ace-king of Scott Seaver.
Yeah, Antonio going from bluffing on the flop and the turn to now trying to bet for value as he's rivered top pair.
16,300 is the number. Action on Seaver.
I think Seaver is thinking about whether he wants to raise now that he's rivered a king with an ace kicker, but given the line that Antonio's had throughout the hand, I don't think Scott can really contemplate doing anything but just call.
Well, Seaver makes the call, and he'll be happy to see King 10. Gives Antonio a look at ace-king, and that's not the way Esfandiari scripted his re-entry.
It's another instance of somebody out of position trying to bet for value with the worst hand. At these stakes, players are trying to bet so thinly for value that sometimes they're betting for value with the hand that's not even the best hand.
Looking for high roller excitement without the high roller risk? Go to ClubWPT.com now and play in our Alpha 8 high roller play chip tournaments and ring games for a chance to be crowned champion. Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8 London. We're in the middle of Playdown at the Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair, where a collection of talented international players have invested at least £100,000 each in hopes of becoming the alpha player who takes home a bounty worth of a king. Action at the feature table is in full gear, so let's tally-ho to Ali and Olivier over in the ClubWPT.com skybox.
Thanks, Lynn. Olivier and I have been having fun watching this feature table so far. Plenty of fireworks, and we get a look at what those fireworks have done to the chip stacks. Tobias Rankenmeyer up top at $334,000 and change. And down below on the short stack is Drew Patel with just $25,100. The blinds are at $800 and $1,600 now. Ante's at $200. Button is on Richard Young. Tony G and Drew Patel are in the blinds. And the action has been folded around to Antonio Esfandiari, who has less than half of the $100,000 he got for his re-entry to start this hand, and he's going to put $3,800 of that into the middle here on a raise.
One thing you can say about Antonio is that he is persistent. Even though he's lost a number of chips, he's still raising it up.
Easy defend from the big blind for Drew Patel and his King-9 suited, and the flop 5 trade deuce. I'd say Antonio likes it.
Yeah, Antonio has flopped what we call the wheel, which is the straight starting at the ace and ending at the 5. An absolute monster hand for Antonio.
38.
It's been checked over to him.
A little bit unlucky for him. Drew has really nothing and can't really play back or even call.
Well, there's two pieces to running good in poker. It's not just making big hands, it's finding people who will pay you off when you've got them.
Yeah, a lot of times you want your opponent to have a strong hand just slightly weaker than your hand.
Let's get back to the feature table. Folded over to Tobias Rankenmeyer, who
Raised to 4,000.
don't adjust your sets, has Queen-5 offsuit, and has decided to make it 4,000 to go.
Yeah, I really don't understand this play. I mean, I know that Toby is the chip leader, so he's going to be opening with a little bit of a wider range than normal, but I would never include a hand like this in my opening range. It just plays terrible post-flop, and I don't understand it.
How do you like the smooth call by Richard Young with ace-queen offsuit, which has, of course, invited Scott Seaver into the pot, who has 8-6 suited in the big blind?
I think it's perfectly reasonable. He should definitely have considered at least 3-betting and probably do it from time to time, but calling is just fine.
The flop, all hearts, 9-7 deuce. Seaver checks his open-ender, and it's on to Tobias, who checks as well. Richard Young, happy to knuckle. And the turn, a 4th heart, it's the ace. Young now with the best hand. Action on Scott Seaver. And he is going to bet into the field for $6,400.
Yeah, Scott's flop check was pretty natural since he just called a raise out of position. But when both Toby and Richard check the all-heart flop, I think Scott has now assumed that neither one of them have a big heart, and he's tried to make a bet on the turn here to take it down.
Of course, he gets through Tobias, but Richards is saying not so fast. He likes his ace-queen and makes the call. And the river card is a 5th heart, the queen of hearts. These two are now playing the exact same hand.
Yeah, now that there's a flush on the board, they both are playing this flush, and any heart that either player have would make a higher flush.
And Young is bet 13,000. A quick fold from Seaver, and Richard, 2-11 in progress.
Richard decides not to allow the board to play, takes a shot with a bluff on the river, and wins the pot.
We're back in jolly old England, London to be specific, and the Mayfair district, home to the Palm Beach Casino and our second ever WPT Alpha 8 event. We have 7 players at our feature table right now. On the short stack, young Drew Patel, and not far behind him, Antonio Esfandiari, who is on his 2nd bullet, but looking very relaxed, despite being in for over $300,000 US.
How did they react?
No, I said I always wanted to.
Oh, you wanted to?
Yeah, I never have.
I thought it happened.
No. But I think also poker players care about their reputation a lot.
He and Richard Young fold over to Tony G. And not even Tony wants to play 3-4 offsuit. Among the more active players, more creative players at the table. Pocket queens for Patel. He's going to open for a raise to 3,600.
Patel starting the hand with just over 12 big blinds. This min raise with 12 big blinds might look a little bit suspicious.
Ace-6 suited for Tobias. He is the big stack.
and he's in the big blind, so there's no one after him.
And he's going to put Patel all in. Patel will gladly make the call and be happy to see that he's up against ace-6 of diamonds. So far, he is in the lead, but you know how it works. You gotta avoid the ace on the board.
Drew in a great position here to double up.
And the flop, a jack, a 4, and an ace. Patel not looking good anymore. And he is rooting for a queen to hit the turn. Instead, it's a king, and that changes things.
Yeah, it gives him a few more outs. Any 10 would give him a straight at this point.
6 outs once for Drew Patel. Otherwise, it's time to hit the ATM for another 100,000 pounds. Can he get lucky? No, he cannot. Tobias has eliminated Drew Patel.
Drew was pretty active on the table, getting involved in a number of pots. Sometimes that strategy can be pretty expensive, especially against such tough competition that we have here.
And we send him over to some other tough competition. Lynn Gilmartin.
Drew, queens against a6. He hit his 3-outer. That has to be tough.
Yeah, it happens. See, I've seen it so many times. I don't. Just one of those things that just got to put up with it.
He's still smiling.
Yeah, why complain? Why not smile?
Well, I don't know too many 21-year-olds that can light a match to 100,000 pounds and then have that attitude about it, but congrats to you, young man, for having arrived at that financial state.
It's a special breed of player, the guys that are putting up this kind of money to play this level of poker.
Let's get back to the feature table. It's a heads-up pot between Tony G and Antonio Esfandiari. Tony has flopped top pair with queen 10 offsuit, and the board reads queen 6-3, giving Antonio a pair of sixes.
Antonio started this hand with about 30 big blinds, close to 50,000 in chips.
And he is the pre-flop raiser here. Tony defended from the blind. Antonio, continuation betting in the amount of 5,100, and Tony G check raises to 12,000.
Now, I think Antonio, could have thought about maybe checking back with middle pair, medium kicker here. He decided to go ahead and bet. Tony, really unpredictable player, raising here with top pair and just a medium kicker.
Oh, look at that. A little bit of a balk from Antonio. Looked like he was about to ship it all in. Looked up at Tony. Maybe saw something he didn't like and pulled it back. Is that even legal?
I think that's pretty borderline. Antonio's actually known for doing things like that, having a chip in his hand, pretending to throw it in the pot, trying to see if he can pick something up off of his opponent. It's one of those kind of old school live player tricks. But Antonio ended up moving his chips in the middle there.
How much? That's a good sign.
I don't know, Tony G might also be able to pick something up from Antonio.
Cool.
All in a call. I'm ahead, obviously, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be cool.
Antonio started this hand with 30 big blinds, so to put his entire stack in here with just a 6 is very ambitious play, and that's part of what makes Tony G so tough to play against, is that he gets his opponents to make these crazy plays because he himself is playing so unpredictably.
Tony hits trip queens. Oh, and he's drawn dead as of the turn.
Sorry?
You're good at the turn.
I'm good at the turn today.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay, thanks.
Richard, don't forget to text me.
Okay.
I mean, if you forget, it's okay.
Antonio advising Richard to give him a call. After all, they do have a little number to settle up on.
That was a good one, man.
Antonio.
Yes.
We meet again.
We meet again,
2 bullets in one day.
Yeah, that's it for me.
That's it?
Yeah, 200,000 sterling is a lot of cheese. That
is a
hurts.
lot. So what happens now? What do you do now when you bust out of a tournament like this?
You just carry on with life. You have to exist somewhere, right? So I'm gonna take my body and go exist.
All right, well, sorry to see you go, Antonio.
Okay, see you later.
Bye. Back to you guys.
So we've lost one body, but we've still got 11 warm ones inside our poker room right now. And with registration still open, that field could grow. All it takes is 100,000 pounds after all. One thing is for sure, there's no limit to just how high the stakes can go in an Alpha 8 event. On behalf of Lynn Gilmartin and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Ali Najad saying good night from the Palm Beach Casino in London.
The world of high-stakes poker has taken root in the heart of London, and you have VIP access to all the action. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to WPT Alpha 8 London. The game we play is Texas Hold'em, but our prestigious poker table is not just for anyone. Our players are part of an elite group who travel the world in search of the highest stakes games. All of our competitors started by paying the £100,000 entry fee. While that investment may seem a lot to you and me, for these guys, it's just another day in the office. We're in the middle of our exclusive coverage, and the gentlemen with an expert take on the game are A8's esteemed commentators Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet. They join us from the ClubWPT.com skybox. Gentlemen.
Gentlewoman, how are you? Lynn Gilmartin, thank you so much. Olivier and I here for day 2 of the event. We've seen 19 entries so far, 7 players have busted out, and 11 players remain. Now, registration is still open, so that number could increase. And those remaining players, well, we've mixed them up a little bit.
That's right, Ali. We're starting a new day, so the players have redrawn for seats. And our new featured table actually has a couple of players that we haven't seen too much of thus far.
And those 2 players are Fabian Quas, sitting on almost 300,000 in chips, and Philip Grusom, sitting on 110,000. Button is on Max Altergott. Steven Silverman and Richard Young are in the blinds. As we kick our action off, there's a look at Fabian. And he's got pocket jacks. Not a bad start to his evening.
Fabian, a very talented German player. Very close friends with the 2 guys you see next to him, Philip and Max. They really just travel the world playing super high-stakes tournaments together.
Over to Steven Silverman, as Fabian raised to 5,000.
Steven, of course, our inaugural Alpha 8 event winner in Florida, sitting on about 18 big blinds with a small pocket pair.
All of which he's going to put in the middle right now, making work of Richard Young's ace.
Pretty easy call for Fabian with 2 jacks. Steve Silverman is going to be in a world of hurt trying to stay alive with just 2 outs.
Yeah, you never want to be up against an overpair. 2 overcards is one thing, but the overpair a whole nother. And here comes the flop. Trey, 9, Trey. And Steven Silverman is left duck hunting here, looking for a deuce to try to crack Fabian's 2 jacks. Queen won't work. And now it's 2 outs once for Silverman. 10 of diamonds, not one of them. And he is eliminated. Unless, of course, he chooses to re-enter.
That's right. The re-entry period is still open for a short period of time, so we might yet still see Steven again.
Down to just 5 players at the feature table. And the German triumvirate. 2 of them have folded, but not the 3rd, as Max Altergott on the button gets aggressive with 8-6 off.
Yeah, Max, a young, aggressive player, having played primarily on the internet, playing high-stakes cash games, a very, very talented player.
Young folded ace-9 offsuit from the small blind, which left Tony G to defend the big blind, and the flop. 5 deuce jack. Tony checks his 5s, which are currently the best hand. Complete error for Max here. With almost 12,000 in the middle, he'll fire a continuation bet of 5,000.
Tony not going anywhere with middle pair.
He makes the call. Another 10,000 slide into the pot. And the turn card pairs the board.
Good card for Tony, not a great card for Max.
No action on the turn and the river. 3 of hearts.
Tony goes for some pretty thin value here with just 5-4, but Max with just 8 high can't do much else.
Thinking about, again, about a move, right?
And Tony G adds to his stack.
Excellent.
And look who's come to dinner. It's Bill Perkins taking a seat at our outer table. There are 2 tables currently in action. He is an energies and commodities trader, but he also plays a little bit of high-stakes poker.
Bill coming in at the last minute. I actually like that from Bill Perkins. Kind of takes away some of the advantage that these brilliant young players have, especially early in tournaments when the stacks are deeper.
Yeah, the less decisions that you have to make against those types of players, the better off you are. And one of those players, Philip Grusom, has Queen Jack suited and has raised it to 4,500. Philip currently calling London home. Has played other high roller events, including the 2013 PCA, 100K buy-in. He finished 5th there for 400,000.
Philip is known as a high roller specialist. The last couple of years, he's absolutely dominated the high roller circuit.
Tony G has called from the small blind with 10-9 offsuit. Over to Quas in the big with King-9. He accepts an invitation.
Don't expect to find Tony's play here in any poker book, kind of playing his own style.
Well, if it's in a book, it'll be his own. 3-way action to the flop, which is deuce-5 jack.
Not much of a flop for anyone besides the opener, Philip Grusom, who flops a pretty good hand with top pair.
Try telling that to Tony G, who is led into the field here for 7,000.
Very odd play from Tony, leading out of position into 2 very talented players here. One of them who was the pre-flop aggressor in Philip Grusom.
And Philip just calls. Why not raise?
You know, I don't think your hand is necessarily strong enough to raise, and I just think, you know, most players have been playing a little bit more passively post-flop, allowing their opponents to bluff into them and making it so that they can play weaker hands the same way that they play some of their strong hands.
Action on the turn went check-check after a third spade hit the board. On the river, the board pairs.
A little surprised that Philip didn't bet the turn here. He doesn't have a spade in his hand, and Tony showed some weakness by checking the turn.
25.
And Tony bets 25,000 with 10 high.
This bet is going to make Philip think that Tony's hand is polarized.
Tony.
Which basically means that Tony either has a stronger hand than Philip,
Not flush, so.
maybe a flush or a straight, or potentially is bluffing.
Remember, each player only had 100,000 upon entry. 25,000 is a pretty sizable representation of that original stack.
Why are you not betting the turn? It's a good turn for you.
Yeah, I think that's one of the keys to this situation right now. If Philip wants to call, he's got to put about a quarter of his remaining chips into the pot and hope that Tony G is just bluffing.
Okay, you got it.
And wow, Philip Grusom lays down and Tony gives him a look at the bluff, 10-9.
Oh.
I didn't connect anywhere.
It was a good turn for you.
It was. It gave me hope. I was committed to that pot.
Nice hand.
I didn't have any option on the end, right? I mean, I had to do something.
Max, Philip, and Fabienne looking like hungry lions as Tony shows his very unorthodox and somewhat fishy line.
Right, if I just leave it, I might as well just give you 50,000 pounds cash, you know? I'm going to stop bluffing, though. That's why I wanted to show that one, so that it's not going to happen anymore.
Tony claims it was a self-disciplinary maneuver to show the bluff over there.
Never again.
Looks like something like, now I bet it's a nice sort of situation. I know, like, ace high, it's a nice call, usually, because the pair's there. I know it was marginal.
Yeah, I think Tony's playing a little psychological games there, implying that, you know, he thought there was a chance Philip would call with just ace high, knowing that Philip probably had a stronger hand and trying to make him feel even worse about folding such a strong hand.
Tony is the master of the needle.
See? It's compensation for you.
Been known to get into a player or two's mind.
Yeah, I just had to fire there. I just couldn't. I couldn't leave that much money in there without a fire.
Philip getting a walk on that last hand. Not sure that makes up for the hand before.
Well, Tony G is certainly showing these gentlemen what he's made of, made a reputation as a very wild and unpredictable player, as you've mentioned on multiple occasions.
Yeah, I think Tony understands that from a fundamental point of view, he can't necessarily match up with these players. So he tries other things. He tries to take some unorthodox lines, put them in situations that they're not used to, even psychologically manipulate them, and see if he can rattle them or get under their skin and potentially create an edge for himself that way.
Pocket sevens for Fabian Quas. He opens to 4,500. Richard Young has defended from the big blind with King Jack of clubs. The board reads 10-5 deuce rainbow. Young checks it over to Fabian.
Clearly a better flop for Fabian, but not the worst flop for Richard Young. He does decide to float out of position here with two overcards, a backdoor flush draw, and a backdoor straight draw. I kind of like this play by Richard.
Oh, and Richard kind of likes this turn card, which gives him a pair of kings.
Yeah, easy to say now that Richard has hit the turn pretty hard.
Both players check, however, and the river is a 3 of diamonds.
Now, from Fabienne's point of view, there's really difficult to put Richard on a king here. Sure, it's a scare card, but not really, because there aren't that many hands that make sense from Fabienne's point of view that Richard would just check call with on the flop.
Now, Young has bet 10,000, and Fabienne has called with his sevens.
Can't really blame Fabienne for calling there. I think both players played the hand pretty well. Richard just got a little bit lucky to hit a king on the turn.
Well, something tells me Quas isn't too discouraged. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
I am in a little magic shop in the heart of London. It's called Davenport's. It's the oldest family-run magic shop in the world. What is it that you love about magic?
I suppose in some ways it's like poker. There's a lot of strategy behind it. People plan out the way they're going to mystify the audience. Someone who's really, really into the game understands all these little things which go to make up an amazing game.
What is it about cards that makes it such a great prop for magicians?
The thing about a deck of playing cards is there are so many different combinations of things you can do with a deck of cards. They're also quite a normal object that people know about. So doing these amazing things with what is ostensibly quite a normal thing.
Poker players get pretty creative with their chip tricks, but I haven't seen too many card tricks at the table. Daniel, what have you got up your sleeve today?
If I were to give these cards a shuffle, and then a few cuts. If during this I was able to find myself an ace, that would be quite useful. The ace of hearts.
There it is.
Now, one ace by itself is not fantastic. If we have 4 aces...
Wow, I need a dealer like you.
Something tells me that guy doesn't get invited to a lot of home games.
What, you don't think you can beat a guy who can just randomly pick 4 aces out of the deck?
I can't beat guys that can't do that, Olivier. Back to the featured table. Tony G opened up the pot with Jack-10 offsuit, raising to 5,000. Smooth call on the button with King-Queen off for Fabian Quas. And a call from the big blind out of Max with 3-4 suited. The flop, 9 Trey Queen. Little something for everyone. Bottom pair for Max, who checks it over to Tony. Tony's got the open ender. Checks it over to Fabian. And with top pair and a king kicker, Quas is reaching for chips.
Yeah, good flop for Fabien.
He bets 9,000. Max lets it go.
Actually, very interesting fold for Max. He did have a pair on the flop with a backdoor flush draw. I'm surprised that he just let it go there. Maybe it was because he was out of position and still had Tony behind him, who, as we've seen, can kind of play hands in any which way.
Tony has made the call, and the turn card would have given Max a flush draw. Instead, it's heads up. The ace of hearts. Tony checks. Fabian checks behind him. King on the river, however, has given Tony Broadway, and he is going to bet 25,000 here into a pot of 35.5.
This is a terrible card for Fabien. Not only does it give Tony the nut straight, but it gives him 2 pair. I think Fabien is going to have a tough time getting away from his hand at this moment.
Clearly, he isn't comfortable.
If you fold, I'll show you one card, don't worry.
I'm sure that's true.
And you can choose it.
I'm pretty sure you have it this time. I have a pretty strong hand, though.
Good instincts from Fabien here. Even though Tony's been bluffing a lot, Fabien still has a feeling that his 2 pair is beat.
I don't know, I'm not sure. I mean, it could be. I don't know, I have a strong hand too. Obviously, I wouldn't bet, right? 2 strong hands fighting.
What kind of hand does he think Tony's got that has King-Queen beat?
You know, he's going to put him at least some of the time on the hand that he has, a straight, and then hands like a flop set, ace-queen, ace-king.
Yeah.
Oh, and Quas makes the call and gets a look at the nuts.
Yeah, Fabien can't be too shocked to see that hand.
This is the big one.
But at the same time, his 2 pair, I think, was just a little too strong to fold, especially against a player as bluff-happy and unpredictable as Tony.
At least you didn't raise.
And sometimes this type of style works really well. And
I could have bet 50. I'm crazy enough to bet 50 on the river.
You get folds when you need them and calls when you need them.
I was friendly as well, gentle.
Over to the outer table, where Talal Shakurchi finds himself all in with ace-king offsuit against pocket 10s for Igor. The board runs out safely for pocket 10s, and Talal is going to have to re-enter if he wishes to continue. Back to the feature table.
You qualified, right? So you got a call. Did you hit second pair? Queen, king or something?
No, I had bottom pair all the way.
Bottom pair?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I qualified on the flop, right? I had a multi-way draw there.
Cannot argue with that.
So
I always enjoy getting a speech from the guy that just took my chips.
Yeah, and I have a feeling Tony G likes to be the one giving the speech right after he wins a pot.
Ace-queen suited for Richard Young, who raises to 4,500. Folded around to Philip Gruesome with king-10 off. He folds the small blind, and it's 10-8 off for Max Altergott.
I think Philip probably makes king-10 into a 3-bet some of the time here, deciding to fold in this particular hand.
Max Altergott defends for an additional 2,500, and the flop is 5-7-4. Gut shot straight draw and 2 overs for Max. He checks it. Young bets 6,000. He'd love to see Max fold and give him the pot right here, but it doesn't look like Altergot's going to comply.
Yeah, now Max does have some equity with a gut shot and 2 overs to the board, but I don't really like this call. It's a very wet board, so it's not surprising that he has a draw, and I think his draw is just a little bit too weak, especially with a flush draw also on the board.
On the turn, Max has upgraded to an open-ended straight draw. Checked it over to Richard, who bet 11,000. Max has made the call. And on the end, Max makes the nuts straight.
Max, having check called twice, has now rivered the nuts. I think this is a great spot for an overbet since it's possible that Richard has just an 8, which would be a straight.
Max moved all in, and before he could complete the motion, Yong's hand found the muck.
Yeah, with just ace high, Richard has no choice but to let go.
We have just about drawn the curtain on our re-entry period.
We'll return to London for more high-stakes action after this.
The magic continues when Lynn learns her own card trick.
Can I do it? Yes.
Log on to ClubWPT.com to see what she has up her sleeve on the A8's Clip of the Week. ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8 London. We're in the middle of Playdown at the Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair, where a collection of talented international players have invested at least £100,000 each in hopes of becoming the alpha player who takes home a bounty worth of a king. Action at the feature table is in full gear, so let's tally-ho to Ali and Olivier over in the ClubWPT.com skybox.
Well, someone's got their British lexicon down, don't they? Thank you, Lynn. We are here indeed inside the skybox, feasting our eyes on our feature table, which currently is down to just 5 players. Registration is now closed. We had 20 entries totaling over $3.6 million US, of course, 2 million pounds. Among those entries, Fabian Quas, a player we did not see at our Florida event. Native European, hailing from Germany. With Queen 10 offsuit, he makes it 5,000 to go. The blinds are at 12 and 2,400. The antes are at 400. Been folded around to Tony G.
We're 5-handed at our feature table. We have a total of 10 players remaining in the tournament.
Ace 9-7 rainbow between these two. Tony has flopped a gut shot straight draw and checked it over to Fabian, who is betting 6,000 with queen high. Little known fact about Tony, he contributes large portions of his winnings to charity. Tony makes the call.
Tony floating out of position here with a gut shot. A 10 would give him the nuts.
Deuce on the turn, no help, and Tony checks a second time. And Fabian checks back. And the river, Tony gets there.
The worst card possible for Fabian. Gives him a pair of 10s and obviously gives Tony the nut straight.
Yeah, second pair for Quas. And he's gonna make the call. Take a look.
Fabian here doesn't beat very much on the river, but Tony's style is kind of so hard to predict that Fabian felt the need to just pay off there with just a pair of 10s.
You got to bet the turn sometimes.
I didn't have anything on the turn.
And you could also think about raising it on the river, putting some pressure on. That's what I go, you know, I go for those things, and then I get into trouble when I have to bluff the river sometimes. You would have got me again, I mean, you had me.
Maybe you would have checked if you missed.
I can't check. If I call 6,000, I'm not that bad of a player.
Some at this table would beg to differ, I would imagine.
No, but I think Tony's right. I mean, if you're going to float out of position with a gut shot on that board and get a check on the turn, it makes sense to bet the river on a lot of river cards, regardless of whether you've hit your straight or not.
Under the gun now, Philip Gruesome, who is the short stack with roughly 50,000 in front of him.
It's much easier to play, you should try. Not looking at your hand.
Over to Tony G with ace-5 offsuit and...
Friends, I just called in.
He's going to limp in from the small blind.
7.
Fabian says, no, we'll play for more. Makes it 7,000 total.
You don't want to stop, huh?
I think Fabian is probably trying to make it seem like he's getting frustrated with Tony, but Queen 8 of Diamonds is actually a pretty good hand. He's in position here, and I think he thinks that he has a real post-flop advantage on Tony, so he wants to build a pot with a hand that he can just outplay Tony in position.
Be embarrassed if I just give up like that, you know, limp in and then what? I have to do something now.
Do something?
I'm committed. I'm committed to the pot. All right, I just call. Just keep it friendly.
How do you feel about Tony defending with the ace-5 offsuit?
You know, when it's just blind versus blind and you have an ace, it's a very strong hand. Tony could have raised it up himself. I don't mind, limping in and then calling a raise, but it's a fine play overall.
Flop is 6-8-9. Tony has the bad end of a gut shot draw.
With ace high, I can't see Tony releasing his hand on the flop.
Pair of eights for Fabienne.
Looks like he's going to bet for value here when he flops a pair.
8,000 is the number. Back to Tony. He'll call the 8,000. Turn card is a 10. 4 to a straight out there. Tony checks it.
It's a bad card for both players, but when Fabienne checks, that might open the door for Tony to take a shot on the river.
Amazing river.
Yang seems a little entertained by the fact that the board now reads a straight.
Yeah, this is a really interesting card. Tony checking out of position. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't take a shot. Instead, he's checked it and allowed Fabienne to take a shot.
I know. I don't know why. I have a bad feeling.
Now Tony doesn't look like he's considering a raise, knowing that the best possible outcome is chopping the pot. Fabienne's bet is so big that I don't think mathematically this is a really reasonable option. I think you just have to let it go.
Stupid fold. That's okay, I'll do it.
Tony seems to agree, and talk me through that. Betting 25,000 is designed to cause Tony to evaluate the hand as it's not worth it. What are the numbers there?
Right, so basically, Fabienne he's evaluating and in some ways hoping that Tony doesn't have a jack in his hand, which means that they would both have the straight that's on the board. Fabienne wants to bet enough such that, from Tony's point of view, he would have to call such a large bet and best case scenario, only get half the pot back. So it just doesn't give him the right odds, and Tony, I think, makes the right play and just folds the hand. And that's one of the advantages of being in position. Fabienne, the last person to bluff at the pot, and ends up working out for him.
I go some kits for the 100K.
US, is it?
There's a 100K Alpha 8 on Caribbean.
Huh?
Alpha 8 on the Caribbean.
Caribbean?
Yeah, some kits.
Yeah, I know. I will bet.
It's gonna be nice vacation.
Me too.
Fold it around to Quas. He's got ace-jack offsuit and makes it 37,100, putting Philip Gruesome all in.
I don't know.
And he is going to make the call.
Okay.
Ace versus ace, and Gruesome doesn't like it, does he? Ace-deuce is dominated.
It's not so bad, actually.
It's not so bad.
Well, ace-9 would be worse.
Yeah, looks like Philip just looked at the ace, didn't even look at his other card, and decided to call blind versus blind for 16 big blinds. I think that's very reasonable play. Unluckily for him, Fabienne has a better ace, and when he looked at his kicker, it was the lowly 2.
Ace is enough. Third best.
And the flop is an 8 and a deuce. And a king, 3 diamonds out there. Philip has the flush draw locked up, and his deuces are good.
Incredible flop for Philip here.
Yes!
Well, the turn card is an ace, and that improves things for Quas.
Right, now Fabienne can win if a king rolls off, his jack kicker would play, and an 8 would chop the pot.
And the river card, no good for Quas.
The ever-dangerous Philip Gruesome doubles up here and has a little bit more room to play.
Richard, you were just saying yes, so you can bust me now. Yeah.
Because he said yesterday he wanted a revenge, right?
Yeah.
So he wants a chance.
Yeah.
That was easy. That was so easy. The softest double I can get.
I'm tough to bust in these high rollers, you know. Should get in more often, I think.
Back in London at the Palm Beach Casino, where the WPT Alpha 8 Super High Roller event rolls on. 10 world-class players still going after the title. Our action is currently divided between 2 tables as we send it to the outer table, where we find Swedish super high-stakes cash game player Victor Blom, involved with Tobias Rankenmeyer. And we've got an all-in and a call. Tobias shows pocket 10s, and Victor shows ace-queen offsuit.
Victor opened the pot with ace-queen. Toby 3-bet from the button with tens. Victor 4-bet and then called when Toby went all in. Pretty standard race situation for two such high-caliber aggressive players.
Oh, look at this flop, ace-jack-jack. That's not what Toby had in mind with pocket tens. He doesn't get any help on the turn, and he's got 2 outs to eliminate Blum. The 6 is not one of them, and that's not the kind of thing you want to do if you're Toby, giving chips to Victor Blum. Let's get back over to the feature table, where 2 members of our German triumvirate are involved in heated battle. Fabian with 8-5 suited in the cutoff made it 6,000 to go, and the action is on Max Altergott with 9-7 suited, and he's 3-betting it to 15,500. Yang folds, and it's back over to Fabian. What's going on here?
Yeah, so the small blind is a tough position to play. A lot of players play relatively tight, and then every once in a while will throw in a 3-bet, a lot of times with big hands, and then also with hands like this to try to mix it up and deceive their opponents.
What are you playing, Max?
120.
Fabian and Max know each other very well, so Fabian is going to be very aware that occasionally Max will be bluffing from this situation. It doesn't look like he wants to fold his 8 high, even though it is a pretty weak hand.
Yeah, not only does he not want to fold, but he wants to put in a 4th bet. Quick fold from Max, and looks like Kwas's spidey senses were tingling.
Yeah, 8-5 is really just too weak to call a 3-bet with, and so Fabian instead decided to 4-bet. Really aggressive play there by Fabian.
Richard Yang has queen 6 suited, and he's showing signs of boredom potentially as he makes it 6,000 to go. Pocket deuces for Kwas in the small blind, and he throws it away.
It's another interesting illustration of just how tough the small blind can be to play. He decides to fold a pocket pair to just 1 raise.
Gruesome, meanwhile, with ace-9 offsuit.
Okay, Richard, one for me, huh?
And Philip from the big blind getting a good price, and ace-9 is just way too strong to fold, so he decides to see a flop with Richard.
The blinds are at 1,500 and 3,000. 6,000 is a min raise, and the flop is 9-deuce-jack.
We see how conservative certain players are from the small blind. Fabian folding a pocket pair, pocket deuces, would have made a set here, but decided to just let it go before the flop.
Philip has the best hand with a pair of 9s, and he checks it over to Richard Yang, who has flopped the queen-high flush draw.
Really interesting flop because neither player has a huge hand, but both have some piece.
Yang has bet 10,500. Gruesome calls, 37,000 in the middle, and the turn card pairs the jack.
Now this is a card that I think will probably slow down both players. Personally, if I have a queen-high flush draw, I actually like this card and will bet it just because I think my opponent will give me a lot of credit here. But most players like to check, not wanting to bet in a potential 3 of a kind.
And on the river, a 9, and Gruesome has a full house.
Yeah, now if Richard had a better hand, even a hand like ace-high, he might consider calling here, assuming that Philip bets his full house. When he bets the river, though, Richard can't do much with just queen-high.
And gives Philip a look at a 6.
Yeah, because maybe I have better. You 4-5. Maybe you 4-5. Maybe you 4-5. I still beat you.
Over at the outer table, Bill Perkins finds himself all in with ace-6 suited up against Victor Blum's ace-king. And the flop is not a good one for Bill. King high. His ace-6 is in a world of hurt, and on the turn is drawing dead. River just a formality, and Bill will say goodbye.
Looks like Bill had a tough task ahead of him. The rest of the outer table looks incredibly tough. Toby, Victor, Scott, and Igor, an absolute death trap here.
It's like a poker think tank.
Yeah, I can't imagine many players have an edge in that table.
Yeah, the loss of Bill Perkins gets us down to just 9 players, and you know what that means.
Yep, that means that they consolidate to 1 table and they redraw seats, and they go from playing short-handed to now playing more normal poker 9-handed.
Do you know when to hold 'em and when to fold 'em? Prove your poker supremacy and rise to the top of the ClubWPT.com leaderboard.
Play all the poker you want 100% free, today and every day, at ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8 London. We're in the middle of play at the Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair. The buy-in for A8's super high roller is £100,000. That translates to over 160,000 US. We've seen several players lose fortunes, and those that remain are fighting to be the alpha player to come in first. Action at the feature table is starting up, so back to Ali and Olivier.
Thanks, Lynn. And fighting is the operative word. We have a real slugfest. We have been joined by Igor, Scott, Tobias, and Victor, very talented players who were previously at the outer table, and everyone was playing shorthanded up until now. That changes things.
Yeah, we've reached the final 9 consolidated to one table here. And the things to keep in mind are both chip position and table placement. You want to have position, in other words, be to the left at the table of the big stacks and then the less experienced players. If I had to pick one player's seat, I think I would probably pick Victor's seat or maybe Scott's seat. They're both well placed to take advantage of the players that they have position on.
Victor at the top of the chip counts currently, pushing the 400K barrier. On the short stack currently is Max Altergott with just 82,000 in front of him.
You know, this final table is a great example of this surge of German talent that's entered the tournament scene in the last couple of years. We have Max Altergott, Igor Kurganov, Toby, Fabien Quas, and Philip, all extremely talented, extremely good players.
Blinds are at 1,500 and 3,000, antes at 500, and Fabien Quas will be kicking off the action. Yeah, Igor, of course, Russian, but made some friends along the way.
And I think he lives in Vienna, speaks German fluently.
Richard Young speaks raise fluently, and he's gone into battle with 6-4 suited. He raises it up to 6,000.
Yeah, Richard might have forgotten that they're now playing 9-handed and no longer 5-handed. A little bit too loose of an open, I think, with just 6-4 suited.
Flat call from Max.
Yeah, Max and Igor both with the same hand here, king-queen offsuit. Neither one deciding to put pressure pre-flop, both just calling. And Tony with a pretty tight fold, considering he has 350,000 chips almost and 9-10 of diamonds on the button. I'm surprised that Tony folds such a strong hand.
Both blinds have folded, and we take the flop. Three-way, it is 5 deuce 8, a good one for Young.
Young, the only player that really has any equity on this flop.
He's going to check it, however. And look at those percentages.
Yeah, the reason those percentages look a little strange is because they refer to each individual player's chance of winning the hand outright. Since neither Max nor Igor can actually make a flush at this point, they both have a 0% chance of winning the hand outright.
Young checked his two-way straight draw. Max fired 10,000. Igor laid down, and Young is going to put Max all in with a check raise.
Yeah, I think Young is willing to play this hand aggressively, both because of Max's aggressive style and the fact that Max is the shortest stack at the table.
Nice play by Young, and he gives the table a look at the 6-4.
Huh? No chip with them. I haven't finished back. Tired already.
Max is the shortest stack at the table. Maybe if a player with more chips had bet here, Richard would have played a little bit more passively. Instead, Max, with both his aggressive style and his low chip count, allowed for Richard to make an aggressive move here, going all in, and it does work since Max has no hand.
Altergott has 56,000 in front of him, and with the blinds at 1,500 and 3,000 and the antes at 500, that may not last him very long. Fold it around to Philip Grusom. And he's got pocket eights.
Philip starting this hand with just over 50 big blinds.
He makes it 9,000 to go. And it's pocket queens for Tony G.
And this is especially dangerous for Philip because Tony is such a unpredictable and aggressive player. Philip's going to put him on a wider range than he would some other players.
Tony has made it 22,000 total. And Grusom calls.
And Philip at least has position here.
Is that too much of a commitment to make pre-flop by just calling rather than either folding or pushing all in?
No, I think Philip with 50 big blinds can definitely afford to call and see a flop.
And the flop. 2 4s. And a 10, couple of diamonds.
Both players are going to feel relatively comfortable. For some reason, Tony decides to check his pocket queens out of position. Maybe he's trying to deceive Philip, or at least get Philip to take a shot at the pot.
And Gruesome doesn't take a shot at the flop. Now the turn, a very dry-looking deuce of spades.
That's also a little surprising. I think with a pocket pair, I would probably bet if I was checked to. Maybe Philip was suspicious of Tony's check on such a dry board.
And Tony bets 30,000, and Philip makes the call.
Tony deciding now to try to build a pot with his overpair.
And here comes the river. Oh, it's an 8.
Wow, that is an incredible card.
2 outer for Gruesome. He's now got a full house.
And Tony shockingly checks the river with an overpair. I don't know if Tony picked up something on Philip, or he's just decided to play this hand passively. I can't imagine he would be check raising. It's a really strange and interesting line from Tony G. And since Philip got incredibly lucky on the river, I think this is going to end up saving him a lot of chips. Philip is probably pretty confused about the line that Tony's taken. 3-betting, then checking the flop, betting the turn, and then checking this river.
Full house.
He bets 55,000 and gets called, and Tony doesn't appear to like it.
Oh, queens, well done.
It looks like Tony played this hand like a genius since he lost so few chips, but I'm not sure if he played it the most profitable way he could have.
Beautiful.
Well, Tony G may be getting a small helping of some of what he's dished out.
Shortage of luxury living when it comes to the riches of Mayfair and our A8 players. So this week, I decided to indulge in a true experience of the Alpha 8 lifestyle.
Welcome to Ebony Suite. Please come in.
This is amazing. You just don't see places this big in Europe.
This will be our lunch, and we have a lovely balcony here, this way.
A terrace in London, now that's a rare sight. I wouldn't mind having a party up here.
And now I would love to take you to where the magic happens.
Bedroom, let's go. Oh, wow, this is the sexiest bedroom I think I've ever seen.
It is very comfortable. And from this side, it has an open bath.
Oh, there's a bath and the lights are pink. It's pink. It's a pink bath.
It changes color depending what you feel like in your mood.
Oh, there's more?
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
The toilet.
Everything is automatic. You don't have to do nothing in this toilet. It works with sensors. There's no limit in this toilet. I mean, dry it, massage it, give it a heat.
Massage?
Yes.
There's a remote control for the toilet. What happens with the massage? Oh, no need to touch.
She's very smart.
She is smart.
She does the whole thing for you.
That's why it's a she. How much is this worth, this toilet?
Around 10,000.
10,000 pounds?
Yeah, below for the...
Now that is a royal flush.
Really?
A royal flush?
Really? Meanwhile, looking at the chip counts where nothing is happening by remote control, Tobias Rankenmeyer up top, followed by Victor Blom. The short stack currently belongs to Max Altergat. Button will be on Tony G, Scott Seaver and Tobias Rankenmeyer in the blinds. Action on Victor. He makes it 8,000 to go with pocket fours. And Altergat has ace-king off. Not going to get much better than that.
Yeah, great spot for the short stack. Altergat sitting on 14 big blinds. Very happy to pick up ace-king and get his chips in the middle.
When you say his chips, there's not a lot of them out there, but trust us, it's still over 55,000. I always like keeping the lower denominations. Gives me a sense of I've got an actual stack.
Looks more intimidating.
Yeah.
Not again.
It looks like Blum is elected to call with pocket fours. It was a pretty big re-raise from Max.
Yeah, it was 14 big blinds. I think it's pretty close for Victor. Victor probably pretty happy to be in a race.
Well, Victor's ahead heading to the flop, but you can see by the percentages that Altergat actually a favorite to win this pot as we go to the flop, and it's 3, 7, and an ace.
Team Germany.
That'll bring a smile to Max's face.
And a fist pump.
Only 1-4 left in the deck. Turn card is a queen, and Altergott should be able to get away with this, right? One outer, never. That never happens.
Never say never.
I just said never. It's another queen on the river.
Chippy, chippy.
And Max is looking a little happier than he has for the last few orbits. Ooh, a little Miyagi hand rub.
Now some playability. I can free bet, I can call, I can check raise. Now I can do all kinds of again.
Yeah, Max just 22 years old, showing his youth a little bit with that enthusiasm.
He's pure. He's still pure.
He's not as jaded as some of the older poker
that's
players.
Right. Now, Victor is a young player as well. He's only 23 years of age, but he looks like he's been through a little bit more.
Yeah, you know, it strikes me how calm and composed some of these guys are, playing for such huge amounts of money, and especially at such young ages. You know, they're going through these really massive swings, literally millions of dollars that they're winning and losing on a semi-regular basis. And, you know, they're calm, they're relaxed, they're enjoying themselves. It's really nice to see.
I always wonder, though, is it a function of not having enough perspective to understand the value of the money that they're throwing around? Or is it just they're old souls and they're just not as emotional as the average person in the early 20s?
I mean, I think some of them are emotional and just have learned to control their emotions, and it's a skill, being able to detach yourself from the money that's, you know, that you're playing for, and it's a skill that takes development. A lot of these guys are used to these stakes, and they've trained themselves to be able to kind of take it in stride and not get too high with the highs and too lows with the lows.
Well, speaking of highs, Fabian Quas has pocket kings and has come over the top of Richard Young, who opened with pocket sevens. The total amount is $18,000 to play, and you saw Victor Blom lay down ace-queen offsuit from the small blind.
All in.
Looks like Young has chipped in his entire stack, and a snap call from Fabian.
Yeah, I think Victor was able to get away with ace-queen because from his point of view, Fabian is not going to bluff the amateur Richard Young as often as he would bluff another pro.
What are you doing, Scott?
And we go to the flop. A 7 right away, and Young has outflopped the 2 kings, hitting a 2-outer.
Disaster for Fabian, he's the one at risk. He's got a shorter stack than Richard, so if he can't hit a king, it's going to be goodbye for Fabian.
King. That was actually the case 7. Tobias folded a 7 before the flop.
I buy some insurance. You want? 18 to 1.
Yeah. 2 to 1?
20,000. Okay.
There are 2 kings out there, however, but Fabian cannot find any of them, and that spells the end.
Sorry.
Quas doesn't look all too disappointed.
No, Fabian in his typical classy style takes his bad beat.
Good luck, guys.
Well, Young is certainly pleased with that outcome, but so are a few of the other players at the table.
Yeah, the table just got a little bit softer as the very tough Fabian Quas got unlucky and busted in 9th place with pocket kings. Not to mention that Richard Young, the amateur, has built his own stack.
Yeah, they're licking their lips out there, looking to prey on Richard's newfound chips. As we're down to the Alpha 8, Olivier, anyone stand out, somebody to watch for?
Well, I think all the Germans are very tough, and Toby is the chip leader, so I look for him to make a lot of damage going forward in the final table. Also, Scott Seaver is one of the most talented players in the world. Though he doesn't have that many chips, he always knows how to play. He always knows what ranges to play and which spots, so I look for him to also make a big splash.
With savvy skills and a little bit of luck, the Alpha 8 have been chosen. Preparations for the official final table are underway. The high-stakes action is heating up here at WPT Alpha 8 London. So join us next time in our quest to crown the next King of the Felt. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night from London. Prestige, power, and a lot of cash. These are just some of the attributes needed to play at the world's most exclusive final table. London's calling and the battle is on. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to the Palace of High Stakes Poker here in London, the Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair. We are in the middle of the first ever A8 Super High Roller event to be held in the UK. The buy-in is £100,000. We saw many players willing to make the investment and take the challenge, but only a few have survived to make it to this illustrious final table. Some will still go broke, but all are hoping to make the money. Covering the play is A8's own elite poker pundits, Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, who have the inside track of all the action in the ClubWPT.com skybox. Good evening, guys.
Good evening to you, Lynn. Olivier and I, of course, excited to be here as we draw closer and closer to crowning a champion here in London. Now, as tempting as it may be to believe that if you're among the 8 players at our final table, you've got to be a high-stakes poker professional, we know that that's not the case. We have a Malaysian entrepreneur by the name of Richard Yang who is sitting on a healthy stack right now, Olivier. Is there any chance he's going to be able to beat this lineup and be crowned champ?
Well, as we all know, in live tournament poker, anything can happen. And Richard is actually no stranger to high-stakes poker. He plays in high-stakes cash games all around the world. I feel like he's played pretty well so far this tournament, and if he can get a little bit of luck, he'll have a decent chance at making a deep run here.
It was a little bit of luck that sent Fabien Quas packing when Richard held pocket 7s against Fabien's 2 kings, so we know that luck is always a part of it, but skill is certainly a much bigger part, and there's no shortage of it here at the final table. Looking at the rest of the field, who stands out?
Well, I'm keeping my eyes on Victor Blom. Victor burst onto the scene a couple years ago on the internet. It's really a treat to get to see him play live. He doesn't play that many live events.
Yeah, and he's joined by folks who he probably has no shortage of experience playing against, some of the other elite players in the world who play these kinds of stakes regularly. As we send it down to the final table, here is the prize pool. Almost £2 million were collected, and first prize will be 862,000 of them, which at today's exchange rate is about $1.25 million. Not too shabby. Blinds are at 2 and 4,000. Antes are at 500.
Can't really complain about that payout.
All you got to do is beat some of the best players in the world, right? Speaking of best players in the world, Philip Grusom looks down at King, Queen suited. And when you give the chip leader premium hands, that's going to be tough to beat. He makes a raise to 9,000. Folded around to Igor Kurganov, and he has pocket queens.
I think Igor really has 2 legitimate options here. He can make a very small 3-bet, or he could just decide to put all his chips at risk.
He elects to put in that very small 3-bet to 20,000.
Now, Igor is an extremely aggressive player, 3-betting with lots of different hands, even when he's a little bit short stack.
Is this suspiciously small in Philip's mind?
No, I think no matter what Igor's hand is, he would make it this size. He only has 25 big blinds, so he doesn't have that much room.
All in. Cool.
Oh, Grusom has moved all in. Igor snap calls.
The butcher of Baghdad, you're protecting the queen. Just need the king.
Just need the king. Jack 10 of diamonds and 3 bricks. That's what I want.
Start with Jack 10 of diamonds.
And then deuce.
No, I had 10 jacks.
Yeah, an aggressive play by Philip, but I think it's because of his opponent Igor being so aggressive and being at least relatively short stacked.
And we go to the flop. It is 6, deuce, 7 with 2 diamonds.
Flip. Not quite.
Yeah, you take that, right, against you. You feel your fire at it.
Anyone want insurance?
Turn pairs the board with a 7.
Diamond's the worst.
Stays exciting.
King is not as bad as the diamond.
Grusom still in search of a diamond or a king to eliminate his buddy Igor. Instead, it's a black ace, and Igor Kurganov will double up.
142.
Looking at the way the stacks shape up at the end of that pot, Tobias has inherited the chip lead. Grusom not far behind, though, and Igor has doubled out of the dungeon, leaving Max Altergod on the short stack.
Always a great feeling when you're the short stack and manage to double up at the final table.
But the pain was worth it. You know. The whole process was...
Action folded around to Tobias. He wants no part of this pot. Can't say the same for Victor Blom on the button with ace-9 suited. He puts in a raise to 10K. Ace-jack suited for Grusom as he gets right back in the saddle, making it 26,000 total. Yang folds the big blind, and it's back over to Victor.
Both of these guys are pretty deep. Victor, the shorter of the two, with over 300,000 in chips.
He will call an additional 16,000, sending us to a flop heads up, which is King 10-9.
Little something for both players here. Philip with a gut shot straight draw, and Victor with bottom pair.
Well, Blom has outflopped Grusom here. Spike in the 9, he's currently got the better hand. Gruesome fires a continuation bet of 35,000.
This board will hit a lot of Philip Gruesom's 3-betting range, so very reasonable for him to continue with the action after taking the lead pre-flop.
And Blum is going to call with bottom pair, and the turn is a queen, giving Gruesome the best hand with an ace-high straight, and he is just praying after checking that Victor Blum will commit some chips to this pot, as Gruesome's got the nuts.
Now, I think the reason that Philip checks here, most of the time he would be betting, hoping that his opponent had a jack, and that he could just cooler his opponent with a higher straight to the ace. But against Victor in particular, Victor is the type of player to take, like he's doing right now, take some weaker paired hands and turn them into a bluff when a scary card comes. So I think Philip knows that if Victor has a jack, he'll still win a big pot, and then also Victor is likely to be bluffing much more often than some other players would.
And the river card is an ace. Gruesome didn't necessarily want to see that card. Of course, any jack will now tie Gruesome's hand. He checks a second time. Blum shuts down, quickly checking behind.
Yeah, and I think there are a couple reasons why Victor checks. Victor checks on the river because his hand has improved enough that now he doesn't feel the need to bluff.
Oh man, the river cost me a lot of money.
You have to bet something. I mean, 20.
We've talked about how close Igor, Max, Tobias, and of course Philip are. When your head's up in a situation like that and you might bust a guy in a 100,000-pound buy-in event, you ever feel bad?
I'm not sure about these particular guys. When I play with some of my close friends, I do feel a little bit of guilt if I bust them out. But if I end up doing well, then usually that guilt goes away.
The blinds will be going up to 2,500 and 5,000 now. The antes stay steady at 500. With the action folded around to him, Tobias Reichenmeyer.
85.
Where's the 8,000 card on this? Maybe 10.
Yeah, 25.5.
Makes it 10,000 to go. Inadvertently made it 8,500, but our dealer quickly correcting him. Minimum raise is, of course, double the big blind.
Philip contemplating what he wants to do with pocket tens in position on Toby here. Decides to just call. This is part of what makes Philip so difficult to play against. He can 3-bet with a hand like ace-jack and just call with a hand like 2-10s, really mixing up his play, not letting his opponents know what he has. Not to mention he's also in a different table position than he was in the previous hand.
And getting better than 5-1 on his money. Igor is going to take a peek at a flop for an extra 5K with 9-5 suited. And that flop is deuce, tray, jack with a couple of spades. Action on Igor has flopped the 9-high flush draw and checks it. Tobias fires with the naked ace-high, 20,000. Call from pocket tens. And Philip Gruesome's seat, and of course, Igor not going anywhere.
This pot getting relatively big very quickly here.
96,500 in the middle, and the turn, a queen of clubs.
Not a card that anybody is a particularly big fan of. If anybody is going to try to bet this card, it's most likely to be Toby.
And sure enough, Toby fires 50,000.
I fold.
Gets Philip to fold 2-10s.
Into the muck they go.
And Igor out of position with just a 9-high draw.
9-high flush draw.
Doesn't want to continue.
Not getting the right price.
Very aggressive, well-played hand by Toby. Looks very strong when he bets into 2 of his opponents.
Under the gun and first to act is Scott Seaver. The American professional has just under $8 million in live tournament earnings, and I'm sure pocket aces will help add to that figure, which is what he has right now. Min raising to 10,000.
Since they're 9-handed, Scott's under the gun raise is definitely going to get some respect here.
Might have qualify on the button. No. Talked him out of it. He wasn't sure if he was qualified or not.
Hold it around to Tony.
You make sure people qualify. The qualifying police.
The qualifying. Just gotta have a look.
Feels like his ace-9 offsuit qualifies, and he is in horrible shape heading to the flop. And that flop is 4-9 Jack Rainbow. Tony with a pair of 9s. This could be trouble.
Scott, a very deliberate player, always takes his time, thinks through each and every decision.
Tony has flopped middle pair here and checked it over to Scott. Scott, of course, firing 15,000. And Tony making the call. Turn card is a 4, pairing the board.
Great card for Scott.
Insofar as it allows Tony to feel even more comfortable with his ace-9.
Yeah, and just makes it very unlikely that Tony can make a better hand than Scott.
And Seaver is betting 30,000. And unbelievably, Tony just gets away from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty reasonable fold. He just has second pair, and Scott has shown a lot of aggression. Scott did raise an early position and fired twice on that board.
Well, Tony G certainly with more live experience than a majority of our players here, although he is somewhat recreational. He knows what he's doing. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
When you play prestigious tournaments like the Alpha 8, you see the same 20 to 30 faces all the time. If I'm registering for these tournaments, it's because I want to beat them all. It's a really wild dynamic. We all know each other very well. We've played a lot of poker together. You can't escape anyone and you can't look for anyone. You're gonna have to play against and beat every single player to get to the top. And honestly, it's just a fun atmosphere because we're all friends too. It's really the most you could hope for from a tournament. You're playing for a lot of money and you're having fun.
I don't know about the friends part, though. They left him hanging when Scott was on fist bump mode.
Yeah, but I agree. I've played a number of these super high rollers, and they are a lot of fun. There's a very collegiate atmosphere. Everyone has a high level of respect for one another, and it's, you know, it's very relaxed, very casual. A lot of people having fun.
Hard to imagine that being the case, considering how much money is at stake.
Yeah, and as you get closer to the money, the tension definitely rises, and that collegiate, casual atmosphere generally gives way to a more intense and serious tone.
Mm-hmm. Pocket jacks for Scott Seaver. And he'll try to make some friends with this particular hand. He is raising to 10,000. Hold it around to Blom, and Blom has ace-king offsuit. Re-raises to 26,000 total.
All in.
Seaver moves all in.
I call.
Blom says call, and it's a classic race. Ace-king against two jacks. Seaver looking to hold on and send the Swede packing. Look at this flop.
That's a flop.
10, queen, king, all spades.
Oh my god. I actually think you're gonna win, Scott.
I do too.
Seaver has an open-ended straight flush draw, but Victor currently has the best hand with kings. Oh, well, he bumps up to aces and kings, but gives Scott a straight in the process. Seaver now in control. Victor can win the pot with an ace or a king on the end to fill up, though. Not gonna hit.
Straight flush.
Oh, this is
Straight flush.
A little bit of overkill.
7-5.
Good game, guys.
Victor, I think you have some. Victor, I think you have some.
You have pretty much exactly the same stack.
177.5.
Well, Blum is getting up from the table right now, but Scott is asking for a count. I don't think he's got Victor totally covered here.
Yeah, Victor actually has about 25,000 more chips than Scott. They were very close, though, and obviously Victor is crippled here. What's really important is to be able to keep your composure and still play well. I thought Victor played very well, just couldn't win the races when he needed to.
It's not going to be a matter of playing well moving forward for Victor. He just needs to get lucky and double up 2, maybe even 3 times before he has some breathing room.
Peaking.
I mean, I was peaking before that hand.
Yeah, exactly.
So, of course, I'm super peaking here.
This definitely changes the dynamic of the table now because Scott Seaver, another incredibly talented and very good player, has just doubled up and now has a very healthy stack. I look for him to start putting even more pressure on the other players, especially the shorter stacks, as he tries to make a deep run to get in the money.
Action on Seaver, and he folds king high on the button, leaving Tobias to do the dirty work.
A little surprised that with king high, Scott decided to fold with Victor in the big blind, just 4 big blinds.
Toby puts Victor all in. Victor, no need to look, makes the call and flips up 10-7 offsuit.
If you win the pot, Victor, me and you will be playing heads up at the end.
Yeah. Hope so.
That would be fun. I would love it.
And here comes the flop. It is king, jack, deuce. Not looking good for Victor.
We need to work here. We need to do something.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
And the turn card is a 9. Victor can now hit a queen or an 8 to make a straight, or a 7 to make a pair.
7-8, 10 queen.
10 would be no good. That, of course, would give Toby a straight. Can Victor stay alive? No, he cannot. And we send the Swede in search of an internet connection, no doubt.
Deuce free, I guess I win with even like a flush.
Yeah, Victor winning some pre-flop hands earlier, but as we got to the final table, Victor just unable to win when he was all in.
WPT Alpha 8 London is coming to you thanks to the fun, exciting poker that you can play for free on ClubWPT.com. ClubWPT.com brought to you by the World Poker Tour. I'm joined by Gurchan Sahota, the world's very best card detailer and most expensive for that matter. We are at his workshop surrounded by some of the most incredible vehicles.
This is a Mercedes SL Pagoda. So this car we've spent 2 days on so far. That was just underneath the car.
Just underneath?
Yeah. That's a Morgan, that's a British car. The wheels can be a nightmare though to clean. Okay, this is one of the natural waxes that I use. This costs about £8,000.
£8,000? And how long would that last you?
This will do around about 50 cars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bargain.
This is a Bugatti Veyron.
I've never seen one of these in real life.
This is a £1 million car. However, this is relatively cheap compared to some of the cars I've worked on.
Really?
Yeah, some of the cars I've worked on, you could buy 10 of these.
How much do you charge to wash
Oh,
this car?
no, this one, the 50-hour one will be about 3,500.
3,500 to wash your car.
Yeah.
What is it that makes it so expensive, is it?
Quite a few of the things. The time it takes, the chemicals we use are expensive, and also we check the paintwork on a micro level, so when we're removing the fine scratches, you have to make sure you don't remove too much, because if you remove too much, then you've damaged the car and then you have to respray it. And to respray this car will cost close to £100,000. So it's not really something you want to mess up.
Wow. All right, so one of our Alpha 8 players, Sam Trickett, pretty sure he owns a Ferrari. If he was to bring it down here, what would that cost?
Well, I would do him a really good deal, so £50.
£50?
That's cheap.
Bargain! Bring my car down.
Yeah.
£50 is just for the estimate. Now the work, that's a whole nother story. As we look at the chip counts, you see currently chip leader Tobias Renkenmeyer with almost $500,000 in front of him. Max Altergott on the short stack with 116,000. Meanwhile, Richard Young with ace-queen offsuit has 277,000, and he's put 12 of those into the middle. Good for a min raise. Action on Scott Seaver with 6-7 suited. He looks like he's got an idea here.
Scott, having recently doubled up, probably feels flush with chips.
And he's gonna put 28,000 of them out there, 3-betting. Trying to isolate the amateur?
Trying to isolate the amateur, along with, the hand might, from Scott's point of view, might be a little bit too weak to call with, so instead he decides to 3-bet, giving himself the additional fold equity.
He's heads up in position, heading to the flop, and that flop, ace-queen 4, Young with top 2 pair. He checks it over to Scott. And Seaver with 69,000 in the middle is going to continuation bet.
Scott has 2 backdoor draws, backdoor straight and backdoor flush draws, not to mention this flop is going to hit a big part of the range that Scott normally is 3-betting with.
Betting a call of 25,000. The turn is an 8.
I like Richard just checking and calling on the flop. It disguises the strength of his hand, along with allowing him to play a slightly weaker hand in the same way.
Both players check, and the river, a deuce. Young bets 100,000.
After Scott checks the turn, Richard just trying to go for value with top 2 pair. Unfortunately for him, Scott with just 7 high, not much he can do.
You would have satisfied my thirst.
Actions on Igor.
Date overnight.
Igor folds. Action on Tony G.
There's other forms of pain too, right?
Of course, I mean,
lays it down.
Obviously.
Scott Seaver, and Scott looks at
Probably had
king-queen
more pain than you
offsuit
have.
and raises it up again, this time to 12,000 once more.
Philip on the button with queen-jack suited. If it was offsuit, he might consider 3-betting, but instead just calling.
Scott picks up a call from Richard Young's ace-7 suited. Max Alter got in there as well with king-jack offsuit.
A lot of these players sharing cards.
4-way action heading to the flop. King, ace, 10 with 2 clubs. Fun for everyone.
Philip Gruesome flopping a straight, and everyone else having at least some part of this flop.
Young checks his aces.
Scott Seaver, the original raiser pre-flop, flopping second pair and a gut shot, deciding to just check, hoping for a free card. But Philip, having flopped the nut straight, is not going to let anybody get a free card here.
Young checked his aces. Altergot checked the kings with the gut shot straight draw. The original Razor Seaver checking a similar hand, but no such luck out of Gruesom's seat as he is betting 25,000.
Richard with top pair and a backdoor flush draw.
Makes the call. We lose both of the kings, and now the turn, a 6 of spades.
Now this gives Richard, along with his top pair, the nut flush draw. Philip still has the nuts and continuing to try to build a pot. I'm sure he'll bet here on the turn.
Yeah, Richard has check to him.
Oh, yeah.
Gruesome bets 65,000, and Young is going to check raise all in.
I have been nuts. Never mind.
I don't really like this play because though he does have a good semi-bluffing hand and a flush draw, he also has top pair and can very easily just call the turn bet
Insurance?
and see how the river changes things. Instead, he puts his chips at risk, and now he's a big underdog and could bust out here if he doesn't hit a spade.
Can I split the cup?
He's worse than 4-1 in this spot.
Oh, yeah.
And can't connect. And the chip counts were very, very close to start this particular hand.
That's pretty good to dodge that one.
Our tournament director stops by, and it is official. Philip Gruesome has sent Richard Young out in 8th place.
Richard, one of the most colorful characters at this table. I thought he played very well, especially for a non-professional.
I want to do that to you in the heads up.
Oh, you had your chance of revenge, at least. You had the chance of revenge.
You must bet. You got top
It's
pair,
the third
really?
eye, Phil. That's the third eye on his shirt, no?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Pardon?
You have the third eye. It's like the third eye on your shirt.
No use the eyes, cannot see the card. I go back and flip. The salesman told me, the sales told me, is it can see the card. I see the pocket check.
You ever been in that good a mood after losing 100,000 pounds?
Can't say I have, but I don't think my bankroll is quite up to Richard Young's.
Yeah, bad shirt. Cannot see. Terrible shirt.
You can see the cut. I just see the pocket check. Then I raise it
That's
before.
all I would see too.
Richard, tonight coffee is on me, yeah? Okay.
We'll return to London for more high-stakes action after this.
Do you know when to hold 'em and when to fold 'em? Prove your poker supremacy and rise to the top of the ClubWPT.com leaderboard. Play all the poker you want, 100% free, today and every day at ClubWPT.com. So far, we've seen plenty of action here at the Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair. The game continues, so let's get back to Ali and Olivier.
And the game continues six-handed. We are closer and closer to the money bubble. Top 4 places will be getting paid. And here's a look at the chip counts. Up top, we see Philip Gruesome with 654,000. At the bottom, Max Altergot with 116,000. Scott Seaver is on the button here. Tobias and Philip are in the blinds.
Yep.
It's time for us to get some Rosetta Stone going or something, because there's too much German happening, and I want to know what they're saying.
Can you understand anything? I can't understand a single word.
No. 9. That means no in German.
That much I knew.
Yeah, you knew that. Fold it around to Scott Seaver on the button, and in English, he says raise, making it 14,000 to go.
Yeah, 5-3 suited, obviously not the best hand, but Scott on the button and a very aggressive player, going to play a relatively wide range from the button.
But 2 deep stacks to his left in Toby and Philip, both of whom are excellent players, maybe a little bit wider open than he needs to be.
Yeah, I don't think I would have opened here, but Scott's a little bit more active of a player than I am.
Gruesome, with 2 7s in the big blind, defended, and the flop has come King 3-4. Both players check. Turn card is a queen.
Scott does make a pair, but not strong enough in his view to bet, and decides to take a free card. Philip, confident now after Scott's check, even though the queen is also not a great card for Philip's hand, bets for value here on the turn.
And that bet, 17,000.
Can't imagine Scott folding a pair at this point.
Well, why not? Why can't you lay this hand down?
Well, basically, Philip could be bluffing with a number of hands, especially after Scott checked the flop. He could have some straight draws, some flush draws, or maybe just trying to pick up on the weakness that Scott exhibited by checking on the flop.
All right, and the river is a 9.
Neither player is going to like this card. Some of the semi-bluffing hands that Philip could have had, like 9-10 or Jack-10, have now made a much stronger hand. And looks like he bets on the river. This is very surprising. In my view, his hand is a little bit too weak to bet for value, but too strong to bluff, so I'm not sure exactly what he's doing. Scott looks like he just doesn't believe Philip and pays him off with just a 3. And the way Philip turned his 2 sevens over, he looked very confident that he had the best hand. Looks like it was just a straight value bet. Really impressive by Philip Gruesome to understand the situation, know his opponent, and bet for value with such a weak hand. I'm a little surprised that Scott Seaver paid off with such a weak hand, but again, there's probably a lot of history between these players that we don't fully know at this point.
What kind of impact does having Gruesome turn his hand up the way that he did, suggesting that he knew it was good, have on a player like Seaver? I mean, that's pretty disheartening.
Not just Seaver, but the whole table is going to understand just that Philip's on his game. It's kind of intimidating when someone makes such a thin bet and is so confident and right in their own play.
Ace-9 offsuit, and Max Altergott moves all in for his last 102,000.
I'm all in.
And now Seaver with Ace-Queen suited moves all in over the top of him and shows him the bad news. Altergott's gonna need some serious help here.
Not too much Max could do. Moving in with 100,000 when the blinds are 3 and 6,000. He could have decided to just min-raise and fold if someone put some pressure on him, but him deciding to put his chips at risk is definitely not a terrible play given his stack.
And here is the flop. 5, ace, 9. Oh my goodness, Altergott has hit aces up here to take the lead. He's turned sauerkraut into Spätzle.
A very fortunate flop for Max, but he's not out of the woods yet. As we see, the turn card brings another heart, giving Scott Seaver the nut flush draw.
We have some interesting spots all the time.
So many ways for Max to lose this pot. He needs to avoid the minefield that is the river.
Okay, go.
Max can't take it anymore.
Let's see the river card.
Here it comes. It is the 3 of hearts, and Seaver has made the nut flush, and that is the end for Max Altergott.
It's always brutal when you start out behind, catch up on the flop, but still end up losing. Not a fun way for Max to get eliminated.
Altergott finishing in 6th place, one of 2 players to re-enter in this event, which means he spent 200,000 pounds and ended up with nothing.
What a turn. I was not praying for this turn. GG. Happens.
Great job.
Down to 5 players, we are officially on the dreaded money bubble. So Max isn't the last player that's gonna go home empty-handed.
We are now down to just 5 players, and this is the point in the tournament that we call the money bubble, which means that the next player to be eliminated will go home empty-handed, and from then on, players will receive a payday. Now, traditionally in tournaments, this is where play tightens up, but with these guys, anything is possible.
I hate this stage in a tournament, Olivier, because I just know we are moments away from someone going home very, very unhappy.
Yeah, your feeling about the bubble usually depends on how many chips you have. The more chips you have, the more you like the bubble, and the shallower stack you are, the more you dread it.
Short stack right now belongs to Tony G. Igor looks down at 9-10 suited in the cutoff.
16.
And raises it up to 16,000. Blinds have gone up to 4 and 8,000. Ante at 1K. So this is a min raise.
Means that Igor has just about 25 big blinds with this raise.
And it's been folded to the big blind of Tobias. He's got pocket 6s. And he wants to put Igor all in.
Not much Igor can do there with just 10 high.
Protecting a friend.
Protecting?
Well, you don't want him to call, right? I guess that's the only thing.
That's not a nice protection I want to have from my friends, Tony.
I mean, if you got a big hand.
I didn't have a big hand. Next time, if you protect me, please, just call.
If I had a really big hand, I would have 3-bet hoping that he moves in. But I wasn't that strong. He's very happy with the
You have bad friends, Toby.
What's Tony G upset about?
I think Tony's just upset because he's the short stack, and he was hoping Igor would somehow bust and Tony would would get into the money. Toby giving Tony a little poker lesson on how to play on bubble strategy.
Scott Seaver makes it 16,000 to go, and Toby has ace-king offsuit. You expect a raise here, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he just calls.
I would normally expect Toby to 3-bet on the bubble with ace-king.
Oh, and look at this. Philip Gruesome has 2 aces, and he's made it 48,000 total.
Igor folds.
Tony folds. Seaver's hand quickly hits the muck, and what do you do if you're Toby?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's definitely the right play to just call. They're both pretty deep stacked, and even though Toby has a big hand here, there's no way he wants to put his tournament life at risk when there's 3 stacks much shorter than him. He can almost guarantee to get paid if he just plays a little bit more conservatively than usual.
In a different situation, he may have moved all in and taken his chances,
in a
but
different
not
situation,
right now.
this is a huge pre-flop cooler, and I can't imagine these players not getting all in, but Toby, being the smart and aware player that he is, playing a little bit more cautious with just ace-king offsuit in this very, very critical spot.
And that caution continues. The flop is 3-4-8, and Toby has checked it over to Philip, who has fired a bet of 45,000 with his aces.
Now, 8-4-3 is relatively dry, and Toby does decide to take a card off here. He doesn't have a pair, but he does have the strongest non-pair hand possible.
5 on the turn. Both players pick up a wheel draw. Only one needs it, though. That, of course, Toby, who's way behind. He checks it over to Gruesome.
But since Philip has 2 aces, I'm sure he'll bet again. And the bet itself does change the situation. There's one thing to continuation bet on the flop, but it's another thing entirely to bet twice, especially after your opponent has called you on the flop. So Toby does see this bet by Philip as a sign of strength and decides to let go without a pair.
That was special.
Yeah, 120K too rich for Toby's blood, and he'll lay it down, allowing Gruesome to add to his chip lead.
There's more to the UK than just high-stakes poker. Log on to ClubWPT.com and join Lynn as she discovers the wonders of London on the A8's Clip of the Week. ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Finding myself around this Alpha 8 lifestyle, fine dining naturally comes with the game. So I felt it was fitting to get some well-needed advice, and who better to turn to than an English butler. So, Neil, I need a little bit of help, all right? I guess you could say I'm a little bit of a country girl from Australia. Okay. I've got this amazing gig on Alpha 8 with these fancy boys, Ali and Olivier. What are some of the mistakes that someone makes when they sit at a fancy table?
What we wouldn't do is put our elbows on the table. We would sit, yeah, exactly like that, your hands on your lap. Probably fork in right hand, pushing the food around.
Like when I start to...
Yes, we would never do that.
Why is that?
It's just not the done thing, really. Now, the correct way to eat the soup is to scoop away from you and then to drink or eat the soup from the side of the spoon.
Really?
Indeed.
Why away from me?
I would assume it's so we don't slop it on our lap, but...
Oh. There you go. How do I hold a wine glass?
Whites and champagnes, you can take the stem, because if you're holding the glass, you're going to increase the temperature of the wine. If it's champagne or white wine, you of course don't want to do that.
Never knew that.
Your champagne, madam.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Cheers to you. Ali and Olivier, I'll see you at a fancy restaurant.
Well, not if we're rolling with Tony G. He has a little bit of attitude on him right now. He's talking to the tournament director, apparently still upset about that pot that involved Toby and Igor.
You mad, Tony?
No, when Tobias moved all in, when there's only 30 in the middle and he's moving in for... No, I'm just saying, I'm not thinking, I'm just saying I saw it. I'm just saying what I saw. You saw it too.
What did you see?
No, when you moved all in, I didn't like it, that's all. I mean, that's just, I'm saying it. I'm saying it straight away. When you moved all in, I didn't like it. Because it was too much. It was a heavy overbet to say. I mean, I would like to see what you had that hand and then what you had.
I tell you, at pocket sixes.
Okay. That's fine.
That's fine.
I mean, I wouldn't have been happy if you had like queens or kings. Yeah, I would have been upset.
I would have never done it with queens in my whole life.
Okay, it's just weird because look, it's just weird. I'm being honest. It's okay. I'm not going to bring it out. I know you guys are very good.
You know what? This
is
not a fair parliamentary campaign.
It's not
Well,
good
but
for
you
your
got to be honest with what. I mean, I'm just saying, it was just weird. That bit of action was weird. That's all. I didn't like it because you don't really do that. You never do it, so I didn't like
It's
that
a different
time.
situation on the bubble, though. With like,
Okay, all right.
he's
Okay.
not often in situations.
That's it. I
where,
mean,
you
I
know,
just didn't
he's
like
playing
it. I
against
would
a friend.
Come on.
Pretty serious allegation by Tony.
Yeah, I don't know if Tony is outright making an allegation, but the implication that Tony's making, I think, is completely out of line. It seems like he's upset that Toby moved all in when Igor raised pre-flop. Igor, at that hand, only had about 25 big blinds, and Toby was in the big blind himself. It's a completely normal and standard play for him to move in, regardless of the bubble. The idea that Toby has to now defend his play and tell Tony what his hand is, I think, is completely inappropriate. Tony had absolutely no evidence to make this sort of implication, and I think the reality is he's the short stack. He doesn't want to bust. He understands that he's outclassed by these other players, and he's basically just complaining like a baby. I really don't appreciate this, the entire tone or style that Tony has taken in this situation.
All right, it's finished. It's finished. I apologize. You know, I didn't like it, but it's finished. You're a good guy. All of you are good guys. Great guys.
I can promise you, I would never do anything different, ever, ever. Like, if you sat there, I would have moved it all in against you. It doesn't matter.
Okay. That's it. That's fine. There's no questions.
Meanwhile, we have a pot in progress between Tony and Philip Gruesome. Both players checking on the 6-deuce tray board. Gruesome with a pair of threes has the best hand. Turn is a jack. Tony checks again. Gruesome showing some pause. And knuckles bottom pair. To the river we go. It's a 9.
Check.
Check it down.
And I like the way Philip played this hand, flopping a pair. The board did not run out that great. Didn't have enough of a hand to value bet, but still enough to win, so he just checks it
Now,
down.
just to put a button on that discussion we were having about Tony,
Sure.
the inference that he is making is that what Toby did was, in essence, conveying a very strong hand.
Right, he's saying because they're friends, Toby was helping him out by going all in and thereby conferring the information that he had a strong hand. And Toby's saying that he never would have made that play with pocket queens or pocket kings because those hands are too strong. I don't even necessarily agree with that. I think it would have been fine if Toby had done that with pocket queens. Thank you. I think Tony was just out of line and basically just whining because he's the short stack and surrounded by 4 players that have him outskilled.
Well played, too.
Ace-3 offsuit for one of those skillful players, Scott Seaver, who min raises to 16,000.
That's one of the unique dynamics of the bubble is that the player that makes the first initial aggression has a very, very strong advantage. So though Scott doesn't have a very strong hand in ace-3 offsuit, they are 5-handed, and since he's made the first aggressive play, he's going to get a little extra respect.
Tony G wants to take a peek for an extra 8,000, sitting on Jack-10 off. And the flop, 10, 8, 4. Top pair and a jack kicker for Tony, who checks to Scott.
Scott probably continuation bets a little bit less frequently than some other opponents. The 10 and the 8 are not a great combination for Scott because Tony in the big blind is going to defend with a lot of hands that hit. 7-9, 8-9, 10-jack, queen-jack, all those types of hands.
And we saw Scott check behind on the flop and then check behind on the turn after having made the best hand with a pair of aces. River card is a 5, and Tony is leading out for 16,000.
Yeah, at this point, after 2 checks, Tony thinks his 10 might be good, bets for value, but frustrated to see that Scott actually very deceptively checked when he made a pair of aces on the turn.
That is not a happy poker player.
You can see the frustration mounting in Tony G as just nothing going his way.
And this is the kind of thing you really don't want to be doing. Everybody's taking note of this.
Absolutely, and I don't think any of the other 4 players would have reacted this way, just so emotionally getting so down on themselves and so frustrated. This is part of what happens in poker. You have to be able to keep it together, keep your composure, and play the best poker possible. Otherwise, especially against such a tough level of competition, you're just going to give away too much and not be able to come back.
Pocket queens for the chip leader.
Nice run for Philip here.
Yeah,
He's had
no
a number
kidding.
of strong hands.
And he's going to raise it up It's pocket sevens for Tony G. He moves all in for 121,000. And Scott Seaver with pocket eights, flat calls. Now back over to Gruesome.
I'm all in. Wow, and looks like Philip has gone all in after Scott called with pocket queens. I can't imagine Scott calling here with 2 8s.
Okay, fold. 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 Showdown. Ace king.
That's smashed.
I'm out.
Fold.
Tony already resigned to his fate. Obviously, he does have a chance to win with a pair.
What could I do?
Yeah, jacks?
No, just under.
10. Easy fold.
Yeah, I just need to think it through. I don't know.
Ace king would have been better.
How do you wake up with it? You know, I had to think it through. Like maybe he didn't. Maybe he had king queen.
Bluff is 8 of spades.
8, 9, 10 on the flop.
Oh, that's the 10. Oh, yeah, Tony.
Scott would have flopped a set of eights here.
Right, now obviously that's
Draw.
results-oriented thinking, but it's always hurts when you fold a pair and then see that you would have flopped a set.
Yeah, Tony, meanwhile, has an open-ended straight draw. The jack would be no good.
I'm out, right?
And that's exactly what comes up on the turn. And the board pairing on the end.
Tony, good game.
This is a disaster. This is unbelievable.
Well, the bubble has burst, and so has the tension. These guys are all in a good mood. Why? Because they're paid.
You mad, Tony?
And there's a look at 4 players who are in the money.
Wow.
Board.
Yeah, 10s.
One of them is suggesting he folded pocket 10s.
Those people that go all in, just go all in there, they have a million chips right now.
I know.
Yeah, it looks like Scott is not correcting that. Doesn't make that much of a difference. Both pocket 10s and pocket 8s would have made a full house and won the pot.
Great game so far here at the Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair. Join us next time as we play down and crown a winner. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin from WPT Alpha 8 London. The world's richest and most daring players have braved the competition, and tonight we will crown a winner. This is WPT Alpha 8. The Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair for the conclusion of WPT Alpha 8 London. It's only fitting that poker's most exclusive final table be played right here in one of the most posh and expensive neighbourhoods in the world. The entry fee was £100,000, and tonight we will see who will parlay their investment into a cachet of royal riches. Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet have an exclusive view of the action from the ClubWPT.com skybox. Good evening, guys.
Good evening to you, Lynn, and to those of you at home who are joining us. You know, we began our London event with 18 players, and we're now down to just 4, all of whom are in the money. So it's not so much a matter of whether or not they'll be paid, Olivier, but just how much they're going to be taking home. And in looking at those 4 faces, what can we expect?
Well, the blinds are relatively high, so I expect some pre-flop aggression. Also, the 4 players we have left are all excellent players. They might not be the most recognized names in poker, but they're widely considered to be in the top 10 or 20 live tournament poker players in the world.
On tap, we're going to have some of the best poker you're likely to see anywhere. So without further ado, let's get down to our final table and set the stage. Prize pool was almost £2 million. 4th place will be taking home 235,000 of those. First is going to take home over 862,000 pounds. And let's get a look at the chip counts. Philip Gruesome is on top, 1.25 and change in front of him. Second in chips is Tobias Reckenmeyer with 336, Scott Seaver in third with 225, and Igor Kurganov with 180,000.
You guys are bidding, or?
Button will begin on Tobias.
No pair for you?
Philip and Igor are in the blinds. And there's a good start for Scott Seaver. Pocket kings, and he just limps in.
Now this play might look very suspicious, but I suspect that four-handed, short-handed in general, not only Scott, but a number of these players has started to limp in more than you would normally expect. So he's probably doing this having already limped in with some weaker hands, and now this trap looks like it's going to work since Phil Gruesome has ace-jack offsuit here.
All in.
And moves all in.
Call.
I was so sure you have it this time, man.
Snap call from
Sick.
Scott.
Why did I do that?
Oh, an instant remorse by Philip.
Too nice of a hand.
Yeah, Philip's hand definitely strong enough to move in. Scott only had about 22 big blinds, but he said that he had a specific feeling in this particular case that Scott had a big hand. Sometimes in poker, you get those feelings and you hope that you can trust yourself, but it's very difficult to go against the kind of standard strategy that you know to also be correct.
Well, let's see if ace-jack can get lucky against two kings. A king right away on the flop. Ace-jack in a world of trouble here.
Definitely not.
Seaver the one at risk, however. He can ice things on the turn unless Philip gets some help.
Queen.
Well, the jack is no good. No way for Philip to win the pot now. And they'll count it down and double Scott up. Nice start to four-way action for him.
Philip still the overwhelming chip leader with over 1 million chips, with no player even at half his chip stack at 500,000.
First real misstep we've seen from Philip Gruesome.
And I really can't call it a misstep. I mean, it was really a cooler pre-flop four-handed ace-jack to pocket kings. He's just frustrated with himself because he had inside him an intuitive feeling that probably Philip, the type of player that normally trusts those feelings, just in this particular case didn't do it, and ended up Scott had pocket kings and Philip doubled them up.
Pocket fours for Igor after Philip raised it to 26,000.
Igor with about 15 big blinds doesn't have much of a decision with a pocket pair here. It's just got to move in.
Well, he's just three-betting it to 100,000.
Yeah, 100,000 is basically the same as moving his chips in. I don't think the players will think anything differently of this.
So why make it 100 and not just move all in?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe it's just those were the chips that were in front of him and he just felt like throwing them in there.
Well, Toby is looking down at ace-jack suited.
All in.
Kings, Toby? Pair? Woo! Oh, call. Call.
Yeah. Oh, he folded.
And even though 2-4s are the best hand right now, look at those percentages. Given the hands that have been dealt and all the cards we've seen, ace-jack suited is actually a small favorite.
I wanted a straight.
Here comes the flop. It's 5-8 ace. Toby jumps out into the lead.
Deuce 3, 6, 7.
Yeah, ace-jack a slightly bigger favorite now that he's flopped an ace.
Oh, I don't know about slightly. I'd say it's a much bigger favorite. And the turn card, a 3, not bad for Igor.
Yeah, not so fast. Igor picking up a straight draw. Any 2 or 4 on the river would keep Igor alive.
And he hit one of his 6 outs. He cannot. And Igor Kurganov will be the first player to cash in the WPT Alpha 8 London event, finishing in 4th place for £235,200.
It's one of the reasons that it was so relaxed after the bubble burst is that really there are no bad payouts. 4th place, like you said, the first person to cash still making a great sum of money.
And then there were 3. You're either on the button or in the blinds at this point. And Toby, first to act on the button, looks down at Jack 3 suited. Not exactly premium, but he's got position and he's going to put it to use, raising it up to 26,000. Chip leader folds and it's back around to Scott Seaver, who takes a peek at ace deuce offsuit. And he will defend. We'll see the flop heads up. And that flop is 4, tray 5. Scott Seaver flops a wheel. Bottom pair, meanwhile, for Toby. Seaver checks.
Yeah, Scott flopping a straight here. Definitely going to take Toby by surprise. You don't necessarily expect the big blind to hit this range of cards. Usually you expect them to have a little bit higher cards.
33,000.
And that probably playing a part into Toby's continuation bet of 33,000.
Toby with just bottom pair deciding to bet Also because his pair is obviously very vulnerable. Any card that comes off is bad for Toby's pair here. Scott has such a strong hand, I think he should contemplate just calling here, but instead he decides to check raise, trying to get as much money in the pot right away.
Yeah, his hand is also vulnerable with 2 hearts out there. Obviously a 6 or a 7 would be a bad card on the turn.
Yeah, but it's so hard to make a hand as good as a straight. I think personally I would have played it passively and let another card come off.
Well, Seaver hasn't lost Toby just yet. He makes the call.
Very liberal call here with just bottom pair.
And the turn is a jack. Toby now has jacks up, still beat, of course, but something else has changed.
One of the best cards Toby could hope for.
But it is the jack of hearts.
It is a heart, which if Scott Seaver had a flush draw, would give him a flush.
I'm all in.
Well, Seaver moves all in.
And this is part of the problem with calling on the flop if you're Toby, because this is one of the best cards that could have come out. And now that Scott's moved all in, you still don't know what you can do. I think Toby ultimately will have to call because Scott could have some 2-pair hands himself, hands like 5-4, 4-3, or 3-5. And from that point of view, Toby can't fold that hand, especially since Scott only started the hand with just over 30 big blinds.
I call.
Well, Toby does make the call, and Seaver's already doubled up once so far. Can he do it again?
It's a little loose, but if I decide I'm going for it on the flop, I can fold the turn.
2 pairs, jacks and 3 for Tobias with 1.
You know, I don't mind calling the flop with bottom pair, but just not when it's such a connected flop with 3 cards in a row like this. You could definitely be drawing dead.
Well, Toby's hoping for a jack or a 3 to get it down to heads up and move up in the payout. Instead, it's a 5, and Scott Seaver
275, right?
is going to double up.
Just like that, Scott and Toby switch places. Toby now the shorter stack, and Scott comfortably in second position.
And with that flip-flop, Toby, now the short stack, as you mentioned, with 332,000 in chips. Scott nipping at the heels of chip leader Philip Gruesom's 876 with 792,000. Gruesome on the button with Queen 8 offsuit.
It's all right. Don't worry.
Raises it up to 27,000. Seaver takes a look at King 10 off in the small blind.
Cool.
And just calls. 10-8 off in the big blind.
I think Scott could have considered 3-betting here. He probably mixes it up, 3-bets sometimes, then calls other times. Maybe even folds occasionally with King 10 from the small blind.
Toby is called as well. All 3 players take the flop of King 7 deuce. Seaver with the best hand checks it. Toby checks as well. And as does Philip. A little harder to continuation bet when you get called in 2 spots pre-flop.
Definitely. I think also if it was an ace 7-2 flop instead of king 7-2, Philip might have been a little bit more likely to continuation bet, but
turn card is a 9. Toby now has an open-ended straight draw, and Seaver isn't going to be checking top pair any longer. Bets 40,000. Toby makes the call. Easy fold for Philip.
I think Toby's calling not just to hit the straight, but also since he's in position, if Scott does check on the river, I think Toby would take a shot regardless of whether he hits.
Well, he does hit as the jack comes off, and look at the way Toby's staring at Scott.
Yeah, a little bit suspicious there. Scott not paying attention to Toby, so nothing he can really pick up.
Although he's not betting his King 10 anymore.
Yeah, he might have picked something up, you never know. I think personally I would like to bet for value here with King 10. It's a very strong hand. Toby could definitely have some weaker hands himself, and if you are beat, you can control the size of the pot by controlling your bet size. Instead, Scott does instantly call and allows Toby to control the bet size.
Big hand. I said I'm taking my 1 back. I tossed 1 in. Big hand. Big hand.
River card cost Scott 85,000 on top of the investment he had already made.
I told myself, no jack, no jack.
We'll return to London for more high-stakes action after this.
Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
We are down to just 3. WPT Alpha 8 London. These guys are now guaranteed to at least triple their money. But of course, all eyes are on the trophy and over £860,000 that comes with it. Back to you, Ali and Olivier.
Well, these three guys have so much money at this point, you wonder whether or not the trophy isn't the real lure. I mean, they probably got some pretty impressive cases at this point.
You'd be surprised. Poker's a tough game to make a good living at, even though these are 3 of the best players in the world.
Well, looking at their resumes, Philip Gruesome already with over $5.5 million in live tournament earnings. Scott Seaver, just under $8 million. And Tobias, just under $7 million. That's pretty impressive. Let's get a look at the chip counts. Philip Gruesome on top, not far behind is Scott Seaver, and not far behind him is Tobias Rankenmeyer.
And no real short stack here.
He looks down at pocket 5s. Blinds are currently at 8 and 16,000 with a 2K ante.
It'd be very disrespectful if you pull that. It's just like, you know.
Philip makes it 35,000 to go. And Seaver looks down at King 10 offsuit. We've seen him just call from a small blind to a raise from Philip on the button so far with this hand.
We see Scott mixing up his play, just calling before with King 10 and now 3-betting it.
Making it 115,000 total.
I'm all in.
Philip moves all in here. Scott has over 40 big blinds. This is a really big shove here.
And Gruesome didn't take very long to move all in either.
Yeah, I mean, Scott had a lot of chips there. I don't love that move in there from Philip, but
easy game.
Scott is 3-betting, you know, pretty often, so Philip moving in with 2 5s is reasonable. Scott's going to fold a lot of the time, but still, I think it's a little too big of a risk considering how many chips Scott had.
But high risk, high reward. King Jack suited for Toby on the button now. He makes it 35,000 to go.
I'm all in.
And Philip is going to move all in with King Queen off.
What would Timo Bull think? Fold.
Seaver getting a good chuckle out of having to fold his King Jack.
So disgusting.
So disgusting.
Now it's back to Toby.
I can call, but...
And he folds as well.
Disgusting anyways. The Schmetterball thing.
You hear Tobias using the term Schmetterballing it in German. Schmetterball is a spike, smash, or hardly hit or thrown ball that is difficult to defend. I'd say that's about right.
That's a risky Schmetterball. That's a really risky one.
Yeah, it's always tough to play against my friends because they are obviously very good and then they know a little bit what I'm doing, so I can't get too much out of line every time.
Like, I didn't think you would pull it off.
Oh my. The sick part is, it was so brilliant. Anything else, I do something.
What do you mean? I do something too.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm ready. I was really ready.
way I could win the hand, right?
I had a great hand here.
Yeah.
Just, it's
What
timing.
hand did you have?
I had King and Jack.
Me too.
Oh my God.
Which suit?
I have no idea. Different suits.
I
Different
was
suits.
spades. Suited even.
Oh no, I was different suits.
Well, you know your friends when you're sharing information, and there's over $1.25 million up for grabs.
I was like,
what a brilliant move by him. Just
I know.
brilliant.
I was like, now he's 3-betting, and I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm already like,
Of course.
going nuts, and then all in from him. It's like, what's happening?
Philip right back at it, raising to 35,000 from the button. Seaver folds, and it's ace-9 for Toby in the big blind, suited. He just defends.
We see a different strategy out of Toby. Toby with about the 30 big blinds. Could have just moved in with ace-9 of spades, but he decided to take a flop. I prefer this strategy myself.
5-4 tray on the board. Wheel draw for Toby. He's got the best hand with ace-high and checks it.
Both Phil and Toby have 2 overs and a gut shot straight draw. Toby also a backdoor flush draw to go along with it.
Philip bets 40,000.
Can't imagine Toby folding here, just too much equity. And a board that is on the drier side, even though it is 3 cards in a row, they're very low, and I think Philip would be continuation betting with a pretty wide range here.
Well, Toby not done with his hand yet. He makes the call, and we'll see a turn card. 10 of diamonds.
This is a card that Toby is not going to like. It's not a spade, doesn't really give him any more equity. It's another card that, if it hit Philip's hand, beats him.
100,000.
I like another barrel here from Phil for a couple of reasons. One, his hand is probably not good with just king high. Two, he does have some equity, so he can make a good hand if he does get called. And three, it's a type of board where Toby is likely to be calling with some weak hands. Phil does decide to bet the turn. Toby's hand not good enough to continue. Nice aggressive play by Philip Gruesome.
Don't try this at home. These guys are making it look easy. Philip Gruesome adding to his chip lead. We'll see if he can ride that lead all the way home.
Sucked out on the turn.
As action continues from London.
Good turn.
Looking for high roller excitement without the high roller risk? Go to ClubWPT.com now and play in our Alpha 8 high roller play chip tournaments and ring games for a chance to be crowned champion. Our players here at Alpha 8 already have so much cash. What on earth would they buy if they win first place prize? Well, when in England, you got to get a Rolls Royce.
So this is our new car. This is Ray.
It's gorgeous. Blue's my colour. So,
Blue's your colour?
so you
Well, we
picked,
chose
you
it just
picked
for
the
you.
right one.
Everything that's in this, all the stitching lines, the wood, the materials, everything is all done by hand.
Oh, incredible.
There's so many things to show you. We wanted to give customers something different than just an interior light. It's called a starlight headliner.
Oh, it's like a starry sky.
And also, if you do get out at the end of your drive and it's raining, you of course have the umbrella.
There's an umbrella in the door. It's definitely a British car. Kind of scared to ask you this question before I take it for a spin. How much is this worth?
In dollars, perhaps around 250,000. We haven't, but the reality is that it's just a starting point.
Suddenly the Alpha 8 buy-in seems affordable compared to this. Oh. I don't even have to pull the door shut. This is when you know you've made it, when you can own a Rolls Royce. Okay, I'm gonna floor it. Whoa! It really takes off. Oh my God. Woo! Wow. Now it all makes sense why these are the best cars. They really are. Incredible.
Now it all makes sense why Lynn is in always such a good mood. Look at that. She gets to play with Rolls Royces and I get to tell you what the prize pool is. But you know what? That's not too shabby because it's enough for a Rolls Royce, over 350,000 pounds, going to third place. But of course, first is what these guys have their sights set on. Philip Gruesome still the chip leader, Scott Seaver in second, Tobias in third. Tobias Rankenmeyer with pocket queens. Raising on the button to 35,000.
Probably feels a little bit closer to first when he gets dealt such a big hand on the button.
Mm-hmm. Philip out of the way, and it's back over to Scott Seaver with 10-9 offsuit.
Pretty standard defend from Scott with his chip stack.
And the flop is 4, Jack 7. Scott checks with the gut shot straight draw. 2 queens still way out in front.
Toby started this hand with 300,000 chips, the blinds being 18 and 16,000, so Toby under 20 big blinds. The blinds being 8 and 16,000. So Scott here flopped some equity with 10-9, flopped a gut shot, not going anywhere to Toby's continuation bet.
Yeah, he check calls 37,000. And the turn is a 10.
Definitely improving Scott's hand, giving him a pair of 10s to go along with his straight draw. Not a great card for Toby, but still definitely worth a second bet, especially with Toby's chip stack here. I think he's willing to bet and get all in.
158,000 in the middle. Toby's thinking about how much he wants to fire. And he settles on 65,000. Less than half the pot.
This leaves Toby with about 150,000 remaining in his stack.
Action back on Seaver. What's he thinking?
Well, he's thinking about the stacks, he's thinking about the equity he has in his hand, and he's decided that it's worth a call here for 65,000.
We'll see a river, 288,000 in the pot, and it's the ace of clubs.
And this is a card that will usually freeze the action, usually make it go check, check here.
Yeah, third club and an overcard to the two queens. Action on Seaver.
I'm all in.
And he moves all in.
Wow. And this is an illustration of what really separates the good players in poker from the truly great players. Scott Seaver, recognizing the fact that his pair of tens is probably not good enough to win, understanding that he can put the pressure on Toby for his tournament life, Scott having Toby out-chipped, even if he were to lose this pot, would still be alive in the tournament. And remember that Toby doesn't have that many chips. He just knows that he beats absolutely nothing here.
And he folds the winner.
Yeah, he really, again, he doesn't beat very much. The only draw that Scott has that makes sense from Toby's point of view is maybe 5-6. But the flush draw got there, bunch of two pair hands got there, so it's really tough for Toby to call with just two queens. And Toby absolutely hating that spot that Scott put him in with just one pair and over twice his stack in the pot, but just feeling like he can't call it off for his tournament.
And such big jumps between the payouts make it even harder to pull the trigger in spots like that. Blinds and antes have gone up. Bad news for Toby's stack.
All in. Toby now under 10 big blinds, which is why he moves in with queen two suited, not a premium hand.
And Seaver looks down at king jack suited.
Call.
Also in hearts, makes the call, and it's a big uphill climb for Toby if he wants to avoid elimination.
Toby a little bit fortunate that he's not dominated. Both his queen and two are live.
The deuces are hot, right? No? Oh, you're not rooting for me, buddy. I'm not rooting for you, by the way, now. I'm not rooting for you either.
They're not rooting for each other. And the flop is 9 queen 7, Toby. Fortunate to make the best hand here.
Not sure why they felt the need to point out that they weren't rooting for each other. I don't think anybody assumed that they were. Scott with a gut shot straight draw and an overcard, either a 10 or a king would give him the win.
Any other card, and Toby's going to be doubling through.
What about a 7 on the river?
Here comes the river. It's a jack. Seaver makes a pair, but not big enough. Toby is going to double up.
Almost heads up against me, Scott. So close. Almost.
What are you talking about? That's very disrespectful.
I think both Toby and Scott are in a short-handed scenario like this. Top 5 in the world, at least, if not even better. And yeah, so this was like one of the toughest lineups possible, I think. And so I hope we will get to see those lineups more often.
In spite of that, it almost feels like Philip appreciates the opportunity to challenge himself against this kind of competition, and we differ in that way. I'd rather just find a couple of fish.
Yeah, you know, I really respect that comment from Phil. Even though he's obviously an incredibly talented player himself, he's able to, you know, be humble enough to give his opponents that type of respect.
Might explain some of his all-ins earlier, doesn't want to be faced with additional decisions, and maybe wants to get a little bit lucky against these guys.
Yeah, putting them to big decisions pre-flop so he doesn't have to make tough decisions post-flop. But again, Phil is such a talented player that I think he can hold his own.
He throws the 9-4 offsuit in from the button, giving Seaver a chance to just limp in with ace-10 off.
So how much do I even have? 1.
Should have like 360.
You guys know. All right.
Happy to help.
Thanks.
Tobias has 7 deuce offsuit. Oh, but that's not going to stop him from trying to win this pot right now, raising to 55,000.
I'm all in.
And Seaver moves all in, making quick work of that bluff.
Yeah, Toby subscribing to the strategy of making aggressive moves with both the top and bottom of his range. Unfortunately for him, Scott had a big hand and he just had to let it go.
Well, Scott second in chips right now. Philip in the lead. Tobias in third.
That's 200.
Yeah, I just conceded the pinks. I knew they were there, but I was confused.
More visible.
Gruesome looks down and sees a hard 8, pocket 4s. And he'll raise it up to 40,000. Ace 5 off for Scott and a quick fold.
Yeah, the small blind is always a little bit tricky. I think it's a reasonable fold with a junk ace from Scott. He's out of position, and there is Toby behind him with just about 12 or 13 big blinds.
Toby with ace 3 off.
All in.
All in.
It's less than 300, right?
Yeah.
All in, and blitz call, ace 3, all in, and
Yes, the wheel blocker, that sucks.
That's the brutal part.
It is really brutal, right?
He doesn't have 3-3 blocker though.
That's true.
He doesn't
and
have
no
that.
heart blocker either.
Oh, wow.
Hearts coming.
Ooh,
and the flop is 9-6 king with a couple of hearts.
Now it's always hearts coming.
Of course.
Like if it starts. Are you rooting for me?
Three.
Come on, root for me once.
Okay, 3.
Over a 4-1 favorite to win the pot here.
Ace. Got it for the ace now. That's all there is.
All they got to do is dodge an ace, and we know that Seaver mucked one of those.
Clubs. Ace of clubs.
So it's 2 outs for Toby, and the 4 is not one of them. That gives Philip a set. Overkill, and he has busted his good friend and compatriot, Tobias Winkenmeyer.
Come here.
Okay, come here.
All right. GG, bro.
GG.
Sorry. Gotta just lose.
Alrighty.
Good competition.
Yeah.
At least I didn't get second.
I think in a
Yeah.
That's something new.
Action continues. Heads up play begins right after this.
After 2 grueling days, 20 entries, and almost £2 million in play, we are now heads up. Philip Gruesome versus Scott Seaver. Who will be the one to conquer Alpha 8 London?
Scott Seaver is one of the toughest opponents in this field. He likes to bluff, he's creative, and he also has like good fundamental understanding what's going on.
Phil is just a relentless poker player. He's non-stop aggression, and he's incredibly good at it.
Yeah, I always enjoy playing against him, so hopefully we keep it that way.
We'll see how all that mutual respect takes shape as we get heads-up action underway. Over £500,000 to second, over £862,000 to first. That's what they're after.
We are that close to crowning our second Alpha 8 champion.
Heads-up play begins with Scott Seaver on the button, taking a look at pocket 6s. He makes it 45,000 to go, and it's ace-deuce suited for Philip Gruesome.
2 playable hands.
He will defend and will take a flop.
Out of these 2 players, Scott Seaver definitely has the edge in terms of experience playing heads-up. Scott's played a lot of heads-up online. He's a very, very talented, very good player.
King 10 Jack on the flop. 6 is still ahead, but not in love with that board. Both players check.
Not a great flop for either player.
And the turn is a 6. Seaver with a set of 6s now, but Gruesome has picked up a draw.
Yeah, Philip Gruesome turning the nut flush draw to go along with his gut shot and ace high.
He's gonna lead right out 65,000.
I actually wouldn't mind a raise here from Scott. It would look so odd to check the flop and then raise this card. But Scott electing to just call.
130,000 more into the middle, and the river card is an 8.
Now, if I was Philip and I had bet the turn with my draw and not gotten there, I would feel committed to betting the river. It's tough to just give up.
But that's exactly what Gruesome has done. Knuckling over to Scott, who has to feel comfortable with a set of 6s.
Oh, yeah. Maybe Philip picked up something on Scott. It's hard to tell.
That's 150,000.
Philip normally relatively aggressive, but Scott with his huge set of sixes, does bet for value on the river, and Philip with just ace high can't call.
So advantage Scott Seaver in the early going. Gruesome now looks down at ace queen.
Huge hand, heads up.
Blinds are at 12 and 24,000. Philip makes it 50,000 to go. Scott defends with 7-3 suited, and look at this, ace a7 on the board. Seaver quickly checks.
Yes, Seaver's hand is not that strong, but on this board, it's actually pretty decent. 2 aces makes it less likely that Philip has an ace, and Philip's going to continuation bet on a board like this with almost all of his hands that he raised pre-flop with.
Scott check calls 50,000, and on the turn, this is trouble.
Yeah, Scott makes a full house, but it's the under full house. Any ace in Philip's hand would have Scott drawing dead, or at least dead to quads.
Scott checks it, and this time, Philip bets.
Philip, in fact, does have the ace, as we can see, and elects to bet a relatively small amount, just 75,000 on the turn, when he bet 50,000 on the flop. I think trying to get some of Scott's weaker flop calls to continue, hands like king high.
River card is a 9, changing nothing. Seaver again checks.
Seaver staying in rhythm, continuing to check every street, knowing that the best he can do is get value from a bluff from Philip.
Now, Gruesome's job here is to come up with a number he thinks he can get paid off with. 350,000 in the middle. What is that number?
Well, at this point, I don't think Philip expects Scott to necessarily call on the river with a king, so he's hoping Scott does have a 7 and can bet a pretty healthy amount if he does.
Yes. 155,000 was the bet, and he did get paid off, as Seaver can't get away from 7's full.
Yeah, good bet size from Philip there, wins a nice healthy pot. Not much Scott can do. I think I like the way Scott played the hand throughout, just a little bit cooler with Philip having the bigger full house.
So Seaver takes a hand and Gruesome takes a hand. Back and forth these two go as the action continues from London.
What does Scott Seaver think is the most significant hand he's played all tournament?
I'm all in.
Log on to ClubWPT.com and find out on the A8's Clip of the Week. ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
London Bridge, not the only bright spot in the city this evening. 2 of poker's brightest stars are inside our tournament arena, vying for the WPT Alpha 8 London title.
We are heads up between American pro Scott Seaver and German pro Philip Gruesome, 2 of the top players in the world.
Last level. It's gonna be last level.
Gruesome on the button, declaring that this will be the last level. Blinds are at 15 and 30,000. Gruesome min raises to 60,000. Seaver calls with ace-3 of hearts. And the flop is deuce, queen, jack with a couple of hearts.
Yeah, big flop for both players. Scott flopping the nut flush draw and Philip Gruesome flopping top pair. We could even see it getting all in here depending on how Scott decides to play his flush draw.
Well, he has checked it over to Philip, who is betting 70,000.
Scott's thinking about whether he wants to raise or not. I think he has enough equity to get all in, but he does decide to just call and see a turn card.
And that turn card is a 4.
The 4 is actually a good card for both players. Scott turns a straight draw to go along with his flush draw, and Philip's going to feel pretty comfortable betting the turn for value. It's going to be tough if he wasn't beaten on the flop for him now to be beaten.
Scott did check it over to Philip, and with 260,000 in the middle, Gruesome is going to bet 145,000. What do you do if you're Seaver?
I think, again, Scott has 2 legitimate options. I mean, he did turn some more equity with his straight draw, and if he wants to raise and put pressure on Philip, I think that would be pretty reasonable. But again, he has so much equity that even this big bet by Philip, he could just check and call and hope to hit on the river, especially since that straight will be so disguised.
And let's see, the river is a queen, giving Gruesome trip queens. Seaver checks it over to Philip.
The pot's now about 550,000.
All in.
Gruesome moves all in.
Yeah, Gruesome has just under a pot-sized bet here. He wants to make this look like a bluff and maybe get called by, you know, just a pair of jacks if that's what Scott had. Now, Scott thinking about it with ace high. I don't think he's genuinely contemplating this call. He does beat some hands because Philip could be bluffing with a missed flush draw of his own or maybe a missed straight draw. But ultimately, I think Scott has too many bigger hands in this spot to call with such a weak hand. Unless he gets a physical read from Phil, it's tough to make a call here with such a weak hand.
And Seaver is going to let it go along with a significant number of his chips, which slide over to Philip Grusom, adding to his chip lead.
Bad river for me. Bad river. Very, very, very bad river.
Oh, yeah, flush draw.
Very bad river.
Blinds have gone up to 20 and 40,000 now. Seaver looks down at ace-7 offsuit and limps on the button.
Yeah, you see players limping a lot more once they get under, 30 big blinds heads up. Scott has shown that he's willing to limp with very strong hands, so Philip with king-jack offsuit deciding to play it cautious and just check behind. I actually like this play by Philip. King-jack plays pretty well in this spot. He can flop 2 big pairs.
4, 6, 7 on the board. Swing and a miss for Philip, but he's reaching for chips. Seaver, meanwhile, has top pair with an ace kicker.
Yeah, good flop for Scott, and I don't love this lead by Philip. This board is going to hit a decent amount of Scott's limping in range, and Philip really doesn't have much equity of his own.
55,000, bet and called.
Not to mention Philip is, of course, out of position versus Scott.
The turn is a 9 of spades.
So if Philip was leading with a flush draw, he's now hit it. We, in fact, know that Phil just has 1 spade in his hand, the king of spades. So he's gone from not much equity to now a king-high flush draw.
He bets 115,000.
This card not great for Scott Seaver. Scott having just a pair of 7s. If Philip was leading with a flush draw, like we said, he would have a flush, or with a straight draw, he would either have a straight or potentially even a pair of 9s, which would also beat Scott's pair of 7s.
And the river is a 3, puts 4 to a straight out there, 420,000 in the middle. And what do you do if you're Philip Grusom? You've been called not once but twice. Can you fire a 3rd barrel?
Yeah, I mean, that's another one of those tests between the good players and the great players in poker. The great players are able to fire that 3rd bullet. And personally, there's no way in Philip's mind that he can think he's good here, so he does feel the need to bet to win. And from Scott's point of view, the 3 is just another terrible card. Now, any 5 is a straight, and he doesn't really beat much.
And Grusom bets 175,000, and Seaver folds the best hand.
Yeah, you can't really blame Scott for folding there. He doesn't really beat much. I don't think he was expecting Philip to necessarily be bluffing 3 times in a row with such a weak hand, or a hand that had so little equity on the flop.
Scott, what do you think is who is the best live hold'em heads-up player? No limit.
I don't know. Live? I don't know.
Tough question there by Philip. One of the reasons is that heads up is played so much more often online than it is live. A lot of these guys don't get a chance to play that much heads up live, so Scott probably doesn't have that much experience playing heads up live against that many different opponents, and most opponents just haven't played that many hands to build up a sample size.
All in.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, looks like the time has come. Scott Seaver sails off with king-queen off.
Look at this.
All in, for you, Richard.
Richard Young and Igor step to the table.
Who against who? Who against who? I have a smart question. No, which hand against which hand? Which hand's against which hand? Who is ace jack against?
Where's my Richard? Where's my group? Where's my group of people?
We get to the flop, which is 9, jack 4.
Hey guys, I'm winning.
Who has what? Spade. Spade, yeah, 10. I just wanted spade. I just said spade, but Richard says 10.
8 of spades. 8 of spades. Spade.
Turn card is a 5.
Spade.
Scott looking for a king, queen, or 10 to stay alive. Otherwise, Philip will be our champion.
Here comes the river. It's a 4. And Philip Grusom is your WPT Alpha 8 London champion. Well, Scott Seaver certainly did his best, but it felt like tonight it was just destined to be Philip Gruesome.
Yeah, Philip, with that dangerous combination of great play and a good run of cards, seemed pretty much unstoppable tonight.
And he's joined by Lynn Gilmartin.
Well, Philip, congratulations. Alpha 8 London champion, £862,000. That's almost 1.4 million US dollars. Huge prize money. What's going through your head right now?
I'm very happy. I'm stunned that I beat this competition. It was the toughest table I've ever played.
Absolutely. And now you have this amazing trophy. It's huge.
Yeah, we won't have an 888 in our apartment. I told that before. Yeah.
Oh yeah? You're going to get 3 of them?
Yeah, we're trying.
Okay. Well, huge congratulations to the Alpha 8 London champion, Philip Gruesome. For Ali Najad, Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. We'll see you at the next Alpha 8. Welcome to poker's most exclusive room. A seat at this table will cost you at least $100,000, but it could earn you millions. This is WPT Alpha 8. We are at South Florida's hottest gaming destination, the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, for the first in our series of super high roller events. Here at Alpha 8, the game is Texas Hold'em, and today's buy-in is $100,000. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, ready to bring you VIP access to the elite world of high-stakes poker. I'm joined by our top-notch commentators, Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet. They have a bird's-eye view of all the action from the ClubWPT.com skybox. Guys, how's it looking up there?
Well, this is, of course, the best view in the tournament room, and Olivier and I are excited to be feasting our eyes on some of the world's most talented players, as they're going to be ponying up at least $100,000 in the hopes of taking home that coveted and first ever Alpha 8 title.
That's right, Ali. And if you think 100,000 is a lot, if any of these players bust out of the tournament in the first 6 levels, they have the option of putting up another 100,000 and trying again.
Sure, what's another 100K? After all, it is a re-entry event.
Now, poker players are notorious late starters, so it's actually pretty common in these big buy-in events for the fields to start off relatively small, and then as the end of registration approaches, for more and more players to register. Right now we have 14 players, and I think that number will grow slightly since the end of registration is 1 more level away.
Well, we'll certainly find out soon enough. There are currently 2 tables in action, and our feature table has a nice mix of both young pros and brazen businessmen. Chief among them, of course, Texas millionaire Bill Perkins, who's chatting everyone up. And as you can see, despite the amount of money at risk, it seems like everybody's pretty relaxed out there.
Enjoy to get Jake or something like that. Not that far.
Fort Lauderdale, here.
Fort Lauderdale, hometown favorite.
Hometown.
Vegas.
Looks like Bill Perkins is trying to nail down where everybody's from.
People with a home audience can root for.
Blinds are at 500 and 1,000.
Okay.
Perkins lays down. Options trader Daniel Perper does the same. Folded around to Andrew Lichtenberger, who looks down at a couple of black 7s.
22.
Yeah, Lichtenberger is one of the toughest and most well-respected pros in all of poker.
So what you got, Chewy?
36 behind.
Another very tough player, Jason Kuhn here with ace-king, a huge hand in the small blind.
Jason Kuhn currently lives between Vancouver and Vegas, as many pros do, maintaining a residence outside the United States to be able to continue to play online. Kuhn ran track for West Virginia Wesleyan College. He's also helped some of the other pros get fit. Kuhn settles on a total of 6,800.
Slightly larger than standard 3-bet, a little more than 3 times Andrew's open.
And Andrew, faced with the decision, is moving all in.
Instantly called by Jason's ace-king.
Well, it's going to be a race here. Jason doesn't seem to love it. He is a slight dog heading to the flop.
Both players seem pretty much resigned to their fate at this point. Andrew's going to have to win a race to stay alive in this tournament.
Maybe a little more aggressive than he needed to be this early?
I think it's close. It's just a very, very tough spot. Calling such a big raise with just 2 7s is tough.
Well, if you thought it was tough before, it's gotten even tougher now. Look at that board. Ace 3-10, Kuhn in the lead now on the all-heart flop.
Just an atrocious flop for 2 black 7s. Even the 7 of hearts doesn't win now for Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew's down to 1 out once here on the end. Only the 7 of diamonds. Otherwise, it's time for another 100,000 or a goodbye. He can't connect.
Good luck, gents. Nope.
Well, the man they call Chewy because his mom used to pack him granola bars is dishing out hugs.
Maybe? Yeah.
What's going through your head right now?
Just wasn't a great day of poker. Did my best. Got in a lot of spots. Most of them didn't work out. That's why I'm here.
Oh, now it is a re-entry tournament. Do you have a second bullet, or that's it?
Yeah, I'm just not really feeling it after busting out, so just gonna hang out and wait for the next tournament.
Okay, fair enough. Well, good to see you here, and best of luck next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it never feels good when you bust out of 100K. I've been there myself, and I know how it feels.
So Andrew Lichtenberger is the first bust out of the tournament, but we've had hours of action leading up to this point. It began with a single table of 7 players, each boasting over $1 million in live tournament cashes, including options trader Dan Perper, seasoned pro Jeff Gross, cash game phenom Isaac Haxton, and poker prodigy Steven Silverman. They were quickly joined by 2013 WSOP November 9er and 2007 WPT Player of the Year, J.C. Tran. Florida's own Jason Mercier used his home turf advantage against the field. Here we see him picking up a big pot against Kansas entrepreneur Brandon Steven, worth about $25,000 in chips and the early chip lead. With gaming executive Tom Hall's arrival, a second table was opened up, making room for venture capitalist Bill Perkins and legendary Hall of Famer Eric Seidel. Before long, we saw Silverman push all in on a board filled with clubs. WPT champ and WSOP 4-time bracelet winner Danny Alaei called with a straight flush draw against Silverman's nut flush. The river was no help to Alaei, who was left crippled with only $5,000 left in his stack. But over the last hour, Alaei has actually doubled up not once, not twice, but 3 times through a luckless Dan Shack. But Alaei is still at the bottom of the field with only about $32,000 in chips.
We have a really tough field here that's just gotten a little tougher as seasoned vet Matt Glantz has bought in and drawn a seat here at our feature table. But over at the outer table, Daniel Alaei is fighting for his tournament life.
Indeed he is. Daniel is all in with top pair against Ike Haxton's flush draw. We pick up the action after the flop. The turn is the 3 of clubs. Daniel is drawing dead, and he wastes no time heading for the exit. Yeah, it looks like Daniel's day might be done unless they've upped the maximum withdrawal limit at the ATM. I don't think you can get 100 grand out all at once, though.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see if he re-enters.
Meanwhile, the action's been folded around to J.C. Tran, who takes a peek at ace-king of hearts, and he's going to raise it up to 2,200 from the button.
Absolute monster for J.C. And here we see Jason with an ace in the small blind. It's kind of an awkward position for ace-8 offsuit. I think you can make an argument for really any of the 3 plays. I think you could even fold here. You could 3-bet, or it looks like Jason's going to decide to just call. I think part of his motivation for calling is that Matt Glantz in the big blind is a little tighter than some other pros, and he's a little less likely to squeeze.
He's got queen 7 of diamonds here, but he doesn't like 5-1 on his money and pitches it.
That's a very conservative fold there in the big blind. I don't think many pros would have made that fold.
Well, we've got some ace-on-ace violence coming up. Queen high board. Glantz would have flop top pair. Instead, Jason's checking his ace-8 over to JC.
And though there's a flush draw, this board is relatively dry. Looks like JC's going to take a shot with a continuation bet, even though he doesn't have a pair here.
2,300 into a pot of 6,100.
Slightly on the smaller side, but pretty decent, pretty standard play so far.
Well, this doesn't look too standard. Kuhn's calling.
Yeah, it looks like Jason's decided to float here out of position. I think I would have preferred it if he had the ace of clubs instead of the 8 of clubs. But I think he thinks that J.C. Tran is a little bit less likely to continue firing, and since J.C. doesn't pick up any more equity on the turn, looks like he's right.
Yep, check, check on the turn. Here comes the river, the jack of hearts.
Looks like, again, Jason has 2 legitimate options. He could check and hope that his ace high is good, but looks like he's not going to hope that and take a shot himself.
Not gonna chance it, and he fires 3,200 into a pot of 10,700.
It's a pretty small bet here, but looks like it's gonna work because JC really beats nothing with his hand. Even 2 clubs with a 9 or a jack are better than his hand now, so he does lay down and Jason wins the pot.
Ace. Number one, I'm a very hard worker. I may be the hardest worker in poker, and I play the game out of joy and fulfillment. I don't play it for money, so it gives me a freedom at the table that a lot of people don't have.
Oh, I call. I'm not buying it.
Yeah, it's tough to speak to the motivation that Jason has when he plays, but I can attest to his hard work. He's a very studious player.
Speaking of motivation, young Joseph Chong has entered the building, eager to play the event, but he has apparently done so without the full 100,000 necessary to enter. He's on the campaign trail looking to raise some funds here. He's actually got 99,000 in the backpack, Olivier. If we can just drum up another grand, he's good to go. How much do you have on you?
Well, Joe's a really good player. I'm sure it won't be that tough for him to raise the requisite funds.
We're back now at the feature table where Jason Koon's pocket 8s open the pot for a raise to 2,200. Jeff Gross with ace-10 suited re-raised to a total of 5,500. Bill Perkins somehow couldn't resist with jack-5 suited. Koon has called. We take the flop 3-way. And Koon has flopped a set of 8s. Monster here against his 2 opponents. And he's opting to just check over to Jeff Gross.
Yeah, Jason's hand is so strong. You know, at this point, I think he can decide either to play passively and continue to trap his opponents, or even to play aggressively and try to get stacks in here.
Of course, he's trying to trap, and Jeff Gross has just put a foot in that trap.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Joseph Chong has raised the necessary capital, and he is taking his seat at the outer table, adding 1 more to our field. Meanwhile, back at the feature table, Jason has check-called. He bet of 11,500 out of Jeff.
So he does elect the trap or passive strategy.
Well, the turn brings a 3rd spade on the board.
Yeah, the Jack of Spades is a pretty interesting card. I think it'll probably prevent Jeff from continuing to be aggressive in the hand. Now, this Jack of Spades puts a flush out on the board, and it looks like Jason's even going to break the rhythm of the hand and lead out here on the turn.
Now, is there any chance in Jeff's mind that this lead looks weak and he might be thinking hero thoughts right now?
I think Jeff is probably posturing more than anything else here. He just doesn't have enough equity to continue in the hand.
And sure enough, Jeff Gross's ace-10 of hearts hits the muck, sending a pot of over 60,000 over to Jason Koon, who is now sitting on about 106K. Chip leader at the table, still Jason Mercier with about 191,000, while short stack duties belong to Daniel Perper with about 56,000. Meanwhile, the accessory duties are apparently being held by Jeff Gross. I don't know about you, Olivier, but I didn't pack a scarf to South Florida, but somehow Jeff Gross did.
It can get cold inside those casinos.
Normally, the scarves belong to Lynn Gilmartin, but on this occasion, she decided that she would dress for warm weather and go in search of the sort of sharks that you more typically find in South Florida, not the poker players.
We're in the Billy Swamp Safari on the Big Cypress Reservation in the Everglades. This land is actually owned by the Seminole tribe, which is the same tribe that owns the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. So they've sent us out here for a day of adventure. Oh gosh, but we sure are in for one. Let's go. Flip it! I'm driving a boat through the Everglades. Can't say you do that every day. Woo! Wow! Well, this was a lot more fun and less scary than I thought. I can't believe I'm this close to an alligator, but I definitely feel a lot more at ease at the poker room, that's for sure. I'm joined by ClubWPT.com VIP member Artie Rodriguez. Artie, I met you last night at the Alpha 8 player party. It was right here at Seminole Hard Rock Casino at Martirano's. A lot of fun.
Tremendous party. You guys throw a great party. You get to meet the top flight names in the world of poker. These guys are playing, you know, in the biggest tournaments in the world, including the one here today, and I loved it.
Tell us about the experience of going to parties like that and being a member of the club.
You know what? That membership has paid for itself many times, and it's just a tremendous value. You can't beat it in poker.
How long do you think think it'll take for you to be taking a seat at this table?
Definitely a couple of zeros short of that type of an entry, but you know, I had that opportunity thanks to Club WPT. I'm not done yet, though. I hope to see you guys again, and maybe right here.
Yeah, already parlayed that Club WPT buy into the WPT event into $55,000. Not too shabby as we take a look at the current chip counts at our feature table. You see Jason Mercier, the chip leader, Daniel Perper, still on the short stack. And the action is on Daniel Perper, former member of the University of Illinois bowling team. And he's going to roll 2,000 out into the pot with ace-8 suited.
Yeah, Perper decides to min-raise here with ace-8 of hearts under the gun seven-handed. I think ace-8 of hearts is kind of in between, you know, a raise and a call. I think either would be reasonable. The min-raise has become basically the fashion in the last few years.
Defense.
Because they can play more hands, and they get basically giving themselves a cheaper price at winning the pot pre-flop.
Right, and the flop heads up with Bill Perkins, who has flopped the two-way straight draw. Yep. Perper has flopped middle pair. Both players check it.
One of the consequences of min-raising is that you end up giving the big blind a very good price, and you see players defending their big blind much wider than they used to.
2,500.
Well, the turn brings a 5 of clubs.
Yeah, it looks like Perkins has turned to 10 high flush draw with his two-way straight and takes a shot after getting a check from the raiser Perper on the flop.
Perper, of course, called the turn. And now the river, swing and a miss for Bill Perkins.
So we're going to see if Perkins is willing to take another shot here on the river. I would like a bet here, even though he doesn't have a hand. He's had equity throughout the hand, and he's shown some aggression, so it makes sense for him to continue the aggression, even though he's missed his hand.
I call.
Snap call out of Daniel Perper after Bill bet 5,500.
And you can see that Perper, with his second pair top kicker and backdoor flush draw, had a plan for the hand. When he checked back the turn, looks like he was just planning on calling two streets, and looks like it worked out for him.
I don't even want to know.
Yeah, it's funny that Bill got drawn to the seat next to me because we play a lot together.
He prides himself on reading people's hands, and he can read me really well. Might have worked on a different planet. You had like slightly one different.
Jeff Gross is actually Bill Perkins' poker coach.
Even after the hand's over, sometimes he'll be like, "Oh, can I show?" And I'll just say no, you know, because the other guys are really strong players. So like, you can't give him anything, and you know, he likes to show whether he's bluffing or has it. He just loves showing, and I'm like, you know, don't do that. So I try to keep him in line.
Good advice there from poker coach Jeff Gross. I think it's probably a good idea to conceal as much information from these top pros as possible.
Some poker buddies, but they're not my
Jason Kuhn with king-queen offsuit opens for a raise to 2,300. Action to Jeff Gross. Jeff went to University of South Carolina on a soccer scholarship, actually has a degree in marketing. Back over to Bill now with king-7 offsuit.
Bill Perkins is definitely the most active player at this table, playing the most hands, playing them the most unpredictably.
And he's going to 3-bet with king-7 off to 6,500. Didn't expect that. A little bit of steam from the last pot?
Potentially. You know, he's in position here, and he does have a king. I don't mind this 3-bet, but I think it's a little bit ambitious.
And if you're Kuhn, you can't lay down.
You could actually. King-queen offsuit doesn't play that well out of position in a 3-bet pot, but I think, you know, Jason feels that he has such a post-flop edge against Bill that he's willing to take a shot with a slightly, you know, less than premium hand.
And the board is ace, deuce, king, couple of spades out there. Jason, of course, with the better of the two kings.
I think this would have been a decent spot for Bill to just check. He does have middle pair with a weak kicker, so he does have some, you know, value to his hand, but not enough to, you know, to bet 3 times. So I think a check on the flop I would have preferred to this flop bet.
Potentially trying to rep the ace, betting a call of 7,000 on the flop, and now we come to the turn. 9 of spades, puts a third spade on the board.
Definitely check here if I was Bill Perkins.
And indeed he does after Jason checks to him. Both players, of course, picked up a flush draw. Jason's is better, and both players have completed the flush now. Jason with the second nuts, giving Bill a little bit of rope here. He obviously isn't worried about Bill having the ace of spades.
Well, it's not so much about worrying as it is about just staying in rhythm with the hand. He can kind of tell a lot from what Bill Perkins does here on the river.
Which is a bet of 5,000 into a pot of 29-2.
Yeah, I don't like this bet at all, really.
Undersized.
It's too small, and I don't like his hand to bet with. I mean, I think the 7 of spades here is actually the perfect hand to check. It's a little too strong to bluff with, and it's a little too weak to get value out of. And looks like he's going to be put in an awkward spot as Jason Kuhn check raises, correctly determining that his queen of spades, even though it's not the nuts, is still the best hand, and trying to extract extra value from it.
Perkins is looking like he may not release here.
Yeah, I think the majority of pros would fold in this situation. If anything, Bill has kind of leveled himself with such a small bet on the river. He feels like maybe it looked weak, and now Jason's capitalizing on that weakness by trying to make a play here. What he doesn't realize is that it was really more transparent than weak, and that Jason is able to correctly identify that his queen of spades is good and is now trying to get more value.
Call. Oh, and Bill pays it off. Well, Kuhn didn't get as far as he has in poker by making mistakes or leaving money on the table, that's for sure.
Could have just rolled it over. Could have just rolled it over.
Could just, yeah, check the river.
Just could have checked, but no.
And Jeff Gross giving Bill Perkins a little real-time feedback on that particular hand.
Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8 Florida. We're in the middle of day one at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, where a collection of talented poker pros and impressive tycoons have invested $100,000 each in hopes of becoming the Alpha 8.
Registration is actually still open to new players, and re-entry is open for those who have busted out as well. But is there any chance either of those things happen at this point?
Well, for players who have busted out, sometimes it takes, a little bit of time to kind of regroup and then decide to re-enter. So I could see that happening. In terms of late registration, you see this a lot in big buy-in tournaments, and frankly, I don't really get it. The only strategic reason I could see is that people who feel less comfortable with deeper stacks might want to enter, but otherwise I think you're just giving up value the later you register.
Well, we're back at our feature table where we pick up the action post-flop. Bill Perkins in a three-way hand. He raised pre-flop and flop top and bottom pair. Now we're at the turn. Perkins' ace is up, still the best hand. Purper in a bit of trouble with ace-queen.
Yeah, I think Purper's hand here is definitely worth 2 bets. Matt Glantz, I'm pretty sure, will just fold his hand after taking a shot on the flop. The key will be the river. If a king, 8, or queen doesn't come off, will Purper be able to get away from just top pair good kicker here?
Well, against a guy like Bill Perkins, he may not, and we've seen him play this sort of passive, allow Bill to control the action approach against him already. A little over 40,000 in the pot. Value time for Perkins, and he comes up with 25,000. Snap call from Dan Purper.
Big pot, big bet there from Bill, and gets paid off by Purper. Like you said, I think Bill's reputation as a very active player, bluffing rivers, got him paid off there. I think Purper could have reasonably found a fold, but it's tough in this particular situation.
Lots of things were big about that last hand, including the look of disappointment on Purper's face, who is now down to 24,400, while Perkins is up to 126K.
Purper entering that desperate zone of about 25 big blinds. He still has a little bit of time to be patient, but he should be looking for certain spots to get his chips in.
King 6 offsuit, not going to be one of them as he folds over to the chip leader, Jason Mercier, and he min raises with 7-5 suited.
Yeah, I think Jason is taking advantage of his chip lead. He's going to open a little wider than usual with a lot of chips. And also, he's just such a good post-flop player that 7-5 suited, not the strongest hand in the world, but can make a lot of interesting hands, and he feels comfortable playing in position.
King Jack offsuit, certainly worthy of a defense from Jeff Gross in the big blind. And Jeff is flop top pair on the Jack 9-7 board. Meanwhile, bottom pair for Mercier.
Jeff could have decided to 3-bet pre-flop. King Jack is actually a pretty good hand to 3-bet with.
Action goes check, check on the flop.
Don't like this check on the turn by Jeff. Definitely worth a bet there, and he does let Jason get there on the river.
Yeah, Mercier turned the gut shot straight draw and has now hit it on the river. Both players did check that turn, and now Gross bets 2,000 on the end.
Yeah, it looks like Jeff is bluffing, I think, with a jack, but I think his hand is too strong to bluff with and not strong enough to bet for value.
I think I win.
So Jason makes an easy call there with the rivered straight.
Just because he's the hometown favorite, you can't beat him. Just gets there.
Modest pot adds to the chip leader stack.
Hometown card.
And the crowd goes wild.
There are a lot of good players in this event, and I'm just going to avoid the one that's, in a good zone. And right now it seems like Jason Mercier is one of those guys.
Jason Mercier was quite an intimidating presence at the table. I find him difficult to play against.
My good friend Jason Mercier is one player I'd like to avoid.
Jason Mercier's on my left, and he's tough.
I most want to avoid probably Jason.
Hometown, running well, playing well.
Jason Mercier is our homegrown hero down here in South Florida, and he was kind enough to invite us into his new pad. Amazing.
Yeah, this is it's kind of a nice backyard. It's always nice to stand up there, look out at the ocean.
Do you reckon this would help you, before playing a poker tournament, coming to a place like this to really sort of center yourself?
Of course, yeah. I mean, this is like being in Florida, like out on the pool deck, 25 stories up.
With such an amazing view, I was eager to see the rest of Jason's home.
This is my new place, yep.
It's simple.
Yeah, simple, exactly.
It's very manly.
So the master's not exactly set up yet.
Simple.
You gotta get rid of this fan. I don't like that thing. Simple.
Nice.
Gets the job done.
He keeps it clean.
Yeah, this is my trophy case.
Wow.
All the things that I've
Look at you,
won and
high
whatnot.
achiever.
Got the 2 World Series bracelets. This is the 100K that I won at Bellagio. This is the open face, my most recent one.
Of course he has an open face Chinese trophy. This guy's addicted to that game. There's another game close to Jason's heart.
All right, so now we're gonna play some basketball.
Yes.
It's so nice to have a court in my own building. I've actually been playing 3 to 5 times a day.
You're playing more basketball than poker.
It's been like a camp almost. Yeah.
I mean, you're still pretty rusty though. What? I was expecting a better performance.
I've been out here for 5 minutes.
Keep practicing.
I'll try.
All right.
Blinds and antes have gone up to 6 and 1200. Jason Mercier has cleared the 200K mark and maintains the chip lead at our feature table. Bill Perkins is going to kick off the action in this hand with Jack 9 suited, making it 2,500 to go.
Here he comes, the hometown favorite from 15 minutes away, and a pull on a roof.
Oh, man. Jason Mercier getting a little bit of a hard time. Not so hard a time for JC Tran, who's been gifted aces on the button.
Just goes in set mining and just holds.
JC on the button here with pocket aces. This hand is going to look less than premium because he's on the button, 3-betting a very active and less experienced player in Bill Perkins. And look at this, Jason Kuhn with pocket kings in the small blind. This is just a disaster for Jason.
It's 6,100 total for Jason to call, and he's bumped it up to 14,500.
Well, fold. Pretty trivial fold here for Bill.
And now back over to JC. What do you do in this spot? Do you try to get it all in now, or do you wait and try to let your opponent bluff off the rest of his stack?
You know, I would probably just trap and call here in position with aces. It looks like he does decide to 5-bet, and this is almost always going to be a disaster for Jason Kuhn. It really would make no sense for him to make any other play besides just going all in here with 2 black kings.
Mullen.
Yep, sure enough, there's the all-in, and there is the call. Get a look, boys. That's what we call a cooler.
This is one of those unavoidable spots. You just really hope to be on the right side of it.
Yeah, I'm all in.
Jason, the good news is you can't get knocked down.
Thanks, buddy.
The second good news is you have 5 cards to come.
That is good news. Glad the hand isn't over yet.
And we know that 2 of the kings have been folded, so the only way Jason can win is if he hits some sort of flush or straight with one of his kings.
Well, he certainly can't make the flush in clubs, as JC has the larger of the 2 clubs with the ace.
Another thing that's important to note about this hand is how deep they are. I mean, Jason has 100 big blinds, so this is an absolutely huge pot in this position.
It's gonna be a tough one to win.
The door card.
And this flop basically seals the deal here.
2 kings roll behind that door.
Looks like Jason is going to be pretty much crippled after this hand.
Yeah, he's drawing dead as of the flop. No kings remaining in the deck, and he can't hit running clubs. The run out is a moot point as they count down the stacks. Now, Kuhn did have JC covered by a little bit.
Looks good.
But he's on life support at this point, and he's letting the world know about it, apparently, as he's got his phone out.
It's like 6 cooler.
I could flat for Jack 9.
Good thing I didn't flat the trap, huh?
It's pretty brutal there for Jason Kuhn.
Now we get over to the outer table, big pot brewing between Joseph Chong and former WPT champ Eric Seidel. Joseph rolling over Jack 7 for top pair. On a Jack high board, Eric Seidel laying his hand down, and Chong stealing one away from a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, Eric Seidel, really one of the legends of poker, one of my personal poker heroes.
2,500.
Now, one of my poker heroes has got to be Bill Perkins. He is never discouraged. Right back in the saddle with ace-4 offsuit. He makes it 2,500 to go, and it's a couple of fours for a very short stack Dan Perper. This could be it.
Yeah, Perper with just around 8 big blinds, I don't think has much of a choice here with a pocket pair, especially against someone as active as Bill Perkins.
He makes it 9,000 total.
And this shows a little bit of Perkins' inexperience as he raises under the gun with a weak ace, kind of not being cognizant enough of the other player's chip stacks. Perper with a very short stack goes all in here, and Perkins might feel committed to call with an ace. Looks like he's instantly calling, and
we don't have each other's cards.
He's not going to like what he sees here.
No.
I'm sure that's.
Meanwhile, Dan Perper will love what he sees. He had to have figured he was up against at least 2 overcards.
So lucky.
I thought you were going to say you're crushed with like 5.
No, you're so lucky.
Well, when he said
he's like, oh, no.
cards, I figured he didn't have a pair.
Perper feeling a little bit more comfortable now that he sees that Perkins just has the raggedy ace.
He's about a 3-2 favorite heading to the flop. Not out of the woods yet, though. Got to fade 5 cards.
Queen Jack or something like that, King 10.
When you said you hope they didn't have the same cards, you weren't worried about the floor.
And oh, wouldn't you know it, an ace right away in the window on the flop. And suddenly, it's Bill Perkins who is sitting pretty. Daniel Perper has 1 out.
Yeah, Perkins' ragged kicker has come in handy now as it takes one of the 4s away from Perper, who really is drawing extremely thin here to stay alive.
Yeah, 1 card in the deck that'll save him, and the Jack of Spades is not it.
Yeah. Wait, I want that shit. Good playing with you.
Yeah, you too.
Chicago is.
I may be back.
Come back.
See how crazy I am? See how crazy I feel?
Bill Perkins has busted Daniel Perper, who doesn't appear to be on his way to a re-entry.
So Daniel, I'm sorry to see you be eliminated, but you seem like you're in high spirits still.
Yeah,
tell us
I feel
what
okay.
happened.
I just didn't go my way today. I'm thinking about coming back, so that's a little part of the reason I'm not so dejected.
Yes.
But it's a lot of money, so I have to decide how crazy I feel, and yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know.
Are there any sort of true deciding factors about other players that might enter, or what will be the pushing point for you?
I'm just gonna see if my wife talks me out of it or not.
Okay.
That's the plan.
Fair enough. All right. Well, very best of luck. I hope we see you come back.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Take an exclusive look at how Bill Perkins gave Jason Mercier and the other pros a run for their money. Log on to ClubWPT.com and check out the A8's Clip of the Week. ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino here in sunny South Florida as our inaugural WPT Alpha 8 event rolls on. Current chip counts, JC Tran is your new chip leader with over $250,000 in front of him, and on the short stack is Jason Kuhn in that danger zone like you talk about, Olivier, with just around 17,000. As we pick up 6-handed action at the feature table.
So with 6 here, there's 7 at the outer table. That makes a total of 13 left in this tournament.
Folded around to Matt Glantz, and everybody's favorite, 2 aces.
Also on the button, where he's going to be given less credit than usual.
Matt raises to 2,700 to go. Jeff Gross in the small blind with the Bill Perkins, ace-4 offsuit.
Yeah, you know, Matt Glantz is going to raise a little bit less liberally than some of the other pros. I actually like this fold here from Jeff Gross with a weak ace, out of position from the small blind.
It's Jack-4 suited for Perkins in the big blind, and with those blinds at 6 and 1,200, he'll plop another 1,500 out there and defend.
Yep, tough to make Bill Perkins fold his big blind.
Oh, and it may be even tougher for him to fold at this point. Jack 10-3 with a couple of spades on the flop. Perkins checks top pair over to Glantz. And with 7,200 out there, Glantz fires 3,000 into the pot.
It's a relatively wet or textured board here, which means that there are a number of draws, a number of straight draws and a flush draw as well.
It's a check raise from Bill Perkins, min raise to 6,000.
Yeah, this is pretty unorthodox play. I don't think any of the pros would have made this type of raise, especially with this type of hand.
Yeah, and Glantz just called the 3,000, getting us to the turn with an 8. Bill Perkins with control of the betting. And top pair weak kicker settles on 6,000.
Yeah, bets the same amount, another 6,000. His hand actually looks pretty weak here, but the 8 is not a great card for Matt. It does make a couple straights, and I think it's pretty reasonable for him to just check call on the turn.
Look at this disaster river card for Glance's aces. Perkins now with the best hand with trip jacks. And with 31,000 out there, he bets 6,000 again.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange because if Matt did have a jack, a hand like queen jack, king jack, or ace jack, that jack doesn't change the situation. He still has a better hand. So Bill's not really in a position to make a huge bet there. He does get paid off by pocket aces, and I think Matt's feeling pretty good that he lost such a small pot when his aces got cracked.
Experimental.
Well, I don't think you ever feel good about getting your aces cracked.
It's all relative.
Keep it in perspective, right? It certainly could have been worse for Matt Glantz as he sends a good-sized pot over to Bill Perkins. J.C. Tran, the chip leader. Next to Jason Kuhn, who has just declared all in. J.C., of course, in the big blind. Jason under the gun, and ace-8 offsuit is what he's drawn a line in the sand with, 11,300 to call.
And under the gun six-handed is ace-8 offsuit is definitely, you know, strong enough for him to move in. Bill Perkins on the button with ace-4 offsuit. I think this would not be a very good call, and he recognizes that and folds.
You know that would not be a very good call.
Very good. King, queen.
JC in the big blind can call a little bit more wide because there's no one after him.
Exactly the hand that you were hoping for him to say.
When the chip went in that quick, yep.
Yeah. You're like,
Yeah. Maybe ace-7 suited, but I doubt it. He might have been like,
I should have said aces.
Yeah.
I would have been on the ground somewhere.
I'm all in for 11,300 chips.
Well, Kuhn's ace-8 ever so slight a favorite against JC's king-queen heading to the flop. And JC, of course, responsible for the damage that's been done, and it continues. King-high flop, and JC gives him almost a sympathetic look there.
You know, sometimes in poker when it rains, it pours, and when you're running bad, it feels like you just can't avoid bad beats.
Much, does it? Seven of spades. Take it like a red.
Well, look at this. Kuhn has picked up a straight flush draw.
Yeah,
7 of spades will work. Any 7 for that matter will work. Or ace. Can he hit and stay alive? No. Board pairs, and that spells the end of this buy-in for Jason Kuhn.
Yeah.
Will he re-enter?
I'll take one.
Just ran into the JC Tran buzzsaw, 2 hands, and Jason went from a great stack to out of the tournament just like that.
Wow, today cost him 50,000 a hug. With Kuhn's departure, the feature table is down to 5-handed action for the time being.
Jason, tell us what happened.
Pretty standard. Ace in the door, and that's that.
You can't avoid it, huh? But
Yeah.
it is still early. It's a re-entry event. Do you have a second bullet?
I'll be at the next one.
Meanwhile, over at the outer table, Steven Silverman finds himself all in against Tom Hall's ace-king with 2 queens. Classic race, flop is safe, turn is safe, and now all Silverman needs to do is avoid an ace or a king on the river, which he does, and he'll be doubling up through Tom Hall.
And because Jason busted and now they're at 7 at the outer table, 5 at the feature table, they're going to move a player from this table to balance out the 2 tables. We'll have to see who that is.
Oh, look, everyone's favorite if you're at the feature table. Ike Axton, you know, just a fish.
Yeah, Ike, one of the top online heads-up cash players. Definitely not a sight anyone at the table wants to see.
No, bad news for those 5. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Welcome back to A8 at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in South Florida. Brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
With the blinds steady at 6 and 1,200, here's a look at the stacks. J.C. Tran currently the chip leader, and newcomer Isaac Haxton is sitting on about 150,000. Button is on Matt Glantz, Jeff Gross and Bill Perkins in the blinds. Mercier, who is second in chips, first to act, pitches.
No, he wasn't then.
As does J.C. Tran, and Isaac Haxton looks down at aces.
Welcome to the feature table.
Yeah, no kidding. Now, he doesn't have a table image yet, but as we know, no one at this table is going to be thinking that Ike is going to be anything other than his usual self, which is super solid. As he makes it 3,000 to go.
Bill Perkins going to defend the big blind with Jack 8 off here.
For an extra 1,800, he'll be heads up going to the flop. And that flop is King, Queen, 10. Open-ended straight draw for Bill, who checks it over to Ike. Ike has the best hand with the 2 aces, and of course, a Broadway draw as well.
This is not the best flop for Ike. There are a number of hands that have connected and have a lot of equity or are either ahead of 2 aces here. Ike makes a relatively decent-sized continuation bet of 5,500.
And it's back over to Bill, who looks like he's reaching for chips.
Yeah, it's tough for Bill to fold here. I mean, he definitely at least has to call 1 bet with the open-end straight draw.
Pot up to 18,800 after a call. 3rd diamond on the turn, neither player with a flush draw.
Yeah, neither player likes that card. I think Ike, without the ace of diamonds, is almost always going to bet the turn here to protect his hand and not let Perkins see a free river card.
Bet is now 12,000 if Bill wants to continue.
Fold.
And he's going to sit this one out. A little over 30,000 chip pot heading over to Haxton. Kind of a welcome gift.
Not a hand that I can pursue anymore.
It's like Bill discussing the hand with his coach, Jeff Gross.
Yeah, that's true. One of these times I'm going to ship it.
Perkins with 10-8 offsuit. This won't be the time he ships it. Pocket 9s for Jason Mercier. And he's going to open up the action by raising to 2,400, min raise. Over to Haxton. He's got Queen 10 offsuit.
Now, Ike on the button is going to play a relatively wide range of hands. He's going to feel very confident in his post-flop ability. And Queen 10 off, not the best hand in the world. I think Ike was probably thinking about either 3-betting or calling there and elects just to call.
Couple of 3s for Jeff Gross.
I personally like 3-betting with a hand like Queen 10 off, maybe just calling with Queen 10 suited, but Ike elected to just call and see a flop here.
3-way and Jack 9-8 with a couple of clubs. Jason Mercier has flop middle set, and Ike Haxton has the nut straight. Jeff Gross also involved, making it a 3-way pot. His pocket 3s should see an easy exit if there's any action at this point.
Yeah, this is just a huge cooler here, and Jason decides to check. My guess is that he's looking for Ike to bet so he can put in a check raise.
And Ike, of course, is going to indulge, betting 7,000.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting Ike to have a better hand, though.
Easy muck for Gross, and it's back over to Mercier on this highly textured flop.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous board.
Mercier has check raised it to 19,500 total.
Now we'll see if Ike decides to just call or to put even more aggression. My guess is that Ike doesn't expect Jason to be check raising very light here, so he'll probably put another raise in and try to get stacks in.
Indeed he does, 52,000 total now.
Yeah, and there's not really much for Jason to do. He has to ship it in with middle set.
On.
All in.
And that's exactly what he does.
Call.
Ike says call rather nonchalantly with the nuts, and Mercier has a look of concern.
Yeah, you could see on his face when he went all in, he looked at Ike to see how quickly he would call because there was definitely at least a possibility that he was beat.
Well, the trapper became the trappee.
I almost just called too.
An absolutely massive pot here. Ike has over 100 big blinds and just a really unfortunate cooler for Jason. Things were going so well for him, and now it looks like he might lose a huge pot.
No help to a set of 9s on the turn. 290,400 chips in the middle. Mercier needs the board to pair, and it does. Look at this.
Wow, look at that. And Ike, just like that, has busted from the tournament.
All right, rebuy time.
Well, not quite. Apparently, he's ready for a second bullet, my friends.
Yeah, buddy.
Jason, absolutely crushing the tournament at this point.
You have 200.
The set miner strikes again.
It's his hometown. What do you think? You got to see a safe
Florida set miner.
I've never won a tournament in Florida.
Scary stuff.
Very, very fortunate river for Jason, and now he's got a really huge chip lead.
All right, so you always had the intention of a second rebuy, or this is a last-minute decision?
No, it's not a last-minute decision. I was probably planning on rebuying if I busted.
All right, well, off you go, 100K, and we'll see you back here.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, Ike's looking around to find out where he can drop off another 100K. So we know that Isaac Haxton is on his way to a re-entry. Both Chewy and Jason Kuhn most certainly not going to be rejoining us. Meanwhile, Daniel Perper and Daniel Alai still sort of up in the air.
And with that, we're calling it a night. So join us next time as day 2 of WPT Alpha 8 Florida shuffles into action. For Ali Najad and Olivier Busquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night.
We're taking poker to a whole new level. Introducing ClubWPT Diamond, where you'll be playing for bigger prize pools, larger cash payouts, and more WPT seats than ever before. Plus, you'll get exclusive VIP access to World Poker Tour events and pro strategies with your free membership to learn WPT. So if you want to take your game to the next level, join today, no purchase necessary. Check out ClubWPT Diamond. Hi everyone, it's Alex Gray from the World Poker Tour. Another week, and the wins just keep rolling in on our online poker platform, ClubWPT.com. This week, David Schumann came out tops in our very own Lingel Martin's Bounty Tournament. So congratulations, David, and you could be a winner just like him. So all you need to do is head to ClubWPT.com and sign up today. It's easy to start playing online poker from the comfort of your own home with the World Poker Tour's home for online poker, ClubWPT. Every month, the VIP members on Club play for $100,000 in cash and prizes. And if you're new to poker, it's easy to sign up to ClubWPT, learn the game, and start playing online right away. Sign up for free using the bonus code SIMPLE, and that'll get you free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament with no purchase necessary. So come and join us at ClubWPT.com.
everybody, it's Alex Gray from the World Poker Tour. Another week and some more incredible wins on Club WPT. From Cedar Hill, Texas, Anne McClellan took down the whole field of Tony Dunn's Bounty Tournament. And then from Belmond, Iowa, Scott Johnson came out tops in Vince Van Patten's tournament. What fantastic wins, and congratulations to you both. And you too could be winners just like them. All you need to do is head to ClubWPT.com and sign up today.
We're taking poker to a whole new level. Introducing Club WPT Diamond, where you'll be playing for bigger prize pools, larger cash payouts, and more WPT seats than ever before. Plus, you'll get exclusive VIP access to World Poker Tour events and pro strategies with your free membership to learn WPT. So if you want to take your game to the next level, join today, no purchase necessary. Check out Club WPT Diamond.
Hi everybody, it's Alex Gray from the World Poker Tour, bringing you some more fantastic news about our online poker platform, ClubWPT.com. This week, Gilberto Carrillo from Calexico, California, was the champion of our very own Vince Van Patten Bounty Tournament. So congratulations, Gilberto, and you could be a winner, just like him. All you need to do is head to ClubWPT.com and sign up today.
WPT Thursday night stream. Welcome to all our stream teamers. Top deck one time. Happy fives. Club Game of 29. What's going on? Good luck to everybody and our 1K Pacific Bounty event tonight. How we doing? I got the Thursday night football game on right over here. It's a pretty good one. Atlanta up by 8 in the fourth quarter, which means they're a near certainty to lose. However, Teddy Bridgewater, starting quarterback for the Carolina Panthers, has been knocked out of the game for the moment. So they're relying on this dude who is in some weird league. Was he in the spring league, the one that got canceled? They said. What's up, Krajax? How you doing tonight? Get our mouses, our mice set up. Our screen good. Our camera good. What's up? So we've got an abbreviated stream tonight. Mostly we start at 6:30 with the satellite to the 10K Diamond event. This week we have just the one tournament. So we've dialed it back a little bit, which is nice. Get to watch the football tonight. Also a decent game for once. What's going on? Arbacart, Jason SD, Meta John, how are we? What's new in everyone's world? My Packers had a nice bounce back game on Sunday. Just kind of torched the Texans. It was a very complete game. I thought, hey, Texans, they still got a good quarterback, right? Decent offense that can put up points. And really, the Packers just kind of stumped from both sides of the ball, so I was happy to see that. Now, usually we play like kind of a psycho in this tournament. But since it's the only one we have tonight, and I don't want to just like fire up a stream and bust in 4 minutes, we will do a little better to try and build a stack and preserve it if we do, as far as just, instead of just firing it in there left and right. What's up, John Miner? All right, so Atlanta backed all the way up. Okay, we'll see about all that. There we go, our 8-6, not gonna get played. Not too much of a spoiler there. Who are my Packers playing this week? I'm not quite sure. Who do we play this week? Oh, we play the Vikings. That's right. We play the Vikings. I actually bounced around the casinos a little bit today. I was on the Strip. The Strip for a Thursday in October was completely abandoned. Completely abandoned. It makes me sad. It makes me sad when I go down there. I worry about, Vegas is a business, Vegas is a city. On the whole, we seem to be faring okay because of, all these remote workers moving to a place like this with no state taxes and your money in real estate going a little further. But I definitely worry about Vegas when so much of the city and its industry relies on tourism, and there just really isn't any going on right now, except for, some California people driving in on the weekends. It was a Thursday, and it was just dead. And the conventions can't really come back until we fire up a vaccine, so. Majonius. Mini Aussie, good to see you both. Air Herb, of course, and Grateful Greg. Hello. We got a table full of limps right here. Let's see what we're going to do with this. We are just going to check our King 8. Pretty nice flop. Queen High All Hearts with an 8. And we have the King of Hearts. I think our hand is more of a checking hand than a betting hand. It's like, look, we've already got some showdown value. So we could just have the straight up best hand. And we have a draw, but it's to the second nuts, not the nuts in a multi-way pot. So, there's some chance we're already drawing dead. Or we're basically betting a hand where anytime we get our heart, we're going to get penalized for seeing that turn or river as opposed to rewarded. That said, facing a button bet, we are going to call. We have a really nice calling hand, bluff catching hand, stuff like that. All right, and that thins the field out going to the turn. We see a 9 of clubs. What's up, Vandy Toronto? How we doing? M2 Devin. Still facing a pot bet. I mean, I think our hand's just a little too good to give up on. So we are going to peel one. And river. We get the check behind, so we'll see. You know, okay, sure. Our outs are good, which is nice to see. Here, we could 3-bet, we could call. I don't really love 3-betting, but man, it just kind of feels like it's one of those spots where even if we make our, you know, our top pair, we're a little worried that somebody has a over one. But yeah, okay. We can call, or, you know, it's just, you could get concerned that you run into a set here. Or if you 3-bet and this guy 4-bets you, then you know right away you can just fold. Instead, we get a bet and a call, and I mean, I just don't really want to let this other dude see. 3-way pot, though, I just don't think we're quite strong enough to check raise. It's very, very close. It's very, very close to a check raise. If we were playing aggro mode tonight, I would definitely check raise that flop. Instead, we get the worst turn possible with the ace of clubs. Truly the worst turn possible. And the river, you know, look, everybody's playing it real scared. I kind of want a block here, which I think in other settings would get exploited, but a really small block here I think is going to play well, where we just get called by, you know, all the worst queens and some weird stuff, but don't have to make a weird decision ourselves on the river. Every now and then we value cut ourselves to an ace like that, which is fine. Not the end of the world when we bet like quarter pot. But yeah, that flop check raise would have actually turned out really nice. We would have probably cleared out that A7 that turned us. If it had gone bet and everyone folded, then yeah, I probably would have let go. But against two players, I don't know. I don't know. It's close. When it's the pre-flop. If it got on bet call and it wasn't even the pre-flop raiser, I'd be real tempted to just go for it. Hey Jeremy, how you doing tonight? What's going on? You watching the game? Well, we got this like secondary football league guy in at quarterback for Carolina right now. It's very strange. But good luck to him. I know a friend of mine's got some bets on Atlanta tonight, so he's keeping an eye on this one. So far, so good. But I mean, you know what? Atlanta's never seen a lead they couldn't blow. It's just crazy. They just hate winning more than anything. It's rough to be an Atlanta sports fan. Oh man, you know, Atlanta Braves are up 3-1 in their series. Nope. Atlanta Falcons. I mean, this whole season, pretty much every year for them, ever since the 28-3 bungle against the Patriots. Let's see there. Basketball team traded Luka Doncic for Trae Young. Oh, you had Luka Doncic in your grasp. No. Ugh. Yeah, not good times for Atlanta sports fans. And, you know, you really did have something with Matt Ryan and Julio Jones for like the better part of 10 years. There's still a great connection. They're still very, very good at what they do. But it's like, man, you know, even having those two super studs Never got over the hump. Never actually won the Super Bowl. It's a lot of winning football those guys played together. And just right now, Matty Ice, downfield, right to Julio, adjust in the air. I guess Calvin Ridley is hurt, so that's going to concentrate some of the usage on Julio. There you go. Most reception yards in the first 10 seasons all time. Number 1, Jerry Rice. Number 2, Julio Jones. Wild stat. Wild stat. He's literally, arguably the second best receiver of all time. Well, I don't know about that. He's making a claim, I guess is what I'm saying. He's building a claim as the second best receiver of all time. I don't know if anybody will ever surpass Jerry Rice. He did it all. He literally did it all. And over the volume and the longevity that he did it. Just outrageous. Alright, let's see if we can be the first to raise our ace-8 suited. I'm just gonna fold to this. I don't know how crazy that person's playing. Ace-10, okay, yeah. I think ace-8 suited versus 15 blind open, shove with no antes is just kind of ambitious. 9's making the good call behind, holds up. And Atlanta with the ball back with 3:11 on the clock. All right. If they get in the clinching field goal position this time, I trust that Todd Gurley will know to go down. What in the hell? Alright, our 8 deuce suited. Now I'm gonna play. Yeah, that one's not a gamer. Alright, well let's take a look at the games this weekend. I always like talking football with the chat. Blech, can barely talk at all tonight. Always like talking football with the chat. Tossing out some games, tossing out some lines. Guy I know that's pretty sharp. Got some action on the under in the Browns-Raiders game. Just the under there. We got Patriots at Bills, Buffalo -4. That sounds right these days. I don't know. It always feels like Belichick will figure out a flawed quarterback like Josh Allen, who is starting to look a little more like the last 2 years of Josh Allen than just this year, Josh Allen. But he's still good. I still think there's a lot of improvement there. Let's see, Rams, Dolphins. I think Rams 3.5. Huh? They seem like a better team than the Dolphins. And you're talking about Tua making his very first start against quite a tough defense that could go wrong in a lot of ways. I don't know. Rams are a damn good football team. Oh, my guy making his first start. Okay. Steelers at Ravens, Baltimore -4. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? All right, Ace 10's going to raise it up. Titans, Bengals, Tennessee -5.5. That feels about right, doesn't it? Yeah, Yakadrax, I said my Packers. They are in fact mine. They are very much my Packers. Every Wisconsinite has a sense of ownership over the Packers, whether you're a stock owner or not. We all just in our heads are like, yeah, it's my team, they're mine. Jets, Chiefs. I mean, how do you even pick these lines? Kansas City 19.5. I mean, like, in what world are two professional football teams facing off and one of them is a 20-point favorite, and you don't know which side to pick? The hell do you do about that? I got no advice for you. 20 points, get out of here. Oh boy. Now, Colts Lions, Indy -3. That's an interesting game. I think that's a tough line to pick. Green Bay Vikings. Green Bay giving the Vikings 6.5. I don't know. Eventually, the Vikings have to stop playing such crummy football. They're really not that bad of a team. Their offense has got a lot of good pieces. I don't, don't get me wrong. Packers are blowing a lot of people out, but I still feel like Green Bay's going to win that game. Of course I do. But 6.5, 7 points. Seems close. Chargers at Broncos. Chargers -3.5. Yeah, I like that. Justin Herbert's an awful lot better than whoever the Broncos are going to trot out at quarterback. He's been really good. Yeah, I guess the Broncos defense is legit, but man, that team just got stomped the other week. Justin Herbert looks great. God, you gotta love the way he plays too. The way he plays is so much fun to watch. Saints Bears. Saints -4.5. Yeah, it's such a fish move to like away favorites in NFL sports betting. But so far, I'm like, yeah, Chargers away, that sounds good. Ooh, Saints away, that sounds good. -4.5. Seahawks are -3 at home against the 49ers. I mean, same kind of thing. I have no idea. The Seahawks just give up infinite points every game. They're at home for what it's worth in 2020. I don't know how much that matters. And then Cowboys and Eagles. Philadelphia -9 because the Cowboys are starting. What is that guy's face? Mike Ganucci or something like that? Mike DeLucci? I don't know. Some Italian guy. They're starting at quarterback. Andy Dalton's broken. Dak is broken. What a sad, sad state for the Dallas football team. The Dallas Cowboys. Washington football team. Washington football team is just weird. Calling them the Washington football team all the time. Sports catchers. Here comes the football team. Okay. Ace-8. Facing them in raids. Not going to be enough to discourage us. Make the call. So we have a gut shot here with an overcard. It's the kind of thing we can put a little bit of money in the pot with, but not a lot. Rough beat, our runner. I always do feel though, like if my aces go down and my opponent had another quality hand, I'm like, yeah, well, what are you gonna do? Like if they played some outrageous hand they should never have and busted me, I'm just like, what are you doing? But if you, if you got aces and you got queens and okay, your queen hits a queen or whatever it is, fine, whatever, okay, fine. Oh, Krajax, you're saying the Packers are yours. You're from Memphis and you own some of that stock. Okay, get in on the bandwagon. Let's go. I like it. Our team looks very good this year. They can be our team. It doesn't have to be mine. It doesn't have to be yours. They can be our team. I read some... Glove Gamer says, hey, Tony, how about beating the Bucks did to the Bucks, LML? Beating the... Are you talking about the beatdown the Bucks put on the Packers, I assume, is what you mean. And, yeah. The Bucks are just a really good football team. Super strong defense. I will say I'm worried going forward that the Bucks and some defenses in previous years have kind of exposed Rodgers as vulnerable against the blitz. I believe his numbers are worse, and the Bucks made a mid-game adjustment somewhere around the second quarter where they started blitzing Rodgers a lot more, and it created quite a few problems for him. And yeah, obviously you saw that the Packers offense just kind of sputtered really bad, not to mention the interceptions. So I am very concerned going forward that the teams that have the appropriate personnel to take advantage are going to blitz the hell out of Rodgers in our biggest games coming up. And yeah, that'll be a deficiency of the offense. The Browns may make the playoffs this year. The Browns may make the playoffs this year. It certainly looks that way. I mean, the tricky part for them is they're in such a tough division. So it's easy to just have a stretch of games where they play nothing but decent teams and go on kind of a losing streak, especially when you have a sporadic quarterback like Baker Mayfield. You just don't really know what you're going to get with Baker. Honestly, he's been one of the lesser quarterbacks in the NFL this year. I know he's gotten it done in a lot of games, but statistically, he hasn't really showed up the way you want him to, and he seems to be regressing in year 3, and that's not supposed to be what happens, So, it's definitely concerning. Okay, Bridgewater back in the game. He's in there. He's in the mix. Okay, our 2-4 obviously not going to get the play. All right, we're going to do a little play-by-play in this football team as Bridgewater with a minute 44 whips it downfield, going to DJ Moore, I believe, with a big catch. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Atlanta. I honestly, at the end of the Atlanta-Detroit game where they managed to blow that one when they had it completely wrapped up, I probably laughed harder at that than any movie I watched this year until I watched Borat 2 the other night. That I was dying at. But leading up to that, the end of Atlanta-Detroit was the funniest thing I've seen in a year. That was hysterical. How does that happen, and how does it happen to this team? It's, oh my God, it's just like high art. The ways they find to lose. It's incredible stuff. What a catch by DJ Moore, though, and just a crowd of defenders. But yeah, Mike Deuce, I think the Browns, I think they're going to make the playoffs. I don't think they're going to win that division, of course. You got the Steelers and the Ravens in there. Again, like I said, it's a problem. You're facing those two teams for 2 of your games. 4 of your games. You're facing the Bengals, who don't outright stink, for 2 of your games. I mean, you're supposed to win those ones, but, I think they barely at the absolute last second won the game they did play against the Bengals. So, yeah, there's no gimme games in that division. You're not going to win the division with those 2 excellent teams there. And so you're going to have to get a wild card in an AFC that looks like it's going to have a lot of contenders for those spots. So, yeah, I think the Browns are probably going to make the playoffs, but that's not in the bag. And they're the Browns, man. Know your history. Oh boy, if the Atlanta Falcons melt down again, though, in a nationally televised game, it's just too much. It's just way too much. I will just die laughing. Teddy B. There's a flag on the play, and he throws an INT. Teddy B for the INT. No. Oh, wow. The tragedy finally ends for the Falcons. They're going to hold in the 4th quarter. Can't believe my eyes. Herb, who wins the NFC East, and what would their record be? What a good question. I guess the Eagles. They have a tie, so they're going to be 6-9-1? There you go. The Eagles, 6-9-1. There's my prediction. There's my that's not even a hot take. They're probably favored. My friend Ronnie Barta, poker player, some of you guys might know him. He told me a fantastic story the other day. He has both the Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys to finish last in the division at enormous odds. He has the Eagles at 80-1 and the Cowboys at 60-1 or 65-1. And so he was raging at that Giants game where they managed to blow it. And, Daniel Jones fell down running to the end zone. because that game was huge for his chances of being able to lock up one of those bets. Here, facing the bet, I don't know. There's been basically no money that's gone into the pot. I think we can make a call here. It's thin. It's thin for sure. Yeah, you know, the possibility that he's playing hurt is definitely real, and the defense, you're right, isn't as good. Yeah, you know, I'll say this: the Browns strike me as a team that are likely to make their way into the playoffs, but unlikely to make any noise in them. Know what I mean? They're just not really quite a complete enough team on the defense and at the quarterback, which, you know, pretty massive parts for a team that's going to go deep in the playoffs. All right, 7-4 suited can fold. I don't know, the AFC certainly is interesting. There's just a lot of capable teams in the AFC, a few excellent ones, and then a bunch of sort of, you know, middling capable ones where you're just like, hey, they're not that bad. They can beat good teams sometimes. The Bills or the Raiders come to mind in that caliber. The Chargers, I don't know how many games they've won, but they really strike me as a team that could beat some good teams. I mean, with all their injuries, it's surprising, but Herbert's just playing so good right now. And then, of course, you got a bunch of powerhouses. Chiefs, Ravens. Titans, Steelers. Titans have defense problems. I don't think they're quite a powerhouse. They have some issues. They're giving up a lot of points a game. You know, Queen 9 not going to be doing anything here. Although with that turn, I'm just going to draw a number over here. Random. Oh yeah, we got a nice low number. Let's attack with our draw here. It's not perfect because the diamonds are going to make it so more players go to the river. That means that non-diamond rivers will have some incentive to bluff. That river, I mean, a little bit, but not too much. Yeah, we're just going to check and give up on this one. I mean, just like all of the 8s and 7s are going to call. And oh, wow, what the hell? We would have got that to fold. But yeah, there's just not that much stuff like that, King 4 and King 5, that gets to the river like that. So, you know, I think every now and then our Queen 9 is good. We just check and we're good at the Queen High against some kind of weird diamond draw. But yeah, you know, that's a river where we are going to bet bluff, I don't know, a third of the time, ballpark. I'm just going to draw a number and give up the rest. I think Queen High is kind of high enough that, you know, we don't have to bluff too much. The stock hasn't split since I had it, but we will be married 22 years in November, so there you go. There's a winning pick. 22 years. Buying your stock in your favorite football team. All right. Jack 3 suited is just a little weak to be opening on the button there. King 8, way good there, though. Hey, what's up, Rigo? Good to see you tonight. Welcome, welcome. As always, we're talking some football, and yeah, Falcons, hold on. That's it, they did it. Great success. Speaking of, watched Borat 2 the other night. It's, Borat 1, to me, is one of the funniest movies of all time. And maybe, you know, I really think it is, objectively. Like, I'm a little biased at the time it came out. It came out when I was like 21, 22, and just, you know, everything's new and fresh and hilarious and amazing. But man, I really think that the original Borat is one of the funniest movies ever, and this one was super funny too. It's not, you know, it's not fair to compare it to original Borat entirely, just because that's such a tough bar to set, unfair bar to set. But damn, it is so funny. Just the things he gets out of people, you know, the reactions he gets, the incredibly brave, crazy, wild stuff he does. I always wonder, you know, where are they putting these cameras such that they can get decent reaction shots from people, but it's not like completely, how to put it, given away that everything is a setup. But yeah, he's a genius, Sacha Baron Cohen. What a hilarious guy. Absolutely hysterical guy. Jax, how did I get my start with the WPT? They held an open casting call back in 2010 for the Raw Deal segment, where it was kind of like, hey, you know, you're going to do basically an ultra honest and analytical look at some of the hands that played out at the final table. And we want somebody who could, you know, bring the heat, as it were. 1 second. We want somebody that can really bring the heat as an analyst and as experienced as a player. And so, yeah, I just kind of went and tried out, and, you know, landing the Raw Deal was what I did there for 6 to 7 years, on top of doing commentary for their online final tables. And then, you know, when Mike Sexton stepped away, I was promoted to that position. But yeah, my start, it was just doing the Raw Deal. Come in and write segments, watch some footage of hands, and then, you know, talk to me about, okay, what kind of themes and details do you see in these hands? I remember my initial audition footage, it was a hand of Phil Hellmuth having essentially like a meltdown after losing at a final table at Bay 101, I believe it was, against Faraz Jaka. They got Phil's queens in against Ace Jack, blind versus blind, and Jaka rivered him some capacity, maybe he hit the ace, I can't remember exactly. But yeah, he just, you know, completely melts down and kind of cowers into the fetal position, and they had you write this whole segment into performance. And, you know, Phil, as always, was amazing material. He's, yeah, you know, one of a kind. Four deuce, not going to be able to do very much with that. All right, we can check that one out. Herb says, this is not a political question, but what are the odds in Vegas? I presume you mean for the presidential election. And, you know, I'm not sure if Vegas casinos are offering lines on that. I feel like most of the places I see offering lines on that are online. You know, like I know Pinnacle has a line for the election. I think right now it's somewhere around a little worse than 2-1. Biden is a favorite. I want to say it's maybe like, you know, Biden minus 190 to Trump's plus 170, something like that on Pinnacle. Fold there. So yeah, definitely, you know, I made a bet back in spring when the odds were a fair bit different. So I'm happy with the price that I got back then. A lot has changed since then. I'm sure everyone here is probably tired of having their phone getting blown up by people calling about the election or texting them about the election all the time. I'm sure we're all tired of getting texts from various election offices, officials, whatever it is. John says, as a kid, I put emotional stock into the Houston Oilers with zero return. I had to stop watching football in 1993. Was it 93 when they closed up shop and moved to Tennessee and became the Titans? Was it 93? I guess, yeah. I remember watching some Houston Oilers, but only very vaguely. Kajak says I was a sarcastic guy at that point. Yeah, I was probably more sarcastic then than I am now. I think as you get a little older, you learn to bite your tongue just a little bit more. Okay, our king-queen suited is with these 6-7 blinds very much good enough to get this stack in. All right, against 2 limps, that's a pretty straightforward one. We get 2, 3-ish callers, 3 call it 2.5. Nice flop. That's the flop we're looking for. That's the one. That's the magic flop. Boom! Count it. Ship it. As Joe Action would say, pass the sugar. Almost said douche, but I think you're not just come off that way up front. There's a backhanded compliment for you. All right, our king-queen suited gets it done. We get the more or less quadruple up. Ace-9, that can get in the mix. Well, thank you, Rigo. I had a lot of fun doing the rod deal. I really did. I miss it sometimes. There's the limp. It's close. It's close for sure. Okay, king 10-6. Not very much happening for us there. I'm not going to fold to a min bet though. You got to do a little better than that. And another min bet with the overcard and the gut shot now. Can't really fold. And we get an ace. Get the ace. And E-bet's, you know, third pot, so we're pretty happy to call that. I mean, we don't always have the best hand, but we're fine calling it. And he just kind of, yeah, has a random 10. Not quite sure what's going on there. So yeah, if he bets a little bit more, then we can get out of the way, of course. But when he min bets, it's essentially the equivalent of a check. And so we're just not going to fold to that kind of thing. right, so 5K now. We are 210 of our 1,000 players. This is nice. I was a little worried that we might have an extremely brief stream tonight because the structure here does go a little quick in the middle. Correction, they moved to Memphis, then decided to build the stadium in Nashville. Okay, I did not know that little piece of NFL history. All right, our sevens, of course. Raise it up. Yeah, you know, like a lot of people, to me, the pinnacle Tennessee play, the most iconic play is the longest yard. That famous Super Bowl play where, man, you know, he's just stretching out. Just a yard short of getting it there. Okay, these sevens are pretty well protected. And, you know, can't really bet for value against many worse pairs. Similarly, can't really bet for value and get called by a lot of worse diamond draws. So I think we just want to check that one. And then this guy is so ridiculous. I think we're just going to bet twice. This is a little bit thin, but this guy's just kind of ridiculous. And he has a big blind range. So we're just going to bet on down with our 7 of diamonds. If he has a better diamond, joke's on me. But I think we mostly can get called by some worse ones. And we do get called by worse. Okay. John Tony, I'm referring to what is known as the greatest NFL comeback of time. And the greatest comeback in NFL history, the 93 Buffalo Bills overcame a 32-point deficit to beat the Houston Oilers. God, I feel like I've seen some NFL films on that one. On January 3rd, 1993, the two former AFC rivals met in a wild card playoff matchup, which was then known as Rich Stadium and now New York Field in New York. Yeah, I feel like, you know, whenever there's a big comeback, the NFL does a segment on that game. They're like, oh, but the greatest comeback was in 1993, you know. Because when I talk about Chino, I'm always very negative about him. Well, he did scam a lot of people. It's, you know, it's not so much negative as it's just true. But as far as an excellent tournament poker player, and a pretty charismatic guy. I think that's a big reason he was able to get away with operating like that for so long. For the most part, you know, Chino can kind of like scam people and owe them a bunch of money, and they'll be like, yeah, but you know, we went out for a beer the other day. Like that's, you know, that's a special talent to be that kind of guy. But yeah, as far as his poker abilities go, I think Chino's an excellent player. I mean, just look at the results. I mean, they're enormous, and there's longevity there. I feel like he's been putting up huge results for 15 years. Pretty much since I got started in the game, at least started traveling the live tour, Chino was around winning big tournaments. Well, it is our namesake bounty tournament tonight. We got a stack. That king-queen suited paid off. The 7's got a little extra value. I can't wait to get back to play a live WPT though, man. I miss big live poker tournaments. Those really are the best. And yeah, you know, just after playing them for 15 years, just the sweat they provide is unlike anything else. They're so much softer than online. The money's big. Oh, here we go. Speaking of big, we got ourselves a big hand. All right, our kings are going to raise it up here. Talking to people at the WPT about sort of the return of production and how we can move forward, what games we can film. Plus we got some final tables that are currently on pause. We're looking to get those restarted and filmed soon. So more WPT content definitely coming your guys' way. Here we have an interesting spot where I think in some situations we would actually be checking this flop. Whoa. Because we're not that deep. We can kind of get stacks in over 2 streets of betting, but hey, what's up, Anthony Hawk? How we doing? What's going on? You know, I'm happy to hear that you don't know Chino on that level, you know, that there's not an outstanding number there. All right, our King Jack suited can raise it up. And so far we have 3 callers and a great flop for our hand. Great flop. I think we're just gonna go for it. Up against a flush draw. And we do hold there, so up over 10K now. $53 of 788. Yeah, Jay Shep, that's right, you know. Chino's a cool guy and a great player. He does have a past. That's exactly right. So, but yeah, I'm surprised. You know, hopefully it's the kind of situation where he's gradually made it right over the years. And I have heard from people that, you know, even some of his long-standing debts he's aimed to repay. But I've also heard numbers thrown around for what he ended up owing in total that made it, you know, borderline on impossible to ever pay it back. So, you know, who knows? Tough to win a big live poker tournament and pay it all back in day and age right now, that's for sure. So as I was saying, I'm really looking forward to my next opportunity to get in there and place for something big. So Mike Deuce says, hey Mike, excuse me, hey Tony, I have a question about the club. Is it possible to win a live tourney entry with the basic VIP membership, or do you need to upgrade the diamond? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I do believe that we have contests awarding seats to live WPTs at both tiers of membership. I'm not sure how the frequency compares between the two, but pretty much since the inception of ClubWPT, one of the main selling points, one of the biggest attractions for Club has been the fact that you can win your way into live WPTs playing on Club. So here facing this tiny little bet, I guess with the backdoors and the overcard, we can go ahead and take one off. It's just so cheap. Okay, turn it up flush draw. And again, face a bet of 300. And river the nut flush. I think we should probably just, I don't know if we want to put him in. It's just this side plays a little bit passive. There we go. And we got him. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why you want to turn that hand into a bluff. Seems a bit much. Sort of a weird way to play the hand. But we got their chips now. We got their chips now. There you go from Rigo. I want a trip to Vegas for the 7-day premiere and turning as a VIP member. You can win totally awesome prizes in VIP. There you go. Yeah, because I seem to remember for many years we had a lot of people coming out to the Ari with us, you know, winning seats to a whole bunch of live WPT. I mean, tons would come out to the Ari in summer for our WPT 500 there. Awesome event. Super fun event. That was honestly one of the events I look forward to most every summer. Huge field. And this like a really well created structure where, you know, it's like fast on day one, but then slows down on day 2 and 3 when you're playing for big money. So you'd end up with this, you know, $500 buy-in tournament with, you know, a decent amount of flights, and then first is paying $250, $270, $300, something like that, something crazy. All right, for that 300-hour full, we're gonna grab a little water. We'll be right back. R.I.P. to the legend Mike Sexton. We'll miss him, man. True legend of the game. Fortunately, WPT's had kind of a rough year of losses. We lost Mike Sexton. We lost our assistant producer, Keith, who sort of our jack of all trades, did a lot of things. Principal among them did the data entry for our actual episodes. So, you know, we literally go through every little industry recording, all the details, so that when Vince and I talk about it, we actually have a booklet in front of us giving us all of those details. And the guy, both of them, both Keith, Mike, they've been there forever. They both loved poker to death.